Let go of my brother. Where are you taking him? The little girl's voice was tender and filled with panic as she cried out. Zhuang Yundai was awakened by this cry. She felt a terrible headache, as if the wind was blowing through her skull. Irritated, Zhuang Yundai thought, what a disaster. Which child is crying so pitifully, and why aren't the adults doing anything? Then, she suddenly realized something was wrong.
Wait!
She had clearly detonated her core and perished alongside the zombie king. How could she still be conscious? Immediately, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind, overwhelming her. This information was a lot to take in, making her head feel a bit fuzzy. However, it also helped Zhuang Yundai understand her current situation. She, the strongest warrior of the Storm Base in the apocalypse, the Storm Queen, had unexpectedly been reborn into the body of a 12-year-old simple girl with the same name in ancient times. This simple girl had a tragic background. She had become simple-minded after a high fever in childhood, and her father had died on the battlefield not long after. As for her mother, seeing no hope after her husband's death, she took the little bit of compensation from the court and left, abandoning her simple daughter and a pair of twins. With their father gone and their mother having run away, the 3 children lived with their grandparents, which was not easy. Later, when the simple girl fell ill, her aunt, under the pretense of fearing the illness, sent all 3 children to an old, half-collapsed house. At that moment, the simple girl was gravely ill, and her brother, having no other options, was persuaded by someone to sell himself to get money for medicine for his sister. As Zhuang Yundai was trying to sort through her thoughts, she heard the little girl's cries growing more desperate. Brother, please, where are you taking him? With great difficulty, Zhuang Yundai opened her eyes. In her line of sight was a small girl, barely half her height, stumbling over a half-rotten threshold, falling as she rushed outside, only to grab onto a man's clothing. The man had a ragged little boy tucked under his arm, and the boy was tearfully urging the girl, Sister, go back and take care of our sister. Please, don't take my brother. The little girl cried, clutching the man's pant leg. Get away. The man said impatiently, trying to shake off the girl's hand. Stop. A hoarse, unpleasant voice shouted. Zhuang Yundai weakly leaned against the doorframe, and both the little boy and girl turned to look at her. Both little faces were dirty, and tears had washed streaks across their cheeks. The 2 of them cried out in surprise, Sister, you're awake. Zhuang Yundai stared at the man holding the little boy under his arm and asked, Where are you taking my brother? By chance, since she had taken over the body of the little girl and got a second chance at life, she felt it was her duty to take on the responsibilities of that girl. The little boy and girl were very excited to see Zhuang Yundai like this. Their older sister, who had been seriously ill and unconscious, was now awake and seemed just like a normal person again. She wasn't silly anymore. It must be that their prayers had been heard by the divine. How wonderful! The man, not pleased, looked at Zhuang Yundai's pale, sickly face and grumbled, I say, sickly girl, don't talk nonsense. This is a legitimate business, with official records. Your brother loves you, and is willing to sell himself to get money for your treatment. That's your good fortune from your past life. How ridiculous. Being so poor that a child has to sell himself to pay for treatment. Would you want that kind of fortune? Zhuang Yundai forced herself to pull out a piece of broken silver that the little boy had given her before he left. It must be the money for his sale. She threw the silver at the man and said firmly, Let him go, and you can leave. The man was unhappy. Although the little boy was dressed in rags and dirty, he had delicate features. There was a family on the other side of the mountain looking to buy a son to carry on their lineage, so he could fetch a high price. The man frowned and flatly refused. The contract is signed. You can't just break it. If everyone acted like you, how would our business survive? Zhuang Yundai spat on the ground. Get lost. Stop talking nonsense. My brother is only 5 years old. The law doesn't recognize the fingerprints of such a young child. You say he willingly signed the contract? If that's the case, I could go to the county tomorrow, gather a bunch of kids, and have them sign contracts to sell them. When the authorities ask, I'll say your business taught them. You. The man was taken aback by the sharp-tongued girl who looked so sickly. He began to curse. You sickly girl, let's see how you treat your illness without money. If you die, maybe both of your siblings will have to sell themselves to bury you. Don't worry about us. My brother, sister, and I are doing just fine. But you, with your shady dealings, might just meet an untimely end. If you die, it seems you won't even have a grave to rest in. I promise to play a tune for you when you pass. No need to thank me. Although Zhuang Yundai was weak, her spirit was strong. She rolled her eyes, making the man so angry he almost fell over. This girl was cursing him to die without a burial place. Zhuang Yundai smiled innocently. Just kidding, she was known for her sharp tongue in the 3 major bases of the apocalypse. She would talk back instead of fighting. But those who got mad enough to confront her never stood a chance against her. The man was furious. You. Zhuang Yundai picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it in her hand, and threw it. The stone hit him right in the waist. He cried out in pain and lost his balance. The little boy he was holding took the chance to escape and ran to Zhuang Yundai, calling out, "Sister. One last chance. Are you leaving or not?" Zhuang Yundai protected the boy behind her and tossed another stone in her hand, her tone casual but her intent sharp as a knife. Her small frame looked fragile, but her dark eyes were frightening. "If you don't leave, I'll throw this at you." The pressure was overwhelming, making it hard for the man to breathe. He felt an inexplicable fear, but when he looked closely, the little girl still looked pale and weak. Where was the frightening aura? Strange. The man felt a bit panicked, cursed under his breath, and hurriedly picked up the coins Zhuang Yundai had thrown, clutching his waist as he ran away. Once he was gone, Zhuang Yundai's expression changed slightly, and she nearly collapsed. Her body was weak from hunger and illness, and scaring off the man had taken all her strength. The little girl held onto Zhuang Yundai's arm, crying with tears and snot mixed together. "Sister, your face looks terrible. I'm scared." The little boy, being more alert, quickly closed the broken gate and struggled to help Zhuang Yundai into the half-collapsed house. The little boy held back his tears and looked at Zhuang Yundai, who was gasping for breath on the earthen bed, and choked out, "Sister, please don't get hurt." Although Zhuang Yundai had strong mental strength developed in the apocalypse, her body was still sick and looked pale and weak. Right now, the most important thing was to fill their stomachs. "Don't cry, I'm not going to die now." Zhuang Yundai forced herself to sit up, wanting to see if there was any food left in the room. However, half of the wooden beams in the mud house had collapsed, and the decaying beams were about to fall. Inside the house, there was only a crooked broken table and a wobbly cabinet door. There was nothing edible in sight. But this did not stump Zhuang Yundai. After all, the once naive little farmer girl was no longer the same. Inside this body was a person who had survived for 10 years in the apocalypse. In a world where resources were scarce, no matter if it was something that flew in the sky, swam in the water, or was buried in the ground, anything edible could be turned into something delicious by Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai surveyed the shabby house and finally looked at the messy pile of long, dry vines in the corner. Her eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. These dry vines were probably dragged in by the twins to use as firewood. This was a great source of nourishment. Suppressing her excitement, Zhuang Yundai instructed the little boy, "Yunqi, bring those dry vines over from the corner." The little boy, named Zhuang Yunqi, paused for a moment when he heard his sister ask him to drag the vines over. Although he was a bit confused, he obediently waddled over with his short legs and brought a dry vine back. "Yuning, come help too." The little girl, Zhuang Yuntong, panted as she ran over and dragged a thick dry vine, using all her strength to pull it onto the earthen bed. Zhuang Yundai picked up a not-so-long dry vine and found a rusty sickle, managing to split the vine open. Inside the hollow vine lay 7 or 8 plump white worms, wriggling around. Zhuang Yundai looked at the fat little worms, nearly drooling. However, Zhuang Yuntong, being just a 5-year-old girl, was scared of bugs and immediately screamed, hiding behind Zhuang Yunqi, her fingers trembling. Sister, worms. Zhuang Yunqi was also shaking, but he wanted to protect his sister Yuntong. Even though he was a bit scared of the worms, he stood in front of her, trembling. Don't be afraid, sister. Zhuang Yundai looked at the two kids, almost unable to hold back the words weaklings from her throat. These cute little bugs are completely natural, green, and free from pollution or mutations. They are rich in protein and can perfectly provide the energy needed for survival. What are you two afraid of? Zhuang Yundai, who had fought countless terrifying mutated creatures in the later stages of the apocalypse, curled her lips in disdain. However, seeing the two little ones trembling in fear, she couldn't bring herself to say anything unkind. In the end, Zhuang Yundai took a handful of plump, white bugs from a pile of dry vines and strung them onto 6 skewers using some thin branches she found. She then asked Zhuang Yunqi to start a fire. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong watched eagerly as their sister roasted the 6 skewers over the fire. The smell of the oil from the cooking bugs wafted into their noses, making them drool. They couldn't help but swallow several times. Zhuang Yundai glanced at them, but didn't tease them. Instead, she handed each of them 2 skewers of the roasted bugs, saying, "Here, try this. It's called kudzu bug, and it's very nutritious. Good ingredients only need simple cooking. Just a little roasting makes it delicious." Overcome by hunger and the enticing aroma, the 2 little ones closed their eyes and took a bite of the roasted kudzu bugs. It was like opening the door to a new world. They exchanged surprised and incredulous glances before quickly finishing 1 skewer. However, after finishing 1 skewer, they both stopped and didn't reach for a second. "Big sister, here," Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong said in unison, offering their skewers to Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai, who had quickly finished 2 skewers, was taken aback. "Don't you like it? That shouldn't be the case. This oily, natural delicacy should be irresistible to hungry humans." Zhuang Yuntong shook her head repeatedly. Zhuang Yunqi looked worried, acting much older than his age, and said, "Big sister is still sick. You should eat more." Zhuang Yuntong nodded in agreement. Zhuang Yundai felt a mix of emotions and finally put on a serious face, insisting, "You too eat." She glared at them. "Hurry up. It won't taste good if it gets cold. We can't waste food." Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong pouted, realizing their big sister was being a bit strict. However, they didn't find it unpleasant. The 2 little ones exchanged glances and shyly began to devour their skewers of roasted kudzu bugs. Zhuang Yundai nodded with some satisfaction, just about to say something when a sharp, frantic voice came from outside. "Zhuang Yunqi, don't you want to save your sister?" The 2 little ones froze in place. The gate of the shabby courtyard was pushed open roughly, and in walked a woman with a sharp appearance, dressed up with painted brows and lips. She scolded Zhuang Yunqi loudly. "You ungrateful brat. Do you think this opportunity was given to you for free? You chased away the people from the tooth shop, and when the time comes, don't come begging me to save that sick fool." Zhuang Yundai quickly recalled who this person was from the original memories. This woman's surname was Hu, and everyone called her Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu used to make a living in town, but somehow she returned to this small mountain village, occasionally mingling with idle men, and her reputation was not very good. The reason Zhuang Yunqi was able to find the tooth shop was because Aunt Hu had connections. What a situation. She chased away the wolf and now the tiger has come. Before she could even approach, this woman had come right to her. Zhuang Yundai narrowed her eyes. Aunt Hu barged into the shabby old courtyard as if it were her own, and the scent of her perfume was as overwhelming as her presence, making it hard to breathe. Zhuang Tong clearly felt intimidated by Aunt Hu. Her eyes turned red as she hid behind Zhuang Yundai. Only then did Aunt Hu notice Zhuang Yundai. She clicked her tongue, rolled her eyes, and waved her handkerchief dismissively. "What luck. This fool is still alive." Zhuang Yunqi was also a bit afraid of Aunt Hu, but he considered himself the only male in the family and felt the need to protect his seriously ill sister and younger sister. He trembled and stepped forward, quietly rebutting Aunt Hu. "Aunt Hu, my sister is not foolish anymore." Aunt Hu scoffed, clearly not taking Zhuang Yunqi seriously. She impatiently reached out to pull him. Enough, let's hurry. I'll take you to find that tooth shop owner. Otherwise, your foolish sister will die from not having money for medicine, and even as a ghost, she won't let you two off. She had already discussed with the tooth shop owner that once Zhuang Yunqi was sold, she would get 80% of the earnings. This was a big deal. She had another deal lined up this morning and didn't have time to check on this side, almost letting Zhuang Yunqi ruin everything. Zhuang Yunqi struggled. I don't want to be sold. Aunt, who coldly snorted to herself. This was not up to him. She was using all her strength and exclaimed, "Oh no, my dear, this is for your own good." Before she could pull the person away, suddenly a small, lively figure rushed in and threw a handful of grass mixed with ashes at her face. Taking advantage of her surprise, this person snatched away the one she was holding. At that moment, she couldn't think about anything else. Instinctively, she spat out the dirt that got into her mouth, while frantically wiping her face with a handkerchief. After a moment, she finally composed herself. She glared at the well-known silly girl in front of her and shouted, "What are you doing, you troublesome pest?" Zhuang Yundai ignored her and shouted with all her might, "Someone is trying to kidnap a child. In our honest village of Xiangyang, someone is trying to kidnap a child in broad daylight. Not long ago, the only child of the Liu family from the south of the village was taken away while visiting a temple fair. That day, the old man from the Liu family went from one end of the village to the other, bowing to everyone he met, asking for help to find his child. The villagers felt for him, but even after 3 days of searching, they couldn't find the child. The elderly couple fell ill and nearly lost their lives from the stress. Now, the entire village of Xiangyang was furious about kidnappers and couldn't stand to hear the word kidnap. Hu Qinyang knew this well, and her expression changed instantly. She wished she could cover Zhuang Yundai's mouth. If the villagers came over, she would have to explain herself. "You little brat," Hu Qinyang cursed loudly, raising her hand to strike. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong hurriedly jumped in front of Zhuang Yundai, holding out their small hands to protect her. "Don't hit my sister." Hu Qinyang sneered, "You unruly children. I'll teach you a lesson for your mother." Just as her hand was about to come down, she suddenly felt something strange on her face. It felt like something was crawling on her, itching terribly and swelling painfully. Without thinking, she instinctively touched her face and found it covered in a rash. She screamed, "My face!" Hu Qinyang was in despair. "What is happening?" Zhuang Yundai covered her mouth, looking shocked, and kindly described Hu Qinyang's face. "Oh my, what happened? It's so scary. Your face looks like a white dough covered in red ants." Hu Qinyang was startled by the metaphor used by Zhuang Yundai, and as her face grew increasingly uncomfortable, she didn't need to look in a mirror to know that her face must be a sight to behold. Hu Qinyang had no time to confront Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. She stumbled and screamed, covering her face as she ran away. It seemed she was in a hurry to see a doctor. Zhuang Yundai watched Hu Qinyang flee with a cold smile. From the moment Hu Qinyang entered the courtyard, she could smell the strong fragrance that followed her. Zhuang Yundai recognized that Hu Qinyang had used a lot of a particular scented powder made from the plant known as the common mallow. In the past, during a difficult time, when medical resources were scarce, Zhuang Yundai had to rely on local plants for healing, which is how she learned about many herbs. For example, common mallow is quite useful. After processing its stems to extract juice and mixing it with petals from the lingxiu flower, it can be made into a simple disinfectant. However, everything has its pros and cons. The long, fragrant leaves of common mallow can be used to make perfumes, but they can also react with other plants and produce toxins. Coincidentally, in a corner of the dilapidated courtyard, there were many weeds, including the common mallow. Just now, while Hu Qinyang wasn't paying attention, Zhuang Yundai grabbed some of the mallow and mixed it with the ashes left from roasting the kudzu bugs to create a catalyst. She then formed it into a ball and threw it at Hu Qinyang's face. When Hu Qinyang wiped her face with her fragrant cloth, it was no surprise that a rash appeared due to the toxin's irritation. Zhuang Yundai knew exactly why Hu Qinyang suddenly looked so unattractive. But the two little ones did not understand. Seeing Zhuang Yundai standing there in silence, they thought she was scared. Zhuang Yuntong, with her frail body, trembled and hugged Zhuang Yundai's waist, gently patting her as if to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, Dajia. Tong Tong will protect you." Zhuang Yunqi raised a small hand, puffing out her cheeks, and seriously promised Zhuang Yundai, "Aki will protect Dajia too." Zhuang Yundai patted Tongtong's wild hair and felt her heart soften as she watched the two little ones tremble in fear from Hu Qinyang's face, yet still insist on protecting her. From that moment on, Zhuang Yundai was determined to protect these two little ones. However, Zhuang Yundai suddenly felt a bit dizzy and swayed slightly. Zhuang Yunqi quickly supported her. "Dajia, I'm fine." Zhuang Yundai shook her head. The 2 skewers of roasted wild yam bugs were barely enough to keep her and her siblings from starving. Plus, since she was still unwell, she naturally felt weak. Zhuang Yundai thought she could go check the back mountains of Yangzhuang. The original body's illness wasn't serious, it was just weakness and fatigue. During the apocalypse, many people suffered from severe malnutrition, leading to symptoms like those of the original body. Having seen many cases, Zhuang Yundai knew how to take care of herself. The mountain had plenty of herbs and edible plants. After a moment of thought, she used a rusty sickle to cut some wild vines growing in the corners of a broken-down courtyard. Her hands moved quickly, and after a while, she wove the vines into a simple backpack shape. She tugged at it. It was sturdy. This would be perfect for carrying things up the mountain. Speaking of which, she had to thank the apocalypse. Resources were extremely scarce, and as a powerful S-class psychic, her learning ability was remarkable. She had been forced to unlock many skills. Weaving baskets from wild vines was second nature to her. The two little ones watched in awe. Zhuang Yundai then made a vine ball from the extra vines for the children. "Here, take this to play with." The two little ones cheered, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they looked at Zhuang Yundai. "Sister, you're amazing." To them, their once clueless sister had become someone who could do anything. Zhuang Yundai felt very proud. If she had a tail, it would be wagging in delight. "I'm going to the back mountain. You too." She slung the woven backpack over her shoulder and picked up the sickle. She hesitated, feeling uneasy about leaving the two children in the dilapidated courtyard. If someone like the earlier kidnappers showed up again, it would be like serving the children on a platter. But if she took them up the mountain, these little ones, who were already malnourished and smaller than their peers, might struggle to walk very far. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit of a headache coming on. Fortunately, Zhuang Yunqi was a wise child. He noticed Zhuang Yundai's concern and, sounding like a little adult, said, "Seriously, sister, you don't need to worry about me and my sister." The little guy said in a sweet voice, "I'll take my sister to play with Sister Tsuetsue. The kidnappers won't dare go to Sister Tsuetsue's house." Zhuang Yundai recognized the name Sister Tsuetsue from the original body's memories. Wang Tsuetsue is about the same age as Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, and they usually play together quite well. The main reason is that Wang Tsuetsue has 3 strong brothers who are tall and big, making her feel safe. Zhuang Yundai felt relieved and sent the 2 little ones to play with Wang Tsuetsue. Then, she slowly walked into the mountains with a small basket made of wild vines on her back and a sickle in her hand. At noon, the sun was blazing overhead, but the weather in the mountains was quite cool. For most people, the temperature might be just right, but for Zhuang Yundai, who was still feeling unwell, it felt a bit cold. She found a stone by the stream and used it to sharpen the sickle she had brought from the broken courtyard. While she couldn't fix the chipped part for now, at least she could remove some rust to make it a bit sharper. By the stream, she cut some reed leaves, skillfully weaving them into a vest. In their tough world, they had to be skilled in many things. Life was hard, so being versatile was essential. Zhuang Yundai wrapped the reed vest around her tattered clothes, which helped block some of the mountain chill. The mountains were lush and green, but the terrain was steep, and the dense vegetation made it hard for anyone but experienced hunters to find their way. Although this wasn't a problem for Zhuang Yundai, she was still weak and didn't plan to go deep into the mountains, just searching around the foot of the hill. Fortunately, she had great luck and found almost all the herbs she needed to help her recover. There was one herb that was not very common, so she replaced it with another similar one, which just meant she would need a few more days to adjust. However, Zhuang Yundai didn't mind. What excited her the most was discovering several heart-shaped leaves standing among the weeds in a low area. Her eyes lit up. This was taro. The whole plant was valuable. Taro leaves are edible and can help reduce swelling and detoxify, and the bulbs are even better. When roasted, they are delicious and sweet. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yundai swung her sickle and dug up a large pile of taro. She didn't waste the leaves either, cutting several of them. The basket was not very big, and after adding some herbs, she managed to fit in about 20 small taros, which was just enough. But that was sufficient for her needs. Tonight, I will roast these taros and prepare these herbs. I think I can recover pretty well. Zhuang Yundai planned carefully, not wanting too much. She held a sickle in one hand and a bunch of taro leaves in the other, with a small basket on her back, ready to head home. However, while Zhuang Yundai was washing the herbs by the small creek at the west end of the village, a stone was thrown at her from behind. She heard the sound of the stone flying through the air, but her body was tired and weak from illness. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit helpless and could only let the stone hit the back of her head. It hurt. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Yunqi's little brat thinks his big sister isn't foolish anymore. But look at her silly clothes, wearing reeds. Zhuang Yundai turned around and saw a tall, chubby boy laughing with a few other kids about 2 or 3 yards away. She recognized him. He was Zhuang Wenyu, the youngest son of the main branch of the Zhuang family, who often bullied her and her siblings. Zhuang Yundai clenched her fists. "You silly brat, how are you still alive?" Zhuang Wenyu shouted, picking up another clod of dirt and throwing it at her. "Stay away from us. We don't want your bad luck." Zhuang Yundai clicked her tongue and dodged the flying dirt. Zhuang Wenyu was shocked by her quick movement. "You're not foolish anymore?" "Foolish?" Zhuang Yundai replied with a cold smile. "Have you heard the saying? Bad luck lasts for 1,000 years. If you want me dead, you should first go tell the king to hurry up." She bent down to pick up a few pebbles, her eyes narrowed with determination. With a flick of her wrist, the pebbles flew toward the chubby boy. Even though she was in a weak body now, hitting a chubby kid was an easy target. Zhuang Wenyu didn't even have time to react before the pebbles hit his legs, arms, and shoulders. Zhuang Yundai aimed carefully, avoiding vital spots, targeting where there was more flesh. After all, this wasn't a world where morals and laws had completely collapsed, and lives were worthless. Zhuang Wenyu let out a few cries like a pig being slaughtered. Zhuang Yundai had a few small stones in her hand. She tossed them up and down, smiling as she asked Zhuang Wenyu, "Are you still going to throw stones at me?" Zhuang Wenyu's face turned as red as a beet, partly from pain and partly from embarrassment. You silly fool. How dare you throw stones at me? I'm going to tell my mother." "Just wait." Zhuang Wenyu ran away in a fluster. The little kids who came with Zhuang Wenyu were stunned. For years, Zhuang Wenyu had bullied the fool, who never fought back and always accepted it. Who would have thought that one day the fool would fight back? She actually scared Zhuang Wenyu away with stones. Was it going to rain red in the sky? The kids swallowed hard and bravely asked Zhuang Yundai, "Are you really not a fool anymore?" At that moment, she stood there with bright eyes, confident and different from before. Zhuang Yundai seemed to see through the group of little kids. She tilted her head and smiled at them, saying cheerfully, "Yes. I had a serious illness and vaguely seemed to go to the underworld. The king said I still had a long life ahead, so he sent me back. After visiting the underworld, I'm not foolish anymore." The little kids exchanged glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. In broad daylight, hearing the once silly fool talk about the underworld was quite unsettling. One of the younger kids finally couldn't take it anymore and cried out, "Running away, I want to go home." Once one started, the others quickly scattered like monkeys. Only Zhuang Yundai remained by the creek, disdainfully clicking her tongue. A bunch of weaklings. After washing the herbs by the creek, Zhuang Yundai slowly put her basket back on her back and headed toward the village. On the way, she encountered a few villagers, but before she could greet them, they hurriedly ran away as if avoiding a plague. Recalling the memories of the original owner, Zhuang Yundai remembered that her aunt had abandoned her in the old, deserted house to appear upright. Her aunt had told others in the village that the original owner had a terrible illness and, with an elderly family to care for, had no choice but to let her recuperate in the old house, leaving it to fate. Whether the villagers believed it or not, at least no one openly gossiped anymore. As for the 3 siblings sent to the old house, who would care about their fate, Zhuang Yundai let out a soft huh, her gaze slightly cold. Zhuang Yundai arrived at the village entrance, where Wang Tsuetsue was playing with Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong under the locust tree. Zhuang Yundai brought a small gift for Wang Tsuetsue. On her way down the mountain, she had caught a grasshopper in the bushes and made a little grasshopper cage with reeds, which she held in her hand to play with. Wang Tsuetsue was overjoyed, tightly clutching the grasshopper cage and sniffing as she loudly said to Zhuang Yundai, "Thank you, Sister Dai. Sister Dai, you're really not foolish anymore. If anyone calls me foolish again, I'll have my brother teach them a lesson." Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong proudly lifted their chins, looking as if to say, "We didn't trick you, did we?" Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile as she took the 2 little ones back to the rundown old courtyard. As soon as they stepped into the yard, Zhuang Yuntong's stomach let out a loud growl. She quickly hugged her little belly, trying to convince herself, her face turning red as she repeatedly said, "Tong Tong isn't hungry. Tong Tong is not hungry at all." This broke Zhuang Yundai's heart. "Good girl. Sister will make you something delicious right away." Zhuang Yunqi, acting like a little adult, frowned and said, "Sister, there's nothing to eat in the yard." Zhuang Yundai smiled mischievously. "There's nothing to eat in the yard, but Big Sister's food." The 2 little ones looked eagerly at Zhuang Yundai. This old courtyard was the Zhuang family's ancestral home, and it hadn't been lived in for years before Zhuang Yundai and her siblings were sent here. The main house had collapsed halfway, and the fence was overgrown with weeds and vines, making it almost impossible to find a place to stand in the yard. Even the half-collapsed earthen bed where the original siblings rested was covered with straw that Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong had gathered with their little legs. As for the other items, it was even worse. This place was hardly livable. When the original owner was ill, they relied on the Zhuang family to occasionally send over a meal or 2, just enough to keep them from starving. "Wait a moment. You'll be fine soon." Zhuang Yundai dug a hole, tossed some taro from her basket into it, covered it with soil, and built a fire on top, making it burn brightly. The 2 little ones watched with wide eyes. Zhuang Yundai didn't waste time either. She rummaged through the half-collapsed kitchen and found a broken clay pot with a hole on one side. She washed the pot by the stream, filled it with water from the good side, and crushed some herbs she had gathered in the mountains, tossing them inside. Then, she moved a few stones and tilted the pottery jar over the fire, ensuring that water wouldn't leak from the broken side, and began to simmer the herbs. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, the 2 little ones, were mesmerized. When the time was almost up, Zhuang Yundai placed the jar of herbal soup against the wall to cool. She found a stick and dug out 20 taros from beneath the fire. Suddenly, the unique fragrance of the taros mixed with a hint of char filled the dilapidated yard. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong watched in awe, their mouths watering. Zhuang Yundai smiled. "Eat up, but be careful, it's hot." Only then did Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong eagerly and shyly pick up a taro each, not minding the heat. They blew on them while grimacing from the heat, yet they couldn't bear to let go of the taros. Slow down," Zhuang Yundai said, feeling both amused and concerned. "Don't burn yourselves. It's so delicious." Zhuang Yuntong exclaimed joyfully, gasping for air while looking at Zhuang Yundai with admiration. "Sister, I've never eaten anything this good. You're amazing. Sister is really amazing," Zhuang Yunqi emphasized again. Zhuang Yundai felt like she was floating. How could anyone resist such sweet praise from these adorable little ones? Just when the three siblings had eaten enough, the broken gate suddenly burst open. Zhuang Yundai's heart skipped a beat. It was the chubby boy Zhuang Wenyu, dragging his mother, Mrs. Fu, along. "Mom? See, I wasn't lying." Zhuang Wenyu pointed at Zhuang Yundai, excitedly saying, "That silly girl suddenly isn't silly anymore. She even threw stones at me." Mrs. Fu had prominent cheekbones and a sharp gaze, clearly a clever-looking woman. She hid her shock and began to examine Zhuang Yundai. Upon closer inspection, Mrs. Fu quickly realized that this girl indeed looked different from before. But how could a silly girl suddenly not be silly anymore? Could it be possessed by a spirit? Mrs. Fu was both surprised and frightened. She quickly glanced at Zhuang Yundai's feet. Thankfully, there was a shadow. It wasn't a spirit. Finally, she managed to calm herself and forced a smile, asking Zhuang Yundai, "Yundai, are you better now?" Zhuang Yundai looked up at Mrs. Fu. "No, I'm dead," Zhuang Yundai replied lazily. Mrs. Fu nearly choked on Zhuang Yundai's words. After a while, she forced a smile and said, "What are you talking about? Auntie sees you're fine, so why are you acting like you're not?" Zhuang Yundai half closed her eyes and smiled. "Look at what Annie is saying. You don't give me food, you don't give me drink, and you don't give me medicine. How can I get better? I've lasted until today, which shows I have strong willpower." This was a side of Zhuang Yundai that Fu Shi had never seen before. Fu Shi felt a chill run down her spine. "It's just a pity," Zhuang Yundai sighed. "The king have said I am a person of great fortune and long life, and since my fortune isn't over, he couldn't take me, so he sent me back and even cured my foolishness. Look, Annie, doesn't this mean I turn misfortune into good fortune?" As she said this, Zhuang Yundai smiled at Fu Shi. That smile was strangely unsettling. Fu Shi was so frightened she almost screamed, "Are you human or a ghost?" Zhuang Yundai stood up. Fu Shi stepped back in fear. The thin Zhuang Yundai's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "Auntie, I told you, since the king of didn't take me, I am naturally human. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself." Zhuang Yundai reached out her hand, and Fu Shi screamed and ran out the door. Zhuang Wenyu, still young, didn't quite understand the adult's fear. He stared in shock as his mother ran out of the yard, completely bewildered. His mother had gone out to play cards, and he had waited a long time for her to come home before pulling her back. So, why did she run away in fear first? Zhuang Wenyu glared at Zhuang Yundai. "Stop pretending to be spooky." He sniffed the air, suddenly distracted by another matter. The delicious smell in the yard was irresistible. Zhuang Wenyu couldn't help but ask, "What are you eating?" Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong instinctively looked at the spot where the roasted taro was. There were nearly 20 wild taros, but the three siblings had eaten just enough, leaving only one. Zhuang Wenyu saw it, and his eyes lit up. Used to being dominant in the Zhuang family, he stepped forward to grab the taro. Zhuang Yundai was quicker, snatching the last roasted taro into her hands. Zhuang Wenyu glared at Zhuang Yundai in anger. Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly. "Oh, this roasted taro is so delicious. The outside is crispy and fragrant, while the inside is soft and sweet. One bite, and it's so tasty." Zhuang Wenyu was drooling. "Give it to me. Want to eat it?" Zhuang Yundai suddenly changed her expression and coldly laughed. "I think you should just sleep here and dream, where everything is possible." "You..." Zhuang Wenyu's face turned red with anger, looking like he wanted to fight Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai hooked her foot and picked up a stone from the ground. She tossed it in her hand and glanced at Zhuang Wenyu. Zhuang Wenyu immediately felt a dull pain in the spot where Zhuang Yundai had hit him with the stone earlier. His expression changed several times, and finally, he angrily muttered, "I won't argue with you, you silly girl," and turned to leave. Zhuang Yundai scoffed, drank the herbal soup from the cool pottery jar in the corner, and didn't want to pay any more attention to Zhuang Wenyu. However, by evening, something happened. Zhuang Wenyu was in trouble. Zhuang Wenyu rushed to the gate of Zhuang Yundai's courtyard, clutching his neck. His face was red, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. He held his neck tightly, looking very uncomfortable. The little kids who often hung out with Zhuang Wenyu turned pale and trembled, some even crying, "You, what's wrong? Don't scare us." Zhuang Yundai, who had experience from the end of the world, quickly realized what was happening. This looked like poisoning. In this situation, Zhuang Yundai just wanted to say one thing: stay away, don't dirty my path. But someone must have told the Zhuang family about this, and just as the men were returning from the fields in the evening, they hurried over when they heard Zhuang Wenyu was in trouble. Mrs. Fu clearly still felt uneasy about Zhuang Yundai. When she saw Zhuang Yundai standing with her arms crossed, she froze for a moment. But soon, all her attention was drawn to Zhuang Wenyu, who was on the ground, writhing in pain. She exclaimed in panic, "You." At this moment, Zhuang Wenyu was convulsing on the ground, looking very unwell. An experienced elder in the village took one look and declared, "The child looks like he's been poisoned. We need to induce vomiting."
Poisoned?
How could our Yu be poisoned for no reason? Mrs. Fu was stunned. "Let's take him back and induce vomiting," said Zhuang Wenyu's father, Zhuang Shizhong, who had just arrived. He threw down his, quickly picked up Zhuang Wenyu, and asked the surrounding villagers, "Can I borrow a spoon of manure water?" In recent years, the harvest has not been good, and the fertilizer is precious to each family. However, right now, saving a life is more important than worrying about the fertilizer. An elderly woman living nearby quickly scooped a spoonful of fermented manure and brought it over, saying, "Hurry, give this to the child." Without caring about the terrible smell, the woman poured the manure into Zhuang Wenyu's mouth. He immediately pushed his father away and leaned to the side, throwing up violently until he even expelled bile, yet he continued to gag on the ground. Despite the awful scene, the woman felt a bit relieved. At least he had thrown up. Zhuang Yundai, who came from a harsh world, was used to seeing decay and death, so this was nothing to her. She crossed her arms and watched for a while, finding it uninteresting. Just as she was about to return to the shabby courtyard, she heard someone call out, "Silly girl." Silly girl was what her grandparents used to call her. Zhuang Yundai turned to see her grandfather standing not far away, frowning at her. He had attended school for a few years and knew some characters, so the villagers called him Zhuang Leitongsheng. Zhuang Leitongsheng was clearly worried about Zhuang Wenyu's poisoning, but seeing his granddaughter looking much better, his frown eased a bit. "Silly girl, I heard from your aunt that you are not silly anymore." In fact, the woman had said something even stranger, claiming that the silly girl seemed possessed by a spirit. Zhuang Leitongsheng had scolded his daughter-in-law, saying, "Children should not talk about strange things. In broad daylight, you ignorant woman, stop babbling." Though he said that, he was somewhat curious himself. Now seeing Zhuang Yundai looking different from before, he couldn't help but ask. When he did, many villagers nearby looked over in surprise. Zhuang Yundai saw this as an opportunity and decided to admit it openly, rather than have everyone ask her why she was no longer silly. "Yes, Grandpa, I'm not silly anymore," Zhuang Yundai replied cheerfully. "After being seriously ill, perhaps the king of took pity on me, not only sparing my life, but also granting me a blessing." Zhuang Leitongsheng's brow furrowed again, about to say something, but Zhuang Wenyu started convulsing and rolling his eyes, causing the woman to shout in panic. Zhuang Laodong was too busy to ask Zhuang Yundai more questions. He hurriedly advised, "Now that you're better, take Tongya and go home with Chiga. Don't make the family worry." After saying this, he rushed over to Zhuang Wenyu, feeling anxious. "With Yugur in this condition, we should quickly take him to the doctor." Zhuang Yundai stood at the door, facing the curious gazes around her, and found it somewhat amusing. When Zhuang Yundai fell ill, who was it that listened to Mrs. Fu's words about how many people were in the family and that Dia had a bright future and couldn't afford any setbacks? Yu Ge was the eldest son of the Zhuang family and was expected to take on great responsibilities in the future. He couldn't be weakened by illness, so they moved the sick girl to the old house to recover. If it weren't for the insistence of the original owner's twin siblings to care for her, she might not have survived even a day. What was called recovery was actually a way to let her fade away. Zhuang Yundai's eyes flickered as she remained silent, watching the Zhuang family in chaos as they brought a donkey cart and lifted Zhuang Wenyu onto it. Mrs. Fu, Zhuang Shizhong, and Zhuang Laotong all climbed onto the cart, shouting that they would spend everything they had to save Zhuang Wenyu's life. Zhuang Yuntong suddenly came out from the dilapidated courtyard. She watched as the cart carried several members of the Zhuang family away from the village and suddenly burst into tears. The small child was so thin that her bones were visible, making her large eyes even more striking. Tears rolled down her cheeks continuously. Zhuang Yundai was startled and hurriedly picked up Zhuang Yuntong. "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" Zhuang Yuntong buried her head in Zhuang Yundai's shoulder, sobbing. "At that time, I knelt with my brother and begged Aunt for some money to save you. Aunt said that this year has been tough, and there's no extra money, telling us to go away. Big sister was very ill then, and Aunt wouldn't give even a single coin. Otherwise, my brother wouldn't have thought about selling himself." Zhuang Yuntong's tears soaked into Zhuang Yundai's clothes, feeling warm. Zhuang Yundai understood and gently patted Zhuang Yuntong's small head without saying anything, carrying the sobbing girl back to the dilapidated courtyard. Zhuang Yiqi followed closely behind and closed the courtyard door, blocking the curious gazes of the villagers. Once they reached the half-collapsed main house, Zhuang Yundai finally set down Zhuang Yuntong and seriously called out, "Tong Tong." Zhuang Yuntong looked at Zhuang Yundai, who had suddenly become serious, feeling a bit confused. "I know that in your heart, they are family." Zhuang Yundai squatted down to meet Zhuang Yuntong's gaze and carefully chose her words to make them easy for a child to understand. "But for so many years, they haven't treated us as family at all. From now on, Big Sister will take good care of you and Aki, okay?" Zhuang Yuntong wiped her tears with her little hands and jumped into Zhuang Yundai's arms, hugging her neck and nodding repeatedly. Zhuang Aki also slowly walked over, tugging at Zhuang Yundai's sleeve, shaking it gently and seriously promised, "Aki will take care of Big Sister and Tong Tong too." Zhuang Yundai chuckled, freeing one hand to hug Zhuang Aki. In the half-collapsed house, the evening light filtered through the broken roof, gently surrounding the three siblings. Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke the moment. Glug, glug, glug. The three siblings were taken aback. Then Zhuang Aki's face turned red as he covered his stomach, trying to insist, "I'm not hungry." Zhuang Yundai laughed and released the two children, standing up. "I'll go find something to eat. Children grow quickly and get hungry fast." As Zhuang Yundai thought about where to find food, there was a knock at the door. "Dai Dai Jie, Tong Tong Mei, Akidi, are you home?" Wang Tsuetsue's voice called from outside. Zhuang Yundai walked through the weedy yard to open the shabby gate and saw Wang Tsuetsue standing outside with a gray burlap bag, sniffing her nose. Zhuang Yundai was momentarily surprised. Seeing that it was Zhuang Yundai who opened the door, Wang Tsuetsue didn't hesitate to call out Dai Dai Jie and walked right in. However, she looked around sneakily and signaled for Zhuang Yundai to close the door. Wondering why the child was being so secretive, Zhuang Yundai complied and shut the door. Wang Tsuetsue, still sniffing, lowered her voice but couldn't hide her excitement. "I brought you food." Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Aki gathered around, surprised by her words. "Huh?" Wang Tsuetsue proudly opened the burlap bag, revealing 3 steamed buns inside. The buns looked a bit rough and uneven. It was clear that the family who made them didn't have much, so the buns were mixed with some rice bran. Although Zhuang Aki was very hungry, thinking about Wang Tsuetsue's situation, he instinctively wanted to decline. "Your family is also struggling." This was not an empty statement. Wang Tsuetsue has 3 older brothers, all young men who can eat a lot. Unfortunately, these past few years have been tough, and their family, who relies on farming, has been greatly affected. Additionally, during the new year, Wang Tsuetsue's mother had a miscarriage, which left her with health problems. To pay for medical treatment, the family spent all their savings, and now they are struggling to get by. Although Zhuang Yunqi is young, he understands the difficulties others face. However, when Wang Tsuetsue saw him decline her offer, she became upset. Sniffling, She glared at him and asked, "Are you saying you don't want this food?" Zhuang Yunqi was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "No, no." "Then that's settled," Wang Tsuetsue said, ignoring his protests and shoved the bundle of steamed buns into his hands. Zhuang Yunqi felt like he was holding something very hot and was unsure of what to do. He looked to Zhuang Yundai for help. "Sister." "Don't call her that," Wang Tsuetsue said, scrunching her nose. "My mom saw from a distance that you three siblings looked really thin, so she quickly made some steamed buns for me to bring you." She counted on her fingers, feeling a bit shy. "We don't have much rice at home either, so we usually mix it with bran. Please don't mind. Even though it's a bit rough, it's filling." Zhuang Yunqi wanted to say more, but Zhuang Yundai gently patted his head. "All right, Tsuetsue is being very kind. If we refuse again, we might hurt her feelings," she said firmly. "Say thank you to Tsuetsue." After thinking it over, Zhuang Yunqi agreed with his sister and said sincerely, "Thank you, Tsuetsue." Zhuang Yuntong, who was nearby, softly repeated, "Thank you, Tsuetsue."
Hee hee.
Wang Tsuetsue sniffled and smiled happily as she skipped away. With the steamed buns, dinner would be easier to prepare. In the afternoon, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong collected a lot of dry branches and vines, which were perfect for starting a fire. Zhuang Yundai set the cracked clay pot on some stones, tore the taro leaves they had brought back into strips, and simply boiled them in the pot to make soup. The taro leaves are good for cooling the body, detoxifying, and reducing swelling, making them perfect for summer. Of course, as a survival cook trained in the apocalypse, Zhuang Yundai added some plant roots to enrich the flavor of the taro leaf soup, so it wouldn't taste too bland. After it was cooked, since there were no bowls to serve the soup, Zhuang Yundai and her two siblings took turns drinking from a clay pot. Surprisingly, the rice bran dumplings paired with the taro leaf soup from the pot had a unique taste. After a hearty meal, Zhuang Yundai made some herbal soup to help their bodies. By the time she finished, night had fallen, and the sky was filled with stars. The two children were rubbing their eyes, feeling sleepy. Zhuang Yundai took them back to the earthen bed to lie down and sleep. The bed was covered with straw, and there were some sunken spots in the middle. Since all three children were quite thin, they didn't take up much space, allowing them to fit comfortably. The two children fell asleep almost as soon as their heads touched the straw. However, Zhuang Yundai couldn't sleep. Lying on the straw-covered earthen bed, with the roof partially collapsed, she could see the starry sky above. It looked no different from the sky in the apocalypse. Zhuang Yundai let out a barely audible sigh. That night, she had a dream. In it, a girl with an unclear face told her, "Please take care of Tong Tong and Aki from now on." Although she couldn't see the girl's features, Zhuang Yundai realized who it was. She promised earnestly, "Don't worry." The girl seemed pleased, nodded at Zhuang Yundai, and her figure gradually faded away like a wisp of smoke, quietly drifting away. When Zhuang Yundai woke up, she felt much lighter in her body, not sure if it was the effect of the herbal soup or the person from her dream. The two children were sleeping soundly beside her, so Zhuang Yundai quietly got up from the earthen bed and brushed off the straw stuck to her. To live well with the two children here, Zhuang Yundai had a lot to do. At the very least, the basics of clothing, food, and shelter were not simple matters. Food was manageable. With Zhuang Yundai around, the children would never go hungry. But for clothing and shelter, her clothes were clearly too small, exposing her thin wrists. The two children were also wearing clothes that seemed to be discarded by others. Zhuang Ichi's pants were rolled up several times to avoid dragging on the ground. And the house, which was half collapsed. These were all challenges. Zhuang Yundai pressed her forehead. At least the weather was still warm, so living in this drafty house wouldn't freeze them. No need to mention how troublesome it will be when the weather gets cold. Even just the rain is quite a hassle. All of this can really be summed up in one word: money. But therein lies the problem. The three siblings, Zhuang Yundai and her brothers, don't have a single coin to their name. In this world, it's survival of the fittest, and Zhuang Yundai hasn't been troubled by the simple issue of not having money for a long time. For her, this is both frustrating and oddly intriguing. However, Zhuang Yundai actually enjoys challenges. She has a hidden competitive spirit. She doesn't want to be defeated by this harsh world or by those relentless zombies. Even if she ends up perishing with the zombie king, she can proudly say she didn't lose. Right now, the issue of making money is something she won't back down from. Isn't there a saying that goes, with the mountains behind you, you need not worry about food and clothing? The wild mountain behind Xiangyang village is remote and rich in resources. It's practically Zhuang Yundai's little treasure trove. With renewed energy and feeling much better, Zhuang Yundai took her chipped sickle and skillfully cut a bamboo stalk at the foot of the mountain. A few women who had come early to gather pig feed looked at her in surprise. In a small village, news travels fast. In just one night, everyone learned that Zhuang Wenyu had been poisoned and taken to the county. Along with that, the rumor spread that Zhuang Yundai, after her illness, suddenly seemed much sharper. Compared to the former, the latter sparked even more curiosity. One brave woman pretended to gather pig feed near Zhuang Yundai and cautiously asked, "Isn't this the second daughter of the Zhuang family?" Zhuang Yundai is the second child in her family, and while some in the village mockingly call her silly girl, others, being kinder, refer to her as the second daughter. Especially now, with the rumor that the Zhuang family's silly girl is no longer silly, it seems inappropriate to still call her that. Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly. "Isn't this Aunt Hongxiu from the north side of the village?" Yang Hongxiu exclaimed, "Oh, you still remember me? Second daughter?" Zhuang Yundai shyly smiled. "Of course I remember. I have a very deep impression of Aunt Hongxiu." A hint of pride flashed across Yang Hongxiu's face. Zhuang Yundai gently smiled again. "Because I especially remember Aunt Hongxiu. You need to see a doctor quickly." As soon as Yang Hongxiu heard those words, her expression changed, and she said angrily, "What are you talking about, Arya? Why are you cursing people?" The other women cutting pig grass nearby were also surprised. Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly. "And Hongxiu, have you forgotten? You once gave me a dry cake." Yang Hongxiu recalled something, her expression shifted, and she forced a smile. "Oh, I don't remember that." Zhuang Yundai said slowly, "When I was foolish before, I just couldn't express myself, but that doesn't mean I forgot. I remember clearly when you gave me that dry cake. You accidentally dropped it in the dirt and laughed, saying that a fool deserves to eat something dirty." Zhuang Yundai added with concern, "And you're still young, and your hands are starting to shake. That's not a good sign. Shouldn't you see a doctor?" Yang Hongxiu felt overwhelmed and couldn't face the knowing looks from the other women. She awkwardly said, Oh, back then, you were foolish too, so you must be mistaken." She hurriedly gathered the cut pig grass and put it in the basket behind her, saying, "It's getting late. I need to hurry home to cook." With that, she quickly left. Zhuang Yundai chuckled and ignored Yang Hongxiu, dragging the long bamboo stick and saying to the remaining women, "Aunties, I need to prepare breakfast for my younger siblings, so I won't chat any longer. I'll head back now." The other women noticed that Zhuang Yundai acted like a normal person, with clear eyes and measured words, and she even managed to send Yang Hongxiu away. They were all a bit amazed, wondering if the old saying was true, surviving great difficulties brings future blessings. This meant that Zhuang Yundai was indeed a fortunate person. The women cutting pig grass suddenly became warm and friendly. "Oh, hurry back. Arya is such a good child who knows how to take care of her siblings." Zhuang Yundai smiled and didn't say much more. She dragged the long bamboo stick back to her shabby little courtyard. This courtyard was at the west end of Xiangyang village, quite a distance from where most villagers lived, but closer to the foot of the mountain. When Zhuang Yundai returned, it was still early and her younger siblings, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, had not yet woken up. Zhuang Yundai set down the long bamboo stick and worked hard to cut it into several sections of the joints, which could barely be used as containers. They couldn't possibly drink soup from that clay pot every time, could they? After finishing her tasks, Zhuang Yundai crushed some herbs and earthworms she had collected while cutting bamboo, mixed them with water, and formed them into small. Zhuang Yunqi woke up, still a bit dazed, rubbing her eyes. When she saw Zhuang Yundai busy in the yard, she called out, "Elder sister." Zhuang Yundai made a show gesture to Zhuang Yunqi, saying, Tong Tong is still sleeping. You stay here with her. I'm going out for a bit. Zhuang Yunqi understood and responded, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "What are you going to do, elder sister?" Zhuang Yundai chuckled and placed the herb and earthworm into a bamboo tube, saying, "I'm going to get us breakfast." It was late summer, and the days were long. Although it was already bright outside, it was just around the time of the rooster's crow, which is about 6 o'clock in the morning. At this time of day, there was a rare coolness in the air. Smoke was rising from the homes, as families prepared to have breakfast before heading out to work. The paths were busy, and the sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard. The smoke curled up into the sky, mingling with distant voices. Zhuang Yundai took a deep breath, her eyes bright. This was the peaceful daily life she had never dared to imagine during the end times. Humming a little tune, she grabbed a sickle in one hand and her bamboo tube in the other, heading towards a small stream west of Xiangyang village, not far from home. She first tossed the herb and earthworm into the stream to attract fish. This bait recipe was something she had developed through research during the end times. It was both smelly and fragrant, very effective for most fish. The best part was that the ingredients were quite common, and if necessary, she could find substitutes, though they might be slightly less effective. When she had gone to cut bamboo earlier, she had also collected some herbs. While the results might not match the carefully crafted bait from the end times, it should be enough to catch a few fish for a meal. While waiting for the bait to attract fish, Zhuang Yundai found a sturdy branch and sharpened one end with her sickle, testing its weight in her hand. It felt good and balanced. She took off her worn-out shoe, placing it on a rock by the stream, rolled up her slightly short pants, and walked barefoot into the cool water of the stream. At that moment, Zhuang Yundai was focused, holding a sharpened branch, standing still in the water. The girl was dressed in rags, and from a distance, she looked no different from a beggar. But as one got closer, it became clear that this frail girl, despite her tattered clothes, had eyes that sparkled like a flame that would never go out. Zhuang Yundai held her breath and remained still for a long time. The bait she used was very effective. In a short while, she had attracted many fish. Zhuang Yundai squinted her eyes, quick and precise, and with a splash, she skillfully the branch into the water. A plump carp was speared on the branch. Feeling pleased, Zhuang Yundai looked at the shiny, vibrant carp, and several recipes flashed through her mind. Braised carp, steamed carp, sweet and sour carp. She calmly swallowed, removed the carp, placed it on a rock by the stream, and repeated the process, catching one fish after another. In the end, she tied them together with some grass vines, counting a total of 6 fish. By now, the sun was higher in the sky, so Zhuang Yundai decided to stop. She got out of the water, her rolled-up pants still slightly damp. Not minding the wetness, she wrung out the water from her pant legs and carried the sickle along with the string of fish back to the run-down little courtyard. At that moment, Zhuang Yuntong had already woken up and was sitting obediently on a stone in the yard, while Zhuang Yunqi stood behind her, tying her hair into little braids. Although Zhuang Yunqi was young, he was clearly used to taking care of Zhuang Yuntong, and the braids he made were quite neat and adorable. When the two identical little faces looked at her with joyful smiles, Zhuang Yundai felt a wave of affection. "Big sister."
"Fish,"
the two little ones exclaimed in unison. Zhuang Yundai chuckled and picked out 3 smaller fish, placing them in a clay pot. "You two wait at home for a bit. I'll be back soon." "Okay." Zhuang Yunqi puffed out his little chest, trying to look serious. But his eyes couldn't help but drift toward the pot, and realizing this, he felt a bit embarrassed. "It's fish." He didn't ask where Zhuang Yundai got the fish. He was genuinely happy. "Now you can have a good meal, big sister." Zhuang Yuntong was practically drooling. She took a sip and looked longingly at the fish, murmuring, "In the past, all the fish at home were for brother Wenyu. I haven't tasted fish before." Hearing this, Zhuang Yundai felt a bit sad. She shook the 3 fish in her hand and said, "Wait, big sister will be back soon." The 2 little ones nodded earnestly. Zhuang Yundai, holding the fish, followed her memory to the tofu maker's house in the village. It was a small yard covered in lush vines, and even the mud house's roof looked charming under the green shade. Zhuang Yundai raised her hand and knocked on the door. A woman's cheerful voice quickly came from inside. "Who is it?" Zhuang Yundai replied. "Is Aunt Li at home?" "Yes, I'm here." The woman, not recognizing Zhuang Yundai, opened the door. When she saw Zhuang Yundai, she paused in surprise and widened her eyes. "You are the one from the Zhuang family." Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly at her. "Hello, Aunt Li." Seeing Zhuang Yundai speak normally, Aunt Li was shocked and said, "Is the rumor outside true? You're not silly anymore?" She quickly realized her words were inappropriate, stopped, and awkwardly smiled at Zhuang Yundai. "I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart." Zhuang Yundai thought Aunt Li was just as she remembered, a kind person. When she said something wrong, she sincerely apologized and didn't look down on her for her past. Zhuang Yundai smiled generously. "Aunt Li, you've heard about me not being silly anymore, right?" "It's true. I was very sick before, and it felt like something suddenly became clear in my mind. Now I'm better and not silly anymore." Seeing Zhuang Yundai speak so openly about her past, Aunt Li felt a bit uncomfortable. She smiled awkwardly. "That means you are fortunate." After a moment, she hesitated. "Sister Dai, what do you need from me?" Zhuang Yundai took one fish from the three she was holding. "Aunt Li, I caught some fish this morning, and we can't eat them all at home. Look, they're still fresh. Do you have any tofu at home? Can I trade this fish for some tofu?" Aunt Li was taken aback. The fish Zhuang Yundai showed was one of the larger ones, and it was clear from its scales that it was very fresh. The value of a fish is clearly much higher than that of tofu. Aunt Li had heard a bit about the situation with the Zhuang siblings and didn't want to take advantage of those poor children. She repeatedly refused, saying, No, that's not right. This fish is much more expensive than tofu. Fish is considered meat, and their family only sells tofu to get by. They haven't had meat in a long time." Despite this, Aunt Li couldn't bring herself to take advantage of Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai sighed. "Aunt, you must have heard about my family situation. Even if this fish is more expensive than tofu, I can't eat it with tong tong and aki. If it sits too long, it won't be fresh and will go to waste. Please do me a favor, and let's make a trade." After thinking about it and realizing how hard it is for the three children, Aunt Li hesitated but finally agreed, saying, "All right then, I'll shamelessly take advantage of you this time." Aunt Li gave Zhuang Yundai a bamboo basket with a large piece of tofu inside, covered with a layer of cloth to keep it clean. Zhuang Yundai handed over the big fish and promised to return the basket in the afternoon. Just as she was about to leave, Aunt Li insisted on giving her 3 millet cakes. Zhuang Yundai was about to protest, but Aunt Li quickly closed the door and said through it, "Good child, if you don't accept, I won't have the face to take your fish." Zhuang Yundai paused and didn't push back anymore, saying, "If that's the case, thank you. Aunt Li, I'm leaving now. Be careful on the way," came Aunt Li's caring voice from behind the door. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile. After getting the tofu, she didn't go home but instead visited the butcher again to trade a fish for a piece of pork belly. The last fish went to Wang Tsuetsue's family. They had saved their rations for her the day before, so she felt grateful and wanted to share something good with them. As for her own family, unfortunately, where were they when the children were on the brink of starvation and illness? Wang Tsuetsue's mother firmly refused to accept the fish Zhuang Yundai brought, saying, "You child, take it back. We don't know your family's situation right now. You should eat this fish with tong tong and aki." Zhuang Yundai wasn't good at insisting or pushing back because in the end times, there was no such thing as taking turns. Strength is respected, and the winner is king. Humility? That doesn't exist. Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment and decided not to insist on giving the fish to Wang Tsuetsue's family. She said goodbye to Wang Tsuetsue and her mother, carrying the tofu she exchanged from Tofu Li and the fatty pork she got from the butcher, and returned to the old courtyard. In the courtyard, Zhuang Yunqi was using a clay pot with a broken bottom to boil water. Though the little one was small, he looked quite capable, clearly used to boiling water. For some reason, Zhuang Yundai felt a bit uneasy seeing the young child, thin and weak, handling chores so skillfully. "I'll do it," She intended to take the fire stick from Zhuang Yunqi, but he shook his head and refused. Sister, you've been busy all morning. You should rest for a bit. Then I'll go clean the fish, sister. Tong Tong already washed the fish. Zhuang Yuntong chimed in, proudly pointing to the 3 fish laid on some leaves. Her voice was sweet and soft, filled with excitement. Look how clean Tong Tong washed them. Zhuang Yundai saw that the fish had indeed been cleaned well. The insides were spotless, and there was no trace of blood. Seeing little Yuntong's eager expression for praise, she exaggerated a bit but was sincere. Wow, how amazing our Tong Tong is. These 3 fish are so clean. Later, I'll give you the biggest piece of fish. Zhuang Yuntong was so happy she seemed ready to fly. Her joy was evident as she said, Tong Tong used to wash fish at Grandma's, and only Wenyu could eat. Today, Tong Tong can eat fish too. She tilted her head and seriously told Zhuang Yundai, but Tong Tong will only eat a small piece. The biggest fish meat is for you, sister, so you can stay healthy. Zhuang Yundai hugged Zhuang Yuntong tightly. Good girl. Don't say such thoughtful things. You're still a little baby. Zhuang Yuntong tilted her head in confusion, but enjoyed being close to her sister and was willing to listen to her. She nodded twice to show she understood. Then, seeing Zhuang Yundai still holding a fish, she eagerly said, Sister, let me wash that one too. Washing fish wasn't a heavy task, and seeing little Yuntong so eager, Zhuang Yundai couldn't refuse her kind intention. She happily handed the fish to Zhuang Yuntong, who cheerfully took it and ran off to wash it. Zhuang Yunqi had eyes like black grapes, and they looked at Zhuang Yundai with some expectation. Zhuang Yundai praised Zhuang Yunqi enthusiastically, saying, Our Aki is amazing. She knew the eldest sister would want hot water when she returned, so she started boiling it in advance. That's great. Zhuang Yunqi tried to hold back her laughter, but couldn't help but smile widely. Zhuang Yundai, full of energy, poured the hot water Zhuang Yunqi prepared into several bamboo cups for storage. She then took the piece of fatty pork she brought back and rendered some lard in a clay pot. Since the pot couldn't fit 4 fish at once, Zhuang Yundai decided to fry them one by one, using the lard to cook the fish until both sides were golden brown. The aroma alone drew the 2 little ones to the makeshift stove they had set up, and they wouldn't leave. Zhuang Yunqi, still a bit shy, pretended to help Zhuang Yundai with the fire while occasionally taking deep breaths of the delicious smell. Zhuang Yuntong couldn't hold back any longer and squatted by the pot, nearly drooling as she stared at the fish. Zhuang Yundai chuckled and poured the hot water she had prepared earlier into the clay pot. The pot needed to be tilted for use, so there wasn't much room for water, let alone adding some tofu. Zhuang Yundai decided to split the cooking into 2 batches. When the first batch of carp and tofu was ready, Zhuang Yuntong's eyes widened. She slurped her saliva and stared at the fish soup, saying, It smells so good. Despite the simple conditions, Zhuang Yundai's cooking skills were impressive. She managed the heat perfectly, and the carp and tofu dish turned out with a milky white soup that was both fresh and fragrant. The tender white tofu floating in the fish soup was very appetizing. With a smile, Zhuang Yundai filled a bamboo cup for both Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, giving each child a pair of chopsticks made from bamboo. To avoid any arguments between the 2 kids, Zhuang Yundai spoke first, You 2 eat first. I have some things to do later, and will eat the second batch. She put on a serious face, saying, Otherwise, the eldest sister will be unhappy. Only then did Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi hesitantly take the bamboo cups. Zhuang Yuntong couldn't wait to drink the fish soup, and Zhuang Yundai noticed just in time. She quickly grabbed little Yuntong and said helplessly on it, It's hot. Zhuang Yuntong smiled foolishly, lowered her head, and began to puff her cheeks, blowing gently. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself that these 2 children were clearly fraternal twins. Little Aki was just born a little earlier than little Yuntong, yet she was much more mature and steady. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly heard a sharp intake of breath. Hiss! Zhuang Yundai turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw her mature and steady little brother, Zhuang Yunqi, sticking out his tongue and hissing as he took in cold air. It was clear he had drunk too quickly and burned himself. Zhuang Yundai Seeing his older sister had noticed, Zhuang Yunqi's face turned red with embarrassment, holding the bamboo cup, unsure whether to drink or not. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit complicated, but finally said helplessly, "Just eat slowly. From now on, I will make delicious food for you every day." Zhuang Yunqi nodded, still blushing. At this moment, Zhuang Yuntong eagerly held up the bamboo cup for Zhuang Yundai to see. "Sister, look. It's not hot anymore." She asked Zhuang Yundai with anticipation. "Can Tongtong eat now?" "Good child, go ahead and eat." Zhuang Yundai's heart melted, and she couldn't say anything else. She realized what it felt like to be a parent who spoiled their child. Honestly, with such adorable and well-behaved kids like her little Tongtong and little Aki, how could she not be a doting parent? Spoiling them to the max. "It's so delicious," Zhuang Yuntong exclaimed, almost wanting to eat her own tongue, as she buried her head in the bamboo cup, expressing her delight incoherently. After the second pot of carp stew with tofu was ready, Zhuang Yundai didn't rush to eat. She poured a bamboo cup of fish soup, instructed the two little ones to stay at home, and then took the cup of fish soup to Wang Tsuetsue's house. As soon as Wang Tsuetsue smelled the fresh fish soup, her eyes widened, and she took a deep sniff. Once she realized what it was, she felt a bit shy and quietly swallowed. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was shocked to see the milky white fish soup and asked Sister Dai, "Did you make this yourself?" Zhuang Yundai smiled gently and handed the bamboo cup filled with fish soup to Wang Tsuetsue. "Yes, Auntie, I made it myself. It's nothing special, just something for Tsuetsue to try." Wang Tsuetsue was almost enchanted by the fragrant milky white fish soup, but she also knew that Zhuang Yundai and her siblings were struggling and often went hungry, yet they still took the time to bring her a bowl. She knew she shouldn't accept it. But this milky white carp stew with tofu smelled too good. Wang Tsuetsue looked at her mother, hesitantly. Wang Tsuetsue's mother sighed and said helplessly, "Take it. It's your sister's kind gesture." Wang Tsuetsue cheered and took the bowl of fish soup from Zhuang Yundai, smiling sweetly and thanking her. "Thank you, Sister Dai. This smells so good." She couldn't wait to take a sip from the bamboo cup, and after tasting it, she was stunned. "This is so delicious." Wang Tsuetsue quickly held the cup to her mother's lips, urging, "Mom, you have to try this. It's so fresh." Wang Tsuetsue's mother couldn't resist her daughter's kindness and took a sip of the fish soup. Just one sip left her amazed. Although they were a rural family and usually ate just to fill their stomachs without caring much about taste, it didn't mean they couldn't recognize good flavors. This fish soup was so tasty that it reminded her of the time when their family was better off. Back then, after giving birth to Wang Tsuetsue, her husband, Wang Dali, had hired a chef from a nearby wedding to make her a pot of fish soup for nourishment. The soup Zhuang Yundai brought was just as good as she remembered. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was speechless. "Good child, your skills." Zhuang Yundai had already prepared her response. "In the past, I seemed silly, but I understood things in my heart. After watching my family do things, I learned. But for some reason, it felt like there was a veil over my mind, and even though I understood, I couldn't do anything. Now that I'm better, everything just comes naturally." Wang Tsuetsue's mother sighed. "You really fit that saying. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." Zhuang Yundai smiled softly. When she left Wang Tsuetsue's house, she had the clean bamboo cup and a small bag of wild fruits. "These aren't valuable," Wang Tsuetsue's mother said, handing her the fruits wrapped in leaves. "Earlier, Tsuetsue's second brother set some traps in the mountains, and this morning he picked these while checking them. They're quite sweet, so take some back for Tongtong to enjoy." Hearing the words "set traps," Zhuang Yundai felt a little intrigued and smiled brighter. "Then I won't be polite, Auntie." After a pause, she asked, "Annie, did your brother catch a lot in the mountains?" Wang Tsuetsue's mother was quite optimistic about this. "Oh, it's usually not much. Most of the time, he doesn't catch anything. But sometimes, if luck is on his side, he might catch a rabbit or something in 4 or 5 tries." Zhuang Yundai had an idea in her mind and quickly said, "Aunt, I'm quite interested in this. Next time when my second brother goes into the mountains, please call me along." Wang Tsuetsue's mother agreed immediately. Zhuang Yundai then held a bamboo cup in one hand and a small bag of wild fruits in the other as she headed home. However, before she reached her doorstep, she saw that the door of their shabby courtyard was wide open, and her expression changed. Faintly, she could hear Zhuang Yuntong crying. Zhuang Yundai's face changed, and she ran towards the small courtyard. When she arrived, she saw the yard in disarray. The cooking pot had been knocked over, spilling fish soup everywhere. A slightly plump girl of average height stood nearby with her arms crossed, scolding Zhuang Yuntong. "Why are you crying? You just cry all day long." Zhuang Qi protected her younger sister, who was wiping her tears, standing firm and silently confronting the girl. At that moment, the girl noticed Zhuang Yundai running in and gave her a sideways glance. Then, remembering something, she exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the silly girl? I heard you're not silly anymore." Zhuang Yundai recognized the girl as Zhuang Wenxiang, the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Zhuang family. She was considered a pretty girl but often acted two-faced. The original owner and her younger siblings had often been bullied by Zhuang Wenxiang and her brother Zhuang Wenyu. Zhuang Yundai kept a cold expression and ignored Zhuang Wenxiang, walking straight to Zhuang Yuntong. She squatted down, gently touched Zhuang Yuntong's face and spoke softly, "Tong Tong, what happened?" Seeing Zhuang Yundai, Zhuang Yuntong cried even harder, sobbing, "Elder sister, you haven't eaten your fish soup yet." Zhuang Qi clenched her fists and whispered, "Elder sister, Wenxiang wants to eat the fish soup, but it was saved for you." When we wouldn't let her have it, she knocked the pot over. Zhuang Yundai understood the situation. She wiped Zhuang Yuntong's tears and said, "It's okay, Tong Tong. I understand. This isn't a big deal. I'll catch more fish later." Zhuang Yuntong nodded through her tears. After comforting her sister, Zhuang Yundai stood up and looked coldly at Zhuang Wenxiang. Zhuang Wenxiang, however, seemed to have discovered something new, covering her mouth with her handkerchief and laughing excitedly. "I heard the silly girl is not silly anymore. I thought someone was fooling me, but it turns out to be true. Why are you pretending to have such a deep sisterly bond with me?" "Oh, sisterly love? Just you all?"
Ha ha ha.
She laughed uncontrollably, as if the three of them, Zhuang Yundai and her siblings, were not worthy of sibling affection. Zhuang Yundai's gaze turned slightly cold, but her face showed an innocent smile as she said slowly, "I thought a wild dog had entered the courtyard, which is why it was like this. But looking closer, it's just you, Sister Wenxiang. I must have been mistaken. It's been years of hardship, and food is always precious."
How could anyone waste food like that?
"Don't you agree, Sister Wenxiang?" Zhuang Wenxiang's expression changed instantly. She never expected that this silly girl, who used to be so naive, would now be so sharp-tongued. How dare she insult her like that?
You.
Zhuang Wenxiang clenched the handkerchief in her hand, raising the other hand. "You orphan. Even if you're not foolish anymore, you're still a mess. Today, as your older sister, I will teach you a lesson." Zhuang Yundai didn't back away. She even sneered and leaned in closer. "Go ahead and hit me," Zhuang Yundai said with a cold smile. "If you dare to slap me today, I won't do anything else. I'll go to Master Zhu's house in the county with this slapped face and let them see what kind of person is about to enter their door." Zhuang Wenxiang's mind went blank, and she gasped in disbelief. "You dare?" Zhuang Yundai was unafraid, her smile gentle. "Why not give it a try?" Zhuang Wenxiang took several deep breaths to calm down, but she still tightly twisted the handkerchief in her hands, her eyes filled with caution. Zhuang Yundai looked at Zhuang Wenxiang's expression and sneered. Zhuang Wenxiang was 15 this year, slightly plump, which many considered a sign of good fortune. Later, a wealthy family named Zhu in the county wanted to buy a few girls with good backgrounds as concubines because the lady of the house had not been able to bear children. Coincidentally, someone from the Fu family was working as a laundress in the Zhu household, and this news spread. When Fu heard it while visiting her family, she immediately became interested. Her sister Xiang looked like she was blessed, and with her curvy figure, she seemed perfect for having children. If she became a concubine in a wealthy family, their family would be related to the rich, right? Then, they could ask the wealthy family to help her brother, and their family would prosper. The more Fu thought about it, the more excited she became. She hurried home to discuss this with Zhuang Wenxiang. At first, Zhuang Wenxiang was hesitant when she heard that Mr. Zhu was already in his 30s, about the same age as her parents. Fu comforted her, saying, "Weren't you envious of that girl from the Liu family who got a new box of makeup at the market? You even asked your dad for it. Once you become a concubine in a wealthy family, you won't just get one box of makeup. You could have 10 or 8 boxes. Would a rich family hold back on you? Xiang, you've always been the most outstanding and fortunate girl in our village. Once you marry into the Zhu family, who else in the nearby villages would have a better match?" Thinking about it, Zhuang Wenxiang felt tempted. Eventually, Fu decided to spend money and pull some strings to send Zhuang Wenxiang to Mrs. Zhu through a matchmaker. The matchmaker praised Zhuang Wenxiang in front of Mrs. Zhu, saying she had a round face and looked blessed, and her figure suggested she could bear children. Mrs. Zhu was intrigued. However, wealthy families always have their own rules. Although Mrs. Zhu was interested, she asked Zhuang Wenxiang to wait for news at home. If this worked out, the Zhu family would send a betrothal gift, and the Zhuang family wouldn't need to provide a dowry. They would simply carry her in a sedan chair to the Zhu residence. For the next few days, Zhuang Wenxiang waited at home for news. At the same time, Zhuang Yundai fell ill, and Fu whispered to Mr. Zhuang and Mrs. Zhuang that this was the most important time for Xiang, and they couldn't let illness ruin the girl's future. So, Zhuang Yundai was sent to the old, crumbling house under the pretense of needing a quiet place to recover. If it weren't for the two little ones, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, insisting on coming along to take care of Zhuang Yundai, the original owner might have passed away even sooner. Clearly, Zhuang Wenxiang's potential marriage was the most important matter for the whole family right now. Because of this, whenever Zhuang Yundai mentioned Mr. Zhu and Mrs. Zhu, Zhuang Wenxiang's expression changed. After a while, Zhuang Wenxiang finally suppressed her anger and forced a somewhat stiff smile as she said to Zhuang Yundai, "Oh, sister, I was just joking with you. How could I hit you?" Zhuang Yundai smiled faintly, but did not respond. "Also, I came this time because Grandma asked me to visit you." Zhuang Wenxiang coughed and finally revealed her purpose for coming. Yesterday, the Zhuang family sent Zhuang Wenyu to the clinic in the county, and today they sent a message back with someone who had been working in the county. They said that after inducing vomiting and timely rescue, the doctor said Zhuang Wenyu was not in any life-threatening danger. However, for safety, he needed to be observed in the clinic for most of the day, and if nothing else happened, he could come back in the afternoon. With this news, Zhuang Lixi, who stayed at home, finally felt relieved. Once her heart settled, Zhuang Lixi remembered hearing that her second granddaughter not only recovered but also seemed to have her wits about her again. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuang Lixi originally planned to go see for herself, but since Zhuang Wenxiang and Zhuang Wenyu had been forgetting to bring food to Zhuang Yundai and the others, she worried Zhuang Lixi might notice something. So, she quickly suggested to Zhuang Lixi that as the older sister, she was also concerned about her younger siblings who had moved out to recover, and it would be better for her to check on them. What a selfless statement. Zhuang Lixi was immediately touched and agreed. Zhuang Wenxiang had expected to find Zhuang Yundai and the others weak from hunger, but to her surprise, the 3 siblings not only looked fine but seemed to be doing quite well. They were even making fish soup in the yard. She hadn't eaten fish in a long time. Zhuang Wenxiang initially thought about grabbing some to eat, but she didn't expect that Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, who usually feared her, would actually have the courage to stop her this time. So, Zhuang Wenxiang immediately knocked over the clay pot. Not letting her eat? Fine, no one would eat then. As for the fish soup, it was an accident when I knocked it over, Zhuang Wenxiang said, suppressing her anger and forcing a smile. We're all family, so I'm sure my younger siblings won't hold it against me, right? Being upset about this would just seem distant and make us look foolish, wouldn't it? Zhuang Yuntong pouted and said nothing. Zhuang Yunqi clenched his little fists but didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. However, Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly. What Sister Wenxiang said is true. She said slowly, we are all family, so there's really no need to fuss over this. Zhuang Wenxiang's eyes flashed with disdain. She tossed her handkerchief and said, All right, I've seen enough of you. I'm going back to report to Grandma. Zhuang Wenxiang turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhuang Yundai called out to her from behind, Sister Wenxiang. Zhuang Wenxiang instinctively turned around. But then, a cup of water was splashed on her, drenching her face and hair. Water dripped from Zhuang Wenxiang's face, and for a moment, she was stunned. When she finally reacted, she was furious. The blessed look that had been praised many times turned fierce in an instant. She felt her scalp tingle as she shouted at Zhuang Yundai, Zhuang Yundai. She couldn't believe that the silly girl she had bullied for over 10 years had the nerve to splash water on her. While Zhuang Wenxiang was in disbelief and rage, Zhuang Yundai smiled lightly and said, Oh, my hand slipped. Before Zhuang Wenxiang could respond further, Zhuang Yundai added cheerfully, We're family, so I'm sure Sister Wenxiang won't blame her little sister for this and make a scene, right? After a pause, she added with a bright smile, After all, Sister Wenxiang has always been kind to her siblings and has the grace of an older sister. I've heard that wealthy families in the county value this. The first part was a line Zhuang Wenxiang had used to dismiss Zhuang Yundai earlier, now thrown back at her like that cup of water. The second part struck right at Zhuang Wenxiang's weak spot. Zhuang Wenxiang took a moment to regain her composure, finally calming down after a while. She forced a smile, stared at Zhuang Yundai for a moment, and said darkly, Silly girl, you've grown bold. Zhuang Yundai smiled slowly at Zhuang Wenxiang. The original character was very thin and had recently been ill, so her face lacked any fullness, making her large, dark eyes stand out even more. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Wenxiang. After facing life and death, a person must change a bit, don't you think? Zhuang Wenxiang felt a lump in her throat, and after wiping her face with her handkerchief in frustration, she walked away angrily, without looking back. Once Zhuang Wenxiang left, Zhuang Yuntong sighed in relief. Her tense body relaxed. It wasn't surprising that the young girl was scared of her. In the past, Zhuang Yundai had been foolish, their mother was often absent, and Zhuang Wenxiang was skilled at putting on a show. The three siblings had suffered quite a bit at Zhuang Wenxiang's hands. However, at this moment, Zhuang Yuntong saw that Zhuang Wenxiang was easily put off by her older sister's few words, which was a huge shock to her. She was very happy and wanted to smile, but when she looked at the mess on the ground, her smile faded, and she looked like she was about to cry. Wah, the fish soup. Zhuang Yunqi also felt upset, his spirit visibly drooping. Zhuang Yundai was angry too. People who had come from a difficult world valued food deeply and couldn't stand seeing others waste it. That's why she splashed water on Zhuang Wenxiang earlier. It was partly to stand up for her younger siblings and partly because she was angry about the wasted food. But now, Zhuang Yundai tried to comfort Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi. It's okay, don't worry. Later, I'll catch some fish, and I'll make grilled fish for you tonight. Zhuang Yunqi, with his small worried face, said, But what will you eat now, big sister? I feel guilty. I shouldn't have drunk all my bowl. I should have saved some for you. Zhuang Yuntong also looked downcast. Wah. It's my fault. I shouldn't have opened the door. The two little ones' guilt made Zhuang Yundai feel very sad, and she wanted to scold Zhuang Wenxiang. However, she still tried her best to comfort the two kids. It's okay. We still have the sorghum cakes from Aunt Lee. They will fill our stomachs. After saying that, she started a fire and lightly toasted the sorghum cakes, adding some juice she had squeezed from certain leaves she picked in the mountains. As the juice touched the sorghum cakes and was heated by the fire, a strange and delightful aroma filled the air. Even though Zhuang Yuntong's little belly was already full, she couldn't help but feel hungry. Big sister. It smells so good. What did you put on it? Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, It's a kind of seasoning. She then asked Zhuang Yuntong, Do you want to try some? In a world where supplies were scarce, seasonings were as precious as gold and rarely seen. Zhuang Yundai, who loved good food, found many natural substitutes for seasonings, using the natural flavors of plants instead of synthetic ones. Zhuang Yuntong swallowed but still refused, purposely puffing out her little belly for Zhuang Yundai to see. "Big sister, I'm full. I won't eat anymore." Seeing Zhuang Yuntong almost drooling, Zhuang Yundai chuckled and broke off a small piece of the sorghum cake, offering it to her. "Just try a little." Zhuang Yuntong hesitated for a moment, wanting to eat but worried that if she took a bite, Zhuang Yundai wouldn't have enough to eat. Zhuang Yundai simply stuffed the cake into Zhuang Yuntong's mouth. Zhuang Yuntong's eyes widened with excitement as she chewed the cake, mumbling yummy. Zhuang Yundai broke off a small piece and asked the clearly eager Zhuang Yunqi, "Are you going to eat it yourself, or do you want your big sister to feed you?" Zhuang Yunqi blushed and quickly replied, "I'll do it myself." He was already 5 years old, a big kid, so he couldn't let his big sister feed him. Zhuang Yunqi politely took the piece of sorghum cake, and as soon as he tasted it, his little face lit up just like Zhuang Yuntong's. Zhuang Yundai sat nearby, slowly eating her cake, and couldn't help but smile at the sight of the two little ones enjoying their treat. After finishing their meal and cleaning up the mess in the yard, Zhuang Yundai looked ready to head out again. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong followed her like little tails, watching her eagerly. "Big sister, where are you going?" they asked. In their young minds, their big sister was now amazing. She could scare off bad people, make delicious food, and even send away Wenxiang. She seemed capable of anything. They wished they could be with her all the time, but were afraid of bothering her. Seeing the two little ones wanting to follow her but hesitating, Zhuang Yundai's heart softened. She smiled and said, "I'm going to the Zhuang family. If you want to come, then let's go together." Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong were taken aback. Zhuang Yuntong pouted, "Big sister, why are we going to Annie's house?" She still remembered how her brother had once knelt and begged Annie for money to buy medicine, and how sick Zhuang Yundai had been at that time. It was a frightening memory for her. Moreover, Zhuang Wenxiang had just caused a scene, making her feel uneasy about the Zhuang family. Zhuang Yundai gently patted Zhuang Yuntong's little head and smiled kindly. "Of course we have to go. Zhuang Wenxiang broke our cooking pot, and we can't let her get away with it." Zhuang Yundai took Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong out the door. First, she went to Tofu Li's house to return the basket to Aunt Li. She didn't go empty-handed. Zhuang Yundai was skilled and had made a rattan ball for Aunt Li's little girl, Li Xiujia, to bring along. Aunt Li was half shocked and half impressed. "You child, you are so polite." Although it was just a small rattan ball, not something rare, there are skilled elders in the village who can make them. But at least they have this thoughtfulness. Plus, little Li Xiujia was so happy holding the rattan ball that she was bouncing around, which made Aunt Li look at the three siblings, Zhuang Yundai and her brothers, with a softer gaze. "Are you going out?" Aunt Li asked, seeing the three children holding hands at the door, her heart melting. These three kids were quite thin, looking like they weighed less than her eldest child combined. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "We're going to visit my grandmother." Aunt Li was taken aback. "Wait, why are you still living outside?" Zhuang Yundai chuckled. "Outside. It's pretty nice." She sighed, looking a bit worried. Just now, Sister Wenxiang went to the old house and accidentally broke the cooking pot there. There was only that one pot in the old house, so I was thinking of borrowing one for my grandmother. This was a lot to take in, and Aunt Li was momentarily speechless. Previously, the Zhuang family had said the three siblings were moved to the old house because they were sick, needing a quiet place to recover, to avoid spreading illness to the family. Now, Zhuang Yundai looked much better, so why were the three kids still outside? But Aunt Li thought maybe the Zhuang family was just busy and forgot, especially since Zhuang Wenyu had just been sent to the county after that incident, and they must have been in a rush. However, listening to the children, it seemed they were expected to cook for themselves in the old house, and the only cooking pot had been broken by their cousin from the main house. That seemed a bit excessive. Aunt Li felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. The children from the Zhuang family's second branch were living in such poor conditions. She thought of her own family. Because she also had the surname Li, her mother-in-law always insisted on the old saying of no marriage within the same surname and looked down on her. Moreover, after marrying into the family, she had given birth to 2 daughters in a row. When she was pregnant with the third, the doctor said it would be a boy, but she ended up having a miscarriage, which made her mother-in-law even more displeased with her for having 2 daughters. In this situation, how could her mother-in-law possibly be happy with her? The elderly woman at home disapproved of her and her 2 daughters, and the other families took the opportunity to criticize them. If it weren't for her husband taking responsibility and quickly moving her and the children to live separately, who knows what hardships they would have faced. Although selling tofu was a bit tough, without a mother-in-law constantly nitpicking, life was much more pleasant than before. Seeing the situation of the 3 children, Aunt Lee felt a pang of sympathy and a sense of shared suffering. She thought for a moment, wiped her hands on her apron, and untied it. By the way, your aunt from the other side took some tofu from me, without paying. I'll go with you to collect the money. The people in Xiangyang village had lived there for generations and mostly knew each other well. Borrowing a needle or a spoon of salt was common. It was also usual to take things on credit and pay later. Aunt Lee's reasons seemed reasonable and made sense. However, Zhuang Yundai was grateful. She knew Aunt Lee had waited to ask for payment with her, showing her support. In such circumstances, someone willing to extend a friendly gesture to her and her siblings was truly appreciated. She sincerely thanked Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee laughed. "You're too polite." Aunt Lee reminded her eldest child to look after her younger sisters and walked with Zhuang Yundai and her siblings toward the Zhuang family. On the way, they encountered several village women chatting in the shade. When they saw Aunt Lee and the 3 children, their eyes lit up. At the end of summer, the fields weren't too busy, so they gathered to pass the time talking about various things. Recently, the hottest topic in Xiangyang village was about Zhuang's daughter, who had been slow-witted for years but suddenly seemed normal after a serious illness. Although they had heard of similar stories from other places, they had never seen it happen themselves. This time, it was happening right in front of them. One of the village women eagerly greeted Aunt Lee. "Hey, Lee's eldest girl." Aunt Lee smiled and exchanged pleasantries. The women quickly turned the conversation to Zhuang Yundai. "Isn't that Zhuang's second daughter?" They had also heard that after Zhuang Yundai became normal, she was quite impressive. In the morning, with just a few words, Yang Hongxiu was sent away. Zhuang Yundai faced the curious gazes of the crowd and smiled gracefully, saying, "Hello, aunties." The village women were surprised to hear Zhuang Yundai speak so clearly and greet them first. They exclaimed, "She really isn't foolish. Isn't this what others had said before about her being blessed?" One of the village women warmly asked, "Arya, where are you going?" Zhuang Yundai forced a smile and replied, "I'm going to my grandmother's house." Another woman asked, "What are you going to do at your grandmother's?" Zhuang Yundai appeared a bit shy and hesitant, as if she didn't want to say more. But her expression made it clear to anyone watching that something was up. Several village women exchanged knowing glances, certain that there was something interesting to see. They didn't ask further and cheerfully said, "This child is still a bit shy with us. How about this? We have nothing to do, so we'll accompany you." Zhuang Yundai repeatedly declined, saying that wouldn't be good. However, the village women insisted, "It's fine, we have time." A smile flashed in Zhuang Yundai's eyes, and she felt grateful for their enthusiasm. "Ah, then I appreciate your help." Thus, what started as a group of Zhuang Yundai and her siblings grew to include Aunt Lee and several village women eager to see what would happen as they headed toward the Zhuang family home. At the end of summer, the sun was still hot, even though there was a hint of autumn's coolness. The village's dirt road stirred up dust as the group walked, adding to the heat. Before long, they arrived at the Zhuang family's front gate. Zhuang Yundai looked up at the familiar yet strange farmhouse. The entrance was quite impressive, with sturdy wooden doors painted red, securely closing off the courtyard, making it look very safe. The courtyard had a wall, which, although made of mud bricks, was different from most homes in Xiangyang village. Most other homes had fences around their yards, and one could often hear the sounds of children playing next door. However, Zhuang Yundai knew what lay beyond the wall. It was a spacious and bright house with 5 rooms, a kitchen, and a storage shed for miscellaneous items. It's much better than most homes in Xiangyang village. Zhuang Yundai wanted to laugh. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Who is it? A clear, youthful voice came from inside. Just by the spirit in that voice, no one would guess that this was Zhuang Wenxiang, who had caused a scene at Zhuang Yundai's old, rundown house half an hour ago. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, Sister Wenxiang, it's me, Yundai. The person inside seemed to bump into something. The door swung open, revealing Zhuang Wenxiang's angry face. Zhuang Wenxiang had originally opened her mouth to scold, but upon seeing Zhuang Yundai, who was not alone but accompanied by several village aunties, most of whom loved to gossip, she was startled. Almost immediately, she forced her angry expression into a somewhat twisted smile. Oh, it's my sister Yundai. Zhuang Wenxiang paused, then greeted each of the aunties with a friendly smile. The village women, seemingly oblivious to Zhuang Wenxiang's earlier expression, cheerfully said, We haven't seen you in a few days. You look even prettier now, Sister Xiang. Hearing this, Zhuang Wenxiang felt delighted and relaxed her grip on the door. Oh, really? Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Yundai slipped into the yard, laughing as she ran. I'm going to talk to Grandma. Zhuang Wenxiang was furious, but didn't want to lose her temper in front of so many aunties. With a forced smile, she was about to say something to send them away when Aunt Li, who sold tofu, spoke up. Good child, is your grandma home? By the way, your mother owes me for some tofu she took earlier. If your grandma is home, maybe you can settle that? Aunt Li had a valid reason, and Zhuang Wenxiang couldn't stop her, so she awkwardly smiled and stepped aside to let Aunt Li in. Well, I'll go call my grandma. However, during this conversation, the other village women, cheerfully acting as if nothing was wrong, followed Aunt Li into the yard. We haven't seen you, Aunt Li, in a while. The weather's nice today, so we thought we'd come visit. Zhuang Wenxiang looked up at the somewhat gloomy sky and thought, really? The weather is nice? She felt frustrated. This group of gossiping women was just here to see the commotion at her house. However, Zhuang Wenxiang usually puts on a front, so she couldn't just confront those village women and kick them out. She forced a smile and said, My grandma is resting. The village women ignored Zhuang Wenxiang's refusal and shouted towards the main room, Aunt Li, we are here to see you. Here, Aunt Li refers to Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Wenxiang's grandmother, Zhuang Lixi. Although Zhuang Lixi and Aunt Li are not closely related, they are connected through distant family ties. Hearing the noise outside, Zhuang Lixi came out from her room. The sun was quite bright, and she instinctively squinted her eyes. First, she noticed the village women standing next to her eldest granddaughter, Zhuang Wenxiang, and was taken aback before spotting Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai looked completely different from the sickly appearance she had when she was recovering. Although she was still a bit thin, which child doesn't lose weight when they are ill? That was not a big deal. Zhuang Lixi's face lit up with joy. Silly girl, you really are better now? Through the original owner's memories, Zhuang Yundai knew that Zhuang Lixi was soft-hearted and lacked strong opinions. If one were to say she was bad, that wouldn't be entirely true. But to call her a qualified elder? That seemed unfair to Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. If she truly cared for them, she wouldn't have listened to the Fu family and sent the 3 children to the old house to fend for themselves. Zhuang Yundai could even vaguely feel the original owner's lingering emotions. She both longed for and felt disappointed in her grandmother, Zhuang Lixi. However, right now, Zhuang Yundai had her own agenda. She needed to take advantage of the fact that most of the Zhuang family members were not around to gather some things. Grandma, Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly at Zhuang Lixi. I am much better now. Zhuang Lixi was somewhat excited. Your silly illness is really gone? She had heard from Zhuang Wenxiang that although Zhuang Yundai's silly illness was cured, she seemed to have become more perceptive. Zhuang Lixi thought that being more perceptive was a good thing. It would help her avoid being deceived. Perhaps heaven was compensating for the years of foolishness this child had endured. Zhuang Lixi had thought this before, and now seeing Zhuang Yundai, She felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but step closer, taking Zhuang Yundai's hand to examine her closely. The nearby village women chimed in, "Hey, Aunt Lee, your girl is truly lucky. She's a person of great fortune." Who doesn't like to hear others say they are blessed as they get older? Granny Zhuang smiled widely and nodded repeatedly, saying, "This child is indeed very fortunate." Seeing that the conversation was going well and Granny Zhuang was in a good mood, Zhuang Yundai quietly pulled her hand away from Granny Zhuang's and said with a smile, "Grandma, I came this time to ask you for a pot." This statement not only surprised Granny Zhuang but also stunned the village women who had come to watch. In a farming family, asking for a pot is not a good sign. It means starting a new household and dividing the family. Zhuang Yundai did want to separate, but she knew this was not the right time to bring it up. Her only simple goal now was to get a pot. Since Zhuang Wenxiang had broken her cooking pot, wasn't it reasonable for her to ask for one? Older people dislike hearing their children talk about dividing the family. Granny Zhuang raised 3 sons and 3 daughters, but only 2 sons and 1 married daughter remained. She certainly did not want her descendants to be arguing about separation while she was still alive. However, when Zhuang Yundai mentioned it, Granny Zhuang felt a bit unhappy but didn't get angry with her. Everyone knew that Zhuang Yundai had just recently been foolish, and foolish words should be treated differently. Granny Zhuang patiently asked Zhuang Yundai, "Why do you want a pot?" Zhuang Yundai replied innocently, "To cook, Grandma." "How can I cook without a pot? What will I eat with Aki Tongtong? What if we starve?" At this, Zhuang Wenxiang's expression changed. Oh no, she had forgotten about that. Granny Zhuang was stunned for a moment and then became a bit angry, saying, "Child, what nonsense are you talking about? How could you starve in this house?" As she spoke, she nervously glanced at the gossiping village women. These women were not bad at heart, but they loved to talk about others. Now, with Zhuang Yundai saying such things in front of them, it was likely that tomorrow they would spread rumors like the Zhuang family is deliberately starving the children of the second household. Granny Zhuang couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards Zhuang Yundai. Wasn't she still a bit foolish? Zhuang Yundai showed a hint of fear on her face and said, "Grandma, I'm not talking nonsense." Aunt Lee also chimed in, "Cousin, I don't think the kids are just making this up. Look at how thin they are." Aunt Lee, related to the family through marriage, called Mrs. Zhuang cousin as per the family ties. Mrs. Zhuang grew increasingly unhappy. The child was sick not long ago. How could she not lose weight? Even though we moved the silly girl out to recover, it was for the good of the family and for her to rest. I made sure food was sent over every day. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Even if the cornmeal is made from rice husks, can't we, as farmers, eat rice husks? How could we let anyone starve? Zhuang Wenxiang quietly took a step back, feeling uneasy. She had thought Zhuang Yundai was a fool, and that Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi were just 2 little kids hanging around the fool, so not many people believed what they said. Therefore, whenever Mrs. Zhuang asked her to deliver food, she did it based on her mood, occasionally going just to ensure that Zhuang Yundai and her siblings didn't starve to death. She had never considered that there would come a day when the truth would be revealed. But she also never imagined that Zhuang Yundai, the fool, would one day not be foolish anymore. At that moment, Zhuang Yundai looked confused. Sent on time? A hint of grievance crossed her face. "Grandma, that's not true. During the days I was recovering at the old house, I almost only had 1 meal a day, sometimes just every other day." Zhuang Yuntong's eyes were red. "Grandma, I was so hungry during those days. But I didn't dare to go to Grandpa and Grandma because they said I might spread my illness to them." The village women frowned at what Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong said. These kids couldn't eat much anyway, and they were supposed to be recovering. Was it really necessary for them to eat only once every few days? Faced with the skeptical gazes of everyone, Mrs. Zhuang exclaimed, feeling flustered. "No, I clearly asked Xiang to send food every meal." As she spoke, Mrs. Zhuang slowly realized something and exclaimed again. She turned to Zhuang Wenxiang. "Xiang, what's going on here?" Everyone in the yard turned their attention to Zhuang Wenxiang. Zhuang Wenxiang could only put on a very aggrieved expression, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, looking teary-eyed. Grandma, I did send food on time. I don't know why my second sister and little sister are saying this. She let out a sigh and said, I understand now. It must be because I went to the old house earlier and they were making fish soup there. I thought, since we haven't had meat at home for a while, why didn't they bring a bowl of fish soup to Grandma and Grandpa? So I wanted to go check it out, but I accidentally knocked over the pot that my second sister was using to make the fish soup. Maybe that's why she said that to me. As Zhuang Wenxiang spoke, she looked more and more upset, and by the end, she quietly started to cry. Second sister, it's all my fault. I didn't know you couldn't eat the steamed buns mixed with rice bran, so I thought it was because the family didn't bring you food, right? But you don't understand. Our family is really struggling. Uncle has been at war for so many years, and my parents are working hard to feed us all. If we don't mix rice bran into the steamed buns, no one will be full. Zhuang Wenxiang usually pretended to be strong, but when she said this, everyone hesitated and felt a bit sorry for her. In these tough times, every family had to mix in some rice bran to feel full. Although it might not taste great, it really did help with hunger. In this day and age, if a family didn't mix rice bran into their steamed buns, they would be envied by others. When Zhuang Wenxiang cried, no one knew what to say. However, Zhuangli seemed to be led astray by Zhuang Wenxiang's words. Huh? You made fish soup without telling the family? Zhuang Yundai glanced at Zhuang Wenxiang, who was quietly crying with red eyes, and thought, what's the big deal about crying? Everyone can cry, right? She discreetly pinched her thigh and quickly shed a few tears. Grandma, I haven't seen the steamed buns Zhuang Wenxiang mentioned in a long time. Just yesterday, Cui Cui's mother secretly gave me and Tong Tong 3 steamed buns because she thought we were too thin. Cui Cui's family is struggling too, but if Tong Tong and I can eat something, we can't take their steamed buns. Several village women nodded in agreement, understanding her point. Everyone eats steamed buns. Would anyone intentionally avoid their own and only eat what others give them? Were they afraid of starving? Zhuang Yundai continued to cry. Today, I got lucky and caught a few fish. I just took a bowl to Cui Cui's house to let them taste it, thinking I would bring the rest of the fish back for Grandma. But when I got home, I saw that Zhuang Wenxiang had knocked over the pot of fish soup meant for you. Grandma, think about it. I already took a bowl to Cui Cui's house. How could I not bring you one? Zhuang Wenxiang stirred up trouble in front of Zhuangli, claiming that Zhuang Yundai and her siblings were eating secretly behind everyone's back. Zhuang Yundai quickly countered that Zhuang Wenxiang had knocked over the fish soup she intended to give to Zhuangli. In the end, Zhuang Yundai successfully asked Zhuangli for a pot. Zhuangli originally meant to say that since Yundai was better, she should move back. Zhuang Yundai refused, using the excuse that she wasn't fully recovered and needed more time to rest. Zhuangli wanted to say more, but Zhuang Wenxiang was anxious and quietly tugged at Zhuangli's sleeve. Zhuangli valued Zhuang Wenxiang, so she swallowed her words. After Zhuang Yundai left with the 2 younger ones and the pot, Zhuangli gave some money for tofu to Aunt Li, and the curious village women happily left together. Although they didn't say anything, Zhuangli felt a bit embarrassed. Once everyone was gone, she quickly closed the courtyard gate and asked Zhuang Wenxiang, Xiang, what's going on with the food delivery? Zhuang Wenxiang shrugged off the blame onto Zhuang Wenyu. I remembered, Grandma. There were times I was busy and asked Wenyu to deliver it. Maybe he forgot, because he was being playful. Zhuangli thought of her beloved grandson suffering in the county and changed her tone. Oh, boys can be mischievous. It happens. This matter was brushed aside lightly. As for Zhuang Yundai and her siblings going hungry at the old house, well, they hadn't starved to death, had they? During the famine, who hadn't gone hungry? Missing a few meals wasn't a big deal. Zhuangli thought this way and put the matter out of her mind, then started worrying again. Xiang, why did you pull me earlier? The old house has nothing. Why not call them back home? Zhuang Wenxiang sighed and took Zhuangli's hand. Grandma, I know you care about Yundai and her siblings. Don't I care too? But think about it. Yundai was so sick at home, and as soon as she moved to the old house, she got better right away, even seeming more alert. What does that mean? It means our ancestors are watching over us in the old house. Right now, Yundai isn't fully well yet. If we move her back, what if her illness comes back? These words touched Zhuang Li's heart. Who wouldn't want their family to be blessed by their ancestors? Zhuang Li immediately smiled brightly. You're right. Let's have Yundai stay at the old house a little longer to fully recover. After speaking, Mrs. Zhuang couldn't help but think of her precious grandson suffering at the county hospital and began to worry again. I wonder how Yugur is doing now. Should we send him to the old house to recover? Zhuang Wenxiang frowned and quickly replied, Grandma, Yugur's situation is different from that of Yundai and her siblings. Since there are doctors in the county helping him, we shouldn't trouble our ancestors anymore. Mrs. Zhuang nodded in agreement. That's true. Zhuang Wenxiang continued, if you have time, why not think about preparing some good food for Yugur to help him regain his strength? Mrs. Zhuang nodded and looked at the hens in the coop, reluctantly saying, I'll go kill a chicken to make soup. When Yugur comes back tonight, I'll make sure he gets a good meal. Seeing Mrs. Zhuang busy with the chicken, Zhuang Wenxiang felt relieved that she had momentarily forgotten about the troubles with Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. She certainly didn't want those 3 little beggars to come back. In just a few days, the Zhu family would likely send someone to propose, and she couldn't let those 3 little beggars be at home and embarrass her. Zhuang Wenxiang happily waved her handkerchief and hummed a tune as she returned to her room. Zhuang Yundai held the pot she borrowed from the Zhuang family and said goodbye to Aunt Li at the crossroads. Aunt Li sighed, remembering what she heard earlier at the Zhuang family. Although the matter of whether they sent food was left unclear, anyone could see what was really going on. She felt nothing but pity. Why don't you come to my house for a meal later? Aunt Li said, looking affectionately at Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. She hadn't noticed before, but now she realized that not only was Zhuang Yundai smaller than her peers, but even Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, the dragon and phoenix twins she remembered, looked much smaller than her own child, who was 7 or 8 months older. It was easy to imagine what kind of life they were living. Her family wasn't well off either, but she could at least offer them a meal. Zhuang Yundai raised the pot in her hands and smiled as she politely declined. Auntie, it's okay. We have a pot and we can cook for ourselves. Watching Zhuang Yundai's small figure carrying the pot and leaving with her younger siblings, the nearby village women couldn't help but sigh. This is unfair. The Zhuang family is not treating them right. Exactly. Everyone knows how that new big house of theirs came to be. This money was earned by someone's father on the battlefield, and now they treat the 3 orphans like they are nothing.
Sigh.
What a shame. Zhuang Yundai ignored the discussions behind her and returned to the old, rundown courtyard with Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong. Today, she didn't play the victim much because she knew that if you overdo it, being pitiful loses its value. A little goes a long way. The rest should be saved for the right moment, to strike decisively. Zhuang Yundai was in a great mood, looking around at the pot. This pot was clearly made by an experienced craftsman, with perfect walls and shape. You could tell the forging skills and the number of times it was hammered were top-notch. For someone who loves to cook, having a good pot is like a swordsman getting a fine sword. Zhuang Yundai was already happily planning what delicious meal to prepare for Aki and Tong Tong with this pot. At dusk, a cart carried the Zhuang family back to Xiangyang village. It was the time when farmers were returning home with their tools, and when they saw the Zhuang family, most would stop to ask how Yugo was doing. After being asked so many times, the Zhuang family started to feel annoyed, especially Zhuang Wenyu, who wasn't feeling well. Every time someone asked, he remembered being humiliated in front of so many people. His frustration built up until they got home, and Zhuang Wenyu kicked over a broom in the courtyard. Zhuang Lisha hurried out, feeling very concerned. Yuge, be careful with your feet. She had planned to ask about the food Zhuang Wenyu was supposed to deliver to Zhuang Yundai and her siblings, wondering where he had put the leftover buns to avoid wasting food. But seeing Zhuang Wenyu's sickly and irritable state, she felt even more worried. She quickly comforted him. Yugo, I have chicken soup simmering on the stove. Would you like me to serve you a bowl? When Zhuang Wenyu heard there was chicken soup, he forced himself to calm down and said, Grandma loves me. However, Fu Shi glanced at Zhuang Wenyu and said to Zhuang Lixi, "Mother, this hen is meant to lay eggs for you and father to regain your strength. This time, Yu Ji's medical expenses cost 8 taels of silver, and I don't have much money left. If you kill a chicken for Yu Go, where will I get the money to buy another chick to replace it? For Yu Go, without your and father's eggs, I feel guilty as a daughter-in-law." Zhuang Liatongsheng was quite pleased with Fu Shi's display of filial piety and waved his hand, saying, "It's important to take care of Yu Ge." As a scholar, he believed that everyone in the Zhuang family should have the qualities admired by educated people. Fu Shi was doing well in terms of being filial. Feeling satisfied, he turned to Zhuang Lixi and said, "I remember that some young relatives from your family came to visit you recently and gave you some money as a token of respect?" "Yes, that's true," Zhuang Lixi nodded. Although Fu Shi managed the family's finances, Zhuang Lixi had saved some money for emergencies. Zhuang Liatongsheng said, "Use that money to help Yu Ge's mother. This time, it's not easy for the main family either." Zhuang Lixi hesitated for a moment, but thinking about how much money Fu Shi had spent and her desire to help the elderly couple, she nodded and replied, "All right." Wiping her hands on her apron, Zhuang Lixi said to Fu Shi, "Wait here, I'll go get the money from the room." Fu Shi covered her mouth to hide her smile and pretended to be anxious, quickly declining, "Mother, how can I take your money?" Zhuang Liatongsheng replied sternly, "As the saying goes, when an elder gives, one cannot refuse." Fu Shi appeared troubled but eventually nodded, saying, "Then thank you, father and mother." She added with admiration, "Father, you truly are well-read and understand so much. I haven't learned these things, so I will need your guidance in the future." This flattered Zhuang Liatongsheng, who stroked his beard and replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, Zhuang Lixi came out of the main room and handed an old oil paper bag directly to Fu Shi. Fu Shi could only accept it, saying she couldn't refuse. Zhuang Wenxiang watched her mother and admired how she managed to get the money willingly offered by her grandparents. She thought to herself that her mother was impressive and she should learn from her. One day, when she became the favored concubine of Lord Zhu, she could use her mother's skills to win over the wealthy Zhu family. At that moment, Zhuang Wenyu, seeing the money in his mother's hands, impatiently said, "Grandma, I'm hungry." Zhuang Lixi quickly replied, "Good grandson, go sit inside, and I will bring you chicken soup right away." With the money in hand, Fu Shi was eager to show her gratitude and said, "Mother, you go sit in the house. It's your daughter-in-law's job to serve the soup." Saying this, she hurriedly stuffed the silver coins into her pocket and went straight to the kitchen. Zhuang Laodong and Zhuang Lixi felt very pleased. This daughter-in-law is so filial. When Fu Shi entered the kitchen, she saw that there was indeed a pot of chicken soup simmering on a small flame. The soup smelled rich and fragrant. Fu Shi took a deep breath, thought about the silver coins in her pocket, and happily carried the pot of chicken soup to the dining room. Zhuang Wenyu was already a bit impatient and reached out to Fu Shi, "Mom, quickly serve me a bowl." Fu Shi gave him a playful glare, filled a bowl to the brim, and added a big chicken leg, but placed it in front of Zhuang Laodong instead. "Dad, you eat." Zhuang Laodong was even more satisfied with Fu Shi. However, he felt sorry for his eldest grandson, who had suffered, and pushed the bowl with the chicken leg toward Zhuang Wenyu. "You eat, Wenyu. Our Wenyu has really been through a lot." Zhuang Wenyu eagerly grabbed the chicken leg, burned himself a little, but still started to munch on it. Fu Shi said, "Wenyu really doesn't understand. That's your grandfather's," but she didn't stop him. Zhuang Laodong said, "Let Wenyu eat. He needs to recover. This child is lucky to have been healthy since childhood. If he hadn't thrown up, who knows what worse could have happened." Thinking about her son's suffering made Fu Shi very upset. She thought she would quietly save a bowl of chicken soup for her Wenyu later to help him recover. Zhuang Lixi looked at Zhuang Wenyu with affection and suddenly remembered something, casually reminding Fu Shi later, "You should serve a bowl of chicken soup for Xiang Jie to take to Dai Jie and her siblings." Fu Shi's expression changed slightly. But since she was playing the role of a sensible and filial daughter-in-law, she couldn't contradict Zhuang Lixi. She forced a smile and said, "Mom, there's something you might not know." Zhuang Lixi quickly asked, "What is it?" Fu Shi put on a sorrowful expression. "Mom, I haven't told you yet. Do you know how or when you got poisoned?" Zhuang Lixi gasped and asked repeatedly. "Yes, you haven't told me. What did the doctor say? How did or when you get poisoned?" Fu Shi looked very sad and wiped her tears with her hand. "Mom, it was because of Dai Jie and her siblings. Yesterday, Wenyu went to see them and found them roasting taro. Wenyu is still so young and wanted to eat some. But Dai Jie, as the older sister, wouldn't even share a bite with Wenyu. Yugo had no choice but to go to the foot of the mountain to dig up some taro to roast, but he was young and couldn't tell which wild taro was inedible, so he ended up eating the poisonous kind." Zhuang Lixi gasped, her expression changed, and her voice rose. "How could this happen?" Zhuang Wenyu stopped chewing on his chicken leg and shouted, "Grandma." After Zhuang Yundai stopped being silly, she became so arrogant. "She even told me to dream on. If she hadn't refused to share her food, I wouldn't have gone to dig for my own and wouldn't have gotten poisoned." Fu Shi sighed. "That's true. Sai, dear, I'm telling you this, so please don't be angry with Yundai. But that girl needs to be taught properly," implying that the chicken soup should not be sent to them. Fu Shi thought to herself, such nourishing chicken soup shouldn't be wasted on those 3 ungrateful kids. Not to mention, they caused Yugo to get poisoned. She would rather throw it away than let them have a sip. Zhuang Lixi's expression changed. She also wanted to say not to send them the soup. But remembering the 3 thin little faces, she hesitated and said to Fu Shi, "Fine, just 1 bowl of chicken soup. We can teach the kids slowly. After all, they were foolish before." Zhuang Liatongsheng put down his chopsticks and advised, "Indeed, just 1 bowl of chicken soup. If we don't send it, others might say we are stingy." Fu Shi, needing to play the good daughter-in-law, sighed and replied softly, "I'll listen to you, Dad and Mom." In front of Zhuang Liatongsheng and Zhuang Lixi, she scooped out a full bowl of chicken soup, which also had 5 or 6 pieces of chicken meat, looking quite good. Zhuang Liatongsheng nodded slightly, showing his satisfaction. Fu Shi stood up to take the bowl of chicken soup to the kitchen. "I'll put this chicken soup in the basket for Yundai and the others and bring it to them shortly." Zhuang Wenxiang bit the end of her chopsticks, a flash of resentment in her eyes. This old hen had so little meat in total. Because her mother wanted to be a filial daughter-in-law, her grandparents' share couldn't be less. Her father was the pillar of the family and worked hard in the fields, so her mother wouldn't want to short him either. And as for her brother Yugo, the chicken was killed for him, so how could he get less? In the end, that bowl of chicken soup was practically taken from her share. The more Zhuang Wenxiang thought about it, the more upset she became, and she found an excuse to go to the kitchen. Her mother, Fu Shi, was just taking chicken meat from the bowl of chicken soup in the basket. Zhuang Wenxiang sneaked in, and the 2 exchanged a knowing glance. Zhuang Wenxiang quickly told Fu Shi about the trouble Zhuang Yundai had caused earlier. Fu Shi angrily said, "I knew something was missing from the stove." She was upset and took a large piece of chicken, handed it to Zhuang Wenxiang, and whispered, "Hurry, those girls don't deserve this. You have another piece." Zhuang Wenxiang happily accepted it. Fu Shi took a piece for herself and started eating. There were only 5 or 6 pieces of chicken in the bowl, and now only 3 small ones were left. Thinking about the missing pot, Fu Shi spat into the chicken soup and said, "1 piece each. That's generous of us." Just then, someone outside called Fu Shi's name, and she quickly went out. In the kitchen, only Zhuang Wenxiang and the bowl of chicken soup remained. Zhuang Wenxiang looked at the soup and suddenly had a thought. She froze, her heart racing. In the rundown old house, the fire was burning brightly. Wang Tsuetsue curiously squatted beside Zhuang Yuntong, watching Zhuang Yundai prepare to cook. She hesitated. "Sister Dai, can we eat this?" The pot Zhuang Yundai was using contained snails she had collected from the creek for half the afternoon. It was a big pot full. No one in Xiangyang village ate these. Sometimes, Wang Suetsue played by the creek, picked one up, and found it smelled fishy and a bit foul. Even though she saw Sister Dai wash them many times and knew they were clean. But could people really eat this? She sometimes saw her brothers catch these to feed the ducks. Was Sister Dai really that hungry? Wang Suetsue worriedly said, Sister Dai, should I go home and ask my mom for some steamed buns? Zhuang Yundai smiled. It's fine, once it's ready, you can try it and see. Wang Suetsue's face showed a hint of conflict. Did she really have to try it? But could people eat snails? She remembered earlier, when Zhuang Yundai brought her a bamboo tube of fish soup. That was the best fish soup she had ever tasted. All right, since Sister Dai wanted her to try the snails that the ducks ate, she would do it to support her. With that thought, Wang Suetsue suddenly felt a sense of determination. Zhuang Yundai looked at Wang Suetsue, who seemed to have her thoughts written all over her face, and said with a smile, You'll find out soon. Zhuang Yuntong, however, had blind trust in her older sister and confidently declared, Sister Tsuetsue, it will definitely be delicious. Wang Tsuetsue hesitated but nodded. Zhuang Yuntong grew anxious. Sister Tsuetsue, trust me. Once my sister is better, everything she makes is tasty. To add credibility to her words, she called out to Zhuang Yunqi, brother. Isn't that right? Even the bug that sister cooked for us before was really good. Zhuang Yunqi, who had just brought in a big bundle of branches, nodded in agreement, supporting his sister without hesitation, right? Wang Suetsue was shocked. You ate bugs? Although Zhuang Yuntong was initially afraid of the bug, it turned out to be incredibly delicious, and she was no longer scared. In fact, she felt a bit proud for being brave enough to eat bugs. Yes. Zhuang Yuntong shook her head, making her two little pigtails sway, and enthusiastically invited Wang Suetsue. Next time, my brother and I will go find some more bugs, and you can eat with us. Zhuang Yunqi nodded seriously. Wang Suetsue felt tears welling up. Her poor little brother Aki, her sister Tong Tong, and her sister Dai Dai. What kind of life were they living? It was too sad. Starting tomorrow, she would eat half a bun less at every meal and secretly save it for her sister Dai Dai. As Wang Suetsue was crying inside, she heard a knock at the door from outside. Dai, are you home? Wang Suetsue recognized the voice of Aunt Fu. It's your aunt. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow. Aunt Fu was back? This meant that Zhuang Wenyu was probably fine. Zhuang Yundai didn't feel like getting up, so Zhuang Yunqi volunteered. I'll open the door. He opened the door to find Aunt Fu standing outside with a basket, wearing a half-smile. Little Zhuang Yunqi was still a bit afraid of Aunt Fu, but he thought about how he was the only man in the old courtyard. If he didn't step up, who would? He suppressed his fear and tried to stay calm, calling out, Aunt. Aunt Fu replied with an O and looked past Zhuang Yunqi into the yard. Everyone's here. Oh, what are you cooking? Her gaze settled on the large iron pot, and she seemed a bit displeased. Zhuang Yundai sat on a stone, not bothering to stand, and replied, What am I cooking? Can't Aunt come and see for herself? Mrs. Fu let out a sound of disdain as she entered the yard with her basket. Upon seeing the pot, she laughed mockingly. Oh, are we so hungry that we're eating snails meant for chickens and ducks? Feeling superior, she raised her basket, especially pleased when she remembered the spit she had just cleared from her mouth. Well, I'm a good person. This is homemade chicken soup. Aren't you going to thank me? Mrs. Fu expected that Zhuang Yundai and the others would gratefully take the basket from her. To her surprise, neither Zhuang Yundai nor the youngest, Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, rushed to accept it. Wang Suetsue stood nearby, looking timid. Mrs. Fu felt embarrassed and frowned. What's wrong? Now you don't even want chicken soup? Remembering how her son had suffered the day before, her anger flared again. I came here to bring you chicken soup, and this is the thanks I get? Do you know that yesterday Yuga suffered because of you? He was poisoned by wild taro, and went through a lot. Zhuang Yundai calmly thought, so it was food poisoning. Before Mrs. Fu could continue her rant, Zhuang Yundai spoke up. Auntie, that's strange. How can you say it's our fault that Zhuang Wenyu got poisoned? Did we force him to eat the wild taro? He was the one who wanted to eat it but couldn't tell if it was safe or poisonous. How can you blame us for that?
Mrs. Fu felt a tightness in her chest.
Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and sneered, Sister Dai, with such a tough attitude, you don't want this chicken soup, do you? Zhuang Yundai didn't even lift her eyelids. No, I don't want it. Just take it away. Mrs. Fu frowned, surprised by Zhuang Yundai's firm refusal. Then she thought, this girl must be foolish and doesn't realize how good this chicken soup is. It's normal for her to refuse. She sneered, the soup is very nourishing. Just because you don't recognize its value doesn't mean you can decide for your brother and sister. Softening her voice, she called out, Chigur, and smiled. Auntie is telling you, this chicken soup is delicious. There's even chicken in it. Just smell it, isn't it fragrant? She lifted the cloth covering the basket, hoping to entice Zhuang Yunqi with the aroma of the soup. But to her surprise, Zhuang Yunqi remained still, his small frame trembling slightly, but resolute. Auntie, please take it away. My sister said we won't eat. Zhuang Yuntong followed Zhuang Yunqi and said, we won't eat. Fu was very angry and glanced at the big pot of snails cooking over the fire, sneering, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person. You three ungrateful kids. I went out of my way to bring you something. Fine, you can eat the snails. Fu picked up her basket and turned to leave. Wang Tsuetsue didn't dare to speak the whole time and stood frozen. After Fu left, Zhuang Yundai casually reminded Zhuang Yunqi, Aki, go close the door. Okay. Zhuang Yunqi replied calmly, using her little legs to close the old gate of the yard. She even stood on her tiptoes to secure the door latch, which was almost rotting from the weather. Wang Tsuetsue watched Zhuang Yunqi lock the door, then came back to her senses and asked hesitantly, Dai, I can smell the chicken soup. Are you really not going to eat? Zhuang Yundai couldn't explain to a 6-year-old why someone as cruel as Fu would drive 3 kids to this broken yard to fend for themselves, but then be kind enough to bring them nourishing chicken soup. Having experienced the harshness of the world, Zhuang Yundai thought it was better to be cautious. She smiled and didn't answer Wang Tsuetsue's question. Her gaze fell on the iron pot, and she picked up a snail, using a thin bamboo stick she had prepared earlier to poke out the meat. After checking, she said, it's almost ready. Wang Tsuetsue was stunned. She watched as Zhuang Yundai used the bamboo stick to pick out the meat from the large pot of snails, removing the dirty parts, and she stammered, Dai, what are you doing? Zhuang Yundai smiled mysteriously, just wait for a bit, and you'll get to eat. Earlier, when she was catching fish, she noticed the snails in the creek. In the afternoon, while washing clothes by the creek, a woman told her that these couldn't be eaten. Zhuang Yundai didn't argue. She just filled a small basket made of vines with leaves and caught a whole basket of snails. Now, after cooking the snails, she had picked out a large pile of snail meat. How should they eat this delicious snail meat? Of course, it should be stir-fried. With chili and pepper, a big pot of stir-fry. As the fragrant steam rose, the aroma of the spices mixed with the unique freshness of the snail meat, enough to drive anyone's taste buds wild. Just thinking about it made Zhuang Yundai's mouth water. However, the harsh reality is that in this world, there are no seasonings. Of course, this doesn't trouble Zhuang Yundai. She picked some plants in the mountains that can barely be used as spices. For example, this silver needle grass can serve as a substitute for spiciness. However, since Zhuang Yunqi, Zhuang Yuntong, and Wang Tsuetsue are still children, Zhuang Yundai didn't add too much spice according to her own taste. She just used a little of the silver needle grass to create a hint of heat. Even so, the aroma released when the pork fat mixes with the snail meat in the pot is enough to make the 3 kids drool. Why does it smell so good? Wang Tsuetsue murmured, coming back to her senses and quickly wiping her mouth with her sleeve to avoid drooling. Zhuang Yuntong was no better, her round eyes fixed on the big iron pot, without blinking. Wow, it smells so good. Zhuang Yunqi stayed silent, afraid that if he spoke, he would start drooling. As Zhuang Yundai stir-fried the snail meat, She glanced at the three kids' reactions and smiled to herself, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Mrs. Fu angrily carried a basket out of the dilapidated old house. After walking a few steps, the evening breeze finally calmed her down. What should she do? This chicken soup has her saliva in it. It definitely can't be drunk. It's all because of those three little rascals. Mrs. Fu gritted her teeth, but she couldn't bear to pour the chicken soup out by the roadside. Forget it. She decided to take it to Zhuang Laotong and Zhuang Lishur. With her mind made up, Mrs. Fu headed home with the basket. On the way, she encountered a few chatting village women. Mrs. Fu quickly approached them with her basket. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the village women curiously looked at the basket in her hand. "What's that?" Mrs. Fu put on a worried expression. "Oh, yesterday my son got sick from eating something bad. Today, after coming back from the clinic in the county, his grandmother felt sorry for him and killed a chicken to make soup. But even though this soup is for you, I can't help but think of my nieces and nephews who are recovering in the old house, so I thought I'd bring them a bowl." With red eyes, Mrs. Fu sighed. "Who would have thought they wouldn't even want our chicken soup? They just kicked me out." The village women exchanged knowing glances. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? They had only just heard rumors that the family was trying to starve a few of the children from the main branch, sending them away to recover without even providing meals. Just as this news reached them, the eldest daughter-in-law of the family, Mrs. Fu, was carrying a basket of chicken soup to their old family home. Who would believe it? Mrs. Fu was preoccupied with her own thoughts and didn't notice the judgmental looks from the village women. She was feeling a bit wronged, lowering her eyes and complaining about the hardships of recent years, saying how difficult it was for her family and how rare it was to have a bowl of chicken soup. She didn't even take a few sips for herself before rushing to give it to the three siblings, but instead of gratitude, they told her to leave, which really hurt her feelings. After finishing her sob story, she finally realized something was off. There were none of the usual lively responses like, "Oh, really?" or "What happened next?" Feeling confused, she looked up at the village women. One of them laughed awkwardly and pretended to be casual, walking over to Mrs. Fu and saying, "Chicken soup. Oh, it smells so good. Let me take a look." She lifted the cloth covering the basket and, with a glance, couldn't help but chuckle inside. It was just a plain bowl of chicken soup. There wasn't even half a piece of chicken visible. Mrs. Fu suddenly realized that she had shared the two big pieces of chicken with her daughter, Zhuang Wenxiang, in the kitchen. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly tried to explain, "The chicken is all at the bottom." The woman who lifted the cloth didn't call her out, but instead smiled and said, "Well, there's a saying that the essence of stewed chicken is all in the soup. Right? Isn't that what they say?" Mrs. Fu didn't care about anything else and quickly replied, "Exactly. Don't underestimate this bowl of chicken soup. It took hours to make, and all the nutrients are in the broth." One woman, who had never gotten along well with Mrs. Fu and was known as Widow Yuan in the village, covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "That's true. Although Sister Dai is as thin as a stick, she just recovered from illness, so eating chicken isn't good for her recovery." The sarcastic tone made Mrs. Fu's skin crawl, and she silently cursed the woman's ancestors. That nasty widow, with such a sharp tongue, must have been the reason her husband passed away. Fu didn't want to say much, so she quickly forced out a few words, "Forget the soup. The main thing is my feelings for their grandmother." "Ah, never mind, never mind." As the sky grew darker, Fu used this excuse to hurry back to the farmhouse. The new courtyard at the farmhouse, while not a large tiled house, was bright and fresh. As Fu stepped into her courtyard and saw the little house everyone praised, she felt a sense of satisfaction thinking about how the three siblings, Zhuang Yundai, only deserved to live in the old, half-collapsed home. She took the basket back to the kitchen and placed it on the counter, planning to serve the chicken soup to Zhuang Laodong and Zhuang Li's family tomorrow. But just as she set down the basket, her hand paused slightly. The weather was neither hot nor cold, and such precious chicken soup left in the kitchen could spoil. What if the mice got to it? After thinking it over, Fu decided to hang the basket in the well. This way, The coolness of the well water would keep it fresh and prevent any mice from stealing it. Truly a two-in-one solution. However, before she could grab the rope for the well, she heard Zhuang Wenxiang shouting, "Mom!
Mom!
Come quickly!" This girl, calling out at night. Fu couldn't help but complain, but she still left the kitchen and went to Zhuang Wenxiang's room. She lifted the curtain and saw Zhuang Wenxiang looking both excited and scared, whispering urgently, "Mom! Mom, come here, close the door first." Fu, feeling annoyed, muttered, "You're about to get married and become a wealthy lady, yet you're still so unstable," as she closed the door behind her. "What is it?" she started to say impatiently, but then she froze. Zhuang Wenxiang was holding a blood-stained pair of underwear, looking a bit scared but mostly excited, and whispered to Fu, "Mom, is this what you meant by that thing that happens every month, the monthly cycle?" Fu felt a surge of excitement. Their family had struggled before Zhuang Shinan went to the army, and things only started to improve after he began sending money and supplies home. But Zhuang Wenxiang's development had been somewhat delayed. For instance, her monthly cycle had not come yet. Even though Fu had confidently assured others, she was anxious too. If it didn't come, she couldn't have children. She had repeatedly told Zhuang Wenxiang that if her underwear got stained, she needed to tell her immediately. Zhuang Wenxiang was finally having her period, and Fu was overjoyed, repeatedly saying, "Good girl, good girl." She was so happy that she kept turning around, saying, "I need to take good care of you. When you marry into the Zhu family, you'll give them a big, healthy baby." After celebrating, Fu remembered her daughter and quickly asked, "My dear, does your stomach hurt?" I must tell you, when a woman gets her period for the first time, she needs to take good care of herself. Zhuang Wenxiang felt some pain in her lower abdomen and noticed some blood, which made her a bit anxious. However, she remembered her mother had said that once she got her period, she could have children, and that thought made her somewhat excited. She touched her belly, as if it were something precious, and said, "Mom, it does hurt a little." Fu immediately decided, "Wait here. I'll bring you a bowl of chicken soup." Zhuang Wenxiang, who had been quiet until now, stiffened a bit at the mention of chicken soup and widened her eyes, saying, "Mom, where would we get chicken soup from?" Fu felt a bit annoyed and spat to the side. "Where else? Those three beggars have no luck, so they won't eat. I just brought it back." Zhuang Wenxiang felt tense all over and forced a smile, saying, "Mom, you did spit in that chicken soup." Fu suddenly exclaimed, slapping her forehead, "Oh dear, I was so happy I forgot about that. Never mind, I'll just throw the chicken soup down the well and heat some for your grandparents tomorrow." Despite this, Fu was still in high spirits. Noticing her daughter's face looked a bit pale, she decided, "I'll go borrow some brown sugar from the tofu Li family. I'll make you a warm cup of brown sugar water, and you can cover yourself with a blanket and sleep. You'll feel better tomorrow." In those days, sugar was a rare treat, and brown sugar was a luxury for poor families who still ate cornmeal mixed with rice husks. Fu couldn't bear to buy it herself, but she remembered that the tofu Li family had 3 daughters. She had heard that the 2 older daughters had both gotten their periods recently, and the mother had gritted her teeth and bought a little brown sugar for them to drink. Many people in the village openly laughed at the tofu Li family's mother for being wasteful, spending money on brown sugar for her daughters. But secretly, which girl wouldn't envy the daughters of the tofu Li family for having such a caring mother? Fu had made up her mind, and happily left the house. Zhuang Wenxiang finally sighed in relief and thought to sneak into the kitchen to pour out the bowl of chicken soup. However, her stomach suddenly started to ache, and Zhuang Wenxiang turned pale, holding her abdomen and lying back down on the bed. Never mind, didn't her mother say? The chicken soup could be reheated for Grandma and Grandpa tomorrow morning. She could just accidentally spill it before then. Thinking this, Zhuang Wenxiang let out a gentle sigh, lying on the bed and looking at the stained underwear, unable to help but smile a little proudly. Soon, she would be living a life of luxury. That evening, Wang Tsuetsue, who had enjoyed a wonderful meal at Zhuang Yundai's house, reluctantly followed her second brother back home. Wang Tsuetsue was a bit reluctant, clinging to the doorframe and eagerly asking Zhuang Yundai, "Sister Dai Dai, can I come to your house for dinner again in the future?" Wang Tsuetsue's second brother, Wang Yingyin, felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this and quickly scolded her softly. "Tsuetsue, is our home short of food for you?" Wang Tsuetsue pouted, feeling wronged. "But second brother, what Sister Dai Dai makes is different from what we have at home." Wang Yingyin felt even more embarrassed, knowing the situation of the 3 children in the Zhuang family. His little sister actually wanted to come over for meals. Seeing Wang Yingyin about to scold Wang Tsuetsue again, Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "Second brother, if Tsuetsue wants to eat, just let her come. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks for me." The more Zhuang Yundai said this, the more embarrassed Wang Yingyin felt. He scratched his head, mumbling a few words, and forcibly pulled Wang Tsuetsue's hand away from the doorframe to take her away. As they walked, he scolded Wang Tsuetsue, "You've been spoiled at home. Wait until you get back to see how mother deals with you." Wang Tsuetsue wasn't scared at all and continued to argue, her voice gradually fading. "You don't know how delicious Sister Dai Dai's cooking is." In the night, just as Wang Yingyin and Wang Tsuetsue's figures were disappearing, a sudden scream pierced the quiet summer night, echoing clearly in the air. Dogs from several households began to bark. Now, the whole village was lively, filled with the sounds of barking dogs, crowing chickens, and people scolding the dogs and chickens, all mixed together in a chaotic noise. Zhuang Yundai's smile faded as she turned to look in the direction of the initial scream. There were quite a few farming families nearby. The new courtyard of the Zhuang family was also located there. Before Zhuang Yundai could think much, she saw Wang Yingyin quickly returning while holding Wang Tsuetsue. Zhuang Yundai asked curiously, "Second brother, did something fall?" Wang Yingyin cleared his throat, looking somewhat troubled. "No, it's just. Did you hear someone scream just now?" Wang Tsuetsue was clinging to Wang Yingyin's shoulder, covering her ears, clearly frightened. "It was so scary." Zhuang Yundai nodded. "I heard it." She looked down and asked the 2 little ones beside her, "Are you scared?" Zhuang Yunqi was a bit scared but wanted to protect his older sister and younger sister, so he puffed out his little chest and tried to act brave. "I'm not scared." Zhuang Yuntong had been living with Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yundai in the half-collapsed old house at the foot of the mountain. At night, they sometimes heard strange sounds. She was scared at first, but she had built up some courage and, mimicking Zhuang Yunqi, puffed out her little chest. "I'm not scared either." Seeing that the younger ones, who were even smaller than her, were not afraid, Wang Tsuetsue felt she couldn't be embarrassed. She loosened her grip on her brother's neck and trembled. "Tsuetsue isn't scared either." Wang Yingxi didn't pay much attention to his little sister's brave act. After hesitating, he said to Zhuang Yundai, "You all should close the front door tightly. I'll take Tsuetsue home first, then go see what happened. When I come back, if you hear me say I'm Tsuetsue's brother, only then open the door. Understand?" Zhuang Yundai glanced at the door latch that looked like it could break with the wind and rain, thinking it didn't seem very reliable. However, it was still a line of defense, especially since it was Wang Tsuetsue's brother looking out for them. Zhuang Yundai nodded. "Thank you, second brother." Wang Yingxi hurriedly took Wang Tsuetsue home, quickly explained a few things to his family, and then rushed off to find out what happened. After a while, Wang Yingxi returned with a complicated expression and knocked on Zhuang Yundai's door. Curious, Zhuang Yundai asked, "What happened outside?" Wang Yingxi looked troubled, scratching the back of his head as if unsure how to explain. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "It seems your cousin Yuga is in trouble again. When I looked before, your uncle was busy renting a cart. It seemed like he was going to the county hospital again." Zhuang Yundai understood. No wonder, she thought. The scream she heard earlier sounded a bit like Zhuang Wenyu. But she was curious. Didn't Zhuang Wenyu just return from the county? What happened that required him to go back? This question was on Zhuang Yundai's mind, and it was also on the mind of the tearful and panicked Mrs. Fu. How could her son be in such a terrible situation? She had happily borrowed some brown sugar and hadn't even entered the yard when she heard her son scream. That scream frightened her to the core. She rushed into the yard, and in the moonlight, she saw her son lying on the kitchen floor, screaming and struggling in pain. This scene nearly scared Mrs. Fu to death. After learning that Zhuang Wenyu was in trouble, Wang Yingyin felt relieved. She said goodbye to Zhuang Yundai and went home in the moonlight. Zhuang Yundai watched Wang Yingyin disappear around the corner before closing the door. Not to mention anything else, Zhuang Wenyu often bullied the original owner and her siblings when the original owner was seriously ill, even withholding their food to try to starve them. Zhuang Yundai thought that even if Zhuang Wenyu was sent for treatment or even cremation, she wouldn't feel sad about it. Zhuang Yundai hugged her younger siblings and slept well on the straw-covered earthen bed. The next morning, Zhuang Yundai got up early and went to the fields to pick some wild amaranth. After removing the old roots, she blanched them and then stir-fried them with some plants she used as seasoning. Although they were wild vegetables and the home conditions were simple, Zhuang Yundai was skilled at cooking. With the added substitute spices, the aroma filled the air, even waking her younger sister, Zhuang Tong, who usually liked to sleep in. Zhuang Tong peeked through the door frame at her older sister cooking, her bright, round eyes wide with curiosity. She gulped, her small voice still a bit hoarse from just waking up. "Sister, what delicious food are you making? Do you want me to help you with the fire?" Her hair was a bit messy from sleep, with a straw stuck in it, and one tuft was playfully sticking up, making her look adorable. Zhuang Yundai was charmed and softly replied, "Sweetheart, I can manage here. Go wake up your brother." Before she could finish, a slightly flustered voice interrupted, "Sister, I'm awake." Zhuang Yunqi sat up from the earthen bed, clearly just waking up. He felt a bit frustrated. As the only man in the family, he was supposed to take care of his sisters. How could he sleep in so late? Zhuang Yunqi was almost in despair. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh. "It's good that you're awake, Aki. Take Tong Tong to wash up and tie her hair." With her instructions, Zhuang Yunqi quickly pushed aside his frustration and replied loudly, "Okay." This family needed him. He didn't have time to be upset. After tying Zhuang Yuntong's hair into a little braid, he took his sister's hand, as if passing on an important task, and showed it to Zhuang Yundai. "Sister, I've tied Tongtong's hair." Zhuang Yundai praised him, saying, "Our Aki is getting better at this," but inside, she sighed. Due to years of poor nutrition, the hair quality of the three siblings wasn't great. Especially for the two girls, Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yundai, their hair was dry and rough, resembling straw. At night, lying in a pile of straw, it was hard to tell which was hair and which was straw, especially in the morning sunlight, which made the dryness even more apparent. Blonde-haired girl, she thought to herself, determined to make sure that Tong Tong, Aki, and herself would all have healthy, beautiful hair. Clenching her fist, the three siblings sat on a small pile of stones in the yard, finishing off the stir-fried wild amaranth that Zhuang Yundai had made. Zhuang Yuntong patted her little belly, licked her lips, and said with great satisfaction, "This is the best wild vegetable I've ever eaten." Zhuang Yunqi nodded repeatedly, feeling a bit shy as he told Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, I used to dislike wild vegetables, but I really like the ones you made." Fearing that Zhuang Yundai wouldn't believe him, he emphasized, "It's true, before, the wild vegetables Auntie made were so bitter." Zhuang Yundai reached out and patted Zhuang Yunqi's little head. She knew he wasn't lying. Previously, after their mother took part of their father's pension and left, the three siblings had to live with their grandparents. Their aunt had long been annoyed at having to support their mother and her 4 children. Now that their mother is gone, the oldest child in the second household is a bit slow, and the other 2 kids are not even 6 years old. Their aunt, Mrs. Fu, just makes wild vegetables every day to feed them. Some wild vegetables taste good on their own, but others need oil and salt to balance their bitterness. It's easy to guess that Mrs. Fu wouldn't want to add much seasoning for these kids. Without seasoning, the wild vegetables aren't very tasty, and it left the 2 picky eaters, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, looking pale and unhealthy. Zhuang Yundai even thought that the original owner's later malnutrition and weakness were probably due to eating too many wild vegetables. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer with Aunt Fu anymore, Zhuang Yundai promised. And I will work hard to make sure that you both have meat at every meal. Zhuang Yuntong's eyes lit up with joy as she smiled foolishly. Meat. Can I really have meat at every meal? She imagined the taste of meat and almost drooled. As for Zhuang Yunqi, after these few days of seeing how capable his older sister was, he completely believed her words. He looked at Zhuang Yundai with excitement. Sister, I believe you. Zhuang Yundai slightly raised her chin. Just then, it seemed like fate wanted to help Zhuang Yundai fulfill her promise, as an opportunity soon arrived. Wang Tsuetsue's second brother, Wang Yingyin, came. Wang Tsuetsue has 3 brothers and the oldest, Wang Yingjin, is 17 this year. He was supposed to marry, and the girl's family was quite satisfied with him and had been urging the Wang family to send the betrothal gifts. However, earlier, Wang Tsuetsue's mother fell ill, and the family spent all their money on her treatment. The Wang family, being kind-hearted, informed the girl's family about their situation, giving them the choice to decide whether to go through with the marriage. This meant they were leaving the decision of whether to cancel the engagement up to the girl's family. They were polite but vague in their response, neither confirming nor denying the cancellation, and just let it drag on without further pressure on the Wang family. As a result, Wang Yingjin's engagement was left hanging. He was already a quiet and simple person, and after this experience, he became even more withdrawn, spending his days working hard in the fields with A. Wang Yingyin is the second son of the Wang family. Although he is honest and simple, he is not as serious as his older brother and knows quite a bit about various things, like catching birds in the mountains and fishing in the water. This time, he came over because Wang Tsuetsue's mother asked him to. She mentioned that previously, Dai Jia was quite interested in the traps he set in the mountains and wanted him to let her know the next time he went up there. Wang Yingyin had set the traps in the mountains a few days ago. He had been going there often lately, but he hadn't caught anything. The only trap that showed signs of activity had been damaged. Looking at the footprints near the trap, it was clear that some prey had fallen in but managed to escape. Wang Yingyin wasn't discouraged and planned to go back to the mountains today. He heard from his mother that Zhuang Yundai wanted to go too, so he came over. When Zhuang Yundai heard Wang Yingyin's purpose, she immediately became excited. What a coincidence! She had been thinking about getting some meat. She asked him, "Second brother, hasn't there been any prey in your traps for a while?" Wang Yingyin felt a bit embarrassed but honestly admitted, "That's true." He frowned and said, "Maybe it's the season. There's plenty of food in the mountains, so what I put in the traps isn't attracting any prey." Zhuang Yundai nodded. "That's definitely a possibility." After a moment, her eyes lit up as she said to Wang Yingyin, "Second brother, I have a great bait recipe. I can guarantee that as long as your traps are fine, using this bait will definitely attract prey." Wang Yingyin exclaimed, "Oh, I'm not doubting your words, but will it really attract prey? That seems a bit." Zhuang Yundai was full of confidence. While talking to Wang Yingyin, she grabbed her small basket and took a sickle. "Oh, second brother, seeing is believing. Take me to the mountains, and I can make some simple bait for you on the spot. Then we'll see the results." After a pause, Zhuang Yundai added a bit shyly, "But, second brother, I have one condition. Can you share a bit of the prey you catch in the traps?" Seeing Zhuang Yundai so enthusiastic, Wang Yingyin didn't want to dampen her spirits. After all, it was late summer and early autumn, with plenty of food around, so it was unlikely that many animals would be lured by bait. Dai Jia was being a bit too optimistic. However, Wang Yingyin thought that since she called him second brother together with Cui Cui, no matter if Sister Dai's bait worked or not, any prey he caught would still be shared with her. Looking at the 3 children, who were quite thin, Wang Yingyin readily agreed. Zhuang Yundai could tell that Wang Yingyin didn't really believe her words. He was just being a caring older brother, tolerating his little sister's antics. However, Zhuang Yundai didn't mind his disbelief. After all, it was indeed strange for someone who had been foolish for over 10 years to suddenly claim they could make bait that would attract prey. Zhuang Yundai thought that once the results came in, Wang Urge would see that she wasn't just boasting. With a smile, Zhuang Yundai sent Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi to the Wang family. Watching the two children happily play with Wang Cui in her yard, Zhuang Yundai felt relieved and left with Wang Yingyin, heading up the mountain. On the other hand, Wang Cui's mother felt a bit uneasy and chased after them. "Ina, you must take good care of Sister Dai, okay?" Wang Cui's mother earnestly reminded Wang Yingyin, worried that he might not look after the recovering Zhuang Yundai properly. Wang Yingyin assured her seriously, "Don't worry, mother. I will definitely take care of Sister Dai." Seeing her son's serious attitude, Wang Cui's mother felt a bit relieved and smiled at Zhuang Yundai. Remembering something, she quickly asked, "Sister Dai, I heard Cui say last night that you made that snail meat." She felt a bit shy. Cui kept praising how delicious your snail meat was and insisted she wanted more, so I wanted to ask you, how did you make that snail meat? Zhuang Yundai freely explained how to prepare the snail meat, and Wang Cui's mother was amazed. "I never knew there was such a way to cook it. But you mentioned some kind of grass. Why do you need to add that when cooking snail meat?" Zhuang Yundai smiled. "Just a little helps remove the fishy smell and enhances the flavor. We don't have any seasonings at home, so I use that as a substitute. If you have other seasonings that can remove the fishy smell and enhance flavor, that would work too."
When the Cui's mother understood.
Actually, she had another question in her mind, but it was hard to ask. How could Sister Dai, who had been foolish for so many years, suddenly know so much after recovering? Could it really be true, as the village says, that Sister Dai is blessed and has caught the attention of a deity? Not only has she become smart, but she has also learned many things. Thinking of this, Wang Cui's mother couldn't help but laugh. She hoped it was true. The children from the second branch of the Zhuang family have had such a hard life. If there are deities, they should indeed show some favor to them. Zhuang Yundai, carrying a small basket, followed Wang Yingyin as they climbed halfway up the mountain. Along the way, Wang Yingyin was very considerate of Zhuang Yundai, who was recovering from a serious illness and had little strength, so they walked slowly, taking breaks often. Zhuang Yundai felt Wang Yingyin's unspoken kindness and was a bit touched. After witnessing so much ugliness in human nature during the apocalypse, being cared for in such a simple way was truly moving. And then there was Wang Cui's mother. Although she didn't say anything, Zhuang Yundai could tell that she was also puzzled about why Zhuang Yundai suddenly understood so much. Yet, Wang Cui's mother remained considerate and didn't ask. Such thoughtfulness was something Zhuang Yundai hadn't experienced in a long time. She felt a strong fondness for the Wang family. Wang Yingyin took almost twice as long as usual to reach the spot for setting traps, but he didn't complain at all. However, after checking a few traps, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Today's traps, as always, were empty. Wang Yingyin sighed in frustration. He knew the situation at home, his father's increasingly hunched back, his older brother's delayed marriage, and his mother's growing gray hair. All of it weighed heavily on his heart. He worked on these traps every day, hoping to bring in some extra support for the family. But why were they always empty? Was it the wrong place he chose? Or did he really have to wait until winter for them to work? As Wang Yingyin was lost in thought, Zhuang Yundai suddenly spoke up. "Second brother, why don't you let me try?" Wang Yingyin snapped back to attention and instinctively looked at Zhuang Yundai. He saw her bright, starry eyes shining with determination. "Second brother, just let me try. My method will definitely work." Wang Yingyin couldn't bear to refuse, but he worried about Zhuang Yundai's sudden confidence. What if she couldn't attract any prey, and the traps remained empty? Wouldn't that hurt her feelings? Wang Yingyin scratched the back of his head and replied, "Sister Yundai, maybe I haven't mastered the art of setting traps yet. Most of the traps I set are empty. I've only caught one skinny rabbit, which I took back for Cui to care for, but it ended up dying. So, when you set out the bait, if nothing comes, don't be discouraged. It's normal." He nodded to emphasize his words, worried he might discourage Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai remained silent, knowing that when the results came, Cui's brother would see how effective her bait was. She waved her small sickle and bent down to get busy in the woods. Wang Yingyin quickly followed, surprised at how skilled she seemed. He thought to himself that he must be mistaken. How could Sister Yundai, who had seemed clueless for over 10 years, be more skilled than an experienced hunter? While he was pondering this, he saw Zhuang Yundai squatting in front of a half-dead tree, digging into the ground with her sickle, not sure what she was looking for. Wang Yingyin felt relieved. She was just a child playing in the dirt. At that moment, Zhuang Yundai, still a child, happily dug up several earthworms. These little worms, with their shiny black wings, loved to hide near the roots of old trees to the sap, so digging around the decaying roots often yielded these worms. They were an important ingredient for bait. Zhuang Yundai found a large leaf to wrap the worms and dirt together, then carefully placed them in her small basket on her back. She hurried off to find other ingredients, working quickly for half an hour until she had gathered most of what she needed. Of course, there were a couple of ingredients she didn't have, but Zhuang Yundai wasn't too picky. She used similar materials as long as they would work. In the early days of the apocalypse, she relied on these baits to catch plenty of prey, ensuring that no one in her small base went hungry. However, as time went on, plants and animals began to mutate, and sometimes these baits didn't work as well anymore. Wang Yingyin stared in amazement as Zhuang Yundai skillfully crushed a pile of items she had brought with a stone and mixed them into a large amount of soil. When Zhuang Yundai looked up and saw Wang Yingyin's dazed expression, she chuckled and didn't explain much. Instead, she held out a small handful to Wang Yingyin and asked, "Brother Wang, can you smell anything?" Wang Yingyin sniffed seriously, feeling a bit confused and incredulous. "It smells a bit earthy, but also has a strange fragrance." It seemed he had smelled this bait scent before at the home of an old hunter in the neighboring village. However, this bait recipe had been passed down through generations, and the hunter relied on it for his livelihood, so he wouldn't easily share it with Wang Yingyin. Letting Wang Yingyin smell it showed that the old hunter thought well of him and was willing to help them out a bit. But upon closer inspection, it seemed that Zhuang Yundai's mixture had a few more indescribable notes compared to the old hunter's, even having a slightly fishy scent. Yet, this fishy aroma blended harmoniously with the earthy smell, as if the two flavors were meant to be together. Wang Yingyin was both surprised and doubtful, momentarily speechless. Zhuang Yundai chuckled again, not offering further explanation. She chose one of the traps and sprinkled the specially mixed soil around it, covering an area of several to dozens of feet. Zhuang Yundai then adjusted the trap. After finishing everything, Wang Yingyin wanted to say something, but Zhuang Yundai signaled for him to follow her. Before heading up the mountain, Wang Yingyin had one thought in mind. He was a few years older than Zhuang Yundai and should take good care of her. However, after watching her work, he felt a bit lost and followed her as if she were the older one. When they reached the stream, Zhuang Yundai washed her hands, and Wang Yingyin suddenly snapped back to reality. The stream water in the mountains is faster than at the foot of the mountain, Zhuang Yundai murmured while washing her hands. Wang Yingyin felt a mix of emotions as he squatted beside her and splashed water on his hands. After Zhuang Yundai finished washing, she started picking up snails and even caught several under the stones in the shallow water. Zhuang Yundai exclaimed happily, "Wow." She hadn't seen of this size in a long time. In the later stages of the apocalypse, were no longer just, they became giant. As the name suggests, not only did they grow to enormous sizes, but their large claws also mutated into deadly weapons. Human bones are tough, right? Those giant claws could easily slice through a person. What was even more frustrating was that despite their size, the meat inside those claws was as tough as steel. At that time, Zhuang Yundai was considered one of humanity's top fighters, saying she was at the peak of strength wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even so, it took her quite a bit of effort to catch just one giant crab. They say that what is hard to obtain is the most rewarding. Zhuang Yundai was happily preparing to make a giant steamed crab, but when she started to break it down and saw the claw meat that was as hard as steel, she nearly cried in frustration. Now, seeing a normal-sized, delicious crab, Zhuang Yundai felt like crying tears of gratitude for the gift from heaven. She became even more enthusiastic about turning over rocks. At first, Wang Yingyin watched Zhuang Yundai flipping rocks and picking up snails. After a while, she couldn't sit still anymore and quietly asked, "Sister Yundai, should we not check over there?" Zhuang Yundai nodded. No need to check. Being nearby would only alert the prey. That made sense. Wang Yingyin felt a bit embarrassed, so she stopped asking and focused on collecting snails and with Zhuang Yundai. Soon, the two of them filled a large basket with snails and caught several of various sizes. Zhuang Yundai was very excited. Are something that even children love to play with. Yesterday, while she was collecting snails in the stream at the foot of the mountain, she didn't see many, probably because the children had already turned the place upside down. These snails, in the villagers' eyes, were only good for feeding chickens, ducks, and geese, not for eating, so not many people bothered with them, which allowed Zhuang Yundai to collect quite a few. But in this remote mountain area, the clear stream was different. Here, where few people ventured, she could find a crab just by turning over a few stones. Thinking about the delicious spicy crab made her mouth water. Heaven has not been unkind to me, Zhuang Yundai thought happily. In her past life, she sacrificed herself for all humanity, fighting the zombie king, which earned her great merit. That's why heaven compensated her with this life. Let her enjoy her meal. Of course, it's tough right now, but no matter how hard it gets, it can't compare to the hardships of the end times, right? When Wang Yingyin saw the smile on Zhuang Yundai's thin face, with only her big eyes standing out, he felt a wave of happiness wash over him too. With these, even if we don't catch anything for a while, you won't have to worry about going home empty-handed, Wang Yingyin reassured Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai beamed and looked up at Wang Yingyin, saying sweetly, "Oh, Brother Wang, it's been a while. There's probably something in the trap. How about we go check?" Wang Yingyin didn't have much hope, but seeing Zhuang Yundai's confidence, he smiled and replied, "Okay, let's go take a look." Zhuang Yundai knew that Wang Yingyin was just being nice to her, even though he didn't really believe it. But that didn't matter. He would find out soon enough. Not saying much more, she cheerfully prepared to carry her basket full of snails and, to prevent them from escaping, she had even woven a tight lid from vines. Hey, Sister Yundai, let me carry that for you," Wang Yingyin said, lifting the small basket easily. Zhuang Yundai didn't hesitate to accept and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Wang Yingyin couldn't help but smile back. He truly appreciated Zhuang Yundai's carefree and cheerful nature. As they chatted and laughed, they made their way to the trap. However, the closer they got, Wang Yingyin couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and instinctively lowered his voice. Zhuang Yundai noticed and began to speak softly too. After realizing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. She whispered to Wang Yingyin, "Brother Wang, don't be nervous. There's probably something in the trap. I saw rabbit droppings near your trap earlier." Zhuang Yundai praised Wang Yingyin. "That means you really know how to pick a good spot." Wang Yingyin was taken aback for a moment. Just then, as they rounded a bush and reached the trap, Wang Yingyin was left speechless. Inside the trap were two wild rabbits. One was a bit plumper, while the other was smaller. Wang Yingyin was shocked into silence. Zhuang Yundai laughed with her eyes sparkling. "Wow, it really is a wild rabbit." In her mind, she quickly thought of 18 different ways to cook rabbit. What delicious dishes like spicy rabbit heads, spicy rabbit meat, dry-eating rabbit, cold-eating rabbit, and peppery rabbit. They all sound so tasty. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Rabbits are so cute. We must enjoy them properly to honor them. Wang Yingyin was so surprised that he stuttered, "Really? There are rabbits?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and had already divided the two rabbits. "Brother Wang, you take the big rabbit home, and can I have the small one?" Wang Yingyin snapped out of his surprise and quickly shook his head. "That can't be. Thanks to your bait, both rabbits are yours." "Hey, Brother Wang, you can't just give all the credit to me," Zhuang Yundai said, pouting. "This is your chosen spot and your trap. Without your efforts, I would have had a hard time catching rabbits. We agreed before going up the mountain that we would share the catch." Wang Yingyin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then I'll take the small one. Before he could finish, Zhuang Yundai interrupted. You have 6 people in your family. My siblings and I only have each other, so we're just 3. Taking the big one would be wasteful if we can't finish it. All right, Brother Wang, let's settle this. You take the big one, and I'll take the small one. If we go back to the mountain tomorrow, will you still call me? If you don't take the big one, I won't go with you again and I won't be able to eat meat. Wang Yingyin felt helpless against Zhuang Yundai's insistence and finally agreed to take the big rabbit while giving the small one to her. As they carried the rabbits down the mountain, they ran into Wang Yingtai, the youngest brother, rushing up the hill. They almost bumped into each other on the narrow path. What's the rush? Wang Yingyin asked, taking on an older brother's tone. Wang Yingtai, who was only a year older than Zhuang Yundai, was tall and strong. But right now, he was too busy to notice the rabbits in his brother's hands. He hurriedly told Zhuang Yundai, something happened. Your aunt's family, the Fu family, brought your grandma and caused a big scene at your old house. They even broke down the door. Zhuang Yundai remained calm and asked, what about Aki and Tongtong? Wang Yingtai paused and replied, don't worry, they are safe at my house. My mom is watching over them. Only then did Zhuang Yundai smile. I'll be sure to thank your mom later. After she finished speaking, she calmly weighed the sickle in her hand and said, so, you want to break down my front door? Huh? I understand now. On the way down the mountain, Wang Yingtai felt that they had already taken advantage of the young girl, Zhuang Yundai, and he was not willing to let her suffer any more. He held a rabbit in each hand and carried Zhuang Yundai's small basket on his back. Zhuang Yundai, with only the sickle in her hand, had nothing else to carry. This made it easier for her to fight. Seeing Zhuang Yundai looking ready to fight, Wang Yingtai's brow furrowed, and he quickly pulled her back, saying, what are you doing? My mother asked me to hurry and find you on the mountain to tell you to hide and avoid trouble. Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, avoid trouble? If trouble won't leave me alone, what can I do? I can't hide forever. Last night, the commotion at the Zhuang family caught the attention of the Fu family, who quickly sent someone to check on things. Originally, the Fu family did not think highly of their daughter, Fu Shi, who had married into the Zhuang family. The main reason was that the Zhuang family was very poor. Although everyone called the old man of the Zhuang family Old Scholar Zhuang, everyone knew that title was not entirely deserved. He had only studied for a few years. He had never truly passed the scholar exams. However, the Fu family had no other choice. When Fu Shi was young and had not faced hardship, she was captivated by the good looks of Zhuang Shizhong, the eldest son of the Zhuang family. Among the young men in the nearby villages, he was quite handsome. Fu Shi was so enchanted by Zhuang Shizhong's appearance that she insisted on marrying him, even causing a big scene with her family. The Fu family was frustrated and considered forcing her to marry someone else, but Fu Shi, being young and rebellious, jumped into the water, and Zhuang Shizhong had to rescue her. In the end, the Fu family had no choice but to let Fu Shi marry Zhuang Shizhong. Because of this, the Fu family did not have contact with Fu Shi for several years. After marrying, Fu Shi's romantic notions were worn away by the daily struggles of life, and she realized that her family had been right to try to stop her from marrying. She felt too ashamed to return home. Fortunately, after a few years, Zhuang Shizhong's younger brother, Zhuang Shinan, went to war and occasionally sent money back home. As the eldest sister-in-law, she naturally received the money earned by her younger brother before they separated. Suddenly, she had more money and started visiting her family during holidays, finally reconnecting with the Fu family. For instance, there was talk about the Zhu family wanting to take a concubine for having children, and it was the sister-in-law from the Fu family who worked as a servant in the Zhu household that shared this news with the Fu family. This time, the Fu family came over to find out why their nephew, Yu Ge, kept going to the clinic, and also to discuss Zhuang Wenxiang becoming a concubine for Zhu Fushan. However, when the Fu family arrived, the person who had taken Zhuang Wenyu to the clinic hadn't returned yet, leaving only Zhuang Wenxiang and Zhuang Li at home. The visitors from the Fu family were the second brother and sister-in-law of Fu. They were quite clever, and once Fu had money, they quickly became closer to her, benefiting from her generosity. Although Fu was stingy with her husband's relatives, refusing to spend a penny on them, she was quite generous with her own family, wanting to show them that she was doing well. Fu's sister-in-law, Fu Deng, was always good at making connections. As soon as she entered, she took Zhuang Li's hand and started crying. "Aunt Zhuang, what is going on? Why does our Yuga keep facing such misfortune?" Zhuang Li couldn't help but shed tears as well. The two women cried together for a while, and when Zhuang Li looked at Fu Deng again, she felt closer and hurried to make her some tea. In the countryside, tea leaves are precious, so Zhuang Li prepared a drink with dried orange peels and hawthorn slices from last year, adding some licorice for a slightly sweet and sour flavor, which was a nice gesture for guests. Fu Deng said, "Oh, Aunt, don't fuss. We are family, so there's no need to be polite." Yet, she remained seated, allowing Zhuang Li to serve her the drink. "Oh, Aunt, you're so quick. I can't keep up," Fu Deng said, drinking the orange hawthorn tea eagerly. Fu's second brother, Fu Daba, after finishing the tea, asked Zhuang Li, "Aunt, why haven't I seen my niece Xiang? Isn't she at home? Why doesn't she come out to see me and her second uncle?" Zhuang Li let out a sigh, feeling a bit embarrassed. But then she remembered that this was Zhuang Wenxiang's second uncle and aunt, so they weren't strangers. She said, "Sister Xiang, you have your period. I went to check on you this morning, and it seemed like you were in a lot of pain, curled up in bed with a pale face." "Oh, it's not that the child is rude. Please don't take it the wrong way." When Fu Deng heard this, she was no longer bothered and almost smiled. "Oh, your period has come. That's a good thing. It means our sister Xiang is becoming an adult." Having her period was good. Soon she would marry into the Zhu family and be able to have children. What a wonderful thing. But before she could finish her smile, she remembered that Zhuang Wenyu was still uncertain about his fate, so she quickly composed herself and stood up to hide her emotions. "Oh, Aunt, we women have all been through this. Hearing you say that Sister Xiang must be in a lot of pain. I should go check on her." Zhuang Li didn't stop her and prepared a bowl of warm tangerine peel and hawthorn water, taking it with her to Zhuang Wenxiang's room. As for Fu Daba, he was a man and thought that periods were something dirty, so he refused to go into his niece's room, staying put and not moving at all. When Zhuang Li and Fu Deng arrived at Zhuang Wenxiang's room, Fu Deng saw that Zhuang Wenxiang was indeed as Zhuang Li had described. The sweat on her forehead had dampened her hair, and her delicate face was extremely pale, clearly in pain. "Oh dear, my sister Xiang, you must be suffering," Fu Deng said, sitting by Zhuang Wenxiang's bed and reaching out to touch her forehead, worried about her cold sweat. She thought about her niece and worried that if she got too sick, what would happen to the marriage with the Zhu family. Fu Deng was very proactive and asked Zhuang Li, "How about I take Sister Xiang to see a doctor?" Before Zhuang Li could respond, Zhuang Wenxiang, startled, said, No, second aunt, I'm fine." She took the bowl of tangerine peel and hawthorn water from Zhuang Li and drank it all at once. Her face finally gained a bit of color from the warmth, and she forced a smile at Fu Deng. "I just have a stomachache. Drinking some hot water will help." Fu Deng nodded and urged Zhuang Wenxiang, "All right, after you finish, lie down quickly. Look at all this sweat. You mustn't catch a chill. I estimate that in just a few days, the Zhu family will come to send the marriage proposal, so you need to take care of yourself." Hearing this, Zhuang Wenxiang instantly tensed up and hurriedly lay down. Fu Deng was pleased. Her niece listened to her quite well. It seemed that once she married into the Zhu family, she could flatter her a bit and help her cousins find good futures, which wouldn't be too difficult. Sitting by the Kong, Fu Deng finally had the mind to talk to Mrs. Zhuang about Zhuang Wenyu. "Aunt, do you think our Weo has run into something strange?" She initially wanted to mention that she knew a capable priestess who could help, but Mrs. Zhuang was not willing to hear anyone suggest that there was something wrong in her family. She quickly replied, "Weo must have eaten something bad again." She emphasized, last time it was because he ate poisonous wild taro. Seeing Mrs. Zhuang's reaction, Fu Deng realized she wouldn't be able to earn any introduction fees, so she dropped that thought and agreed with Mrs. Zhuang. "Yes, thinking about it, that makes sense. Our uncle is a well-known scholar in several villages. They say scholars are upright and that evil spirits stay away from them. How could there be anything wrong in their home? This struck a chord with Mrs. Zhuang, and she nodded repeatedly. That's true.
Then,
What did Weo eat this time?
Fu Deng asked.
Mrs. Zhuang hesitated. He didn't eat anything bad. When Weo had his issue, there was some chicken soup nearby, but we all ate it that night, and were fine, not even a stomachache. Upon hearing chicken soup, Zhuang Wenxiang under the blanket trembled violently. Fu Deng had her hand on Zhuang Wenxiang and noticed her shaking. She was startled and quickly asked, "What's wrong with you, Xiangjie? Why are you shaking like this?" Zhuang Wenxiang dared not reveal the truth. But Mrs. Zhuang looked at her with suspicion, and if she didn't say something, she might get into trouble. Zhuang Wenxiang's mind was in a mess, and with Fu Deng repeatedly asking, she felt pressured and blurted out, "That bowl of chicken soup. Mother took it to Zhuang Yundai. Later, I don't know how, but Mother brought it back." Fu Deng, who was quite perceptive, immediately stood up. "Oh, I understand now. Zhuang Yundai, right?" The news that Zhuang Yundai, who had been foolish for so many years, suddenly regained her senses had already spread like wildfire to the nearby villages. As the daughter-in-law of the Fu family, Fu Deng naturally had people eager to talk to her about this. Fu Deng turned to Aunt Zhang and said, "Aunt, I need to say something, so please don't take it the wrong way. Your second granddaughter has been foolish for so many years, and now she suddenly seems smart. Who knows what she's really thinking? Could she have bad intentions? Just think about it, Aunt. The two incidents involving you happened after your second girl stopped being foolish, right?" Aunt Zhang was a bit confused. She was already someone who easily believed others, and after hearing Fu Deng, her thoughts quickly went off track. When she thought about it, it really was strange. Zhang Wenxiang, lying in bed, noticed Fu Deng leading the conversation toward Zhang Yundai and felt relieved. She quickly added, "Exactly. The first time Uyghur accidentally ate wild taro was because Zhang Yundai didn't let him eat roasted taro. Who knows if she did it on purpose?" Seeing Aunt Zhang's changing expression, Fu Deng quickly added more fuel to the fire. "And there's this too. Aunt, think about it. A nice bowl of chicken soup is fine for anyone to drink, but my sister-in-law took it to your second girl, and when Uyghur drank it, something happened. How can that not make people suspicious?" Zhang Wenxiang's heart raced. She knew she had to shift all the blame onto Zhang Yundai, so she quickly said, "Anne is right. Earlier, Zhang Yundai even splashed water on me. That girl has turned bad since she stopped being foolish. Maybe she's thinking that if she poisons Uyghur, our family will only have her brother left." The more Zhang Wenxiang spoke, the more she believed it herself. Aunt Zhang was both shocked and angry. Does the second girl really think that way? Fu Deng quickly added, "They say you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Aunt, think about it. Uyghur has had such a big incident, and everyone in our village has heard about it and come to ask. How come your second girl, as his cousin, hasn't shown any concern at all?" The more Aunt Zhang thought about it, the more she agreed with Zhang Wenxiang and Fu Deng. Anger boiled inside her. "I'm going to ask that girl right now." Fu Daba, the second son of the Fu family, was startled when he saw Aunt Zhang storming out of Zhang Wenxiang's room. Fu Deng quickly whispered a few words to Fu Daba, who suddenly felt energized and called out to Aunt Zhang before she could leave. "Aunt, don't rush. We'll go with you." They had long been tired of the 3 burdens from the second branch. If they could take this opportunity to help their younger sister completely drive those 3 burdens out of the Zhuang family, wouldn't that mean more money for her? Thinking this, Fu Debaich led Fu Dengshi and Zhuang Lixi with great determination to the Zhuang family's old house. However, after knocking for a long time without a response, Fu Debaich considered breaking down the door. He glanced at Zhuang Lixi and said, "Aunt, look at this door. Maybe those little ones are hiding inside and not making a sound." Zhuang Lixi hesitated at first, but thinking of her grandson's repeated dangerous visits to the clinic, she steeled herself and said, "Child, just break down the door." Encouraged by Zhuang Lixi's words, Fu Debaich got energized. He spat on his hands, raised his axe, and struck the Zhuang family's front door. The door, already weak from neglect, fell apart with just a few hits. Fu Debaich searched the old house thoroughly, looking in every hiding place, but he couldn't find any trace of the Zhuang siblings. He spat on the ground and said, "They must have run away." Fu Dengshi added fuel to the fire, and, "See? If they weren't doing something wrong, they wouldn't be afraid of us. They must be feeling guilty." Zhuang Lishi's anger grew even more. Fu Debaich's loud commotion had already attracted a crowd. A child who often followed Zhuang Wenyu peeked in and shouted, "Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong are playing at Wang Tsue's house." As soon as he said this, his mother's expression changed, and she quickly pulled him back, worried. This reckless child was speaking too much. Regardless, Fu Debaich was from another village and looked fierce, so it was clear he was looking for trouble. The weak Zhuang Yunqi siblings would surely be in danger. Coincidentally, as Zhuang Yundai rushed towards their rundown old house with a sickle in hand, Fu Debaich, Fu Dengshi, and Zhuang Lishi were also heading to Wang Tsue's house. Wang Yingyin and Wang Yingtai, two young boys, hurriedly followed behind Zhuang Yundai, almost losing track of her. They couldn't stop Zhuang Yundai, but they didn't want her to go alone to the old house, so they followed her like rabbits, thinking they could help her if a conflict arose. However, it turned out well, as the two groups met halfway. The villagers following Fu Debai gasped in surprise. Zhuang Yundai paused, calmly calling out "Grandma." Zhuang Lishi looked worried but remained silent, as if trying to find the right words. Fu Debai stepped forward with a fierce look, sizing up Zhuang Yundai. "Oh, silly girl, sometimes when I don't see you, you seem a bit smarter." Zhuang Yundai shot a cold glance at Fu Debai. Although the original owner was foolish, she retained many memories. She did not like the Fu family. Whenever the Fu family visited, the adults ignored her, treating her like she was invisible, but the Fu children. The cruelty and kindness of children are both very pure. Sometimes, they would take advantage of her when no one was watching, hitting and teasing the simple-minded original owner, pushing her head into muddy water and forcing her to drink it, or pretending to stuff bugs in her ears. But the one she feared the most was the fifth child in the Fu family, Fu Zhifei. Although Fu Zhifei did not join in the pranks with the other children, he had different intentions towards the original owner. Once, he tricked her into a secluded place near a haystack, trying to take off her clothes. Though the original owner was foolish, she knew to resist. After breaking free, she tried to tell the Zhuang family, but the Fu family dismissed it with a casual, "Just kids playing around." Zhuang Lishi even thought about having Fu Zhifei marry her silly granddaughter, considering it a way to secure a future for her, since they were relatives. However, Fu Debai and Fu Dengshi flatly refused, not wanting their son to marry a fool. They even made Fu Zhifei complain to Zhuang Lishi that it was the silly Zhuang Yundai who had feelings for him and clung to his clothes. Zhuang Lishi was skeptical, and since the other side was unwilling, the matter was easily brushed aside. Now, the original owner was gone, but Zhuang Yundai, who inherited her memories and body, still remembered this incident. Zhuang Yundai coldly stared at Fu Debai for a moment, then suddenly smiled sweetly. "I thought it was someone important, but it's just my uncle from the Fu family." In the Zhuang family, the children referred to the Fu family members as uncles. With so many villagers watching, Zhuang Yundai would not leave any evidence against herself. She skillfully established the proper etiquette first. Fu Daba held the axe he used to break down the door, propping it on the ground as he leaned on it and glanced at Zhuang Yundai. "You seem a bit clever, silly girl. So, let me ask you, did you cause my nephew Yu Ji's recent visits to the clinic?" Zhuang Lishi thought of her grandson Yugo, whose fate was still uncertain, and her face showed anger. Zhuang Yundai, being quite smart, understood everything from that one sentence. She tightened her grip on the sickle, but appeared very shocked. "What are you saying, uncle? I've been resting at the old house lately. Grandpa and Grandma even called me back home, but I stayed away to avoid getting sick again. Now that Yugo is ill and in the clinic, how can you blame me for that?" Zhuang Yundai looked as if she might cry from feeling wronged. Wang Yingyin, a kind-hearted child, saw his thin little sister about to cry, and immediately turned to Zhuang Lixi. "Grandma Li, this is too unfair. Sister Yundai is living in the empty old house with Qi Ge and Tong Tong, and now something happens in your family, and you want to blame her?" Wang Yingtai, a bit more hot-tempered, quickly joined in. "Exactly. In the past, Sister Yundai was shy and didn't defend herself, but now that she's better, some people still want to throw dirt on her." As he spoke, Wang Yingtai shot a glare at Fu Daba. The villagers of Xiangyang naturally supported their own, especially when comparing the fierce Fu Daba to the thin, pitiful girl Zhuang Yundai. Their hearts had already sided with her. The villagers chimed in. "That's right. Ever since Sister Yundai became better, she's been so friendly, always smiling and greeting us. She even calls me auntie." "Exactly. You can't blame Sister Yundai for what happens at home. She said she hasn't even been living there. I'm just saying, Fu Daba, do you think you can bully us in Xiangyang village? Picking on a girl whose father is gone and mother has run away?" The crowd grew more agitated, and their looks toward Fu Daba and his group changed. Even the boy who had carelessly mentioned Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi at Wang Tsue's house received a sharp pinch from his mother, making him yelp in pain. Fu Daba was quickly becoming the target of everyone's anger. He didn't expect that Zhuang Yundai's pretentious behavior would lead so many people to speak up for her. Fu Deng's wife had been watching from the side. When she saw the situation getting out of control, she quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Hey, everyone, don't get too worked up. My Baidi didn't mean it like that. You see, our Uyghur hasn't been sick when going to the clinic lately, which is quite strange. You don't know, but Uyghur has been through a lot. He's just a good kid, and now he's been suffering repeatedly. His family was really worried and rushed him to the county at night. Just think about it, both the child and the adults are suffering. My Baidi is just feeling sorry for his nephew's family and got a bit too emotional. Everyone knows that when something happens to a child, it's natural to panic, right?" Fu Deng's words helped others empathize a bit, and it had some effect. People began to think that Zhuang Wenyu, at such a young age, was indeed quite pitiful after all he had been through. If this were to happen to their own child, the villagers, who were just filled with righteous anger, now felt sympathy and stopped saying anything to Fu Baidi. Seeing that the atmosphere had finally calmed down a bit, Fu Baidi let out a sigh of relief and gave his wife Fu Deng's a grateful look. He then said, I'm not good with words and didn't explain clearly before. It's my fault, but folks, think about it. A child who has been slow for a long time suddenly becomes smart, while another healthy child in the family starts having one problem after another and needs to go to the clinic. If it were you, wouldn't you have doubts? Zhuang Lixi nodded repeatedly, looking at Zhuang Yundai with a complicated expression, and couldn't help but ask, "Arya, does Uyghur situation have anything to do with you?" Before Zhuang Yundai could answer, Fu Deng's interjected, "Auntie, just look at how sly Arya is acting. She definitely won't admit anything." Fu Deng signaled to Zhuang Lixi, "How about we take the child back and ask her slowly?" Zhuang Lixi hesitated for a moment, but before she could say anything, Zhuang Yundai called out, "Grandma," and added, "We're all friends here. Why can't we speak openly in front of everyone?" The onlooking villagers were very pleased with Zhuang Yundai's attitude and nodded in agreement. Fu Deng secretly cursed Zhuang Yundai for being so clever with her words, but she also thought that making Zhuang Yundai take the blame in front of everyone was a good thing, preventing any gossip later on. She coughed lightly and said, "All right, since you put it that way, we originally wanted to give Arya some face. Then let's make things clear in front of everyone." Fu Deng's words sounded as if she had evidence of Zhuang Yundai's wrongdoing. The villagers watching were suddenly intrigued, their eyes fixed on Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai remained calm. "Sure, Jioma, go ahead and speak. I'm curious to know why you all rushed to my place with an axe without even asking me. Were you planning to harm me?" The villagers, drawn in by Zhuang Yundai's words, couldn't help but glance at the axe in Fu Dabai's hand. The blade was smooth and gleaming, looking like it could really cause harm. A chill ran through the crowd. Indeed, Fu Dabai was being too arrogant. The villagers' expressions toward Fu Debai and his group changed. Fu Deng couldn't help but scold Zhuang Yundai in her mind. She dared not speak indirectly anymore and quickly got to the point. All right, I will say this. Earlier, Yugur was poisoned by wild taro, right? I heard that you were roasting taro and didn't let Yugur have any, which made him crave it and eat the wild taro instead. If that wasn't the case, how could he have accidentally eaten the wild taro and gotten poisoned? With 3 questions in a row, she seemed determined to place all the blame for Zhuang Wenyu's poisoning on Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai let out a cold laugh, refusing to give her that chance. She widened her eyes, quickly filling them with tears, looking extremely sad. Jiu Ma. What are you saying? I wanted to roast taro for Yugur too, but my siblings and I haven't eaten in days. That roasted taro was a lifesaver. If Yugur doesn't eat it, he might just be a little tempted, but if my siblings and I don't eat it, we could starve to death. The crowd gasped. Someone quickly asked, we know you're staying at the old house to recover, but doesn't your family bring you food? Maybe they're busy at home and forgot. Zhuang Yundai replied, her voice filled with sorrow. But she didn't dwell on her misfortune, only sharing part of her story, leaving room for the crowd's imagination. The villagers looked sympathetic, exchanging glances and silent communication. Zhuang Li's expression changed, and she suddenly remembered that according to her eldest granddaughter Xiang Jie, her grandson Yugo was playing around and forgot to bring food to Zhuang Yundai and her siblings, which made them hungry for several meals. This was a family embarrassment, and it was laid bare in front of everyone. Zhuang Li felt a bit ashamed. She sensed that everyone was looking at her with a hint of disdain. Trying to ignore the heat on her face, she quickly said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. There were some issues at home earlier that we overlooked, but later your aunt did send you chicken soup, right? Finally, she brought up the chicken soup. Fu Deng quickly raised her voice. Exactly. Aunt Zhuang is kind-hearted. It's not easy for us farmers to get meat, and Aunt Zhuang even sent chicken soup for the 3 siblings. The villagers were skeptical. If they really sent chicken soup, that would be acceptable, but that bowl of chicken soup is what caused our Yugo to go back to the doctor. Fu Deng emphasized, that bowl of chicken soup went to Arya and then came back. Who knows what Arya added to the soup, but after Yugo drank it, something happened. The villagers were in an uproar. It sounded as if Zhuang Yundai had poisoned Zhuang Wenyu. Seeing the villagers starting to doubt, Fu Deng felt pleased, thinking that Zhuang Yundai couldn't argue her way out of this. She had to pin the blame for harming her cousin on Zhuang Yundai. Get her kicked out of the Zhuang family. Remove this burden for her sister-in-law. Zhuang Li, recalling her grandson Yu Ji's miserable state because of Fu Deng's words, steeled herself and asked Zhuang Yundai, Dai Jie, do you have anything to say? I know about that bowl of chicken soup. Your aunt personally delivered it to you. It can't be false. Zhuang Yundai stood there, small and thin, her face so gaunt that only her big, dark eyes remained. At that moment, her eyes were filled with tears, looking extremely wronged. Wang Yingyin felt anxious and was about to say something when Zhuang Yundai spoke through her tears. Yes, my aunt did bring us a bowl of chicken soup last night, but her attitude was like she was feeding a dog. When I was foolish before, I let it go. Now that I'm not foolish anymore, why would I eat it again? I refused it at that time. She paused, originally wanting to mention that Wang Cui was at her house and could testify. But Fu's family was too disgusting, and Zhuang Yundai didn't want to involve Wang Cui. She avoided mentioning Wang Tsue and said, Aunt scolded us a bit, and then took the bowl of chicken soup away.
We don't know what happened next.
Anyway, I never touched that bowl of chicken soup. If I had taken it, why wouldn't I finish it with my younger siblings? Besides, if I had touched that soup and added something to it to harm someone, how would I know that Aunt would give that bowl, which I had touched, to Zhuang Wenyu? Zhuang Yundai's words made sense, and the villagers nodded in agreement. Wang Yingtai, young and hot-tempered, pounded his thigh and said, moreover, who knows? Maybe that bowl of chicken soup had something added to it when it was served? When Wang Yingtai said this, Fu Dengshi nearly jumped up. Which brat said that? What nonsense! The commotion attracted many villagers to watch the excitement. The former widow, lively as ever, put down her embroidery and joined the villagers to listen. Upon hearing, she exclaimed, "Hey, what are you all saying about chicken soup? Is it that bowl we saw last night?" As soon as she said this, almost everyone turned to look at her. The former widow enjoyed the attention, her smile growing even brighter. Zhuang Lisher asked the former widow with some confusion, "Do you know something?" The former widow stepped forward, smiling. "Aunt, I do know. Last evening, Sister Zhuang came out of the old Zhuang house with a basket that had a bowl of chicken soup in it. We all saw it, not just me, but Dafang's wife and Yangsai's wife. We were all talking together and saw it." Sister Zhuang said she was kindly bringing chicken soup for the children of the second household, but they didn't appreciate it and chased her away. Fu Dengshi immediately got excited. Listen, isn't that true? It's not something we made up." The former widow glanced at Fu Dengshi with a smile and casually added, "Yes, Sister Zhuang even complained to us, saying those ungrateful kids in the second household didn't invite her to sit down and just pushed her out." Fu Dengshi sensed something was off. "Wait," Zhuang Yundai quickly continued. "Did everyone hear that? Aunt Yuan also said that I never touched that chicken soup. It was taken back just as it was brought. As for why Uyghur had an issue after drinking the chicken soup, I'm not a doctor, so how would I know?" Zhuang Yundai became more and more upset as she spoke, choking back tears. "Everyone, please judge for yourselves. I was worried about bringing illness to my family, so I moved to the old house with my younger siblings. I didn't even touch that bowl of chicken soup. How could I drink it?" The villagers nodded in agreement. The Fu family was being unreasonable. They looked at Zhuang Lisher and the Fu couple with disapproving eyes. Zhuang Lisher felt embarrassed and flustered. "Oh, dear child, your grandmother just came to ask you a couple of questions with your second uncle and aunt. There's no blame intended, just asking. In these times, the word filial piety could weigh heavily on a person." Zhuang Yundai, holding back tears, nodded. "Of course, my grandmother cares for me. But with my second uncle and aunt acting like this, it feels like they want to harm me." Seeing that Zhuang Yundai was understanding and held no resentment towards the elders only made the Fu couple seem more unreasonable. "Look, it's clear they are Uyghur's uncle and aunt." With that attitude, if it weren't for the second daughter of the Zhuang family being so composed, any other child would just cry and be at their mercy. Exactly. And what exactly caused Uygur's incident? Do they even know? They left in such a hurry. They're just bullying the 3 children of the second branch. Father passed away and mother ran off. Poor Dai Jier and her siblings. The villagers began to openly mock the Fu couple without holding back.
Fu Dabai and Fu Dengshi practically fled in embarrassment.
Zhuang Lisher, feeling ashamed, quickly took Zhuang Yundai's hand and said a few kind words before hurrying away. She walked fast and faintly. One could still hear the widow behind her saying something like, "I've never seen chicken soup with so little chicken." Zhuang Lisher could barely lift her head. Wang Yingyin and Wang Yingtai, seeing that even Zhuang Lisher had left, finally relaxed and hurried over to check on Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai discreetly wiped her hands on her clothes after Zhuang Lisher had held them, then smiled at the Wang brothers.
Weng Erge, Weng Sanje, infine.
This moved the Wang brothers greatly. So strong. Yundai is truly remarkable. The 3 of them returned to the Wang family home. The wooden gate was tightly shut, clearly to prevent any trouble from the Fu family. Wang Yingtai raised his voice and called out, "Dad, Mom, big brother, little sister. It's us." Only then did the gate open, and Wang Tsuetsue's mother quickly welcomed the children inside. Seeing that Zhuang Yundai was safe, Wang Tsuetsue's mother sighed in relief. That's good. Chiga and Tongtong are inside playing with Tsuetsue. Her words suddenly stopped. Wang Tsuetsue's mother noticed that Wang Yingyin was holding 2 plump gray rabbits. "Your trap really caught rabbits?" she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Wang Yingyin, smiling and not at all upset, raised the rabbits and said to his mother, "Mom, this is all thanks to Sister Yundai. She used various things as bait to lure the rabbits into the trap." Wang Tsuetsue's mother was even more delighted to hear it was Zhuang Yundai's achievement. Sister Dai has this skill too. Suddenly remembering something, she stomped her foot. Look at me. This isn't a place for talking. Let's go inside. Once inside, Wang Yingyin, being a quiet and honest person, let Zhuang Yundai explain everything, including the earlier trouble with the Zhuang and Fu families. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was furious, gasping, how could they listen to a few words from outsiders and cause trouble for their own granddaughter? Zhuang Yundai didn't mind. She had no expectations and wouldn't be disappointed. When it was time for Zhuang Yundai to leave with her younger siblings, the Wang family insisted she take all the rabbits with her. After some negotiation, Zhuang Yundai managed to leave with just one rabbit. Since Zhuang Yundai's living situation only had a sickle as a useful tool, it wasn't easy to process the rabbit skin. The Wang family helped her by killing and skinning the rabbit, and they also cut the meat to her desired size. Zhuang Yundai had originally wanted the smaller rabbit, but she used her previous excuse, saying that her family wouldn't be able to finish a whole rabbit anyway. In the end, the Wang family kindly slipped in 2 extra rabbit legs for her. Looking at the Wang family, and then at her so-called blood relatives, the Zhuang family, Zhuang Yundai said nothing more. Carrying the rabbit meat that Wang Tsuetsue's mother had packed for her, she took her younger siblings back to their old, run-down home. As the sky began to darken, Wang Yingyin looked at the wooden door of the old house that had been split in half and gasped, how about we stay at my house tonight? The Wang family had many children and not enough rooms, so it was usually crowded. Zhuang Yundai felt she had already troubled the Wang family enough and didn't want to impose further. No need, Brother Wang. Don't worry, I'll find something to prop up the door. It will still be usable, Zhuang Yundai replied. Seeing that Zhuang Yundai was insistent, Wang Yingyin clenched his fists. Let the people from the Fu family come tomorrow to fix your door. It's not right for them to leave your door like this. Zhuang Yundai smiled, but didn't respond. After sending Wang Yingyin off, she began to start a fire. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong were feeling a bit down. They had seen everything from a distance while playing outside. They didn't like the Fu family, and their grandmother had brought them along to meet them this time. To distract the 2 little ones, Zhuang Yundai casually told them a story about her first encounter with zombies during the apocalypse. While most people tell fairy tales to entertain children, Zhuang Yundai's story had a touch of horror. She described how zombie blood sprayed from their necks, yet they could still move with their heads drooping. Surprisingly, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong listened with both fear and fascination, eagerly following Zhuang Yundai to hear more. While Zhuang Yundai washed the pot, they helped clean the bamboo cups. When she gathered firewood, they waddled around collecting sticks. They stayed close to Zhuang Yundai, listening to her tell the zombie story. Finally, when Zhuang Yundai used the last bit of lard, the delicious aroma filled the air. The 2 little ones' stomachs growled. They covered their tummies, finally stopping their constant questions of what happened next. Zhuang Yuntong blinked her big eyes. Sister, what are we having for dinner tonight? Zhuang Yundai took out some rabbit meat that the Wang family had helped prepare earlier. Tonight, let's keep it simple and have stir-fried rabbit. After a few days of practice, Zhuang Yundai's cooking had won the hearts of Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi. Zhuang Yuntong let out a small cheer, her eyes sparkling, completely forgetting her earlier worries. That night, the starry sky was quiet. In the small yard, the aroma of rabbit meat mixed with a hint of spice filled the air, spreading throughout the entire courtyard with the breeze. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi had eaten until their bellies were round. After finishing, Zhuang Yunqi helped his sister clean up. Normally, they would go to bed, but as he looked at the dark room, illuminated only by the moonlight, he saw the badly collapsed earthen bed. Straw was scattered everywhere, making the place look like a beggar's den. Zhuang Yunqi felt a lump in his throat. Although he had been trying hard to act like a little adult these days, worried about causing trouble for his sister and leaving his younger sister without support, he was still just a child under 6. Big sister. Zhuang Yunqi's voice trembled. This room was something he had tidied up bit by bit while comforting his sister, despite his own overwhelming fear. The straw on the earthen bed was all collected by him, one handful at a time from the fields. Now it had all been ruined. How could he not feel sad? Zhuang Dai gently patted Zhuang Yunqi's head. Zhuang Yuntong couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Big sister, how are we going to sleep tonight? Zhuang Dai smiled, taking Zhuang Yunqi's hand in one and Zhuang Yuntong's in the other. Come on, let's find a place to sleep. Zhuang Lixi hurried back to the Zhuang family, feeling increasingly frustrated with herself for having followed the Fu couple into trouble. That was the old house. She suddenly remembered that Xiang Jie had mentioned earlier that perhaps the ancestors of the old house were protecting Zhuang Dai and the others. Thinking of this made Zhuang Lixi even more restless. As it got darker, Fu Dengshi was still hoping to stay for another meal at the Zhuang family. She thought that if even someone as foolish as Zhuang Dai had chicken soup to drink, it wouldn't be too much to ask for some chicken soup and meat since they were relatives, and Zhuang Lixi was usually easy to fool. Auntie, Fu Dengshi said, observing Zhuang Lixi's expression. At that moment, Zhuang Lixi couldn't help but feel resentful towards the Fu couple. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't have embarrassed herself so much today. Though she was somewhat unwilling to engage with Fu Dengshi, she wasn't the type to be rude to relatives. After a moment of silence, she spoke up. What do you think today was all about? Mrs. Fu hurriedly said, Aunt, we can't be blamed for this. We just misunderstood for a moment and thought we were helping you, girl. She paused, remembering something, and clapped her hands. That's right. It's all that girl Xiang Jie. She insisted that Uyghur got into trouble after drinking that chicken soup. My sister-in-law would never poison the chicken soup for the 3 children of the second branch. It must be that Uyghur ate something else that caused the problem. Mrs. Fu was particularly sure that the Fu family wouldn't poison the chicken soup because she felt she understood her sister-in-law well. The Fu family values their reputation. How could they allow the accusation of poisoning their second branch's nephew and nieces? If that happened, how could she continue living in Xiangyang village? Zhuang Li felt annoyed at Mrs. Fu's recklessness, but also thought there was some truth in her words. Her eldest daughter-in-law was always filial. Although she didn't care for the second branch's children as much as her own, she certainly didn't have the malicious intent to poison them. So, how did Uyghur end up in trouble? Zhuang Li sighed with worry. Mrs. Fu's longed for chicken soup still didn't get made. Zhuang Li felt heavy-hearted and had no mood to prepare any chicken soup for them. Besides, with one less old hen in the house, they didn't need to be so polite with these relatives who frequently visited. Zhuang Li simply made 2 dishes and steamed several golden corn buns. They looked quite hearty. Fu Daba reluctantly ate 3 corn buns in one go. Zhuang Li noticed that the couple from the Fu family didn't even mention Xiang Jie and just sat down at the table to eat. She felt a bit uncomfortable and wiped her hands on her apron. I'll go call Xiang Jie to eat. Mrs. Fu said, Oh, our Xiang Jie should have something good to eat for her first time. As her second aunt, I care about her too. She firmly stayed seated, not stopping her chopsticks. Zhuang Li felt a heaviness in her chest, but said nothing else. She walked to Zhuang Wenxiang's room, knocked on the door, and called out, Xiang Jie, come out to eat. Zhuang Wenxiang's somewhat muffled voice came from inside. Grandma, I don't want to eat yet. You all go ahead. Zhuang Li had no choice but to return to the main room, while Mrs. Fu acted like the host, inviting Zhuang Li to sit down. Zhuang Li felt a bit annoyed seeing Xiang Jie not come out and noticed her frowning. She quickly said, Isn't Xiang Jie eating? Oh, she must be worried about her brother. Our Xiang Jie clearly cares for him. Once she marries into the Zhu family and becomes successful, she won't forget to take care of her family. These words touched Zhuang Li's heart. She felt a bit better and looked at Fu Deng with more favor. She picked up her chopsticks, ready to eat, but then noticed that there were hardly any dishes left on the table. Her chopsticks froze in her hand. Looking at the steamed buns on the plate, she had prepared 7, each about the size of a palm, thinking that the adults in the family would be full after eating 2. But Fu Dabai had already eaten 3 and was now on his 4th. Fu Deng had eaten 2, but was struggling to swallow, yet she was reaching for the last bun on the plate. Zhuang Li couldn't help but frown. Was the Fu family not sharing food with them? Their eating habits were quite unappealing, and since they were relatives, it felt wrong to say anything. Remembering how the villagers had pointed fingers at them earlier made her even angrier, and she lost her appetite. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Zhuangli, feeling a bit irritated, called out, "Who is it?" A cheerful voice replied, "Grandma, it's me, Yundai." Two younger voices chimed in, "It's Tong Tong." And a Chi. Zhuangli remembered how her granddaughter had defended her in front of the villagers earlier. She stood up suddenly. Fu Deng stood up even faster, exclaiming softly, "I hope they're not just here to take advantage of us." The night was calm, and the chickens and ducks in the yard had settled down, making it very quiet. Fu Deng's voice clearly reached Zhuang Yundai outside. Zhuang Yundai responded with a slight laugh, raising her voice a bit. "Is that you, second aunt? Look at what you're saying. When you and second uncle come over to eat and drink, it's not considered taking advantage, but when we, the proper grandchildren of the Zhuang family, come home, we're accused of that. Aunt, how about we go to the creek later? You can take a look at your face. Why is it so big?" A soft chuckle came from behind the neighbor's wall. Clearly, someone couldn't hold back. Fu Deng was furious and wanted to say more, but Zhuangli ignored her and walked straight to the gate. What her daughter said was right. This couple from the Fu family came to her house to eat and drink, and when they steamed 7 buns, they expected to eat all 7. They even had the nerve to say her granddaughter was just there to take advantage. Zhuangli, feeling upset, opened the gate with a huff. In the cool moonlight, she saw Zhuang Yundai holding Zhuang Yuntong with one hand and Zhuang Yunqi with the other, standing outside. All 3 children wore ill-fitting clothes and were as thin as reeds. Zhuangli felt a pang in her heart and quickly stepped aside, saying, "Come in." Zhuang Yundai didn't hesitate and led Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi into the yard. Zhuangli guided the 3 children to the main room, her tone unusually gentle. "You're just in time. Dinner is just ready." At that moment, Fu Deng also rushed out, seeing Zhuang Yundai enter. She made a sound of surprise and stood at the door with her hands on her hips, looking at them with a smirk. "I say, Aunt, have you forgotten? Your precious granddaughter is still sick. What if she spreads her illness to the whole family?" Zhuangli found Fu Deng irritating and replied sternly, "I think our Yundai is already much better." Ignoring Fu Deng, she turned to Zhuang Yundai and said, "Yundai, come, don't listen to your aunt's nonsense." Just as she was about to step into the main room, she noticed the dining table in the center was nearly empty, with only a few dishes left and the platter completely bare. There had been plenty of food just a moment ago. It was only a short time since she went to open the door. In just that short time, Zhuangli was so angry she couldn't speak. The way they ate, it was truly disgraceful. Zhuang Yundai glanced at the messy table and then at Zhuangli's expression, quickly understanding. She sighed softly and said understandingly to Zhuangli, "Grandma, it's okay, we've already eaten." Fu Deng scoffed, "Why did you come if you've eaten?" "Just pretending." She looked at the shrewd relatives who seemed to eat everything in sight, and then at her understanding granddaughter, who was as thin as a reed, her clothes flapping in the wind. Zhuangli felt increasingly uncomfortable. With a dark expression, she rarely spoke harshly to Fu Deng. "Enough. Stop talking." Fu Deng was surprised that Zhuangli, who usually let things slide, would scold her. She was momentarily stunned. Zhuang Yundai ignored Fu Deng and maintained her usual understanding demeanor, softly saying to Zhuangli, "Grandma, please don't get upset over unrelated people. My siblings and I came here because—" She seemed hesitant, as if she wanted to say something but was unsure. Zhuangli quickly encouraged her, "Good child. Just speak your mind." Zhuang Yundai sighed, "Grandma, we have no choice. Our old house has been turned upside down by Uncle Fu. The earthen bed has collapsed in the middle, and it's impossible to sleep there. Also, the front door has been broken by Uncle Fu. What if wild animals come down at night?" Zhuang Li's expression tightened. She had been furious and, after being provoked by the Fu couple, acted on impulse and didn't stop Fu to buy. Now, thinking of the old house, she felt regret. Fortunately, the moonlight was dim, so Zhuang Li's expression was not clearly visible. She then heard Zhuang Yundai quietly complain, "Uncle Fu is too reckless." Seeing that Zhuang Yundai held no grudge against her, and remembering how Zhuang Yundai only blamed the Fu couple in front of the curious villagers, Zhuang Li felt somewhat relieved. Fu Deng was still displeased, saying, "What kind of talk is that?" Zhuang Li ignored her and made up her mind. "Arya, you take your siblings and go sleep in your room." Zhuang Yundai agreed, but it wasn't enough. She glanced at Fu Deng, appearing a bit fearful, and said hesitantly, "Grandma, it seems Aunt Fu isn't very happy about me staying here. How about I take my siblings and leave? We can sleep on the floor at the old house. Wild animals might not come down anyway. It wouldn't be good to make Aunt Fu uncomfortable. After all, she is family." Zhuang Li could no longer contain her anger and shot a glare at Fu Deng. Fu Deng was confused.
What?
Hadn't she said nothing? How did she become one of those unrelated people in Zhuang Li's words? Zhuang Yundai heard what Zhuang Lixi said and reluctantly agreed to stay. However, as she turned around, she subtly raised an eyebrow at Fu Deng and smiled lightly. Fu Deng shouted, "Aunt, did you see that? Your silly girl is actually provoking me? Hurry up and kick her out." Zhuang Lixi replied angrily, "Watch your words. This is the Zhuang family." Fu Deng's face turned red with anger. Zhuang Yundai calmly led her younger siblings to the place where the second branch used to live. The second branch's place was on the far west side, right next to the kitchen, and the walls were darkened by smoke that had seeped in. Zhuang Yundai pushed the door open. Dust flew into their faces, causing Zhuang Yuntong to cough repeatedly. Zhuang Yunqi gently patted his sister's back, holding his small hand in front of Zhuang Yuntong to wave away the dust. Zhuang Yundai looked around the room. As expected, it was clear that someone had rummaged through it after they left. The furniture was all askew. Old clothes were scattered all over the floor, creating a mess. The bedding on the earthen bed had also been half turned over, as if someone was checking to see if they had hidden money underneath. After calming Zhuang Yuntong, Zhuang Yunqi noticed the state of the room and was about to explode with anger. He tightly pressed his lips together, clearly holding back his feelings. Zhuang Yuntong, however, pouted and looked like she wanted to cry. Zhuang Lixi followed behind Zhuang Yundai and saw the three children frozen at the door, not entering. She seemed to realize something and felt a bit awkward. Clearing her throat, she awkwardly explained, "You've been moved out for a while now, so this place hasn't been cleaned and looks a bit messy." Zhuang Yundai had her own plans. She remained silent and didn't confront Zhuang Lixi. Turning around, she acted as if she didn't see the mess in the room. "Grandma, it's fine. I'll tidy it up in a bit. You've been busy all day, and we don't know what's happening with you in the county.
You should go rest."
Mentioning Zhuang Wenyu made Zhuang Lixi immediately worried. She didn't pay attention to Zhuang Yundai anymore and nodded. "All right, then you all tidy up." She sighed and headed to the kitchen. Sister Xiang said she wouldn't eat, but she couldn't really leave her without any food. She still needed to go to the kitchen and prepare something to eat. After the Li family left, the Fu family stood in the main room and gave Zhuang Yundai a slightly fierce look before turning to go inside. Zhuang Yundai ignored them. She took Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong to tidy up the second room a bit. It was fine when they were in an unfamiliar place, but now that they were back in the house where they had lived for years, Zhuang Yuntong picked up a slightly torn piece of clothing. As she was about to fold it, she realized it belonged to her mother. Her lips quivered and she couldn't hold back her sobs. "Mom." She missed her mother. But she knew that their mother no longer wanted them. Earlier, many boys in the village had teased her, saying she had no father or mother and that her sister was foolish. Although her older sister was no longer foolish, she still had no parents. The more Zhuang Yuntong thought about it, the sadder she became. She crouched down, holding her mother's clothing, and cried quietly. Zhuang Yunqi felt helpless, and Zhuang Yundai was heartbroken. She quickly picked up Zhuang Yuntong, and when she glanced at the clothing in her arms, she understood. The little girl missed her mother. Zhuang Yundai sighed softly. In fact, the little girl was stronger than she had imagined. Generally, children at this age are very attached to their mothers. They call for their mothers countless times a day, which can be quite annoying. When Zhuang Yundai was in the apocalypse, one of her subordinates had a daughter the same age as Zhuang Yuntong. That little girl was usually very sensible, but she always wanted to be with her mother, as if they were tied together. Sometimes, when her subordinate brought her daughter to play, even if the girl was having fun, she would soon start looking around, calling, "Mommy, Mommy," searching for her. So, Zhuang Yundai understood how clingy children at this age could be to their mothers. However, ever since Zhuang Yundai came here, this was the first time she saw Zhuang Yuntong lose control like this, holding onto a piece of clothing and crying. It broke Zhuang Yundai's heart. She comforted Zhuang Yuntong for a long time before finally getting her to sleep. Zhuang Yunqi silently watched Zhuang Yuntong sleeping on the earthen bed, biting her lip and not saying anything for a while. Mom spoke to me the day she left. Zhuang Yunqi suddenly said just as Zhuang Yundai was about to say something. The night was dim, and the room was dark. Even with the candle lit, Zhuang Yundai couldn't see Zhuang Yunqi's expression clearly in the backlight. Mom told me she couldn't take care of us anymore and asked me not to blame her. Mother said she is still young and doesn't want to be tied down by us three. After saying this, Zhuang Yunqi fell silent. That night, as Zhuang Yunqi fell into a deep sleep, a tear finally rolled down her cheek. Zhuang Yundai sat by the bed, watching Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, whose sleeping faces were still stained with tears. She scratched her face and sighed. She didn't want to blame their mother, Li, for abandoning her 3 children. After all, with their father gone and the family situation so dire, it was understandable that Li felt hopeless and left with the money. But seeing the tear-streaked faces of Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi made Zhuang Yundai feel a deep sadness for them. Naturally, she also thought of the original owner of this body. Looking out at the dark night through the window, she sighed silently. It was settled. She was here now, and she would take good care of these 2 children. Zhuang Yundai took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, sleeping beside the 2 children. The next morning, Zhuang Yundai was awakened by the noise in the yard. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed that the 2 little ones had also woken up, rubbing their eyes sleepily like her. Sure. Zhuang Yundai made a quiet gesture. Having seemingly forgotten about last night's crying, Zhuang Yuntong quickly covered her mouth with her small hand to keep quiet. Zhuang Yunqi also pressed his lips together tightly and nodded at Zhuang Yundai, signaling that he wouldn't make a sound. Zhuang Yundai tiptoed to the door and looked through a torn piece of paper in the window. It was Fu, making a fuss in the yard. She didn't know when Fu had returned from the county. Fu was pulling Zhuang Wenxiang's arm, trying to drag her out of the house. Zhuang Wenxiang, clearly still in a deep sleep, was being pulled from her warm bed, her face showing both sleepiness and fear. "Mother, mother," she called out tremulously. "Don't call me mother," Fu shouted angrily, her face dark, as she pushed Zhuang Wenxiang hard to the ground in the yard.
Tell me,
"What did you put in that bowl of chicken soup?" Zhuang Wenxiang trembled all over, unable to speak. Zhuang Lishir, who had been standing nearby in confusion, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing those words. She woke up early in the morning and was about to knock on the door to call Zhuang Yundai and the others to get up and cut grass for the pigs and feed the chickens. Suddenly, she heard someone from outside calling at the door. Zhuang Lishir thought it was Yu Gur back from recovery and happily opened the door, only to see Fu Shi with a dark expression, rushing into the yard. Zhuang Lishir looked behind Fu Shi and noticed that only Fu Shi had returned. She was puzzled when Fu Shi dashed into Zhuang Wenxiang's room. Then, they heard Zhuang Wenxiang scream. Fu Shi had pulled Zhuang Wenxiang out of bed and into the yard. Although it was late summer, it was still early morning with a chilly dampness in the air. Zhuang Wenxiang was also dealing with her monthly cycle, and Zhuang Lishir felt sorry for her and was about to intervene when she heard Fu Shi questioning Zhuang Wenxiang. She asked her what she had added to the chicken soup. At that moment, the term chicken soup was practically a taboo in the Zhuang family. Before Zhuang Lishir could say anything, she saw Zhuang Wenxiang sitting on the ground in the yard, dressed in a light garment, crying with a pale face. Mother, what are you talking about? Fu Shi slapped her hard. Stop pretending. Shaking with anger, she continued, no wonder when I mentioned you drinking that chicken soup, your face looked like that. Before I took that bowl of chicken soup to the second family's silly siblings, I had stepped out of the kitchen for a moment, and you were the only one there. Stop pretending. Half of Zhuang Wenxiang's face was slapped to one side. She covered her swollen cheek and began to cry, Mother. I really didn't. The commotion between Fu Shi and Zhuang Wenxiang was so loud that Fu Dabai and Fu Dengshi, who had stayed overnight, came out yawning. Seeing her sister-in-law dragging Zhuang Wenxiang into the yard and scolding her, Fu Dengshi was startled and rushed forward to stop her. Sister-in-law, are you crazy? Xiang Jia is dealing with her monthly cycle, and you're doing this. Zhuang Wenxiang's face was as white as paper, and she couldn't speak. But Fu Shi forcefully pushed Fu Dengshi aside and slapped Zhuang Wenxiang's other cheek, her face darkened and trembling slightly. What time is it? You still won't speak. Do you know your brother is almost poisoned because of you? You better tell me, besides the castor bean powder, what else did you put in that bowl? Hearing this, Fu Dengshi was instantly shocked. She, like Zhuang Lishi, stood frozen, unable to say a word. Zhuang Wenxiang couldn't hold back any longer when she heard that Zhuang Wenyu was dying. She burst into tears, saying, I didn't mean to. I just added a little bit of the poison powder and some rat poison from the corner of the kitchen. When Fu Shi heard this, she almost fainted. There was no rat poison in the kitchen. That was actually a poison powder Fu Shi had gotten from a shaman on the neighboring hill for practicing witchcraft. She didn't want to explain to Zhuang Wenxiang and was afraid she might accidentally touch it, so she called it rat poison. Little did she know that Zhuang Wenxiang mistook it for rat poison and added it to the chicken soup, intending to harm Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. Even more surprising was that the bowl of chicken soup mixed with the poison was not consumed by Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. Instead, it was drunk by her beloved young son, whom she cherished like life itself. No wonder the county doctor could only diagnose that her son was poisoned, but had no idea what kind of poison it was. The doctor only recognized the symptoms as similar to arsenic poisoning and treated him as such for a day. By night, Zhuang Wenyu was convulsing terribly, and the doctor quickly told Fu Shi to find out what poison it was. Otherwise, Zhuang Wenyu would just have to wait to die. Thinking of this, Fu Shi screamed and lunged at Zhuang Wenxiang, hitting her. I'll beat you to death, you little brat. Zhuang Wenxiang cried out in pain. Fu Daba and Fu Dengshi, recovering from their shock, hurried to pull Fu Shi away. Hey, little aunt. Just hit her a couple of times to vent your anger. Sister Xiang is getting married soon. What will you do if you hurt her? Fu Daba didn't care that this was a fight between women. He rushed over to help Fu Dengshi pull Fu Shi away. Fu Shi, with a pale face and heavy breathing, exclaimed, Getting married? Her brother is almost poisoned to death by her, and she still wants to get married. With that, she began to cry. Zhuang Yundai, hiding behind the door and peeking through the broken window paper, couldn't help but sneer. Who says there is no retribution in this world? Did you see that? Zhuang Wenxiang wanted to poison her and her siblings, but it backfired and hit her own family. How could she still have the face to encourage Zhuang Lishi to trouble them? Zhuang Wenxiang was the real culprit. Zhuang Yundai silently watched the chaos in the courtyard, not saying a word. At this moment, Fu Shi was being held back by Fu Daba and Fu Dengshi, crying out in despair, My poor Yuga. Yuga. Zhuang Lishi's face turned pale, and her lips trembled. She never expected things to develop like this. Rat poison. Rat poison can help. Someone needs to give Yuga some dirty water. Dirty water will work. Last time. Zhuang Lishi spoke in a disordered manner. Fu Shi was crying and shivering. That's not rat poison at all. It's the powder I got for Granny Zhu to practice her spells. I took a long time to find it. Zhuang Lishi had heard of Granny Zhu's reputation. That witch once scattered a powder that made a girl, who was said to be possessed by a fox spirit, emit white smoke from her face, causing the girl to scream and collapse, losing consciousness. Such a powder. Zhuang Lixer felt dizzy and nearly fell over, but she managed to hold onto a tree in the yard. However, she was close to breaking down, crying out with Fu Shi, "Yuger, my dear.
Hey.
Stop crying." Perhaps because it wasn't her own child in danger, Fu Dengshi remained somewhat rational. She shook Fu Shi's shoulders firmly. "I say, little aunt, are you foolish? Since this powder was given to you by Granny Zhu, maybe she has something that can help." These words sparked a glimmer of hope in Fu Shi. Fu Shi's eyes widened as she quickly got up from the ground, her voice hoarse from crying. "Right. Granny Zhu. I'll go find Granny Zhu." Ignoring everything else, Fu Shi stumbled out the door. Fu Daba hurriedly said, "I'll go with you to help." Zhuang Lixer wanted to chase after them, but her legs felt weak, and as she tried to run, she stumbled and fell to the ground with a cry. Fu Dengshi didn't pay attention to Zhuang Lixer. She noticed that Zhuang Wenxiang's face was as pale as paper and there was more blood on the ground, clearly indicating something was wrong with her monthly cycle.
Fu Dengshi shivered.
No, if Xiangjie had a problem and couldn't marry into the Zhu family, who would take care of her 2 sons in the future? She hurried to help Zhuang Wenxiang, while calling back to Zhuang Lixer, "Aunt, wait a moment. I'll help Xiangjie inside first, then I'll come back for you." Zhuang Lixer sat on the ground, trying to get up but unable to move. Zhuang Yundai knew it was finally her turn to step in. She rushed out anxiously, "Grandma, why are you on the ground?" Zhuang Yundai used all her strength to help Zhuang Lixer up. Under the great sadness of Grandma Zhuang, a glimmer of hope was ignited. She was in a daze, being supported by Zhuang Yundai as she entered the house. Zhuang Yundai hurriedly prepared a bowl of hot water for Grandma Zhuang. Holding the warm bowl, Grandma Zhuang felt a shiver and finally regained her senses. Zhuang Yundai looked at her with concern and asked, "Grandma, what happened to you?" Grandma Zhuang felt a mix of emotions and didn't know what to say. Zhuang Yundai wanted to see her in this state and hesitantly spoke, "Grandma, I just heard Aunt's voice yelling about poison." The mention of poison startled Grandma Zhuang, and she excitedly denied it. "No, that's not true. You heard wrong. How could it be called poison? Sister Xiang is Yu Ji's real sister, and she didn't mean to." Thinking of this, Grandma Zhuang suddenly froze. Right, Sister Xiang initially wanted to harm Arya and the others. Grandma Zhuang felt her throat dry.
"Grandma?"
Zhuang Yundai called softly. Overcome with sadness, Grandma Zhuang turned her head away, unable to speak for a long time. Zhuang Yundai didn't rush her, allowing her to calm down. After a while, Zhuang Yundai guessed that Grandma Zhuang had settled down a bit and quietly said, "It was really noisy in the yard earlier. Aki and Tong Tong were scared." The name Aki suddenly reminded Grandma Zhuang. She snapped back to reality. If something really happened to Yuge, then Aki would be her only grandson, and Arya would be his sister. Grandma Zhuang took a deep breath. "Arya, you are a good girl. If something happens to Yuge, you must take good care of Aki." Zhuang Yundai lowered her eyes, hiding her sarcasm, and looked gentle and obedient. "Grandma, don't worry. Aki is my little brother, and I will definitely take good care of him." Even little Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi sensed the strange atmosphere in the house. The strangest part was that this morning, their Grandma Zhuang actually brought a small bowl of steamed buns for them to eat. The bowl even had some pickled vegetables mixed in. Zhuang Yuntong didn't even dare to eat. After the Li family left, Zhuang Yuntong, with her short legs, hurried over to close the door of their second room. Feeling a bit scared, she lowered her voice and asked Zhuang Yundai's sister, "Did Grandma put poison in the steamed buns?" Earlier, the noise in the yard was too loud, and the 2 little ones caught bits and pieces of it, likely only remembering the words poison. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "It's fine. Aki, take Tong Tong to wash her hands. It's time to eat." Zhuang Yaki replied, but even he, who usually tried to act mature, couldn't help but glance back at the bowl of steamed buns. He hesitated and quietly said to Zhuang Yundai's sister, "These buns don't seem to have much rice bran in them. Aren't they for us? Did Grandma mix them up?" When Zhuang Yundai and her siblings were at the Zhuang family home, There were two types of main dishes on the table. One was the golden, shiny steamed buns with very little rice bran, which were always eaten by their grandparents and the first branch of the family. The other type was mostly made of rice bran, with very little sorghum flour, and was very dry and rough. This type was always eaten by the second branch of the family. So, when Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yaqi saw these golden steamed buns, they were a bit stunned. This wasn't what they were supposed to eat. Zhuang Yundai didn't say anything but gently patted Zhuang Yaqi's head and urged him, "Take your sister to wash her hands." "Okay," Zhuang Yaqi replied obediently and took Zhuang Yuntong out. The bowl of golden steamed buns made Zhuang Yaqi and Zhuang Yuntong feel uneasy. While they were eating, they heard some noisy commotion outside. Zhuang Yuntong jumped off the bed, nearly dropping her bun, her little face looking worried. Is it Sister Wenxiang coming to hit us?" In the past, Zhuang Yundai and her siblings occasionally got to eat these nice steamed buns, but whenever they did, Zhuang Wenxiang and Zhuang Wenyu would find some excuse to pick on them, sometimes even hitting them. Because they didn't deserve to eat. Because dogs and people shouldn't eat the same food. Zhuang Yaqi didn't speak, but tightly gripped the edge of the small table in the dirt pit, clearly very nervous. Zhuang Yundai felt her fists clench, wishing she could drag Zhuang Wenxiang and Zhuang Wenyu over and give them a good beating right then and there. "Don't worry, you all eat first. I'll go take a look." Zhuang Yundai put down the steamed bun in her hand and stood up. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong nodded understandingly and held their buns tightly. Zhuang Yundai quietly walked to the door and looked outside through a torn piece of paper on the window. It was Mrs. Fu returning. Mrs. Fu, with a pale face, stumbled in from the yard and cried to Mrs. Zhuang, "Mother, the fortune teller wants 10 taels of silver to save you, Gur." Mrs. Zhuang looked at Mrs. Fu in confusion. "Wait, can't you even come up with 10 taels? The silver that Shenong sent back earlier, I didn't even give to his wife, but I gave it all to you." Hearing this, Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Shenong and Mrs. Zhuang's words referred to the father of Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. Zhuang Shenong went to war and, due to his bravery, earned some achievements and gained recognition from his superiors, receiving a lot of silver and rewards. However, Zhuang Shenong was reluctant to spend any of it and sent it all back home little by little. Because of this, the Zhuang family moved out of their old, crumbling house into a new courtyard, and their living standards improved from barely getting by to a decent life. But what kind of life did Zhuang Shunong's 3 children lead? The youngest was trembling with fear just to eat a slightly better steamed bun at home. The oldest? He couldn't even afford to see a doctor when he fell ill and ultimately died in the old, dilapidated house, leaving her a soul from another world to live in his place. I wonder if Zhuang Shenong, who died in battle, would be angry if he knew? Zhuang Yundai's thoughts flashed, but at this moment, Mrs. Fu was crying loudly, lamenting to Mrs. Zhuang. "Oh, my mother, how much silver could there be from what my second brother sent back when he was alive? He had 4 mouths to feed. My sister-in-law is lazy and doesn't work, and the 3 children from the second family are either foolish or too young, only taking without giving. It's all gone." Mrs. Fu wiped her tears, sobbing, "Don't forget, a few days ago, Yugur just went to the county clinic. That cost a lot of silver." Zhuang Yundai watched Mrs. Fu perform her act of crying about being poor. It seemed the fortune teller was confident about curing Zhuang Wenyu's poison. Look, Mrs. Fu even had the energy to think of ways to get money from Mrs. Zhuang. Mrs. Zhuang, however, was in a panic. "Oh, your father, and I don't have much money left either. What are we going to do?" Zhuangli thought of something and suddenly looked at Fu Deng, who was watching from the doorway, with a bright expression. "Aunt, is your family doing well? Could you lend us some money? Once we sell the harvest, we will pay you back right away." Before Fu Deng could slip away, Zhuangli called her out. Fu Deng forced a smile and said, "Oh, Aunt, you don't know, my family has a lot of strong boys, and our expenses are high. There's not much extra money." She hesitated and pulled out an oil paper package. "I have 50 coins here, which I was planning to use to make some clothes for my second son." But saving a child is more important, so you can take this.
Fu Deng squinted, feeling angry.
50 coins? What could that even do? The things she usually brought back for her brother and sister-in-law were worth much more than that. And now she was only offering 50 coins? It felt like charity. But Zhuangli didn't think much of it. Her mind was filled with thoughts of saving Zhuang Wenyu, and she was anxious. What should we do now? Fu Deng cleared her throat and sneakily glanced toward Zhuang Yundai's room. Of course, it was bright outside, and Zhuang Yundai's room was dark, making it hard to see her hiding behind the door. Fu Deng leaned in closer, lowering her voice to tell Zhuangli, "Aunt, did I tell you about the widower at the west end of the village who wants to remarry? I mentioned your silly girl to him before, but back then she was still silly, and he wasn't interested. Now that she's not silly anymore, it's perfect." She paused and raised her hand excitedly. "He's willing to pay this amount." She indicated a sum with her fingers. Fu Deng thought she was being quiet, but the yard was silent, and Zhuang Yundai, with her sharp senses, heard everything clearly. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but silently laugh. "Oh, so they planned to sell her." Zhuangli instinctively frowned and refused. No, she's only 12. Isn't that too young?" Fu Deng scoffed, dismissing her concern. "Too young? Aunt, nowadays, many families start looking for matches for their children at 11 or 12. Besides, even if your girl seems fine now, who knows when she might become silly again? Besides, who knows if her foolishness might pass on to the child? What decent person would marry someone like her? It's already good that a widower is willing to marry her." Zhuangli was swayed by Fu Deng's words. She instinctively glanced towards the west room where Zhuang Yundai and the others lived, but of course, she saw nothing. She hesitated and asked Fu Deng, "Are you talking about the widower with a scar on his face from the west?" Seeing Zhuangli wavering, Fu Deng smiled brightly. "Yes, that's him. I tell you, Aunt, don't be fooled by his age. Older men know how to care for people." Zhuangli was still reluctant, but he's quite a bit older. I remember he's even older than Arya's father. Fu Deng noticed that although Zhuangli was still opposed, she was not as firm in her stance. She signaled to Fu Shi. Fu Shi quickly cried out, "Mother, if we don't have 10 taels of silver, our Uyghur won't survive. For Arya, getting married is just a formality, but for Uyghur, it means survival." Zhuangli was completely shaken, her face showing signs of doubt. "Oh, like this." Zhuang Yundai could no longer hold back. With a loud, she kicked open the door. Everyone in the yard was startled. Zhuangli's face turned slightly embarrassed. She wasn't sure if Zhuang Yundai had heard. After all, this matter wasn't very honorable. Fu Deng exclaimed, "Oh, Arya, you came out just in time. Your second aunt is telling you about a wonderful match." Zhuang Yundai, with an innocent expression, smiled slightly at Fu Deng, seemingly unbothered. "Really? How good is this match?" Fu Deng thought Zhuang Yundai was easy to persuade and quickly said, "Oh, you're still young and don't understand, but your second aunt, your aunt, and your grandmother, all of them know this match is great. Not to mention, once you marry, your husband will surely treat you well. There won't be any in-laws to worry about, and you'll be in charge of the household and finances. In short, there are so many benefits. You'll see once you marry. A match this good." Zhuang Yundai's eyes sparkled, as she was filled with dreams from Fu Deng's words. But before Fu Deng could feel happy, Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "Since this is such a good match, let's have Sister Wenxiang marry instead." Fu Deng's expression stiffened. Zhuang Yundai cheerfully began counting on her fingers for Fu Deng. "I thought this match for Sister Wenxiang wasn't good. They say she would marry as a concubine, but what is a concubine? Just a servant, who would still have to kneel before the main wife. Any children would only be considered half a master. What does that mean? It just means half a servant. Oh, Sister Wenxiang has been spoiled at home since she was little. If she has to suffer in such a family, it would be better to let her have this good match that Fu family's second aunt mentioned." Zhuang Yundai's voice was sweet and bright. As she spoke, she started to walk outside. "We shouldn't delay. Fu family's second aunt." There's someone in our village who can write. Let's hurry and ask him to write a letter to the Zhu family, saying that Sister Wenxiang has found a better choice and won't marry. Fu Deng's expression changed. Before she could say anything, Zhuang Wenxiang rushed out of her room, ready to fight Zhuang Yundai. You little troublemaker, how dare you ruin my marriage? I'll get you. Zhuang Yundai quickly hid behind Zhuang Lisher. Zhuang Wenxiang wouldn't dare to touch Zhuang Lisher. If she even laid a finger on her, the Zhu family would never accept someone with such low morals and no filial piety. Zhuang Wenxiang stopped in front of Zhuang Lisher, her face pale, but now, out of anger, her cheeks flushed slightly. You troublemaker. She cursed Zhuang Yundai fiercely. Zhuang Yundai tightly held onto Zhuang Lisher's arm, about to cry. Sister Wenxiang, why are you still cursing me? It was Fu family's second aunt who said this is a great match. If you don't want it, that's fine. Zhuang Wenxiang screamed. I want to get rid of you, you little troublemaker. Zhuang Yundai gasped, looking quite scared, but still calmly held onto Zhuang Lisher's arm, using her as a shield. Zhuang Yundai's voice was clear and full of confusion. Sister Wenxiang, how would you get rid of me? Like how you poisoned Yu Ger. As soon as she said this, everyone in the courtyard changed their expressions. Don't talk nonsense. Zhuang Wenxiang instinctively shouted. She quickly glanced at Fu, who was glaring at Zhuang Yundai, and Zhuang Wenxiang didn't dare to relax, glaring back at Zhuang Yundai with a fierce look. Fu Dengshi immediately said, I think Arya is being foolish again. It's not about poisoning. This time, Yu Ger accidentally ate something wrong. Although Fu Shi was extremely angry that her daughter mistakenly caused her son to take poison, she clearly understood that the accusation of poisoning could not be placed on her daughter. Fu Shi stiffly added, Exactly. Arya, if you're not thinking clearly, you should go back to your room and rest. Zhuang Yundai blinked and replied, Oh, yes, I think I feel a bit dizzy. She looked at Zhuang Lisher with a hint of regret. Never mind, Grandma. It seems my illness is still not completely better. This marriage proposal is good, but to avoid harming others and having people blame our Zhuang family, maybe we should just forget it. The phrase blame our family caught Zhuang Lisher's attention. Zhuang Lisher shivered, came back to her senses, and instinctively nodded. That's true. Maybe we should just let it go. After a pause, she turned to Fu Shi and asked, Eldest daughter-in-law, what do you think? Fu Shi gritted her teeth and said, Since Arya still acts foolishly from time to time, let's forget about this marriage. Fu Dengshi opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. She felt very unwilling. In fact, that Qin widower had looked at Zhuang Yundai from a distance earlier. At that time, Zhuang Yundai was still dazed. Although Qin thought the girl looked pale and thin, her features showed she could be a beauty with a little care. However, the problem was that she was foolish. So, Qin jokingly said that if Zhuang Arya was not foolish, he would be willing to offer 15 taels of silver. Now, Fu Dengshi mentioned 10 taels, hoping to gain 5 for herself. But she didn't expect that Zhuang Yundai was indeed not foolish anymore, but she was too clever. Her words clearly implied that if they dared to marry her off to Qin, she would expose the matter of Zhuang Wenxiang poisoning Yu Ger. The Zhuang family was counting on Zhuang Wenxiang marrying into the Zhu family to help support them. Well then, Zhuang Yundai said with a look of regret, releasing Zhuang Lisher's arm and gracefully returning to her room. The dark west room door closed again. Zhuang Lisher withdrew her gaze, sighed, and began to worry. So, what should we do about Yu Ger? She seemed to have made a decision. Never mind. Your father and I still have 4 taels of silver saved for a coffin. I'll take it out and go borrow some from relatives. Upon hearing this, Fu Shi quickly said, Mother, just give me the 4 taels. After a pause, she quickly added, I'll borrow the rest. You're much older, so you shouldn't have to suffer like this. Mrs. Zhuang was very touched. Her daughter-in-law was so considerate. Zhuang Yundai returned to the west room. Zhuang Yuntong felt a bit scared. She stretched her short legs, slid down from the earthen bed, and ran to Zhuang Yundai, whispering, Sister, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they? The little girl wasn't as sharp as Zhuang Yundai. In the closed room, she could only hear the harsh tones of those people. "No, they aren't as tough as you, sister." Zhuang Yundai reassured her sister, and little Yuntong, being innocent, climbed back onto the bed to eat. "They don't cook as well as you do," Zhuang Yuntong mumbled softly. However, she didn't pick at her food and worked hard to eat. The little girl knew that only by eating enough would she not worry her older siblings. Zhuang Yunqi was a bit worried. He had vaguely heard a few words, something about marriage. He hesitated and quietly asked Zhuang Yundai's sister, "Are they trying to marry you off?" Zhuang Yundai knew her younger brother often thought more than his peers. She lowered her voice. "Don't worry, Aki. No one can force me to do what I don't want to do." Zhuang Yunqi still seemed uncertain.
But
He wanted to say he had seen a little girl who was married off. That girl was so young and was sent away as a child bride. On the day of her wedding, that little girl cried and sobbed, heartbroken. Her parents scolded her loudly, saying she brought bad luck. Although Zhuang Yunqi didn't understand what getting married meant, he couldn't imagine such a scene happening to his sister or sister. Seeing Zhuang Yunqi looking worried and Zhuang Yuntong happily eating without a care, Zhuang Yundai suddenly smiled and said in a negotiating tone, "Aki, Tongtong, what do you think about leaving this Zhuang family and living on our own?" Zhuang Yunqi was stunned. Zhuang Yuntong was also surprised. She swallowed her food with difficulty, tilted her head in confusion, and asked Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, what does leave mean?" "It means we won't live with these Zhuang family members anymore. We'll have our own place and live by ourselves," Zhuang Yundai explained as simply as she could. Zhuang Yuntong felt a bit nervous and asked then, "Will Tongtong have to be apart from sister and brother too?" Zhuang Yundai firmly replied, "No, we won't be apart. We three want to be together." Zhuang Yuntong relaxed her small body and smiled softly at Zhuang Yundai, her eyes sparkling. "As long as I can be with my brother and sister, I'm happy." Zhuang Yundai nodded in satisfaction and turned to Zhuang Yunqi. "What about you, Aki?" Although Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong were still children, Zhuang Yundai felt that such an important matter concerning both kids should be discussed with them, especially Aki. This child, though young, had always worked hard to take on any responsibility for his sisters. Zhuang Yundai felt both pity and admiration for him. Seeing Zhuang Yundai ask him so seriously, Zhuang Yunqi straightened up slowly and looked at her earnestly, expressing his feelings. "Elder sister, the other members of the Zhuang family don't see us as a family. Only you, me, and Yuntong are a family." Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhuang Yundai smiled gently. "All right, since you all don't oppose, I understand." Zhuang Yuntong blinked her long eyelashes, tilted her little head, and couldn't help but ask Zhuang Yundai, "Elder sister, when we lived in the old house and didn't stay with grandpa and grandma, doesn't that count as separating?" "Not really," Zhuang Yundai replied firmly, giving an example. "Before, if grandpa and grandma wanted to sell us, we couldn't report them. But if we separate from the Zhuang family and they still want to sell us, we can report them." As she spoke, Zhuang Yundai reached out to touch Zhuang Yuntong's dry hair, thinking about how she needed to take better care of her family's hair. In the later stages of the apocalypse, shampoo and conditioner had long been out of production. She maintained her hair with homemade herbal rinses to keep it healthy and shiny. Here, Zhuang Yundai felt confident. After all, many of the herbs available during the apocalypse could also be found in this world, and some could even be found in the wild mountains behind Xiangyang village. However, there was one herb that had no similar substitutes in this mountain, and once she solved the food issue, she would need to adjust her plans. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhuang Yuntong's excited voice interrupted her.
"Ah,
"Really? If we separate, they can't sell us anymore?" Zhuang Yuntong exclaimed with excitement. Zhuang Yundai sensed something was off and asked her sister, "Why are you so happy, Yuntong?" Zhuang Yuntong pouted and dared to complain. Earlier, it was brother Wenyu who said that when Tongtong grows a few more years, he would sell me to a bad place. Although the little one didn't know the exact meaning of bad place, she often heard village women using such words in their arguments, making her vaguely aware that bad place was not a good term. As soon as Zhuang Yuntong said this, Zhuang Yunqi's face darkened. Zhuang Yundai was almost furious. She clenched her teeth, thinking, Zhuang Wenyu, you should be grateful that you are lying in the clinic right now. Otherwise, she would definitely find a chance to teach him a lesson at night. Zhuang Yunqi gritted his teeth and said, seriously, sister, if anyone says anything like this to you again, you must tell your brother. Zhuang Yuntong nodded, somewhat understanding. Tong Tong knows. She patted Zhuang Yunqi's chest. Brother, don't be angry. Then she sweetly leaned into Zhuang Yundai's embrace. Sister, don't be angry either. Zhuang Yundai hugged her sister tightly and gave her a big kiss. But in her heart, she thought that she couldn't hold back anymore. She would definitely deal with Zhuang Wenyu later. Although the three siblings agreed to separate from the Zhuang family, Zhuang Yundai knew that now was not the best time to do so. The so-called separation actually meant dividing the family. However, with old scholar Zhuang and the beloved grandson Zhuang Wenyu still in the clinic, uncertain about his life or death, who knew if the fortune teller could really help? If anything happened to Zhuang Wenyu, old scholar Zhuang, and Mrs. Zhuang would likely not allow Zhuang Yunqi to separate from the second branch of the family. Zhuang Yundai understood that all she could do now was to prepare for everything and wait. Soon, news came back from Zhuang Wenyu's side. Mrs. Fu's 10 taels of silver were not wasted. The fortune teller used medicine to help Zhuang Wenyu detoxify, and his life was saved. However, although Zhuang Wenyu's life was saved, the prolonged poisoning had caused some irreversible damage to his body. For example, the fortune teller subtly informed Mrs. Fu that Zhuang Wenyu might be physically weak in the future and could have difficulties with having children. Mrs. Fu's heart sank again. But seeing that the fortune teller didn't say it was completely hopeless, a glimmer of hope remained in her heart. It was just some difficulties, not entirely without hope for children. Her son, Uyghur, is still young, not yet 10 years old. She worries about how to take care of him in the future. As she thinks about the expenses for his health, she feels a sense of darkness ahead. Zhuang Shizhong, however, doesn't care much. He even mocks Fu Shi for being short-sighted. In the future, when Xiang Jie marries into the Zhu family, as long as she has a son, we will be the maternal grandparents of the Zhu family's boy. How can money be a problem for us? Hearing this, Fu Shi realizes he has a point and feels a bit happy but then hesitates. Dear, I hit Xiang Jie earlier because of Uyghur. Zhuang Shizhong clicks his tongue. How foolish. In the past, I wouldn't have said anything even if you broke Xiang Jie's leg. But now she is marrying into the Zhu family. No matter how angry you are, you shouldn't have laid a hand on her for the sake of the Zhu family. Fu Shi grits her teeth. Can't I just comfort her? There's no lasting grudge between mother and daughter. When she returned from the county with Zhuang Wenyu, she even made a special stop at a snack shop and spent 5 coins to buy 3 pieces of peach crisp. Once home, she noticed that her relatives had already left after she refused to lend them money. She scoffed and took out the peach crisp, heading to Zhuang Wenxiang's room. Fu Shi tearfully described how Zhuang Wenyu nearly died, making Zhuang Wenxiang feel scared and teary-eyed. Then she shifted the blame to Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. You know, this isn't all your fault. If those 3 little brats had drunk that bowl of chicken soup, Uyghur wouldn't have suffered. Zhuang Wenxiang immediately felt her mother was right. In her anxious thoughts these past few days, she often considered this. If only Zhuang Yundai and the others had drunk it, there would be no problem with Uyghur. So, ultimately, it was still the fault of those 3 little brats for their good luck. The mother and daughter united in blaming Zhuang Yundai and her siblings, and their bond quickly warmed again. Zhuang Wenxiang seemed to completely forget how Fu Shi had dragged her to the yard and scolded her earlier. Hey, Xiang Jie, you should rest well. Fu Shi got up from the edge of Zhuang Wenxiang's bed and said, Earlier, you mentioned that you love the peach pastries from the county. This time, I specially went all the way across the county to buy some for you. They're on the table. Eat some if you're hungry. Zhuang Wenxiang's eyes filled with tears. Mom, you are so good to me. Before she could finish, the curtain of her room was lifted. Zhuangli looked at Fu Shi and asked, Hey, eldest daughter-in-law, where are the peach pastries you bought from the county? The room fell silent. Zhuangli didn't notice the unusual atmosphere. Instead, she saw the peach pastries on the table. Earlier, Fu Shi had unwrapped half of the oil paper to reveal the pastries. Zhuangli smiled and stepped forward to take them. So there with Xiang. Yu has finally developed an appetite and wants to eat peach pastries. As she spoke, she reached for the pastries wrapped in oil paper. Zhuang Wenxiang's expression changed slightly. Grandma, those pastries are for me. Zhuangli looked at Zhuang Wenxiang with a hint of displeasure and said earnestly, Xiang, don't forget who caused you to suffer this time. Besides, as an older sister, what's wrong with giving a few pastries to your brother? Zhuang Wenxiang sat on the bed. She had caught a chill in the yard and had been feeling discomfort in her stomach for the past 2 days, making it hard for her to move. Seeing Zhuangli trying to take the pastries, her voice became urgent. Mom, those are the pastries you bought for me. Fu Shi chuckled awkwardly, but didn't move. There were no grudges between mother and daughter. She felt that she had already connected with her daughter emotionally. Even without these pastries, it shouldn't be a big issue. But her Yu was different. Her poor Yu, after being sick, had been taking medicine every day and hadn't eaten much. Now that he finally had an appetite, wanting to eat peach pastries, how could she, as a mother, not want to satisfy her son? Xiang, in a couple of days there will be a market, Fu Shi said slowly. I will buy you more then. How does that sound? Zhuang Wenxiang's hands slowly curled up beside her. She said softly, but I want to eat them now. Xiang. Fu Shi's tone became a bit firmer. Why do you have to fight with your brother for this one bite of food? You can eat all the delicacies you want once you marry into the Zhu family. Zhuang Wenxiang lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. After a while, Mrs. Zhuangli felt a bit impatient. She raised the oiled paper in her hand and said, Sister Xiang, I'm going to take this to your brother now. Zhuang Wenxiang neither agreed nor disagreed. Mrs. Zhuangli decided to ignore her, lifted the paper, and was about to go out when Zhuang Wenxiang suddenly spoke up. Grandma, how about saving a piece for me to taste? Before Mrs. Zhuangli could respond, Mrs. Fu quickly added, You little rascal, you'll spoil your appetite. 3 pieces of peach crisp might not even be enough for your brother. Sister Xiang, be good. Next time I'll buy you 5 pieces. Zhuang Wenxiang remained silent. At that moment, there was a faint sound of something being smashed in the main room. Mrs. Zhuangli didn't dare to delay any longer and hurried out with the bag of peach crisps. Zhuang Yundai had been living in the new Zhuang family house for 2 days. During these 2 days, she had been busy organizing the mess in the second room and had gathered quite a few items that could be taken when they split the family. One day, when Mrs. Fu returned with Zhuang Wenyu and the others, Zhuang Yundai knew the time was right. It was time to propose the separation of the family. At noon, Mrs. Fu glanced at Mrs. Zhuangli, who was filling a bowl with steamed buns, and immediately frowned. Mother, who are these for? For the 3 children of the second family, Mrs. Zhuangli replied casually. Mrs. Fu's voice rose sharply. They eat this? Seeing Mrs. Zhuangli pause, Mrs. Fu quickly softened her tone. Mother, I'm not worried about the food. It's just that with the current situation at home, Yuger is sick, and it has completely drained our family. How can we afford to feed 3 more mouths? Mrs. Zhuangli hesitated, but we can't just give them nothing to eat. Mrs. Fu took a look around the kitchen, and her eyes landed on a bag of spoiled rice bran in the corner, and she suddenly had an idea. This bag of spoiled rice bran came from another family whose rice bran had rotted after being rained on. Although it wasn't like the years of famine when people could only eat grass and tree bark, a bag of spoiled rice bran was still a loss for farmers. While it couldn't be eaten, throwing it away was out of the question. So, that family sold the spoiled rice bran for just 5 coins. Normally, a large bag of rice bran would cost at least 30 coins. Seeing this, Mrs. Fu was immediately interested and bargained it down to 4 coins, bought it, and placed it in the kitchen. Recently, there have been many things happening. Plus, the Fu family kicked out the 3 siblings, Zhuang Yundai and her brothers, and she almost forgot about the bag of spoiled rice bran. She bought it to feed Zhuang Yundai and her brothers. Fu was eager and said to Zhuang Lishir, Mom, let me cook for the siblings. She complained those 3 kids used to do all the cooking and cleaning at home. Now that they are back, why aren't they helping? Mom, they may not care about you, but I do. You should take a break while I handle things. Zhuang Lishir was touched by Fu's words. The eldest daughter-in-law really cares. While putting the cornbread she had saved for Zhuang Yundai and her brothers back on the tray, she chatted with Fu. But those kids have been helping me gather firewood and feed the chickens and pigs these past few days. They haven't been lazy. They are good kids. Fu exclaimed, "Oh, Mom, what do you mean by helping? Isn't it their duty as part of this family? No wonder everyone says you are the hardest worker around. You're just too kind. I think you should give more of your chores to the second family. Their father is gone, so they should help out." Zhuang Lishir felt a bit dizzy from Fu's flattery and thought there was some truth to her words, murmuring, "That makes sense. Now that area isn't foolish anymore, I should give them more tasks." But she didn't consider that the older ones in the second family were previously foolish, and as for Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, they were about the same age as Zhuang Wenyu. But what was Zhuang Wenyu doing? He was playing with the chickens and dogs, living a carefree life. Maybe Zhuang Lishir thought about it, but she naturally felt that Zhuang Wenyu was different from the others. He was the eldest grandson of the Zhuang family. He was meant to carry on the family line. Soon, Fu brought out the food she prepared for Zhuang Yundai and the others from the kitchen, loudly complaining, "It's just like serving a master. No one helps in the kitchen, and I still have to bring the food to them." Hearing Fu's voice, Zhuang Yundai quickly put her neatly packed bundle into the cabinet to avoid being seen. Fu deliberately kicked the door of the second family open and said, "I'm holding something in my hands, so it's not intentional." Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "It's okay, Aunt. I heard monkeys often kick things around with their feet, so we can understand." Fu was taken aback by Zhuang Yundai's words. Just as she was about to get angry, she remembered something and gave a sarcastic smile. She placed the steamed buns heavily on the small table and said, "I won't talk to you much. This is what I specially made for you, and you only deserve to eat this." After saying that, she turned and walked away. In the dim west room, the steamed buns gave off a strange smell that was even darker than the room itself, and they looked blackened. Even Zhuang Yuntong, who was not picky about food, was stunned when she saw the plate of buns. She cautiously asked Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, can we eat this?" Zhuang Yundai, coming from a world where wasting food was a serious offense, could tell at a glance that these buns were made from pig feed. She chuckled softly and advised the hesitant Zhuang Yuntong, "Don't eat it." At the same time, she took a cloth bag and put the freshly steamed black buns inside. Zhuang Yundai quietly instructed Zhuang Yuntong, "And Zhuang Yunqi, I'll go out for a bit and bring back something good for you." Zhuang Yuntong nodded trustingly, "Okay." Zhuang Yunqi sensed what his sister was planning and asked quietly, "Sister, should we just stay here? Do we need to do anything?" Zhuang Yundai tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled. "Later, you can take this plate back to the kitchen. If Aunt asks, just say you ate it all, that it was a bit hard to eat, and that your stomach hurts." The little one nodded seriously, as if what Zhuang Yundai asked him to do was the most important thing in the world. Zhuang Yundai quietly slipped out of the Zhuang family home, holding the black buns. She first returned to the old house. At the old house, the wild rabbit she had caught earlier was not fully eaten. She had only used part of it to stir-fry. The remaining parts, like the rabbit legs and head, were untouched. Since she was going to stay at the Zhuang family, Zhuang Yundai worried that the leftover rabbit meat would spoil. So, she used some vines to place the remaining rabbit legs and head into a small basket and hung it in the well to keep it fresh with the cool air inside. The old house had not been lived in for a long time, and the well had collapsed in one corner, covered in vines. Zhuang Yundai carefully pulled the basket of rabbit meat out of the well. As expected, the meat was well preserved. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she sprinkled the remaining rabbit head and legs with crushed plants that could substitute for spices and set them on a wooden rack to roast. Today, there is a nice breeze, and the smell of roasted rabbit legs and heads fills the yard, carried by the wind for miles. Zhuang Yundai used a bamboo cup to collect the fat dripping from the roasted rabbit, filling it just a little at the bottom. She glanced at it and thought it might be a bit small, but it was enough. Estimating that it was about time, she noticed the delicious aroma had likely attracted everyone, so she quickly brought the rabbit legs and heads inside. Next, she took a few black steamed buns from her pocket, brushed them with the fat from the bamboo cup, and started roasting them over the charcoal fire. By the time the smell drew people in, her black steamed buns were almost ready. The door to the Zhuang family's old house was wide open, and a group of kids who usually followed Zhuang Wenyu around the village stood at the entrance, eagerly watching Zhuang Yundai roast the buns, looking ready to eat. The delicious smell made them very hungry.
Hey,
"What are you eating, silly?" a boy asked in a rough voice. Zhuang Yundai took a quick glance and recognized them as the troublemakers who often followed Zhuang Wenyu around, causing mischief in the village. Only they would be bold enough to come over when they smelled something good. She pretended to be scared and hid the 2 roasting buns behind her back, saying, "I'm not eating anything." "Don't say you're not eating anything."
we saw you.
A chubby boy said, drooling as he pointed at her arm behind her back. "Bring your hand forward so we can see." Zhuang Yundai thought it was funny how these kids, who usually bullied her when they followed Zhuang Wenyu, talked like that. But she couldn't laugh now. Not only could she not laugh, but she also had to act scared and pulled her hand back, saying, "It's nothing. Really, it's nothing." Although Zhuang Yundai was no longer foolish, she remembered how Zhuang Wenyu often led these kids to bully the original owner. Despite some being younger than her, they weren't afraid of her at all. The group of boys rushed over and tried to grab the buns from her hands. Zhuang Yundai shouted, "What are you doing? These buns were specially made for me by my aunt. Don't take them." She cried loudly, and with the wind, several neighbors heard Zhuang Yundai's sorrowful cries. Occasionally, there were a few boys laughing. "Give it here. That's just too much." One neighbor couldn't sit still and whispered to the head of the household, "Those boys in the village love to bully the little kids. We adults shouldn't stoop to their level. Listen, that child from the Zhuang family is crying so hard. They must have taken her food." The head of the household thought for a moment and said, "Let's go see. That girl from the Zhuang family has it tough." When the neighbor and her husband hurried over, they saw Zhuang Yundai squatting in the yard crying, while a few boys were laughing and fighting over 2 charred buns hanging from a tree branch. After they gobbled up the buns, their expressions turned strange as they looked at each other. "Hey, something's not right. It smells so good, but why does it taste so weird?" However, there were many of them, and the buns were small, so they quickly finished them. Even if they found the taste odd, it was too late. They had already eaten everything. Zhuang Yundai stood up, furious. "Auntie only gave us 4 buns. My brother and sister each got 1, and I, being older, had 2, but you took them all. And you still complain. Give them back." When something is being fought over, it becomes more desirable, and the boys no longer cared about the strange taste of the buns. They laughed and patted their bellies. "Hey, we ate them all. How can we give them back?" One even pretended to gag. "How about I throw up for you?" That was too much. The neighbor couldn't stand it anymore and chased the boys away with a broom. The head of the household was so angry he wanted to hit someone. "Get out of here." Zhuang Yundai sniffled and thanked the neighbor. The neighbor, named Chunlu, sighed and secretly handed Zhuang Yundai a dry cake. "Here, child, take this to eat. Don't go hungry." Zhuang Yundai's eyes were red. "Thank you, Sister Chunlu, wait a moment." Zhuang Yundai quickly ran into the house and came out with a roasted rabbit leg, pushing it into Chunliu's hands. "Sister Chunlu, this was given to me by Brother Wang Er after he hunted a rabbit in the mountains. Luckily, I hid it fast enough so those boys didn't see it." The rabbit leg was roasted to a crispy brown, giving off a delicious aroma that was simply irresistible. Chunlu was startled and quickly pushed the rabbit leg back into Zhuang Yundai's hands, saying, "No, you can't give this to your sister-in-law. Take it back for Aki and Tong Tong to eat." But Zhuang Yundai stubbornly pushed it back, insisting, "I already took a dry cake for your sister-in-law. This rabbit leg isn't very big, and it won't fill you up like this dry cake. Chunlu, you are a good person, please take it." I have more at home, and my brother and sister will get some too. After saying this, Zhuang Yundai quickly took a bite of the dry cake in her hand and showed it to Chunlu, meaning, I ate your dry cake, so you can't change your mind now. Chunlu found it both amusing and helpless. She glanced at her husband, who also smiled a little. All right, since Arya has good intentions, you should take it. Chunlu thought for a moment and then accepted the rabbit leg. Okay, then I will take it. Zhuang Yundai finally broke into a bright smile. Chunlu and her husband returned to their own yard, unable to help but exclaim, Zhuang's Arya is really a good child. Just the smell of this rabbit leg makes me drool, and she generously gives it to me. Her husband, LV Danyu, who is known for his strength, closed the yard door. He was about to suggest that Chunlu eat it while it was hot, but when he turned around, the fragrant rabbit leg was stuffed into his mouth. Chunlio's eyes sparkled. Husband, you eat it. You still have to work in the fields this afternoon. LV Danyu paused, silently took a bite, and then decided not to eat anything else. Chunlu understood his meaning and took a bite as well, her already bright eyes shining even more. Husband, this rabbit leg is really delicious. LV Danyu nodded and objectively commented, I didn't expect Zhuang's Arya to have the skill. Chunlu thought of something and laughed. Then we really got a great deal from Arya. Not to mention anything else, husband. If you can help Arya out a bit in the future, please do. LV Danyu nodded. Their family had previously had some disagreements with the Zhuang family, so they had not wanted to get involved with them. But after meeting Zhuang Yundai today, they found her to be a good person. The couple began to feel inclined to help her. Zhuang Yundai wrapped the roasted rabbit leg and head in layers of oil paper and secretly slipped into the Zhuang family's door to share with the two little ones. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yinqi were munching with greasy mouths, eager to chew even the bones. It's so delicious. Woo-woo. Zhuang Yuntong almost cried from happiness while eating. Zhuang Yundai chuckled softly, took out the last two black steamed buns from her arms, broke one in half, placed it on the table, and tucked the other half back into her clothing. At first glance, it looked like they had eaten half of the black steamed bun. At that moment, Fu deliberately raised her voice in the yard. Oh dear, the gentleman from the second house, the family is so busy. Can you come out and help a bit? Zhuang Yuntong's small face showed a hint of fear as she held onto the half-eaten rabbit leg, looking for a place to put it. Zhuang Yunqi whispered, I'll go. Zhuang Yundai glared and said softly, neither of you is allowed to go. The two little ones were instantly stunned. Zhuang Yundai wiped some dust off the earthen bed, smeared it on her face to give herself a sickly look, then slightly tugged at her hair and dampened it with water, sticking it to her face. Zhuang Yundai made a painful expression in front of the half-broken brass mirror in the room. Very good. Very realistic. She looked just like someone who was weak and sweating from pain. Satisfied, Zhuang Yundai nodded and quietly instructed Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, you two stay inside the room. Don't go out unless I call for you. No matter what happens, don't go out or make a sound, understand? Zhuang Yunqi solemnly promised, just like he had with every other request from Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yuntong was still a bit confused, but she naturally trusted Zhuang Yundai and nodded, saying softly, don't worry, big sister, I won't go out. Both Aki and Tongtong are very good. Zhuang Yundai blew a kiss to them, making Zhuang Yuntong giggle. Once she realized it, she quickly covered her mouth with her small hands, shaking her head to indicate she wouldn't speak. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but chuckle. However, when she stepped out of the dim western room, her face took on a look of distress. Zhuang Yundai's body was already quite malnourished, with little flesh on her face, giving her a naturally sickly appearance. Though she had been nourished a bit in recent days, it takes time to recover from such deep-rooted issues. So, at this moment, Zhuang Yundai's deliberately feigned distressed expression, combined with her natural condition, looked flawless. Seeing Zhuang Yundai's pained expression, Fu felt a bit relieved.
Hey.
What do you mean by this, Arya? Fu's voice was urgent and loud, trying to make sure the neighbors could hear. We provide you with food and drink, and all we ask is for you to do some work. Why do you look like someone owes you 100 taels of silver? Zhuang Yundai, not wanting to back down, looked a bit overwhelmed and raised her voice reasonably. "Aunt, what are you talking about? We haven't slacked off at all. We cut the pig feed this morning, fed the chickens and ducks, and we even cleared the weeds and watered the vegetable patch in the yard. Don't you consider that work?" Fu frowned, ready to scold her for being disrespectful, but then heard Zhuang Yundai almost in tears. "Aunt, my stomach really hurts." Fu could hardly hide her delight. "Well, eating spoiled rice bran should cause a stomachache." "Stomachache? That's nothing. It's normal for kids to have stomachaches." Fu pretended to be concerned. Before she could finish, the yard door was kicked open. "Where is Zhuang Yundai?" A group of people rushed into the yard. They were from Xiangyang village, a mix of men, women, and children, some even pulling their own kids along. Without exception, those kids were the ones who had snatched roasted cornbread from Zhuang Yundai earlier. Zhuang Yundai thought, "Finally, they're here." She made a scared face and quickly hid behind Fu, worried that these angry people might lash out at her without understanding the situation. If someone had to be hit, let it be Fu. After all, Fu always wanted to maintain her image. She couldn't just push her niece out. Zhuang Yundai was quick to react. A stone nearly hit her. Now that she was behind Fu, the second stone hit Fu's shoulder. Fu screamed. "Who threw that?" The noise was loud, and the Zhuang family rushed out of the house, asking, "What's going on?" It was quite a commotion. Everyone was shouting, and it was hard for the Zhuang family to understand. Even Zhuang Yundai found it a bit confusing. However, these people first went to the old Zhuang house, and when they didn't find the culprit Zhuang Yundai there, they rushed over to the Zhuang family side. The noise was quite loud. Chunlu and her partner, LV Dainyu, quietly ran to find the village elder of Xiangyang village. The village elder and the scholar from the Zhuang family were both part of the Zhuang clan, and the scholar had to call the elder cousin. The elder arrived a bit later than those causing trouble at the Zhuang family. However, the scene was chaotic, and many people were watching. Chunlu and LV Dainyu hid among the crowd, remaining silent. The elder heard that many people were causing trouble at the Zhuang family, so he brought several strong young men with him. As soon as he entered, the scholar's family felt reassured and almost burst into tears, rushing to him. "Elder, you're here." The elder responded with a grunt and looked at the fierce troublemakers. He pointed at one man and asked, "Old Yang, what's going on here? You're quite old. Why are you acting like a young troublemaker?" The elder was respected in the village, and when he spoke, the noisy courtyard quickly fell silent. The man called Old Yang stepped forward, pulling a pale boy who could barely stand out of the crowd, and complained, "Elder, I've lived in Xiangyang village for many years, and I'm not one to cause trouble. We came to the Zhuang family just to seek an explanation. Look at my grandson. He's the only one in 3 generations of the Yang family, and he's in such pain. How can I not be heartbroken?" Others chimed in, "Yes. Elder, look at my dog Dan and my sheep." Each person pointed out their own child who was in pain for the elder to see. The elder was still confused, scanning the children. What happened? Why do these kids look like this? Before he could finish speaking, one child suddenly turned pale and vomited on the ground. Ugh. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and soon several children were also vomiting. The smell was unbearable, especially with so many children throwing up, causing the onlookers to step back quickly, nearly crowding into the chicken coop. The Zhuang family members, seeing their once clean courtyard suddenly filled with, immediately changed their expressions. The only ones who didn't mind were probably the families of the children. They were all very anxious, quickly helping the child by patting their back, and some shouted at the family, "Hurry and get some water." Zhuang Laodong's face turned red with anger as he scolded, "This is rude. Absolutely unacceptable." Zhuang Zheng, unable to watch any longer, cleared his throat and instructed Zhuang Shizhong, "Nephew, go get some bowls of water." Zhuang Shizhong replied and then looked at Fu Shi, "Go to the kitchen and bring some bowls of water." Fu Shi then turned to Zhuang Yundai, "Don't you have any sense? Hurry and pour some water." Zhuang Yundai held her stomach and said, "Aunt, my stomach hurts." Fu Shi impatiently replied, Stop being lazy. Hurry up. Chun Lu, from the crowd, shouted. Fu, your niece is in pain. Why are you still forcing her to work? How pitiful. She's not even your own child. Everyone looked at Zhuang Yundai, who was hiding behind the family, and saw her looking very pale and in pain. Her already thin face was scrunched up, sweat was dripping from her forehead, and her hair was wet and sticking to her face, clearly in distress. No one doubted that Zhuang Yundai was pretending. The onlookers in the village began to whisper about Fu Shi. Fu Shi, who cared about her image, had to endure the pain from her shoulder being hurt by a stone and gritted her teeth as she went to the kitchen to fetch water. The families that had come to cause trouble looked at Zhuang Yundai in pain and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Something was off. They knew their children often bullied Zhuang Yundai. Now, with several kids having stomach issues and claiming pain, when they asked what caused it, they all said it was Zhuang Yundai's steamed buns. These families immediately thought that Zhuang Yundai had intentionally retaliated against the kids, possibly poisoning them. Wasn't it said that Zhuang's Yuga also got poisoned a few days ago? Thinking this way, the families quickly discussed and rushed to the Zhuang family, demanding an explanation from Zhuang Yundai. But seeing Zhuang Yundai in such pain, they began to reconsider. Poisoning, didn't it seem like it affected them too? Zhuang Zheng was even more confused and decided to let Old Yang explain the situation. Old Yang recounted how the children had eaten Zhuang Yundai's steamed buns and ended up in pain. He also complained to Zhuang Zheng, we Yang family are not unreasonable. If it were just my child who got sick, we couldn't solely blame Zhuang's second daughter. But look, these poor kids are all sick. He pointed to the few pale-faced children who had thrown up, his old face filled with anger. You can blame that steamed bun from the Zhang family. Fu picked up a tray with several bowls of water and heard the words blame that steamed bun. Her heart sank. Others might not know, but she was aware of what those buns were made of. But wait, that bun clearly looked suspicious. Those mischievous kids usually knew better. They wouldn't eat it even if they snatched it from Zhuang Yundai. Fu felt anxious, her face shifting from pale to flushed. What she couldn't imagine was that Zhuang Yundai had covered the strange smell of the bun with a thick layer of fragrant, roasted rabbit fat. Feeling uneasy, she forced a shocked expression and approached with the tray, saying, Come, everyone, rinse your mouths. She turned to Zhuang Yundai with a look of righteous anger. Yundai, even though these kids have bullied you before, you shouldn't resort to such cruel revenge. You're disappointing your aunt. Her words directly accused Zhuang Yundai, even providing a motive. They bullied you before. As Fu spoke, the crowd's hostility turned towards Zhuang Yundai, demanding an explanation. Feeling pleased with herself, Fu suddenly heard Zhuang Yundai clutching her stomach, gasping in pain and crying, Aunt, what are you saying? How can you accuse me of poisoning without any evidence? She seemed to hint at something. Don't you remember what happened with Yugur? Your second uncle and aunt accused me of poisoning too. And what happened then? Fu's eyes widened. Is she threatening me? Taking a deep breath, she was about to respond when Zhang Liatongsheng, overhearing Zhang Yundai, shot Fu a warning glare, saying, Eldest daughter-in-law. Fu immediately fell silent. Zhang Liatongsheng thought his eldest daughter-in-law was dutiful, but a bit foolish. Even if Yundai was problematic, she was still part of the Zhang family. Now outsiders were causing trouble at their home. Shouldn't they stand united? Any issues could be discussed privately later. The victims drank some water and rinsed their mouths, clearly feeling unstable again. One of them shouted angrily, Zhuang, you can't deny it. I remember clearly that when I ate your steamed bun, it tasted off. I almost threw up. Besides your bun, I didn't eat anything else. If it wasn't you who poisoned it, then who could it be? The onlookers started pointing and whispering. What the victims said was more useful than the accusations from their families. Zhuang Yundai cried sadly, Grandpa, village head, I am truly wronged. I brought the bun made by my aunt to the old house to bake, and then these people. She pointed at the victims, suddenly appeared at our door and snatched my bun. After taking it, they ate it. I haven't even settled the score with them, and they dare to come after me. Chunlu exchanged a glance with her family head and stepped forward to testify. Yes, I heard it too. Those kids took Arya's bun, and when she tried to stop them, they even said they would make her eat there. They took it themselves, so even if they got sick from eating it, how can they blame Arya? With this, the claim that Zhuang Yundai intentionally poisoned the food fell apart. It seemed that the bun was the problem, and Zhuang Yundai just didn't know. She looked pale, just like the other kids. Fu's face tightened, and she was about to say something to cover it up when she heard Zhuang Yundai crying while holding her stomach. Village head, am I going to die? My stomach hurts so much. The village head was reminded and turned to ask Zhuang Laodong and the others, does your stomach hurt too? Zhuang Laotong was a bit annoyed. Not at all. Cousin, look at my family. Everyone is fine except for Arya. The village head saw that was true. However, he didn't notice that Zhuang Lishir, standing behind Zhuang Laodong, had a slight change in expression. She remembered that earlier today, Fu said she would cook separately for the children of the second branch. Zhuang Lishir hesitated to speak, but Fu kept signaling her to stay quiet. Given that this eldest daughter-in-law usually behaved well and was filial, Zhuang Lishir, though puzzled, chose not to say anything. Zhuang Yundai watched coldly, taking in the silent exchange between the two. She was not surprised at Zhuang Lishir's continued protection of Fu. She never had any expectations of her so-called blood relatives, so she couldn't feel disappointed or sad now. She could rely on herself. Zhuang Yundai held her stomach, seemingly enduring great pain, unable to stand, and suddenly fell to the ground, dropping a blackened steamed bun from her arms. Chunlu was nearby, and quickly helped Zhuang Yundai up. With a pained expression, Zhuang Yundai said, my steamed bun fell. Everyone instinctively looked over. Seeing the blackened bun, Fu felt a tightness in her chest and thought to quickly pick it up to eliminate the evidence, but someone reacted faster than her. Chunliu's husband, Lu Danyu, picked up the black bun from the ground. He even sniffed it and frowned, saying, what is that smell? Lu Danyu held the bun away from him, and Chunlu, supporting Zhuang Yundai, couldn't help but ask, Arya, what is this? Zhuang Yundai, holding her stomach and looking pained, managed to reply to Chunlu, Sister Chunlu, this is the bun my aunt gave me. Lu Danyu's thick eyebrows raised in surprise as he held up the black bun. Is this what your family feeds you? The villagers watching were startled. Is this spoiled? How can you give this to a child? Fu felt a chill run down her spine and quickly shouted, I think Arya is being foolish again. Who knows how many days she's had this bun in her arms. Zhuang Yundai, holding her stomach and feeling a bit wronged, argued loudly, Aunt, this is the bun you brought this afternoon. There were 4 in total. Someone took 2, and there are 2 left. At lunchtime, Sister Chunlu gave me a dry cake, which I share with Aki and Tong Tong, and I only ate half of the 2 buns, and now it hurts like this. There's still half a bun on the table. She looked at Lu Danyu with tears in her eyes. Brother Danyu, if you don't believe me, go check the room to the west. There's still half a bun on the table. Fu turned pale, but before she could say anything, Lu Danyu had already run to the west room. Soon, he came out holding the other half of the same black bun. Lu Danyu raised the half bun for everyone to see. I found this on the table. There was only this half left. No wonder the child's stomach hurts. He even walked in front of everyone with the bun, saying, Smell this. The Zhu family is really something. Even when the food has gone bad, they can still eat it without getting a stomachache. Zhuang Laodong was unusually flustered and instinctively shouted back, That's nonsense.
We don't eat that.
Zhuang Yundai cried and added, and said it was specially made for us. My brother, sister, and I are only worthy of eating this. Everyone was in an uproar. No wonder the people around the Zhu family seemed fine. No wonder only Zhuang Yundai had a stomachache. And no wonder the kids who took Zhuang Yundai's steamed buns were suffering from terrible stomach pains and vomiting. It turns out the Zhu family was so inconsiderate, giving the children this bad food. Fu's legs went weak, and she almost fell. She had often dealt with the children from the second branch before. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong were young and naturally feared her, so they didn't dare to say anything. Zhuang Yundai was usually a bit foolish. She was used to dealing with them, so how did it go so wrong this time? Zhuang Laotong couldn't believe it. He looked at the mocking and disdainful expressions from everyone and felt like he had been slapped multiple times. So embarrassing.
It was humiliating.
Besides the fact that he had failed to pass the exams for years, this was the most shameful moment. He clenched his teeth, feeling a chill, and raised his hand to hit Zhuang Lixi. You gave the second branch's children this? Zhuang Lixi, who was hesitating whether to reveal Fu, saw how angry Zhuang Laodong was and quickly said, "No, it wasn't me. It was the eldest daughter-in-law who said she would cook for the second branch's children." Now it matched what Zhuang Yundai had said earlier. Zhuang Shizhong wasted no time and slapped Fu hard across the face. Fu stumbled and fell to the ground. The people around her quickly moved away, not wanting to help her. Fu felt a burning sensation on her face, sitting on the ground, trembling all over. She could even sense the whispers from the villagers around her. After hitting Fu, Zhuang Shizhong angrily scolded, "My second brother has so few children left in this world, and their mother has run away. You, as their aunt, are like their mother. Even if times are tough, if the second branch's food is spoiled, we still have some food, right? Even if we don't eat it ourselves, we should share it with these children. How can you do this?" Using the second branch's spoiled food to make steamed buns for the kids. Zhuang Yundai listened from the side, feeling a cold smile inside. Her dear uncle was really something. It sounds like this sentence is criticizing the Fu family, but each line is actually defending them. However, Zhuang Yundai was not afraid and immediately started to cry. "Uncle, in the end, it's all my father's fault. If only my father hadn't died, he could still earn money for the family on the battlefield. What good is just this one house? We should have earned more so that in a few years, my grandparents could enjoy a life of comfort. Then my siblings and I might finally have enough to eat." Zhuang Yundai's words made people start to look around the courtyard. They noticed the well-kept brick house and the tidy chicken and duck pens. Then they looked at the new clothes the Zhuang family was wearing. The villagers of Xiangyang village changed their expressions. They had all lived here for generations, so everyone knew each other. A few years ago, there was a great disaster, and while things have improved a bit, it was still just enough to get by. Zhuang Shizhong was just a farmer with no other skills. If it weren't for his brother risking his life on the battlefield to earn money, they would probably still be living in their half-collapsed old home. How could a family like theirs live in such a grand courtyard, which was already impressive for a peasant family? Faced with the various gazes of the crowd, Zhuang Shizhong turned pale. Zhuang Laodong was gripping his hands tightly, almost showing veins. Zhuang Lixi stared at Zhuang Yundai in shock, seemingly not expecting her to act this way. Zhuang Yundai sneered inwardly. "Oh, you think this is the end? Not a chance." With a pale face, she held her stomach with one hand and reached out to Lu Danyu with the other. "Brother Danyu, can you give me the steamed bun?" Lu Danyu was a bit confused but instinctively handed the bun to Zhuang Yundai. She tucked the bun into her arms, and her thin, pale face showed a weak but grateful smile. "Dinner is sorted." Chunlu exclaimed in disbelief. "I said, Arya, you're in so much pain, and you're still eating this for dinner?" Zhuang Yundai put on a pitiful expression and said, "Eating this will hurt, but if I don't eat, I'm afraid I'll starve." Her words deeply moved those who had experienced the famine years. Zhuang Yundai added with a slight sigh, "I just feel a bit bad for making others eat this and then feel pain." This statement drew everyone's attention back to her. They finally remembered that they came to the Zhuang family to seek an explanation. They thought Zhuang Yundai had poisoned their child, but upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was the Zhuang family's actions that had mistreated the poor child. As for their own troublesome kids, some wanted to just accept their bad luck, while others insisted, "All right, this time, we can't blame Arya, but that moldy bun should never have been given to the child. Our kid ate it by chance and is in pain now. Zhuang family, you must show some concern." The village head, being fair, glanced at the speaker and said, "To put it bluntly, if your child had a bit of kindness, they wouldn't have taken Arya's food." Now, it's not just Arya who is in pain, is it? This made the speaker feel a bit embarrassed. However, another person stubbornly replied, "Kids will be kids. They play and fight, it's inevitable. But this situation has harmed my child, so we have every right to come to the Zhuang family for justice." This statement received some agreement from others. The village head pondered for a moment and said, "All right, the children's well-being is important." He turned to a young man from the Zhuang family and instructed, "Go to the neighboring village and ask Dr. Hua to come over. Let him check on the children first. As for the expenses, the Zhuang family will cover them." The village head's decision was final. Zhuang Laotong clenched his teeth and agreed. He was concerned about his reputation, feeling that this incident was embarrassing. The village head's solution, at least, was a way to handle the situation without making it too awkward. However, the stubborn person was still not satisfied and muttered, "When the Zhuang family's child has a problem, they send them to the county town. What about our child? Are they less valuable?" Just asking the old doctor from the neighboring village to take a look? Dr. Hua could handle minor ailments, but for serious issues, his skills were average. A couple of years ago, he misdiagnosed a patient, worsening their condition and nearly causing their death. Families that valued their health no longer sought his help. When Zhuang Wenyu had an issue, they sent him directly to the county. The village had looked at the speaker calmly and said, "If you're not satisfied, you can pay out of your own pocket to send your child to the county." Upon hearing this, the person quickly changed their tone. "Fine, I'll give the village head some respect." They scoffed. "The Zhuang family can't even feed their own relatives properly, and yet they can cover our medical expenses. That's already quite generous." He awkwardly bowed towards the head of the family and said, "Well, thank you in advance." His words were a bit harsh, and the old man, who had never been openly mocked like that in his life, trembled with anger, unable to speak for a long time. The village head had just dealt with some trouble and then looked at Zhuang Yundai, sighing internally. "You can recover from this foolishness, which shows you're a lucky child," the village head said while stroking his beard. "If your family ever stops feeding you and your siblings, just come to me for help." He shot a glare at his younger cousin but continued to Zhuang Yundai, "I can't just watch you and your siblings starve." This made the old man blush with embarrassment, and he couldn't help but retort, "Cousin, it sounds like you're saying I'm trying to starve them." The village head couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at what that child is holding. How can you say that?" The old man was left speechless. The villagers watching couldn't help but chime in. 3 little kids can't eat much, right? Even the poorest families can manage to feed them something." "Exactly. I heard the Zhuang family is really heartless. I was told the second son didn't even have to go to war. He served in place of the eldest. Given that, they should treat the second family's orphan better."
Right.
"I've also heard that the second son often sends things back, and he sends quite a bit of silver each time."
Wow.
"So much? Otherwise, how do you think they built this house?" The Zhuang family felt as if they were being pricked by needles as they listened to the villagers' exaggerated but mostly true comments, leaving them with no good way to respond. As a result, the old man looked at Zhuang Yundai standing nearby with a hint of misplaced anger, finding her increasingly irritating. Finally, the old man gritted his teeth and promised in a low voice, "Fine, as long as I have food, I won't let these children go hungry." The village had nodded in slight satisfaction. Zhuang Yundai suddenly pulled her hand away from Chunlu and stepped forward, her small figure standing in front of everyone like a slender willow in a strong wind. "Grandpa Lijing, I have something I need your help with." Grandpa Lijing looked at the thin little girl and then at her pale face and the outfit that revealed her tiny wrist. He felt a wave of compassion. "Good child, tell me what you need. Grandpa Lijing will help you." The onlookers felt a deep sympathy for Zhuang Yundai and encouraged her, saying, "Go ahead, dear. You can say anything." Zhuang Yundai straightened her back slightly. Her voice was soft but carried great weight. "I would like to ask Grandpa Lijing to help me call the clan elders. I want to take my younger siblings and separate from Auntie." As soon as she said this, the courtyard filled with villagers fell silent for a moment. Then, like a sudden gust of wind, everyone snapped back to reality and began to chatter, What are you talking about, child? Yes. You've lost your father, and your mother has left. Where do you think you can go to separate? Exactly. You're just a child. Why are you thinking like this? Please don't say such things. Zhuang Yundai bowed to the villagers. Thank you for your concern, but I have thought this through carefully. Right now, in our branch, it's just me and my younger siblings. We are only a burden to Auntie's family. It's not her fault. We are just unable to contribute. Everyone has their own difficulties. As Zhuang Yundai spoke, each of her words considered the struggles of the main family. Fu Shi and Zhuang Shizhong felt their hearts racing. Yes, why hadn't they thought of separating? But the villagers were not as excited as Fu Shi and Zhuang Shizhong. They felt a bit pained. You're such a good child. Even after how Annie treats you, you still think of her. Exactly, you stubborn child. Oh, you're too kind. They live in the house your father worked hard for. It's only right for them to take care of you and your siblings. The villagers expressed their indignation. Zhuang Yundai again bowed to the villagers. Thank you for standing up for me, a lonely girl. After a pause, she added, but I must separate. The family has already reached a breaking point, so there's no need for us to live together anymore. The bigger the tree, the more it branches out. The more people there are, the more families split apart. Although my father is no longer here, my siblings and I are still together, and the second branch of the family remains. Right now, separating to live independently is a good temporary solution. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu, who had just been slapped and felt weak, immediately replied, since Arya is determined to split the family, we can't say anything against it. Let's go ahead and split. At this point, she felt she had already lost face, so she might as well go all in and make the separation official. Wouldn't it be better for everyone in the long run? If she could send those younger ones from the second branch away, how much food could they save in the future? Moreover, she had another concern. Why did she previously use the excuse of illness to drive Zhuang Yundai and the others away? It was because she was afraid that Zhu Fuxian would find out they had a simple-minded person in the family and might look down on their daughter, Xiangjia. After all, they were all family, and who knows, they might end up with another simple-minded person. If she could separate the second branch now, she could cover things up later. At least, in name, she wouldn't be related to the simple-minded person anymore. Thinking this way, Fu felt a surge of excitement and regretted not thinking of separating the second branch sooner. However, Zhuang Laotong was still concerned about his dignity. Seeing Fu speak over him, he angrily said, when did this family become yours to decide? Separate?
What do you mean by that?
How will those younger ones from the second branch survive on their own? Chun Lu chuckled from the side. Look at what you're saying, as if Arya and the others would have a better life if they stayed. Remember that black cornmeal bun? With food like that, if the kids eat a few more meals, you'll never have to worry again. Just wrap it up and throw it in the back mountain. She feigned surprise. Is that what you were planning all along? Zhuang Laotong was so furious that he nearly fainted. What kind of talk is this? Zhuang Yundai glanced at Chun Lu, a bit surprised. This sister has some spirit. What she didn't know was that Chun Lu's parents had a history with the Zhuang family. After her parents passed away, Chun Lu wasn't one to bring up old grievances, so she mostly ignored the Zhuang family. But seeing how they treated their own relatives, she couldn't hold back her frustration and finally spoke up. Zhuang Laotong was so angry that his lips trembled. Only women and petty people are hard to deal with. Spring Lu rolled her eyes and said, yes, your granddaughter is both a little person and a girl, so you plan to stop taking care of her and just let her be, right? Zhuang Yundai was worried that if Sister Lu kept talking like this, it would make Zhuang Laotong angry and unwilling to split the family, which would be bad. She quickly interrupted Spring Lu, saying, Grandpa, please don't be angry. Sometimes even teeth and lips fight, let alone a family? Isn't there a saying that goes, far fragrance, near stink? If you decide to let me and my younger siblings live separately, we can take care of ourselves. Maybe we can even maintain our relationship with Aunt and her relatives. Zhuang Laotong's attention immediately focused on Zhuang Yundai's words about being able to take care of themselves. He held back his anger, saying, what a big claim. How do you plan to take care of your younger siblings? Zhuang Yundai looked innocent and said, "We still have 2 acres of land under our name, right? When the time comes, my siblings and I can farm it. At the very least, the food we grow will keep us fed and help us survive." Her words made the villagers feel a pang of sadness. They understood that Zhuang Yundai was asking for a separation so they could eat and survive. It was truly pitiful. They couldn't help but glare at the Zhuang family. Zhuang Laotong shouted angrily, "You silly girl. I've already said that as long as I have food, you 3 siblings will have food too. You won't go hungry." Zhuang Yundai lowered her eyes and said softly, "Grandpa, I don't believe you. When Dad left, you promised him the same." Zhuang Laotong trembled at her words. Zhuang Yundai wasn't trying to overly dramatize her situation. Zhuang Laotong recalled how his second son, Zhuang Shinan, had been when he left. He remembered the reluctance in his son's eyes as he held his hand and said, "Dad, I'm worried about the kids at home. I know Inger can't carry the weight of this family." At that time, Zhuang Laotong only wanted his son to stop hesitating so they wouldn't delay and attract trouble from above. He quickly promised, "Don't worry, as long as I have food, your family will have food too." With tears in his eyes, Zhuang Shinan agreed and hugged the original owner, who was still standing there confused, before leaving with the village's recruitment team. Thinking back, Zhuang Laotong felt a long-lost pain for his second son, who had already died on the battlefield. He fell silent, feeling dejected. Seeing his father's strong opposition, Zhuang Shizhong also stopped talking, feeling a bit happy inside, knowing that the idea of splitting the family might actually be possible. He quickly put on a very sorrowful expression and said, "Arya, although your aunt was wrong before and has truly let you 3 down, you shouldn't bring up the idea of splitting the family again. Such words can hurt feelings. Don't worry. Your aunt has learned from this lesson and will treat you 3 as her own from now on." Zhuang Yundai saw Zhuang Shizhong's pretentious act and couldn't help but scoff internally, knowing he wanted to gain benefits while also looking good. Is there really such a good deal in the world? Did she agree? Zhuang Yundai immediately pretended to hesitate, as if Zhuang Shizhong had convinced her, nervously clutching her clothes. "Ah, uncle, is what you said true?" Zhuang Shizhong's heart skipped a beat. Mrs. Fu was also startled and quickly shot Zhuang Shizhong a glare. He awkwardly added, "However, if you still want to split the family, your uncle is not the type to force you." Among the villagers watching, someone let out a snicker. Zhuang Lijing had been silent, watching coldly. He understood now. Zhuang Shizhong's earlier words suggested that Mrs. Fu mistreated the children of the second branch, as if he didn't know any better. It was easy to see that living under the same roof, such mistreatment would be obvious over time. How could others not notice? Even his cousin, who prided himself on being well-read, and the timid Zhuang Lisher must have some understanding of the situation. It was simply neglect. Otherwise, he couldn't believe Mrs. Fu would have the audacity to mistreat the children, even if it upset her in-laws. Zhuang Lijing felt very disappointed in Zhuang Laotongsheng. "I see you've wasted your education." Zhuang Lijing suddenly scolded Zhuang Laotongsheng. Zhuang Laotongsheng was both anxious and angry. "Cousin Yu, enough with the yous." Zhuang Lijing felt a bit annoyed and interrupted Zhuang Laotongsheng, "Since the second branch insists on splitting, let's just do it." Zhuang Laotongsheng fell silent, feeling gloomy. Zhuang Lisher looked worried. "Ah? Are we really going to split the second branch? Can that work?" Zhuang Shizhong and Mrs. Fu were trying to hide their joy, but it was hard to conceal. "Since Aryo insists, we have no other choice." The clear-eyed villagers couldn't help but look down on the Zhuang family's main branch. The village head was not concerned about the division between Zhuang Shizhong and the Fu family. In the end, it was up to Zhuang Laotongsheng and the Zhuang Li family to decide whether to split the household. The village head urged Zhuang Laotongsheng again, "Will we divide the family or not?" Zhuang Laotongsheng was silent for a long time, then looked at Zhuang Yundai and slowly said, "Silly girl, have you thought this through? Do you really want to split the family? If we don't split, your uncle and aunt can still help you. If we do split, you will be 2 separate households." Zhuang Yundai's voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of sadness. Grandpa, you're joking. When I was seriously ill, they sent me to the old house and left me and my siblings to fend for ourselves. Did I see my uncle and aunt help us? Later, when we were starving, my aunt gave me a small piece of bread that almost made my stomach hurt. Tell me, isn't it better to be two separate households? Zhuang Liatongsheng's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed and finally relented. All right, let's split the family. Dividing the family required the presence of the clan elders. The village head, besides being the village leader, was also considered an elder of the Zhuang family. However, having just him present didn't seem appropriate. So, the village had decided to invite a few clan elders from the family to witness the division of the main and branch families. This matter seemed to come to a close. Just then, a young man from the Zhuang clan returned with a doctor from the neighboring village, who checked the children with stomach issues one by one and prescribed some herbal medicine. As the doctor approached Zhuang Yundai, she deliberately murmured, "Finally, a doctor? I was so sick before, and although I got through it, I still feel like some things aren't completely healed. It's just right for the doctor to take a look." These words made Fu Shi's heart skip a beat. How much money would this cost? She quickly stopped the doctor from checking Zhuang Yundai. "Oh, doctor, there's no need to check our second girl. She's just like the others, all with stomach issues. Just give her the same medicine as before." The doctor, unaware of the situation, agreed, thinking, all right. Zhuang Yundai looked displeased. Huh? You're not going to check me? Fu Shi glared at her, but in front of the villagers, she couldn't say anything too direct. She forced a smile and said, "You child, don't trouble the doctor. He has already seen several patients, and you all have the same symptoms. Just take the same medicine." Zhuang Yundai reluctantly nodded. Once the doctor finished checking the patients, this little drama could finally come to a temporary end. The troublemakers, after receiving apologies from Mrs. Fu, took their medicine and children home, saying, "We're all from the same village, and our kids get along well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy." Yes, yes. Mrs. Fu smiled as she sent them off. As for the villagers who came to watch, they left with mixed feelings. Some were angry, some satisfied, and some sympathetic towards Zhuang Yundai. In short, everyone left with their own emotions. When Chunlu and Lu Dainyu were leaving, Chunlu deliberately called out, "Arya, when you split from your family, take your siblings to your sister-in-law's house for a meal. It may be a bit poor there, but she won't give the kids spoiled food." Mrs. Fu was so angry her teeth itched. The next day, Zhuang Lizheng came with several clan elders to the Zhuang family to witness the division of property between the main and secondary branches. The neighbors were curious, but since family assets were private matters, they didn't crowd into the Zhuang family's courtyard like the day before. However, they could peek in from the entrance to see what was happening. Mrs. Fu eagerly served tea to the clan elders, but they were not impressed and urged, "Enough with the tea. Let's get on with the division." Mrs. Fu's smile froze. After being a good daughter-in-law for so many years, it was her first time facing such bluntness. Zhuang Yundai stood nearby, holding Zhuang Yuntong in one hand and Zhuang Yunqi in the other, and she couldn't help but smile slightly at the remark. The mask Mrs. Fu had worn for years was starting to peel away. Zhuang Lizheng sighed and patiently asked Zhuang Yundai, "Arya, have you thought this through? Dividing the family is serious. Once it's done, there's no going back." Mrs. Fu and Zhuang Shizhong nervously watched Zhuang Yundai, fearing she might change her mind. But Zhuang Yundai smiled gratefully at Zhuang Lizheng, saying, "Grandpa, I've made up my mind." She sighed, half in relief, half in reflection. Dividing the family gives us a way to live. Maybe we can still keep some of the family ties. If we don't... She didn't finish her thought, only letting out a soft sigh. Zhuang Lizheng couldn't help but look at Zhuang Yundai a bit longer. Since she became wiser, she seemed to understand things much better. He slowly said, "Even so, as you said, let's divide it early." Zhuang Laotong looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes, making him appear older and worn out. He said quietly, "Since the second branch insists on splitting the family, then let's do it." After a pause, Without looking at Zhuang Yundai or Zhuang Lijing, he continued, gripping the armrest of his chair, I have 3 children with their grandmother. The youngest daughter is already married and belongs to another family, so I won't leave her anything. Furthermore, their grandmother and I will live with the main branch, so the main branch will receive a larger share of the property and land. Is everyone okay with this? Fu Shi and Zhuang Shizhong, being the beneficiaries, naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Fu Shi even expressed her support, saying, we will listen to our parents. Whatever they decide, we will follow. Zhuang Wenyu felt a bit better today. Lying on the bed in the inner room, he overheard his grandfather discussing the division of the family assets. He angrily told Zhuang Wenxiang, who was sitting beside him, those little girls shouldn't get a single penny. Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong are worthless. They don't deserve any inheritance. At this moment, Zhuang Wenyu was unaware of the true nature of the situation, which was something Fu Shi had intentionally done to make Zhuang Wenxiang feel guilty towards him, hoping she would support him more in the future. However, hearing Zhuang Wenyu call the girls worthless made Zhuang Wenxiang think of herself. She pursed her lips, feeling unhappy, and chose not to respond. Meanwhile, in the main room, Zhuang Yundai quietly expressed her opinion, Grandpa, please tell us how the division will be made. If it's fair, my siblings and I will have no objections. This implied that if it wasn't fair, they would not agree. Zhuang Laotong felt a mix of annoyance and guilt towards his granddaughter. He was still bothered by his impression of her as foolish, but thinking of his late second son and how his children had turned out made him feel a bit guilty. This mix of annoyance and guilt made Zhuang Laotong reluctant to see her. He lowered his tired eyes but raised his voice slightly, saying, I am your grandfather. I would never harm you. Zhuang Lijing impatiently interrupted, enough. If you really did what a grandfather should do, these 3 children wouldn't have to ask for a division of the family to survive. The elder of the family was momentarily speechless. After a while, he gathered his thoughts and spoke more quickly, getting straight to the point about the division. Let's first talk about the land. We have a total of 8 acres. Over time, we sold some and bought some, so it's mostly under each family's name. The first family has 3 acres and 1/5, the second family has 2 acres and 4/5, and I and Mrs. Zhuang have 2 acres and 6/5. Normally, we farm together, but since we are dividing the family, each piece of land will belong to its respective family. However, since Mrs. Zhuang and I will live with the first family, our land will naturally belong to them. The 3 children of the second family are still young and don't have strong laborers, so their uncle will help them farm for now, and when the harvest comes, we will divide it among them. This should be acceptable, right? The elders of the Zhuang family nodded, thinking this division seemed fair. But Zhuang Yundai's voice unexpectedly interrupted, Grandfather, I have an objection. The elder glared at Zhuang Yundai in anger. What? Do you want to take the land from me and your grandmother? Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly. Grandfather, you are overthinking. Since you and grandmother are living with uncle, it makes sense for the land to belong to them. My objection is about the 2 acres and 4/5 of land from our family. I don't agree to let uncle help us farm it. Since we are dividing the family, this land should be separated. Although I may be weak, land is the foundation of a family. I will do my best to farm it, even if it costs me my life. The elder shouted angrily, You little girl, just talking big. How can you be so ungrateful? Do you even know how much 2 acres and 4/5 is? You want to farm it yourself? Letting your uncle help you is a favor. Zhuang Yundai was not intimidated by his anger. She calmly looked into his eyes. Grandfather, have you forgotten that uncle has been helping us farm for several years? We have never seen the grain produced from those 2 acres and 4/5. The elder was left speechless. Mrs. Fu couldn't help but scoff, sarcastically saying, Child, do you and your siblings not eat or drink at all? Zhuang Yundai chuckled lightly and asked Mrs. Fu, Are you saying that like yesterday, when eating caused terrible stomach pains? Mrs. Fu was left without a response. The village head could no longer watch and decisively said, Since you are separating, let's do it completely. You should return the 2 acres and 4 points of land under the second branch to area. Old scholar Zhuang responded quietly. Zhuang Yundai smiled brightly and cheerfully thanked him. Thank you, Grandpa Village Head, for being fair. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi looked at the village head with innocent trust, following their older sister and saying, Thank you, Grandpa Village Head, for being fair. The village head felt pleased, stroked his beard, and added, Now that the land is divided, let's talk about the other things in the house. He looked around the room, for example. How do you plan to divide this courtyard? Will you build a wall to separate it? Or will you separate the family but keep the courtyard together? Separating the family but keeping the courtyard together means that while the family is divided, they still live in the same courtyard, which can be quite inconvenient. However, Zhuang Yundai shook her head and boldly said, No need, Grandpa Village Head. Just let Grandpa divide the old house for us. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Lisher, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, Huh? Old scholar Zhuang firmly refused. No. The old house is passed down from our ancestors. Once the family is divided, how can your branch live in the ancestral home? Zhuang Yundai quickly replied, Then fine. Grandpa can divide this new courtyard for our second branch. Now, Fu Shi and Zhuang Shizhong were anxious. How can that be? Zhuang Yundai blinked her bright, star-like eyes and said, Earlier, my brother asked Aunt for money for my medical treatment, saying that my father had sent back a lot of silver over the years, which is with Aunt. He asked her for some silver to hire a doctor. What did Aunt say back then? Didn't she say that the silver my father sent back was all used to build the courtyard? Otherwise, why would my brother have to sell himself to get money for my treatment? Upon hearing this, the village head was taken aback. Is that true? Fu Shi felt a sudden panic. No, village head, don't listen to this child's nonsense. It's not true. Zhuang Yundai calmly responded, Then fine. Aunt, tell me, when I was sick, did you give me even a penny?
No, right?
But when Zhuang Wenyu was sick, you immediately rented a cart to go to the county. You said you had no money? Fu Shi didn't expect Zhuang Yundai to be so aggressive. She stiffened her resolve. That was all borrowed. Zhuang Yundai pressed on, All right then, Aunt, tell me, who did you borrow from? How much did you borrow, and where is the IOU? Zhuang Yundai's 3 questions left Fu unable to respond at all. Zhuang Lijing spat heavily. No wonder the children from the second branch want to split from the family. Although Fu was technically his niece-in-law, Zhuang Lijing didn't want to confront her directly. Instead, he pointed at Zhuang Liatongsheng and scolded, How can you still call yourself the children's grandfather? With the money from your second son, this is how you treat his bloodline? No wonder his wife left without looking back. The elders of the Zhuang clan began to murmur among themselves, This is outrageous. They're not really so poor they can't afford food. They're just bullying the children from the second branch who have no parents. And they claim to have studied the classics. Zhuang Liatongsheng felt his face burning with shame. Zhuang Lijing gave him an ultimatum. You need to choose quickly. Either give the old house to the second branch or the new big courtyard. Zhuang Liatongsheng hesitated but finally gritted his teeth and chose to keep the new courtyard. The old house, let the second branch have it. Fu felt a huge relief. The old house was in such disrepair that it was unlivable, so if the second branch wanted it, they could have it. Zhuang Lijing still felt it was unfair to the 3 children and shot a glare at Zhuang Liatongsheng, sneering, You really know how to choose. Turning to Zhuang Yundai and the others, he asked kindly, Good children, the old house is in such bad shape. Do you really want to live there? Zhuang Yundai sighed lightly, looking innocent and kind. We don't want to choose the old house. But if we don't, wouldn't Grandpa and Grandma have to live there? They are old and can endure hardship. As younger ones, we can handle a bit of difficulty. Her simple words moved Zhuang Lijing deeply, and he shot another fierce glare at Zhuang Liatongsheng and Zhuang Lisher. Look, what understanding children. Zhuang Liatongsheng and Zhuang Lisher felt a rare pang of guilt. Seeing the atmosphere had softened, Zhuang Yundai seized the moment to make a request. Grandpa, about the old house. Last time Fu's uncle came and caused trouble. He broke the last good part of the earthen bed and damaged the front door. Can it be repaired before we move in? Zhuang Yundai's mention of this issue added another serious problem for Fu. Fu felt stuck, unable to sit or stand comfortably. Not only the clan elders, but even her father-in-law looked at her with disapproval. Fu tried to explain at that time, my second brother was also very worried about you and misunderstood. He wanted to ask Arya for an explanation. Thinking of this matter, Zhuang Lijing became even angrier. He impatiently interrupted Fu. Enough. I've never heard of a big man with an axe asking a child for an explanation. Zhuang Lijing, who usually held his position and didn't want to scold his nephew's wife, couldn't help but frown and say, Shizhong's wife. Since this was done by your second brother, whether you talk to him or not, you need to quickly fix the earthen Kong and the front door for Arya and the others in the next few days. If you can't do it, don't blame us old folks for bringing people to the Fu family to demand justice. Fu felt a chill run down her spine. She wanted to say something, but seeing the disapproving looks from her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband, she could only bite her lip and swallow her words. Fu quickly realized that she could no longer support her second brother. Doing so would make the Zhuang family think she was siding against them. She decisively said, You are right, Lijing. My second brother was reckless, and I have scolded him. Don't worry, I will make sure they fix everything broken in the old house. Zhuang Lijing finally nodded slightly. Zhuang Yundai had obtained the two things she wanted most, the old house and the land, and she wasn't very concerned about the other things. However, she didn't want to give too much to the main house. In the end, Zhuang Yundai managed to get 4 taels of silver, some pots and pans, 5 chickens, and 2 ducks from the main house. Zhuang Yundai achieved a great victory. Zhuang Yundai was triumphant, but Fu felt heartbroken. Zhuang Wenxiang tightly grasped her hand, Mother. It's just a few chickens and ducks. Hurry and send those poor folks away, or when someone from Lord Ju's house comes, it will cause trouble. Fu thought this made sense but still felt reluctant. She gritted her teeth. Daughter, I've sacrificed too much for you. Zhuang Wenxiang lowered her eyes and sneered inwardly. Really? After Zhuang Wenyu spent dozens of taels on medical expenses, now she couldn't even let her have an extra bite of the peach crisp that cost only a few coins. Fu didn't realize that Zhuang Wenxiang was already feeling resentful about the 3 pieces of peach pastry. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and decided to use her own money to make some simple repairs to the old house for Zhuang Yundai and the others. The earthen Kong could be overlooked, but she felt a pang of regret when fixing the old, decayed courtyard door. She even thought about tricking Zhuang Yundai into using the previously broken door as a makeshift solution. However, Zhuang Yundai wouldn't listen to a word from Fu. She looked at Fu with a hint of reproach and said, Aunt, as you said, our villagers in Xiangyang are honest, and there are no thieves who would break in. But don't forget, our village is right at the foot of the mountain. Without a sturdy door to keep out wild animals, what if a wolf comes down and harms me and my younger siblings? Aren't you afraid? At this point, Zhuang Yundai seemed to think of something and covered her mouth. Aunt, you wouldn't actually be hoping for that, would you?
I'm going to tell Grandpa.
Fu felt a chill run down her spine and quickly stopped Zhuang Yundai. I was just saying. I will definitely find someone to fix it for you. Right now, the Zhuang family had some opinions about Fu, and she was already trying to keep a low profile. She couldn't afford to let Zhuang Yundai go and complain. She was holding her breath, wanting to completely drive these burdens out of the Zhuang family and separate from them. From now on, she wouldn't have to share a single penny with these fallen households. Let them fend for themselves. On the day the old Zhuang house was repaired, Zhuang Yundai got up early and tidied up from head to toe with Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi. Wang Tsuetsue came with her 3 brothers, full of energy, to help Zhuang Yundai move. The couple Chunlu and Lu Dainyu, who had helped Zhuang Yundai before, also brought a small cart to help transport some things. However, there really wasn't much to move. There were just the bedding from the second room, some pots and pans, a few scattered items, and 5 chickens and 2 ducks. They divided the work, and before they knew it, they had finished in one trip. Wang Tsuetsue was stunned. Is this it? So little. The Zhuang family was really not generous. Today, Zhuang Yundai wore 2 hair ties made of red cloth, with tassels she skillfully crafted hanging down by her cheeks, making her look very lively. Wang Tsuetsue couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Dai, you look even prettier." Wang Yingyin couldn't help but glance over at Zhuang Yundai in response to Wang Tsuetsue's words. In recent days, Zhuang Yundai has treated herself well with food and drinks, preparing special meals for her younger siblings and herself. Occasionally, she also gathers herbs to make soup for extra energy. As a result, her cheeks have become a bit fuller, no longer looking as thin as before. Suddenly, Wang Tsuetsue noticed that her older sister, who used to be shy and delicate, has become more beautiful. The sparkle in her eyes adds to her charm. Zhuang Yundai smiled happily. She loves hearing compliments about her looks. With a fist pump, she said, "I will become even more beautiful." Zhuang Yuntong hugged Zhuang Yundai's leg and echoed, "Sister will be even more beautiful." Zhuang Yundai, feeling pleased, held her bag in one hand and wrapped her other arm around her sister, saying, "Today, Tong Tong looks beautiful too." Zhuang Yuntong had 2 little bells tied to her hair, which jingled cutely as she moved. Her little face was as bright as a flower. After helping Zhuang Yundai move things, the helpers wiped their sweat and were about to leave. Zhuang Yundai quickly called out to them, "Brother Wang, Brother Air, Brother San, and Sister Chunlu, Big Brother Dainyu, I'm going to kill a chicken at home later. Come over for a meal." Chunlu waved her hand, saying, "You silly child, you only have 5 chickens. Keep them so they can lay more eggs to help you and your siblings grow strong." With that, she pulled Dainyu back to her own home, looking as if they wouldn't be going to eat. But before closing the door, she reminded, "If you need anything at home, just come borrow from me. If you need help, just call." Then she quickly shut the door, afraid Zhuang Yundai would insist on inviting them for dinner. Wang Tsuetsue's 3 brothers also repeatedly declined. "We just moved a few things. You don't need to treat us to a meal." "All right, we're heading back now." They took Wang Tsuetsue with them. Although she was thinking about Zhuang Yundai's cooking, she understood that Zhuang Yundai was now officially separated from the Zhuang family and starting anew, which was different from before. They would face some tough times ahead. At this moment, it wouldn't be considerate for her to ask for a meal. Wang Tsuetsue could only swallow her disappointment and leave. Zhuang Yundai stood in the yard, feeling a bit helpless. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yunqi quickly found some work she could do. When they split the family, they divided a medium-sized water jug, which was brought over by the neighbor, Mr. LV, using a small cart. Zhuang Yunqi picked up the water bucket and volunteered, "Sister, I'll go fetch water." Zhuang Yuntong also raised her little hand, "Sister, I'll go gather firewood." Zhuang Yundai looked at her energetic younger siblings and then at the old yard that would now completely belong to them, feeling a surge of excitement in her heart. "All right, this noon I'll make you a nice meal." The old yard already had a chicken coop, but it had been abandoned for a long time, overgrown with wild vegetables. When Mrs. Fu hired someone to repair the old house, Zhuang Yundai had come over to ensure the chicken coop was fixed too, specifically instructing, "Uncle, just ask my aunt for the payment. She always cares for us and won't refuse." It's easy to imagine how Mrs. Fu paid with tears in her eyes in the end. But Zhuang Yundai didn't mind. Now, looking at the few clucking chickens in the coop, countless recipes flashed through her mind. Stir-fried chicken, stewed chicken, roasted chicken, spicy chicken. In the end, Zhuang Yundai decided to make chicken in a pot. These chickens had been fed by Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi when they were at the Zhuang family home. Though the 2 little ones were young, they took their task seriously, making sure each chicken was healthy and laying plenty of eggs. This meant that when Zhuang Yundai tried to catch a chicken, they flapped around, pecking and squawking, making them quite difficult to catch. However, while this might be a problem for others, it was no trouble for Zhuang Yundai. She picked up a small stone from the ground, weighed it in her hand, and aimed at one chicken's head. The stone flew swiftly. It hit the chicken right on the head. The chicken fell limp to the ground. Zhuang Yundai smiled kindly. She walked over to the chicken with a sickle. The other chickens, sensing something was off, huddled in the coop, trembling and keeping their distance from Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai took the stunned chicken out, and just as the water was almost boiling, she swiftly cut its neck to let it bleed, then scalded the feathers with hot water, cleaning it up efficiently. Unlike before when they had nothing in the old house, this time they returned with some pots and pans. Finally, they had the right tools for cooking. Zhuang Yundai cleaned the chicken and chopped it into suitable pieces with a cleaver. She then washed the chicken pieces again and set them aside for later. This time, the stove was fixed and ready to use, unlike before when they had to build one themselves. The stove was made of clay and filled with branches, and the fire was burning brightly. Zhuang Yundai quickly prepared a pot. During the division of the family property, they received a small jar of lard. This lard was valuable, and when it was divided, Fu Shi looked very pained. The more Zhuang Yundai saw Fu Shi's distress, the happier she felt, and she didn't hold back when taking her share. She put some lard in a large iron pot, added some herbs instead of spices, and stir-fried them until fragrant. Then she added the chicken pieces and continued to stir-fry. At that time, the soy sauce was actually more like a thick paste, quite different from the soy sauce we know today. However, Zhuang Yundai didn't mind and added a little bit. She planned to make some herself when she had the chance. After stir-frying evenly, she poured in some water, covered the pot, and started to simmer. While waiting, she decided to make flatbreads since she was preparing a dish of chicken. During the division of the family property, they also received a small bag of sorghum flour. This flour is usually mixed with rice bran to make steamed buns, and this small bag could last the family a long time with a little rice bran added. Seeing Zhuang Yundai pour out almost half of the sorghum flour into the bowl made Fu Shi's heart ache even more. Zhuang Yundai didn't hesitate and poured it all in. Zhuang Yuntong returned with some branches and was surprised to see so much sorghum flour. She stammered, "Sister, that's a lot." She swallowed hard, wanting to ask if they weren't going to mix in rice bran. But for some reason, remembering how her sister always made delicious food for her, she felt she didn't need to ask. Zhuang Yundai seemed to sense what Zhuang Yuntong wanted to ask. She poured some water into the bowl and, while kneading the dough, said without looking up, "Don't worry, dear. Even if we don't mix in rice bran, I will make sure you all have enough to eat." Zhuang Yuntong believed her sister completely. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Yes, sister." Zhuang Yundai was quick and soon made the dough into flatbreads, sticking them to the side of the pot. At this moment, the aroma of the stewed chicken began to fill the air. When the flatbreads were placed on the pot, the delightful smell of the dough mixed perfectly with the chicken, tempting everyone's stomachs and causing them to rumble. Zhuang Yuntong initially felt embarrassed by her growling stomach, but now she was completely at ease. Her sister's cooking smelled so good, it was only natural for her stomach to react. She hugged her little belly and playfully said to Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, it smells amazing. Tong Tong is hungry." Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "Just a little longer, dear. It will be ready soon." Zhuang Yuntong nodded eagerly. When the flatbreads were cooked, the big pot of chicken was also ready. Zhuang Yundai served each of her younger siblings a bowl, but didn't take one for herself. Instead, she filled 2 more bowls. Zhuang Yunqi seemed to know what Zhuang Yundai was planning. He quickly brought over a bamboo basket. Zhuang Yundai smiled at her clever brother and placed the 2 bowls of chicken into the basket. She then took 4 flatbreads from the pot, putting 2 in each bowl. She waved her hand and told Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, "Sister is going to deliver this. You 2 eat first." Zhuang Yuntong covered her bowl to keep the aroma in and firmly said, "No, Tong Tong wants to wait for sister to eat together." Zhuang Yunqi nodded in agreement. "Sister, you go ahead. Tong Tong and I aren't very hungry right now. We'll wait for you to come back." Seeing her siblings' determination, Zhuang Yundai smiled happily and said, "Okay, I'll be back soon." She first went to the neighbor, Sister Chunliu's house. At first, Chunlu was a bit cautious when she heard Zhuang Yundai at the door and didn't open it, saying, "Arya, you can eat by yourself." No need to call us. We've already made dinner. Zhuang Yundai called out, Sister Chunlu, I'm out of salt at home. I came to borrow some. Chunlu believed her and brought the salt jar to open the door. Zhuang Yundai quickly shoved the bowl of chicken into Chunliu's hands and ran away. Chunlu instinctively held the bowl, and when she saw the delicious chicken inside, she was left speechless. Zhuang Yundai almost ran all the way to the Wang family. This time, she was smarter and directly knocked on the door, calling out, Cui Cui, Cui Cui. When Wang Tsuetsue heard Zhuang Yundai's voice, she quickly ran out with her short legs to open the door. Sister Dai Dai, what's wrong? Zhuang Yundai placed the bowl of chicken stew into Wang Tsuetsue's hands without saying a word and ran off with her basket. After running a little distance, Zhuang Yundai turned back to see Wang Tsuetsue still standing at the door, looking confused. She waved her hand and said, Hurry and take it back to eat. Just return the bowl to my house later. She reminded herself to emphasize this since she had only brought a few bowls when they separated. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi were like little hamsters waiting eagerly for their delicious food, looking forward to their sister's return to enjoy it together. When Zhuang Yundai came back, Zhuang Yuntong almost jumped with joy. Seeing her sister so happy made Zhuang Yundai's heart melt. She playfully scolded, I already told you to eat first. Zhuang Yuntong shook her head firmly and said softly, Last time, we didn't wait for you to eat the fish soup, and it got spilled. If I hadn't eaten then, I could have given my portion to Sister Wenxiang, and we could have saved your fish soup. Zhuang Yunqi nodded in agreement. Zhuang Yundai felt a mix of sweetness and sadness in her heart. This pure affection touched her deeply. She clenched her fists and waved them in the air, saying, Don't worry. If Zhuang Wenxiang comes again, I'll chase her away. And Zhuang Wenyu too. If they dare to bully you again, don't be afraid. I'll always be here for you. Zhuang Yuntong's eyes sparkled with joy, and she smiled brightly. She nodded vigorously, okay? In the old, worn-down house, cheerful exclamations of wow. Sister, this is so delicious, echoed with delight. A warm feeling filled the home. After enjoying this meal, Zhuang Yundai coaxed the two children to take a nap. They were still young and had worked hard earlier, so they needed to rest well to catch up on their growth. Even so, before their nap, Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi insisted on washing all the pots and pans clean before they obediently went to sleep on the earthen bed. The earthen bed had been repaired recently, and Zhuang Yundai brought over the bedding from the second house to lay on it. This way, the children wouldn't have to sleep on straw anymore. Outside, Zhuang Yundai glanced at the two little ones sleeping side by side on the bed. She clenched her fists, feeling a surge of strength within her. With her younger siblings, she had officially separated from the family that had been oppressive. From now on, if anyone from that family tried to sell her or her siblings, it would be completely unacceptable. Even if the elders at home considered selling children, they wouldn't say much due to the concept of filial piety. However, after separating, distant relatives could still interfere and try to sell the children from another household. This was one of the reasons why Zhuang Yundai insisted on taking Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong to live independently. Of course, separating wasn't just about starting fresh. Every aspect of life required money. Zhuang Yundai took a deep breath, her gaze falling on the chickens and ducks in the coop. Chickens and ducks shouldn't be raised together, but the old house only had a chicken coop, and Zhuang Yundai had already planned where to place them, so for now, they would stay together. She quietly carried a basket out the door. She went to the back mountain and gathered a lot of herbs, placing them all in the basket. She was lucky and found a little bird with an injured wing. The bird had beautiful feathers that shimmered gently in the sunlight. Unfortunately, it didn't have much meat. After observing it for a while, Zhuang Yundai decided she didn't really need the meat right now, so she placed the bird in the basket, planning to nurse it back to health before releasing it. On her way back to the village with the basket, she happened to encounter a cart that turned into their village. A hand reached out from the cart window, lifting the curtain to reveal a woman's face. The woman was dressed simply, her hair neatly, looking different from the other village women Zhuang Yundai had seen since arriving. However, Zhuang Yundai was more interested in thinking about what delicious food to make for Tong Tong and Aki tonight. As she tried to walk away, the woman kindly called out to her, "Young lady, can I ask you for directions?" Zhuang Yundai stopped and looked at her. The woman smiled and asked, "Are you from this village? Do you know how to get to Zhuang Wenxiang's house?" "Oh." Zhuang Yundai thought expressionlessly. She certainly knew, especially since she had just moved out from there today. However, Zhuang Yundai did not say much more. The carriage outside had the character Zhu carved on it, and thinking about the good marriage that Zhuang Wenxiang had been boasting about lately, the identity of the people inside the carriage was almost obvious. She pointed in a direction and said, "That way, to the big locust tree, then turn left." The woman smiled and thanked her, then lowered the curtain and sat back down. The carriage bumped along toward the Zhuang family. Zhuang Yundai thought, "This woman is in good health. Despite the bumpy ride, she looks quite well." However, this thought quickly passed through her mind, and she dismissed it, focusing on more important matters. She remembered the basket of herbs behind her and couldn't help but smile. She really loved this era. In this time, resources were much richer than in the post-apocalyptic world she came from. In a seemingly ordinary back mountain like this, she could find almost all the herbs she was looking for. There was only one herb she had been searching for a long time without success, but it wasn't a big problem. She had still found plants that could substitute for its flavor. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but hum a little tune. When she returned to the old house, she washed her hands and began to process the plants she had collected from the mountain. This silver needlegrass could provide a spicy flavor, serving as a substitute for chili. This fruit, resembling a small lantern, could be crushed to serve as a substitute for star anise. The wild pepper was even better, offering a fresher and spicier taste than ordinary pepper. Wonderful. Zhuang Yundai sorted and processed the herbs. Some needed to be crushed, some cut, and others boiled in hot water. After working for over half an hour, she finally prepared a bowl of the seasoning she wanted. At that moment, Zhuang Yuntong also woke up, rubbing her eyes and softly calling out to Zhuang Yundai, "Elder sister." Zhuang Yundai smiled and responded, then remembered something and said, "Tong Tong, go check the basket over there." Zhuang Yuntong obediently started to run outside with her little legs. Zhuang Yunqi couldn't help but call out, "Wait." Zhuang Yuntong stopped right away. Zhuang Yunqi pulled out 2 strands of straw from the side of Zhuang Yuntong's messy hair and helped her fix it, then said with satisfaction, "Go ahead." Zhuang Yundai noticed that her younger brother, Aki, seemed to have a bit of a minor obsession. Zhuang Yuntong ran to the wicker basket, leaned in, and saw the little creature inside. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and joy, "Ah, a little bird." The injured bird that Zhuang Yundai had found was still inside. Earlier, she had applied some herbal medicine to stop its bleeding. However, the bird seemed to be quite badly hurt, keeping its wings tucked in and showing no signs of wanting to fly. Zhuang Yuntong happily and cautiously squatted by the basket. After calling out, she quickly lowered her voice, afraid of startling the beautiful little bird. "Sister, it's a little bird. Where did it come from?" Zhuang Yundai, who was filtering brine with a fine cloth, smiled at Zhuang Yuntong's excitement and said, "I found it in the mountains. This little bird seems to be injured." Suddenly, Zhuang Yuntong looked a bit anxious and asked, "Sister, are we going to eat it?" Zhuang Yundai found it amusing and teased Zhuang Yuntong, "Roasting little birds is quite tasty." Zhuang Yuntong tensed up and gasped, unable to say anything. Zhuang Yundai enjoyed teasing her little sister and chuckled, "But this bird doesn't have much meat, and we aren't really lacking food right now, so never mind." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yuntong visibly relaxed, as if she had received a special pardon, and joyfully said, "Sister, you're so nice." She squatted by the basket, observing the little bird. "Sister, is it okay? It doesn't seem to fly much." Zhuang Yundai replied, "I applied some medicine to stop the bleeding, but I don't have much experience with injured animals." She did have experience in taking care of them, but she kept that to herself. Zhuang Yuntong seemed to treasure the bird and stayed by the basket. Zhuang Yiqi came over and pulled Zhuang Yuntong up from the ground. Your legs will get numb. Zhuang Yuntong hesitated. Brother, I want to watch it a little longer. Zhuang Yundai smiled. Yuntong, have you thought about the fact that it might be hungry? Zhuang Yuntong looked a bit confused by Zhuang Yundai's question. Ah? Then she murmured, but what do little birds eat? Zhuang Yundai didn't answer this small question. She just smiled and let Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yiqi continue their imaginative thoughts. Without harming the health of small animals, exploring what they eat is also a fun activity for children. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi chatted for a long time and finally decided to catch some bugs for the injured beautiful bird. When they told Zhuang Yundai, she encouraged them to go out and play. Go ahead. She even gave them an unused bamboo cup to collect the bugs. Hand in hand, the two little ones happily set out to find bugs, completely unaware that Zhuang Yuntong used to be afraid of them. As soon as they left, the yard fell silent. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she filtered the seasoning sauce she had prepared, knowing that the natural ingredients sometimes left some residue. After working for a while, Zhuang Yundai went to get a knife. When Wang Yingyin came to deliver a bowl and saw the yard door slightly open, he knocked gently and peeked in, only to be startled by Zhuang Yundai coming towards him with a knife. Seeing his surprised reaction, Zhuang Yundai felt a bit embarrassed and smiled, saying, "Don't be scared. Wang urged, I'm just going to prepare some chicken and duck." Wang Yingyin was startled by the knife, but found her explanation a bit odd. Of course, the knife was meant for the chicken and duck. It wasn't for anything else, was it? What he didn't know was that during the apocalypse, Zhuang Yundai had indeed used a knife against zombies and even people. But that was all in the past. Now, she was just an ordinary village girl preparing to handle some poultry. Do you need help? He started to ask, but before he could finish, he watched as Zhuang Yundai skillfully bled a dazed duck. Wang Yingyin was left speechless. Feeling a bit awkward standing there, he chuckled and mentioned his purpose. I came to bring you a bowl. Where should I put it? In addition to the bowl, he also held a small bag of sorghum flour. Just put the bowl in the kitchen, Zhuang Yundai replied casually. When she looked up and saw the bag of flour in his other hand, she paused, as if she wanted to decline it. He quickly explained, "This is a gift to celebrate your family separation. Please don't refuse it. My mother said that if you don't accept it, our family won't dare to take your things in the future. People in the mountain village are simple and value mutual kindness." Zhuang Yundai felt warm inside and replied, "Okay. Brother Wang I won't be polite with your family. Then I'll put them in the kitchen." Wang Yingyin quickly placed the bowl and a small bag of sorghum flour in the kitchen. After coming out, he saw Zhuang Yundai skillfully handling the ducks and hesitated for a moment before shyly saying, "The chicken you made for lunch today was really delicious. Our whole family thought it was amazing." Although the family usually spoiled Wang Tsuetsue, they intended for her to eat the whole bowl of chicken by herself. However, Wang Tsuetsue, though young, was very considerate and insisted on sharing pieces of chicken with her parents and brothers. With so many people in the Wang family, it ended up being just a piece for each person. Even the 2 sorghum cakes on top of the chicken were carefully divided among everyone. Though the portions were small, the Wang family felt very happy and content. The warm family atmosphere and the delicious chicken made the meal special. Even the sorghum cakes soaked in rich chicken broth burst with flavor when eaten, leaving a lasting taste. Those who cook love to hear compliments about their food, and Zhuang Yundai was no exception. She felt delighted upon hearing this. "Really?" She smiled, her eyes shining like stars. "I happen to want to try making a dish in the next few days. Once it's ready, Brother Wang I'll bring it to you." Wang Yingyin felt a bit embarrassed and was about to decline when Zhuang Yundai reminded him of his earlier words. "Then we won't be in touch anymore?" At first, Wang Yingyin just watched Zhuang Yundai as she killed the ducks. However, he was shocked to see her also kill 4 chickens and 2 ducks from her home. Wang Yingyin was so surprised that he stumbled over his words. "Sister Yundai, you." Zhuang Yundai smiled and continued washing the cutting board without looking up. "Don't worry, Brother Wang I know what I'm doing." Wang Yingyin swallowed his words but still looked worried. "As long as you know what you're doing." Zhuang Yundai really liked Wang Yingyin's sense of balance. She smiled a bit more and explained, "Don't worry, Brother Wang. This is to make money. Once we earn some, I'll bring back little chicks to raise." Wang Yingyin nodded reluctantly. Zhuang Yundai stuffed several branches into the stove and poured the prepared seasoning sauce into the large iron pot. Next to her were the already prepared chickens and ducks, waiting to be cooked. In a farmhouse, the iron pot is usually quite large. However, even so, putting 4 chickens and 2 ducks in at once was a bit much. Zhuang Yundai decided to cook them in 2 batches. As the seasoning sauce touched the chickens and ducks, it seemed like a chemical reaction occurred, and gradually, a rich and fragrant aroma spread from the pot. Wang Yingyin watched quietly for a while, feeling that just standing in the kitchen wasn't helpful, so he went outside and helped Zhuang Yundai chop some wood, splitting several logs into various sizes for her to use as firewood. After that, Wang Yingyin walked around the yard and noticed that Zhuang Yundai had used quite a bit of water earlier, so he took a bucket and went out to fetch some. When Wang Yingyin returned, he saw a young boy peeking around the front door of Zhuang Yundai's house. Just from the boy's back, he felt something was off. Wang Yingyin shouted, "Who's there?" The unfamiliar boy was startled and turned to glance back. This made Wang Yingyin recognize him, but instead of feeling relieved, he tightened his grip on the bucket and looked at the boy warily. "What do you want?" The boy grinned and said, "Isn't this Wang Er? I'm here to see my sister." "It's none of your business." This boy was actually a nephew from the Fu family, named Fu Zhifei. By family relations, he could indeed call Zhuang Yundai his sister. Wang Yingyin stepped forward, glaring at Fu Zhifei, and said gruffly, "Step aside." Fu Zhifei maintained his playful demeanor but stood directly in the doorway, stretching out his arms and legs. "This is my aunt's old house. Who do you think you are to come in?" This commotion clearly reached Zhuang Yundai's ears in the kitchen. She calmly set down the large strainer in her hands, grabbed a kitchen knife, and stepped out of the kitchen. Seeing Fu Zhifei entangled with Wang Yingyin at the open door, she immediately called out, "Brother Wang." When Fu Zhifei heard Zhuang Yundai's voice, he turned around and saw that she was no longer acting foolish. Her mouse-like eyes brightened with a mischievous glint as she looked up and down at Zhuang Yundai. Wang Yingyin noticed Fu Zhifei's gaze and felt something was off. Although he didn't fully understand, anyone would find Fu Zhifei's look inappropriate. "You look a bit better than before." Fu Zhifei awkwardly swallowed and chuckled in a judgmental tone. Zhuang Yundai narrowed her eyes and replied sharply, "Get lost. Stay away from my home." Fu Zhifei grinned, "Come on. I'm still your cousin, we're family." As he spoke, he tried to step into Zhuang Yundai's yard. Wang Yingyin's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to intervene, Zhuang Yundai acted faster. She swung a kitchen knife forward, its blade glinting dangerously. If Fu Zhifei hadn't quickly stepped back, the knife would have struck him. Fu Zhifei's face turned pale with anger. "Are you crazy?" Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly, but her grip on the knife didn't waver. "Yes, I am. If you take another step forward, do you believe I will hurt you?" Fu Zhifei had 1,000 insults ready, but looking at the cold blade in Zhuang Yundai's hand, he found himself speechless. After a moment, he spat on the ground in frustration. "Who said you were better? You look crazier to me." After saying that, he turned and ran away. Once Fu Zhifei was gone, Zhuang Yundai put the knife away. Seeing Wang Yingyin still standing at the door, she explained, "That person is just a troublemaker who has bothered me before. Don't worry, I'm not usually this fierce." She was afraid Wang Yingyin would think she was crazy and would prevent Wang Tsuetsue from playing with her in the future. Wang Yingyin finally snapped back to reality and nodded. "Sister Yundai, I understand. You have a good temper. It must be that Fu Zhifei who did something wrong before." His firm belief in her warmed Zhuang Yundai's heart. She cleared her throat and reached for the water bucket in Wang Yingyin's hand. "Wang urged, you're too kind, helping me chop wood and carry water." "It's nothing. It didn't take much effort," Wang Yingyin said, shifting to the side to avoid her hand. "I'll pour the water into the jar for you." He paused for a moment and said, "Don't be too formal with me." Zhuang Yundai didn't hold back either and replied with a smile, "Okay. Thank you, Brother Wang." She returned to the kitchen, not thinking much about the matter with Fu Zhifei. However, Fu Zhifei was not ready to let it go. When he returned to the Zhuang family, everyone was in high spirits. Even Mrs. Fu smiled more brightly than usual when she saw him. "Zhifei, where have you been? Is it hot? Would you like some water?" Fu Zhifei lounged in the chair and made a small request. "Aunt, your water has a bit of a muddy taste. Could you add some sugar?" Surprisingly, the Zhuang family did have coarse sugar, but it was just prepared recently for when guests from the Zhu family came. Mrs. Fu couldn't help but glance at Fu Zhifei. "You're quite picky, aren't you?" Still, she secretly scooped some coarse sugar into the bowl and brought it to Fu Zhifei. After drinking the water with sugar, Fu Zhifei looked a bit reluctant and said, "Aunt, the sweetness in this water is as faint as a bird." Mrs. Fu was in a good mood and didn't want to argue with her nephew. She smiled and said, "All right, I'll remember that. When your cousin marries into the Zhu family, you come to my house, and I'll give you a full spoon." Seeing Mrs. Fu so cheerful, Fu Zhifei thought about what he had been considering earlier and felt this was a good opportunity. Today, someone finally came from the Zhu family, a stewardess named Lu, who smiled before she spoke and seemed very approachable. Zhuang Wenxiang patiently accompanied Lu around the Zhuang house and answered a few questions. Mrs. Fu secretly whispered to Lu, "My daughter Xiang just finished her monthly cycle a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Lu looked at Zhuang Wenxiang a bit more closely. In the end, Lu seemed satisfied with Zhuang Wenxiang and arranged for a small carriage to come for her in 3 days. Of course, there would also be a so-called betrothal gift sent along. This news nearly brought the Zhuang family to tears of joy. Since this was a concubine arrangement, the Zhuang family didn't need to prepare a dowry. They only needed to send Zhuang Wenxiang off in the small carriage. The arrival of the old lady Lu was sudden, but it was just after the family split, and Mrs. Fu was almost dancing with joy as she told Mrs. Zhuang, "Fortunately, we split just in time. Otherwise, if old lady Lu had come over, she might have seen the second branch and decided not to connect with us." Mrs. Zhuang thought about it and felt much lighter about the worries of the split. Mrs. Fu was in high spirits. At this moment, seeing Mrs. Fu so happy, Fu Zhifei turned his eyes and approached her with a smile, saying, "Aunt."
MRS. Fu understood Fu Zhifei well.
When she saw him like this, she playfully tapped his forehead and smiled. "What do you want from your aunt this time? Speak up. Let's see if I can help." Hearing this, Fu Zhifei was delighted and quickly replied with a grin, "It's nothing much. Just, aunt, about Zhuang Yundai." As soon as Mrs. Fu heard the name Zhuang Yundai, her smile faded a bit, and she showed a hint of impatience, saying, "Why are you bringing up that troublemaker? Such bad luck." Just after sending away the troublesome people from the second branch, someone from the Zhu family came over and confirmed the time to pick them up. This meant what? It meant those troublemakers were indeed bad luck. If we send away the bad luck, won't our fortune improve? Fu Zhifei smiled and said, "Aunt, you're right. About Zhuang Yundai. This time, I went over to check on her out of kindness, and she actually tried to attack me with a knife." Hearing this, Mrs. Fu was startled and quickly looked him over, asking, "How dare she?" "Oh my, Zhifei, did that girl hurt you?" Fu Zhifei exaggerated, "Of course not.
Aunt, I'm clever."
When she came at me with a knife, I kicked it right out of her hand. I couldn't let her hurt me." Hearing this, Mrs. Fu finally relaxed. "You scared me. If she dared to hurt you, I wouldn't let her off." As soon as Fu Zhifei heard this, he quickly added, "Aunt, you see, even though she didn't hurt me, we can't just let this go, right? I think we should teach her a lesson." Mrs. Fu nodded in agreement. "You're right. That girl needs to be taught a lesson." She couldn't help but grind her teeth. "I haven't dealt with her yet, and she's already acting so bold. How dare she try to attack someone?" Zhu Zhifei nodded repeatedly, rubbing his hands together with a chuckle, and leaned closer to Fu Shi. "Aunt, I was thinking." Once Zhu Zhifei finished speaking, Fu Shi finally understood and looked at him differently. "You mean to say?" Zhu Zhifei chuckled again, interrupting Fu Shi. "Well, nephew just wants to try something new." He rubbed his hands, But I can't marry someone as foolish as that, right?
So,
Fu Shi was surprised that her nephew had such thoughts, but then she considered it and slowly began to understand. If this worked out, it would be embarrassing for Zhuang Yundai. But what did that have to do with her? By then, her sister Xiang would have already married into the Zhu family, and Zhuang Yundai's reputation wouldn't affect her, especially since they had split up.
Fu Shi smiled slowly.
She waved to Zhu Zhifei. You're not planning this very well. Come here. We need to discuss this properly. Zhuang Yundai had been busy in the kitchen for half a day, preparing chicken and duck with her special seasoning, and they were finally ready. When she lifted the lid, the aroma was so enticing that it made her mouth water. Zhuang Yundai tore off a piece of chicken to taste. Even though it hadn't soaked in flavor yet, it was already quite delicious. She planned to let it soak overnight before selling it. When Zhuang Yundai received a bowl from Sister Chun Lu next door, she also filled it with tofu and made a noodle soup with them, pairing it with the sorghum pancakes she had cooked earlier, creating a simple dinner. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi had spent the afternoon outside digging for worms, and they had quite a haul, filling the small bamboo cup Zhuang Yundai had given them. Zhuang Yundai glanced at it, estimating that the little bird would have enough to eat for a while. However, in the evening, when Zhuang Yuntong went to the basket to play with the little bird, she was startled to find a larger, more colorful bird inside. She screamed and quickly ran to find Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai grabbed something for protection and led her sister over to take a look. The larger bird seemed to have flown into the basket on its own. It was guarding the injured little bird behind it, watching Zhuang Yundai and her sister warily. It didn't attack or fly away. Zhuang Yundai faced off against the slightly larger bird for a long time. After a while, she thought for a moment and said to Zhuang Yunqi, "Aki, go get the bugs you caught." Zhuang Yunqi looked a bit worried and replied, "Be careful, big sister. Don't let the big bird peck you." After saying that, he quickly ran to get his bamboo cup. When Zhuang Yunqi returned, the big bird had not flown away yet. Zhuang Yundai cautiously reached out her hand. Though it was called a big bird, it wasn't very large. It was just more colorful and bigger than the injured little bird. Zhuang Yundai couldn't tell what kind of bird it was. She held a worm in her palm and got closer to the big bird. At first, the big bird remained still, but when Zhuang Yundai's hand was almost in front of it, it suddenly pecked and snatched the worm away. Zhuang Yundai quickly pulled back her hand. The big bird then gave the worm to the little bird behind it. Beside them, Zhuang Yuntong, who was very nervous, couldn't help but say, "I fed it a lot this afternoon. It shouldn't be hungry." Sure enough, the little bird only ate half of the worm and seemed unable to eat more, nudging its small head against the big bird's wing. The big bird finished the remaining half of the worm and, looking calm, began to preen its feathers. Zhuang Yundai thought, is it really that bold? If this bird had acted like this when she and Aki were hungry a few days ago, she would have shown it what it meant to be a bird.
"Forget about them," she said.
Under the bright moonlight, Zhuang Yundai watched the two birds snuggling together and yawned. Let's rest. Maybe they'll fly away by themselves tomorrow. But when Zhuang Yundai got up early the next morning, she found that the big and small birds had completely made the basket their nest and were sleeping soundly. Zhuang Yundai thought, this is really too bold. She angrily pointed at the two arrogant birds from a distance before turning to go to the kitchen. She wasn't planning to cook them. She wanted to check on the chicken and duck she had marinated yesterday, which had soaked overnight, and should be more flavorful now. She could sell them at the market. Zhuang Yundai took out the piece of marinated chicken she had tasted yesterday and tore off another piece to try. The juicy chicken, filled with the rich marinade flavor, burst with an incredibly tempting taste in her mouth. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but close her eyes to enjoy this delicious treat. If she were to give herself a score, she would rate herself 101 points. One extra point because she isn't afraid of being proud. Without many seasonings, she was already very satisfied with the flavor she achieved using various local plants. She set aside the braised chicken that had 2 pieces of meat torn off, saving it for her family. The remaining 3 braised chickens and 2 braised ducks were placed in a large jar, and she added a good amount of sauce before sealing it up. The jar was a bit heavy, but luckily, she had spent 80 coins yesterday to have a local carpenter make her a simple little cart. Now, with the jar on the cart, she could easily pull it along. After finishing this, she went back to the braised chicken she had set aside for her family, tore some meat into strips, and cooked some corn porridge. The combination of the fragrant chicken and the rich porridge was so delightful that she felt like announcing their deliciousness right then and there. She happily drank an entire bowl, feeling very satisfied. By now, Sister Chunlu next door should be up, as smoke was rising from the yard, along with the steady sound of chopping wood from Lu Danyu. She had made plans with Sister Chunlu to go to the market in the county today. Thinking the time they agreed upon was approaching, she returned to her room, where her younger siblings, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, were sleeping soundly on the clay bed. These two little ones had been living comfortably lately, and their sleeping positions had changed from being neatly curled up to sprawled out in all directions. Zhuang Yuntong even had one leg draped over Zhuang Yunqi's chest. In her dreams, she seemed to be dreaming of something delicious, as she was drooling and smacking her lips. Zhuang Yunqi, still half asleep, pushed his sister's little foot off his chest. But as soon as he did, her foot was right back on him again. He frowned in his sleep. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile at this scene and gently covered the two little ones with a thin blanket. She had told them the night before that she would be going to the market with Sister Chunlu today. Since it was her first time, she wanted to scout the way so she could take them both next time. The two little ones were very understanding. Zhuang Yuntong even patted her chest, saying, "Don't worry, big sister, I will take good care of brother." Zhuang Yundai took one last turn around the yard. "In the kitchen, I left food for the two kids, and there aren't any other safety hazards, so it's all good." Zhuang Yundai dragged her little cart, standing tall and ready to go out. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the sound of flapping wings. Turning around, she saw the slightly larger bird that had flown into the basket last night coming towards her. The bird landed on the wall nearby without hesitation and started chirping at her. Although it was still dark outside, the bird's colorful feathers were already quite beautiful. Zhuang Yundai watched the bird for a while, thinking it might be asking her for food. Was it really that bold? She cautiously took a few steps in another direction. It turned out the bird was indeed that bold. It spread its wings and flew to the wall directly facing Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai. Narrowing her eyes, she looked at the beautiful bird that was flapping its wings and chirping nonstop, occasionally hopping around. After a moment, she decided to give in. "Fine, you're pretty, you have a point." Pouting, she went back inside to get the bamboo cup filled with worms. "See this?" Zhuang Yundai showed the beautiful bird the bamboo cup and then placed it next to the basket. The injured little bird was still sleeping with its head drooping in the basket, looking well-behaved and cute. Feeling a bit better, Zhuang Yundai stood up and pointed at the bamboo cup, saying to the big bird that had flown over and landed next to the basket, "These are the worms that Aki and Tong Tong dug up for you and your little one. Have you heard the saying, 'A mouth that eats is short'? I'm going out today, so if you eat the worms Aki and Tong Tong dug, you need to help take care of them, okay?" Chirp. The big bird flapped its wings a couple of times. Zhuang Yundai stared at the big bird for a moment. Well, she would take that as a yes. Just then, she heard a gentle knock at the door, and Sister Chunlu quietly reminded her from outside, "Dai Jia, it's almost time. We need to get going." Zhuang Yundai replied, "I'll be right there." Chunlu was standing next to Lu Danyu, who had originally planned to help Zhuang Yundai move some things. When they saw Zhuang Yundai dragging out a strange little cart and securely tying a jar to it with vines, they were both taken aback. Chunlu couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and explained, "I asked the carpenter Yao from the village yesterday to help me move something. The wheels might wear out easily, so I guess I'll need to change them often." At that time, the wheels were made of wood and rolling over rough ground put a lot of pressure on them, making them wear out quickly. Chunlu saw that Zhuang Yundai could easily push the small cart to move the jars by herself and couldn't help but smile and praise, "Your little cart is really useful." Zhuang Yundai chuckled. She noticed that Chunlu only had a bundle in her hands, while Lu Danyu was accompanying her, clearly ready to help carry things. Zhuang Yundai appreciated this kindness. In a challenging world, people's intentions can be hard to read, so every act of genuine kindness deserves sincere gratitude. Lu Daniu took Chunlu and Zhuang Yundai to the village's cart driver, Zheng, who had a limp. Zheng had been born with a disability, and his family spent all their savings to buy him a thin horse so he could support himself. He often transported hay and wood to the county for a living. Sometimes he would rent out his cart and the price wasn't too high. However, there was one problem. Zheng loved to drink. He spent most of his earnings on alcohol and often got drunk. Fortunately, the horse he owned was experienced, so even if Zheng was drunk, the horse could still pull the cart to the right place without causing delays, allowing Zheng to continue his work. Lu Daniu brought Chunlu and Zhuang Yundai to Zheng's home, where Zheng was hiccuping and loading hay onto his cart. Lu Daniu frowned and said, "Old Zheng, did you spend that money on drinks again?" Zheng chuckled, extending his thin hand and gesturing, just a little bit. His gaze fell on Zhuang Yundai and Chunlu, slightly tipsy. "Isn't it the silly girl from the Zhuang family? Are you all going to the county?" Lu Daniu clenched his fist in front of Zheng. "My sister is not silly anymore. Old Zheng, just drive the cart safely and get my wife and sister to the county, understood?" Zheng hiccuped again and laughed. "Don't worry. I know how to handle this horse." Lu Daniu helped Zhuang Yundai lift her jar and cart onto Zheng's cart, while Zheng mumbled, "You're taking up a lot of space. I should charge you for 2 people. But since you're in a tough spot, I won't charge you extra." Zhuang Yundai graciously thanked him. Spring Lu pouted and quietly said to Zhuang Yundai, "Did you hear him? You're just a little person. Even if you add a small cart, how much space can that take up? Why are you being charged for 2 people? If they really charged you for 2, Big Nyo would be the first to complain." Seeing the limping Zheng move the hay, Lu Daniu helped him lift a few bundles and repeatedly reminded him, "Go wash your face, drive the cart properly, and don't get confused." Zheng laughed and replied, "Daniu, good brother, your help with these hay bundles is like saving my life. We've got a bond that's as strong as life and death. You can trust me, right?" Though Zheng talked about their strong bond, he didn't hesitate to collect every penny when it came to payment. Luckily, his charges weren't high, 3 coins for a trip. Spring Lu and Zhuang Yundai each paid their fare and settled in. One after another, a few more people from Xiangyang village arrived to take the cart to the county. They were surprised to see Zhuang Yundai sitting on the hay cart. Among them was a familiar face, Yang Hongxiu. Yang Hongxiu had once bullied the naive original owner, but after Zhuang Yundai arrived and showed her cleverness, Yang tried to intimidate her again but ended up being embarrassed instead. When Yang saw Zhuang Yundai, her expression changed. Zhuang Yundai had exposed Yang's past bullying in front of her companions, and now they quietly mocked her for picking on someone who was simple-minded. For days, Yang had avoided going out, feeling ashamed. If it weren't for needing to buy embroidery thread in the county, she wouldn't have stepped outside. Unexpectedly, she ran into Zhuang Yundai again. Yang deliberately sat next to Spring Lu, trying to get close. "Oh, Spring Lu, are you going to the county to sell embroidery again? That sounds tough." Spring Lu hugged her bundle and smiled. "I don't have other ways to earn money. Just trying to help with some household expenses." Yang clicked her tongue and started chatting with Spring Lu, completely ignoring Zhuang Yundai. It seemed she didn't want Spring Lu to have time to talk to Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai nearly laughed out loud. Was this really their plan? To isolate her like this? Spring Lu seemed to notice Yang's intentions too. She glanced at Yang and, while Yang was rambling about her neighbor's dog doing well in the county, suddenly turned to Zhuang Yundai and quietly asked, "Are you tired?" The cart bumped along the rough mountain road, which was quite tiring for the passengers, especially since Zhuang Yundai had to take care of her little cart. Fortunately, Zhuang Yundai had the foresight to tie the jars on the little cart securely with vines. Zhuang Yundai shook her head at Chun Lu. To be honest, she thought Chun Lu had a tougher time dealing with Yang Hongxiu. Yang Hongxiu saw Chun Lu chatting with Zhuang Yundai right under her nose and started complaining about how impressive it was that Goa found a city wife. She stumbled over her words. She awkwardly changed the subject and directly addressed Zhuang Yundai, saying, "Arya, I heard you separated from the Zhuang family?" Yang Hongxiu looked genuinely concerned for Zhuang Yundai and her siblings, lamenting, "How could you do this? Leaving your grandparents and taking your younger siblings away is unfilial. Aren't you afraid of what others will say?" Several villagers nearby immediately turned to listen. The news of Zhuang Yundai separating from the Zhuang family had become a hot topic in Xiangyang village. They were curious, but since Zhuang Yundai was always busy and rarely hung around the village, they had trouble catching her. Now that Yang Hongxiu had started the conversation, even though her words were harsh, they couldn't help but listen closely. Chun Lu shot Yang Hongxiu a glance, disapproving of her unpleasant words. She was about to tell Zhuang Yundai not to pay attention to such annoying people when she saw Zhuang Yundai step onto the little cart with one foot, using one hand to pull the slightly misaligned cart closer. Seemingly indifferent, she smoothly picked up on Yang Hongxiu's question. "Aunt Yang, it sounds like you didn't go to my grandfather's house to see what was happening back then, did you?" Yang Hongxiu was caught off guard by Zhuang Yundai's response. She had been too embarrassed to go out in recent days, so she missed all the excitement. However, Zhuang Yundai didn't wait for Yang Hongxiu to reply. She continued, "When we separated, I said that if we didn't, I was afraid my siblings and I wouldn't survive. Everyone knows how hard it is for us kids to live on our own. If we weren't in a desperate situation, would we have asked to separate? Aunt, you come to ask me, without fear of being judged by others, and I just want to laugh. My siblings and I are just trying to survive. Why should we care about what others say? Do you think we deserve to go hungry?" Zhuang Yundai's cheerful series of questions left Yang Hongxiu speechless, and those nearby felt a bit sympathetic. They looked at Yang Hongxiu with some disdain. Chun Lu exclaimed loudly, "Sister Dai, don't worry about what others say. They're just talking without understanding. If anyone dares to speak against you, I will be the first to stand up for you." As she spoke, she made a spitting gesture, seemingly aimed at Yang Hongxiu. Yang Hongxiu's face turned red. She forced a laugh. "Chun Lu, you are too bold." Chun Lu laughed, "And in this world, if you aren't a bit bold, someone might take advantage of you. I'd rather be bold." Yang Hongxiu was overwhelmed by Zhuang Yundai and Chunliu's remarks and had no way to respond, so she just forced a couple of laughs. "I was just saying that casually. No need to get so worked up." Just then, they hit a larger pothole on the mountain road, causing the cart to jolt. Yang Hongxiu took the chance to exclaim loudly, "Ouch! Old Zheng, drive carefully. We can't afford to get hurt." She used this to cover her embarrassment. Zheng, who was driving in front, burped and ignored her. Feeling bored, Yang Hongxiu muttered a few words and sat there with a sulky face, silent. Others were quite interested in Zhuang Yundai, mostly concerned about how she was managing on her own after separating from her family. They asked if she needed help with anything, offering to lend a hand since they were all from the same village. Regardless of whether their words were just polite gestures, Zhuang Yundai sincerely thanked them. In the apocalypse, without mutual support and cooperation among people, it would be impossible to build large bases to defend against zombies. In such times, while human life may seem cheap, genuine connections are invaluable. Every sincere sentiment deserves heartfelt appreciation. The cart bumped along for over half an hour before finally reaching Pingling County. Zhuang Yundai found the name of the county quite interesting. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, it was oddly named Pingling. Perhaps it was meant as a hopeful wish? When it was time to get off the bus, a strong man kindly helped Zhuang Yundai take down the small cart along with the jar on top. "Wow, this is pretty heavy," the man said as he set down the cart. He kindly advised Zhuang Yundai, "You look a bit thin, so be careful not to strain your back." Zhuang Yundai smiled and thanked him. The man scratched his head and said, "You're quite polite." Since arriving in this world, it was Zhuang Yundai's first visit to the county town. She had to admit that the county was much more bustling than their village, Xiangyang. Although the buildings along the streets were a bit old and the roads weren't very neat, the variety of shops and the crowds of people made it lively. Chun Lu held her bundle close, planning to go to the sewing shop to sell some embroidery. She wanted to look after Zhuang Yundai and said, "Sister Dai, I'll sell these handkerchiefs first, then I'll come back and take you around the market." Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile, "No need, sister-in-law. You go ahead with your errands. I see there are many food stalls on this street, so I can look around by myself."
Don't worry about me.
Chunlu had intended to buy some things for home, so after thinking it over, she said, "All right, just stay on this street and don't wander too far. Once I finish, I'll come find you." Zhuang Yundai nodded obediently. Seeing her so well-behaved, Chunlu couldn't help but pinch Zhuang Yundai's cheek and said, "Oh, our sister Dai, your face is getting fuller and even prettier." Zhuang Yundai laughed and let Chunlu touch her face again. "Then I'll go." "Be careful," Chunlu advised her. "There are many people at the market, and the officials send patrols to maintain order. If anything seems off, just shout, 'Call the authorities,' to get their attention." Zhuang Yundai nodded seriously. Chunlu repeated her advice a few more times before finally leaving, looking back several times. Zhuang Yundai didn't mind the reminders. It felt warm to be cared for. She couldn't help but smile as she happily pulled her small cart deeper into the market. Pingling County oversees several nearby villages. These villages are scattered at the foot and slopes of the mountains. Usually, not many people come to the county town, but on market days, many villagers bring their farm products or mountain goods to sell and support their families. Zhuang Yundai arrived neither too late nor too early, but the best spots in the center of the market had already been taken. Zhuang Yundai didn't mind, pulling her little cart while curiously looking around. "Candied hawthorn. Get your candied hawthorn." Zhuang Yundai's eyes were immediately drawn to the candied hawthorn. Sugar, a source of energy, had become a luxury in the chaotic world. So much so that even Zhuang Yundai couldn't indulge in sweets every day. She had a jar of milk candies that she found during a supply run. Zhuang Yundai had never finished them in one go. She only opened the jar when she was either very happy or very sad, slowly unwrapping a candy and savoring its sweetness. When Zhuang Yundai faced the zombie king, she felt a moment of sadness. She still had some milk candies left in her jar. Hearing the call of candied hawthorn at the market stirred her longing. During the division of assets, her family received 4 taels of silver. When the silver was given to them, the main family seemed to suffer as if a piece of flesh was taken from them. It felt as if they were giving the second family 400 taels instead of just 4. Though 4 taels sounds like a lot, it doesn't last long. Living independently meant she had to buy many things anew. All these expenses added up quickly. For instance, the little cart she was pulling cost her 81. Money seemed to disappear faster than it came. But thinking of her milk candies, Zhuang Yundai didn't hesitate and bought a string of candied hawthorn. In life, some money should be spent. "Uncle," Zhuang Yundai sweetly called to the vendor, "I have a little brother and a sister at home. But I don't have much silver, so I can only buy 1 string. Please help me pick a big one." The vendor was kind and handed her a large string. "Here you go, little girl." Each string of candied hawthorn had 6 hawthorns, but they varied in size. The vendor gave her a string with plump, round hawthorns coated in a thin layer of syrup, looking very tempting. "Thank you, uncle." Zhuang Yundai sweetly expressed her gratitude, holding the candied hawthorn in one hand and pulling her cart with the other as she continued on her way. The delicious smells from nearby food stalls made the journey torturous for Zhuang Yundai, who especially loved good food. Zhuang Yundai ate 2 candied hawthorns and wrapped the remaining 4 in oil paper, putting them in her pocket to save for her younger siblings. Fortunately, at the market, one vendor had sold out his goods early and was getting ready to leave. Next to him was a vendor selling wontons, pushing a small cart with a stove on it. It was a perfect opportunity. Zhuang Yundai's eyes lit up as she approached the vendor and asked, "Sir, can I set up my stall here?" Although the vendor noticed that Zhuang Yundai had a strange little cart with a jar on it, he was still very welcoming and waved her over. Zhuang Yundai was small and her cart didn't take up much space. Her clothes, though clean, were a bit loose, revealing her thin wrists, which showed that her family was struggling. If they had other options, they wouldn't let such a young child set up a stall. People felt a bit sorry for her, so no one opposed her taking the vendor's spot. The vendor cheerfully told Zhuang Yundai, "I had good luck today," and sold out quickly. "You should expect someone to come by for the stall fee soon. It's just 5 won for a stall." Zhuang Yundai nodded, understanding that she needed to pay the stall fee. After giving her some advice, the vendor left. Another vendor nearby curiously asked Zhuang Yundai, "What are you selling? What's in the jar? Pickles? It looks heavy. It must be pickles, right?" A few vendors guessed. Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "It's homemade marinated chicken and duck." The vendors all exclaimed in surprise, some expressing regret. One of them advised her, "There's a shop in Pingling County that specializes in marinated chicken. Their chicken is really delicious. It's a bit pricey, but that's the only downside. People in this county usually buy from there if they want marinated chicken. It might be hard for you to sell yours." This was the first time Zhuang Yundai had heard of this, as the original owner of her memories had never encountered this. She curiously asked, "How much does that shop sell a marinated chicken for?" "A chicken weighs about 3 to 4 pounds. Guess how much it costs?" The vendor gestured, saying 71. Seeing Zhuang Yundai's silence, he thought she was shocked and chuckled, right? "It's quite expensive, isn't it?" So this marinated chicken, if you don't have some extra money, you really wouldn't dare to eat it." He kindly offered suggestions to Zhuang Yundai. "If you really want to sell marinated chicken, it's simple. Why not sell it for a bit less than Tongguixiang?" Tongguixiang is the name of that marinated chicken shop. The enthusiastic vendor asked, "How much does your chicken weigh, roughly?" Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment, "About 3 to 4 pounds each. They're all about the same size."
Wow.
The vendor slapped his thigh. "Then you should sell them for 50 coins each." The people nearby eagerly nodded. 50 coins each sounds about right. However, Zhuang Yundai felt a bit troubled, but "I think 50 coins each is too cheap. You see, a live chicken sells for around 30 coins. After all her hard work in preparing the chicken, selling it for only 50 coins felt like a loss." It wasn't that she lacked confidence. She just felt it was a bit unfair. The enthusiastic vendor thought the young girl had never done business before and didn't understand pricing. He pondered for a moment. "How about you let everyone see the marinated chicken you brought, and they can help you estimate the price?" Since there weren't many buyers at the moment, everyone was relatively relaxed and nodded in agreement. Zhuang Yundai naturally agreed. She untied the tightly bound vines on the jar and opened the lid. As soon as the lid was opened, those nearby were taken aback. This smell. Why does it smell so good? Could they be mistaken? They couldn't help but lean closer, their necks almost stretching into Zhuang Yundai's jar. Now they were sure the delicious aroma was indeed coming from Zhuang Yundai's jar. The enthusiastic vendor was the most impacted. He took a deep sniff and slapped his thigh. "What great skill! If I had 70 coins, I definitely wouldn't buy from Tongguixiang." In the bustling market, there are many shady characters lurking in the corners. But at the same time, there are also many kind-hearted people who naturally care more for the weak. A frail girl like Zhuang Yundai, obviously from a poor family, appeared to them as someone who needed protection. They all chimed in with ideas for Zhuang Yundai. "This flavor is better than Tongguixiang's. Sister, you should sell it for 70 coins. Those who know good food will definitely buy from you." Just as Zhuang Yundai was about to say something, a few curious townsfolk, drawn by the aroma, couldn't help but approach and ask, "Little girl, what are you selling? It smells amazing." The enthusiastic vendor nearby was helping to attract customers. Hey. My sister's braised chicken smells amazing, doesn't it?" When the townspeople caught a whiff of the aroma, they hesitated. Braised chicken. The people of Pingling County had developed a mindset that braised chicken could only be as good as that from Tongguixiang. The vendor, being an experienced seller, noticed their hesitation and quickly encouraged them. "I'm not just saying this. My sister's braised chicken is much more fragrant than Tongguixiang's. Just take a whiff." He signaled to Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, take out some braised chicken from the jar for these folks to see." Zhuang Yundai responded and used her long bamboo chopsticks to scoop out the chicken from the jar. The aroma wafted out with the chicken. Nearby vendors couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ah, it smelled so good. Looking at the braised chicken, its color and sheen showed it was well soaked in the sauce. Just imagining biting into it made their mouths water with thoughts of the delicious juices bursting in their mouths. Several vendors and the curious townspeople instinctively swallowed. One of them, feeling the coins in his pocket, gritted his teeth and asked, "How much for this braised chicken?" The enthusiastic vendor, worried that Zhuang Yundai might ask for too little, quickly replied, "My friend, you can smell and see it. My sister's braised chicken is just as good as Tongwixiang's. Good things come at a price, so this braised chicken will be." He intended to say 70 coins, the same price as Tongwixiang's chicken. However, Zhuang Yundai interrupted him and stated her price. It's 100 coins. As soon as the price was announced, there was a moment of silence. The enthusiastic vendor clicked his tongue, feeling worried. This little sister was too bold, asking for such a high price. Even if she asked for 80 coins, there would at least be room for negotiation. Asking for 100 would scare the customers away. Sure enough, the townspeople who had inquired about the price shook their heads upon hearing 100 coins. That's too expensive. Yeah, it's just a braised chicken. It's not worth that much. Forget it, Tongwixiang's prices are already high enough. This girl is charging 30 coins more. Almost half again. With that money, I could buy half more. Exactly. This girl isn't being reasonable. Listening to the discussions of the customers nearby, the enthusiastic vendor next to her felt anxious for Zhuang Yundai. He quickly signaled her to lower her price. However, Zhuang Yundai seemed oblivious, still wearing a cheerful smile and firmly stating 100 coins, not a penny less. Naturally, the customers left right away. The eager vendor exclaimed, "Sister, is this your first time selling? You can't do business like this." Other vendors sighed and added, "Yes, your price is too high. When people hear it, they won't even negotiate. Look, they've all left." Zhuang Yundai had traded with others during the apocalypse, so she seemed unaffected by this small setback. She asked the vendor selling wontons, "Annie, can I borrow your stove for a moment?" The wonton vendor, currently cleaning her table with no customers around and with the pot for boiling wontons idle, readily agreed and quickly moved the pot aside, saying, "No problem, use it." Zhuang Yundai thanked her and took out a small bamboo cup from her pocket, scooping some marinade from the jar. She placed the bamboo cup on the stove to heat it up. As the flames licked the bottom of the cup, the already fragrant marinade released an even stronger aroma, filling the air. The scent, which had been contained, now wafted around with the rising steam. Those passing by instinctively stopped, saying, "What is that smell? It's so fragrant." The vendors who had worried about Zhuang Yundai's high price were now captivated by the rich aroma, watching in astonishment as more and more people approached her, drawn by the scent. Initially, Zhuang Yundai's price of 100 coins had deterred many, especially with the reputation of the 70-coin marinated chicken from Tongwixiang. 100 coins. That's too expensive. Yes, we haven't even tried it, so we don't know if it's good. 100 coins is really too much. Some even bargained with her, saying, "Young lady, 100 coins is really too high. How about 65 coins? If you sell it for that, I'll buy a whole one." 65 coins is indeed not a low price. The vendors nearby were starting to feel for Zhuang Yundai. But Zhuang Yundai firmly shook her head, saying, "I won't sell it." "Oh, little girl, why are you so stubborn?" No matter what others said, Zhuang Yundai wouldn't budge for less than 100 coins. They wanted to be angry, but seeing such a thin girl standing in front of the big pot, clearly dressed like a poor child, especially with her ill-fitting clothes and the thin wrists showing, made them feel sad. The harsh words they wanted to say got stuck in their throats, and in the end, they could only reluctantly say, "Fine, fine, if you won't sell, you won't sell." After all, they couldn't force her to sell. But since there were those who couldn't afford it, there were also those who had money to spare. The aroma of Zhuang Yundai's braised chicken was too tempting. Someone, unable to resist, pulled out 100 coins and bought one, saying, "Forget it, I'll buy it to try." Zhuang Yundai happily wrapped the braised chicken in a lotus leaf and added a sweet smile, saying, "Thank you, big brother." The buyer scratched his head, feeling that spending an extra 30 coins didn't seem so bad after all. After selling the first one, it was officially open for business. Zhuang Yundai cupped her hands like a trumpet and called out loudly, "Today, I'm just trying things out. I brought 3 braised chickens and 2 braised ducks, all for 100 coins each. The more I sell, the less I have, so neighbors who want some should hurry." With her shout, those who were initially hesitant due to the high price began to feel tempted. Soon, the second buyer appeared, saying, "Wrap me a braised duck. My dad loves duck." Zhuang Yundai quickly wrapped the braised duck for the second buyer, tying it neatly with fine string, her movements quick and efficient. The second buyer watched and liked the way Zhuang Yundai worked, chuckling, "Hey, little girl, your lotus leaves are quite fresh. Just picked, huh?" The green leaves, with their plump stems, clearly looked like they had just been picked. "Yes, I picked them last night and washed them clean by the creek, so you can rest assured," Zhuang Yundai said, quickly handing a piece of string to the buyer, who happily took it and walked away. With these two leading the way, and considering that Zhuang Yundai's braised chicken and duck were already limited, those who genuinely wanted to try them couldn't hesitate any longer. They quickly dug into their pockets, and before long, everything was sold out. A few slower customers, seeing the empty jars, were left frustrated. The nearby vendor watched in disbelief. While the food did smell good, this was quite surprising. However, they had no time for reflections at that moment. Zhuang Yundai's strategy of attracting customers with the delicious aroma had also benefited the nearby stalls, especially the kind ladies selling wontons. Many people, drawn in by the tempting smell, sought out a nearby place to satisfy their hunger since they couldn't get the braised dishes. "Wow, that smell is irresistible. Ma'am, I'll have a bowl of 3 flavor wontons." "Ma'am, I want a bowl of meat ones." "I'll have one too. Please add extra cilantro. That aroma is making me so hungry." "Ma'am, hurry up. Coming right up." The wonton-selling lady became busy and excited, serving the sudden influx of customers. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she gathered her things. When the market manager came to collect the stall fees and saw Zhuang Yundai packing up, he was surprised. "You sold out so quickly, young lady." Zhuang Yundai made a good profit of 500 coins, which made her very happy. She cheerfully replied to the market manager, "That's because this place is good fortune. The uncle who was here before also sold out early and went home. This shows that this spot is lucky. Maybe it's thanks to you." Her eyes, rounder than usual, sparkled with sweetness, especially with her slightly fuller cheeks, which softened her appearance. When she looked at others with such sincerity, her pure eyes reflected their images, making her even more endearing. The market manager couldn't help but smile and took out 3 pieces of candy from his pocket. These were given to him by a candy vendor when he collected the stall fees. This sweet, charming girl reminded him of his daughter when she was young. "Here, young lady, take these to sweeten your day." He handed the candy to Zhuang Yundai. She thanked him sweetly in return. The market manager walked away with a smile. Zhuang Yundai looked at the candy in her hand for a moment, then unwrapped the rough candy paper and popped a piece into her mouth. She put the remaining 2 pieces, along with 4 candied hawthorns wrapped in oil paper, into her pocket. Even though the texture was a bit strange and the taste couldn't compare to the sweets from her world, Zhuang Yundai still found the candy very sweet. She lowered her head and continued to tie vines around her jars on the small cart. Nearby, some people who had some free time quietly calculated their earnings, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. This little girl has only been here a short while and has easily made 500 coins. "Hey, little girl, your marinade smells really good," someone approached to chat. "Tell me how you make it so I can have my wife make some at home." Zhuang Yundai smiled and politely refused. "Uncle, it's a secret recipe, so I can't share it." After all, she had worked hard to gather various plants for seasoning. Right now, she was counting on these to build her savings. The man grinned, placing his hand on the jar and applying a bit of pressure to stop her from tying more vines, his tone taking on a hint of threat. "Little girl, don't be so stingy. If you won't tell me, how about you just give me some of the marinade from this jar?" The people nearby frowned at his words. In a marinade shop, besides having good ingredients, the most important thing is actually that pot of marinade. The reason Tong Guixiang dominates the marinated chicken business in Pingling County is precisely because of that old marinade that has been passed down for years. This person was being too much, outright asking for someone else's marinade. Wasn't that just bullying? Just as several kind-hearted stall owners were about to step in and scold the rogue, they saw the sweet and slender girl they admired smile sweetly at him, wink, and say in a sweet voice, "Uncle, your wife must be amazing. With someone like you, who doesn't look great and has a poor character, she still chose to marry you. That must be true love. But I can't do that. I'm still young, and my taste is quite normal. I can't agree to your wish for my marinade." There was a moment of silence. Those who were worried that the frail girl would be taken advantage of were stunned. The rogue was also taken aback. His face changed colors from green to purple to red, a colorful display of emotions. He never expected to be scolded by a girl with yellow hair right in front of everyone, pointing at his nose. Although her words were clean, they still struck a nerve. After a moment, a faint sound was heard. Someone couldn't hold back their laughter. This sound seemed to trigger something, and soon everyone around burst into laughter. The troublemaker's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, trembling all over. He seemed to want to say something fierce, but the nearby vendors laughed and teased him, saying, "All right, Lee Motzi, just go. The girl has a tough too. Why do you always pick on the weak? If you really want to eat, save up 100 coins and buy some of her braised chicken next time she comes to the market." Lee Motzi gritted his teeth and wanted to leave amidst the teasing, but he could still smell the tempting aroma and felt reluctant. As he hesitated, he noticed the girl nearby. Although she had a sweet smile, her almond eyes looked at him with a hint of something that made him shiver. "Uncle, if you don't let go, don't blame me." Zhuang Yundai's voice sounded like a whisper from a demon to Lee Motzi. His legs went weak, and he stumbled back a few steps, terrified, before he turned and ran away. Everyone was surprised, and Zhuang Yundai calmly finished her sentence. "I'll have to call the constable over." After saying this, she looked at the quickly disappearing figure of Lee Motzi with a puzzled expression and innocently remarked, "Oh, is he really that afraid of the constable?" Lee Motzi was usually idle and well-known among the local vendors. One vendor laughed, "When the constable arrives, he runs faster than a rabbit." Everyone took it lightly. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she packed her things and waved goodbye to the kind vendors. She had a lot to buy today. Dragging a small cart, Zhuang Yundai wandered around the market. Aki, Tong Tong, and she all wore clothes that were hand-me-downs from Zhuang Wenxiang and Zhuang Wenyu, which didn't fit well and were quite unattractive. With the 500 coins she just earned, Zhuang Yundai planned to buy some fabric to make new clothes for her siblings. As for who would make them, of course, it would be her. During the apocalypse, she was the strongest person with S-level mental power. With this power, learning anything was easy for her. In her free time, Zhuang Yundai designed her own battle outfit, which was both practical and beautiful. The girls in her base admired her and called her queen while asking for outfits like hers. One day, she noticed a light green fabric with soft yellow flowers at a nearby fabric store. It was adorable. There was also a nice bamboo green fabric that would suit Aki well. Zhuang Yundai pulled her little cart into the fabric store. The store owner was a slightly plump woman who seemed efficient. When she saw Zhuang Yundai enter, she didn't look down on her for her simple clothes. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Little girl, are you alone? Where are your adults?" Zhuang Yundai replied, "Shopkeeper, I don't have any adults. I came to look around by myself." This was true. Her father had died in battle, and her mother had left her and her siblings. She was living separately with her younger brother and sister, so there weren't any adults at home. The shopkeeper felt sympathy for her. The girl looked young and was already without adults. Her tone softened. "What fabric do you like, dear?" Zhuang Yundai pointed to the light green fabric. This one. The shopkeeper hesitated and gently said, "Little girl, would you like to see something else? This fabric is from Songluo, and the dye used is of good quality, so it's a bit pricey." Zhuang Yundai asked, "How much is it?" The shopkeeper, seeing the girl's round, innocent eyes, didn't raise the price and said, "This fabric costs 180 coins. 180 coins. That was indeed not cheap. Zhuang Yundai realized the shopkeeper was honest and hadn't tried to charge her more. She thought about it. Although she had many items to buy, a few yards of fabric wouldn't cost too much. Not saying yes or no, she turned and asked the shopkeeper about the bamboo green fabric. "Annie, how much is this fabric?" The shopkeeper patiently replied, "This fabric is solid color and of good quality, but since it has no pattern, it's cheaper. Only 130 coins. A girl who was wandering in the store with her mother also noticed the soft green fabric. She shook her mother's arm and said, "Mom, that fabric looks really nice. Can you get me some to make a dress?" Her mother clearly wasn't pleased. "Did I not just make you a dress? You always want new clothes." "But that dress doesn't fit well anymore," the girl replied unhappily. Her mother shot her a glance and huffed, "It doesn't fit because you gained weight." "Fine, I left some extra fabric when I made that dress. I can let it out for you when we get home." She waved her hand impatiently, signaling her daughter to stop bothering her, and went to look at other fabrics, muttering, "Your sister-in-law is getting heavier, and her clothes don't fit well either. I need to get her some fabric to make a new outfit." She ignored her daughter after that. The girl felt embarrassed and pouted, not wanting to speak. Just then, she saw Zhuang Yundai touching the soft green and light yellow printed cotton fabric and felt a surge of anger directed at her. Poor girl. Just because she touches it doesn't mean she can afford it. Zhuang Yundai glanced at the girl, but didn't respond. She turned to the shopkeeper and said softly, "Andy, I'd like to buy a bit of this fabric," pointing to the soft green and light yellow printed cotton, then also indicating the bamboo green fabric she had liked earlier. "Can you give me a better price?" The shopkeeper readily agreed. "Sure." Zhuang Yundai smiled and followed the shopkeeper to get the fabric. The girl watched Zhuang Yundai, who was pulling a strange little cart. Although her clothes were clean, they were old and ill-fitting, clearly showing she was poor. Yet, she could afford the nice fabric that her mother wouldn't buy for her, leaving the girl stunned. Especially since she had just mocked her a moment ago. When she saw Zhuang Yundai come out with 2 bundles of fabric and pay for them, the girl felt as if she had been slapped in the face. Her emotions spiraled, and she shouted at her mother, "Ever since my sister-in-law got pregnant, she's become the golden child of the Qin family, right? She's carrying your precious grandson, so she's the treasure, while I'm just the grass of the Qin family." After shouting, without waiting for her mother to respond, she ran out crying. As she burst through the door, Zhuang Yundai was also coming out, holding the bundled fabric in one hand and dragging her little cart with the other. The Qin girl gritted her teeth and forcefully bumped her shoulder against Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai had been on guard against her, so when she saw the girl intentionally bump into her, she was not surprised. She shifted her body slightly, causing the girl with the surname Qin to lose her momentum and stumble. Unfortunately, Zhuang Yundai was still holding onto a small cart at that moment. The girl tripped over the cart's wheel and fell awkwardly. The girl got up from the ground, looking at Zhuang Yundai in disbelief. "Did you trip me on purpose?" Zhuang Yundai was speechless. Was this girl a bit off? Thankfully, the girl's mother quickly realized what was happening and rushed over. While the girl was confused, her mother was clear-headed. She slapped her daughter on the back and sternly said, "What are you shouting about? Just now you were yelling. Your sister-in-law has no clothes, but what about you?" The girl with the surname Qin was already embarrassed, and now being slapped by her mother in front of everyone made her feel even more humiliated. She covered her face and started to cry. Her mother ignored her and apologized to Zhuang Yundai. "Young lady, I'm sorry. My daughter is spoiled at home and has a bad temper. Please don't take it to heart." Overall, as long as the other person didn't touch her sore spot, Zhuang Yundai was quite open-minded. Since the mother was so sincere in her apology, She wouldn't dwell on this small conflict. Zhuang Yundai nodded slightly to the girl's mother and said, "It's no problem." As she continued to walk away, a gust of wind blew by, and the girl's mother seemed to catch a whiff of something, showing a hint of surprise. "It smells so good." It was the aroma wafting from a jar on the small cart. However, by the time the girl's mother was stunned, Zhuang Yundai had already walked far away. In the end, Chen Xiaolian's mother, Chen Baisher, only managed to get her daughter a piece of fabric in a more subdued color, dragging a reluctant Chen Xiaolian back home. Chen Xiaolian's father also returned from the store, looking upset. When he saw his wife, he complained, "I don't know what's going on today. Several people came to the store to buy our marinated chicken and said it wasn't good. They mentioned a little girl at the market selling marinated chicken that smelled amazing, but they missed out on it. It made our manager really angry. He insisted I go look for it. Where am I supposed to find that?" Chen Baisher suddenly remembered a faint fragrance she smelled at the fabric store today. A little girl with a cart. Her eyes widened. Was she a girl pulling a small cart? Wearing somewhat worn clothes? Chen Xiaolian, who was waiting to tell her father about it, almost jumped up when she heard her mother mention this. It was that annoying girl who made her fall. Chen Xiaolian's father paused. "How do you know? Did you see her?" Chen Baisher explained to him about meeting that girl at the fabric store, and Chen Xiaolian's father slapped his thigh. "There really is such a person. I thought it was just those troublemakers causing a scene. I'm going out to look for her." He rushed out in a hurry. Chen Xiaolian was stunned, watching her father rush out as if he really cared about that girl. She instinctively clenched her fists, feeling uneasy. Zhuang Yundai bought the fabric and didn't linger, waiting patiently at the corner for Chunlu. She had been here once before, and not seeing Chunlu, she looked around the fabric store. After waiting a while, she finally saw Chunlu hurrying around the corner. As she got closer, Zhuang Yundai noticed something was off. Chunliu's eyes were a bit red and puffy, as if she had been crying. Seeing Zhuang Yundai waiting for her, she quickened her pace, putting on a casual smile, and greeted her. "Sister Dai, how did the sales go?" Since Zhuang Yundai separated from the Zhuang family, Chunlu discussed with Lu Daniu and decided not to call her area anymore. After all, she had started her own path, so why stick to the old family's unfortunate ranking? Seeing Chunlu like this, Zhuang Yundai didn't pry. After all, everyone has things they don't want to share with others. "Sister-in-law, I sold everything," Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile, opening her bundle to show Chunlu the 2 pieces of fabric she just bought. "I got some fabric to make new clothes for the 3 of us siblings." Chunlu leaned in to take a look, touched the fabric, and asked about the price, praising her. "Sister Dai, your taste is really good. You got a great deal on these 2 pieces." Chunlu pushed her worries aside and took Zhuang Yundai's hand. "Sister Dai, do you have anything else to buy? Shall we go look around?" Zhuang Yundai agreed, and didn't hold back. "Sister-in-law, to be honest, I do have a few things I need to buy." Chunlu, full of energy, waved her hand. "Let's go. Sister-in-law will take you shopping." The 2 of them explored the market and bought quite a few things. If it were anyone else, they would have their arms full, but fortunately, Zhuang Yundai was very good at organizing. She carefully arranged the items she and Chunlu bought in the corners of a small cart and tied them securely with vines. Chunlu looked at it and exclaimed, "When we get back, I'll ask Yao the carpenter to make me one too." They chatted and laughed as they headed to a street stall and each ordered a bowl of Yangchun noodles. The noodles were smooth and topped with a sprinkle of fresh green scallions, making them very tempting. Zhuang Yundai finished her bowl completely. She didn't notice that while she and Chunlu were eating, a man hurried by, looking for something and mumbling about the cart. He didn't see that right by the stall where the 2 happy girls were eating was the quirky little cart he had always considered a landmark. On the way back to Xiangyang village, the limping man, Zheng, looked at Zhuang Yundai's cart, which was full of items, and exclaimed, "You really bought a lot. You're quite the shopper." Chunlu immediately replied, "Old Zheng, how can you say that? My sister just started her own business not long ago. Of course, she needs to get some things. How can you just say she's a big spender like that?" Zheng looked scared and quickly waved his hands. "I was just saying it casually." You're arguing with me over nothing. Fine, fine, I can't win against you. Chunlu raised her chin defiantly. That's because you're in the wrong. My sister is still young. You casually saying she's a big spender could lead to bad rumors about her. She glanced pointedly at Yang Hongxiu. Yang Hongxiu almost jumped up in anger. What are you looking at me for? Chunlu quickly shot back. What's wrong, auntie? Can I look at you? Are you feeling guilty or something? Yang Hongxiu was so angry she almost turned away, not wanting to respond to Chunlu. As Chunlu and Zhuang Yundai got into the car, Chunlu quietly said to Zhuang Yundai, Sister, don't mind my sister-in-law being tough. Things have been okay these years since everyone is just trying to get by, so they don't take these things too seriously. A few years ago, rumors could really hurt someone. Zhuang Yundai held Chunliu's hand and said sincerely, Sister-in-law, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't appreciate your care. I really like you and would never think of you as too tough. Chunlu felt a warmth in her eyes and smiled with relief. This child is completely different from those selfish and cold-hearted people. How lovable they are. Lu Daniu had been waiting early at the entrance of Xiangyang village. When he saw Chunlu and Zhuang Yundai returning safely, he smiled and quickly approached to help them carry their things. However, as he got closer, he noticed that although Chunlu was smiling, her eyes were slightly red. Lu Daniu paused, feeling worried. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Chunlu give him a look. He understood that it wasn't appropriate to discuss it outside, so he kept quiet and helped Zhuang Yundai take the small cart off the big cart, then assisted in taking her back. Zhuang Yundai noticed that the young couple had something private to discuss, so she quickly said, Daniu, Chunlu, I still have half a braised chicken left in the kitchen that I saved for us to eat this morning. I'll bring you a bowl later for you to try. Chunlu was about to say something, but Zhuang Yundai interrupted, Chunlu, it's our homemade food. If you refuse, that would be impolite. Chunlu smiled helplessly, you child.
All right.
Only then did Zhuang Yundai say goodbye to Chunlu and Lu Daniu. As she entered the yard, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong heard her voice and ran out from the room. The two little ones couldn't hide their excitement, calling out elder sister, as they rushed towards Zhuang Yundai. She was a bit surprised. Little Tongtong was fine, as she had become more lively and adorable these days. But little Aki had always tried to appear mature and reliable, so seeing him so excited was a first for her. Zhuang Yundai smiled and opened her arms, and little Zhuang Yuntong dashed into her embrace like a little cannonball. Zhuang Yunqi managed to stand a few steps in front of Zhuang Yundai, clearly still remembering that he wanted to be a mature and steady young man, but his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. What good news do you have? Why are you so happy? Zhuang Yundai asked with a smile. Zhuang Yuntong excitedly babbled, elder sister, Chirp is amazing. It's really amazing. You should have seen it. When the chubby kid was running, he almost fell flat on his face. The little girl was so excited that her words were jumbled, and Zhuang Yundai had a hard time understanding her. She had to look at the slightly more composed Zhuang Yunqi. However, the little one seemed steady, but after all, he was just a little over 5 years old, only a bit better than his younger sister. Little Aki spread his arms and pretended to flap wings. Jiu is really amazing, big sister. Jiu flies like this. Then it pecks at the chubby kid and drives him away. Zhuang Yundai sighed. First question, Jiu, who is that? A bright bird call sounded. Jiu. A not-so-mature thought flashed through Zhuang Yundai's mind. She instinctively looked towards the sound and saw a beautiful big bird perched on a pile of firewood in the yard, the same one that had come to her house to eat bugs. Seeing Zhuang Yundai looking over, the big bird proudly hopped around on the wood pile. Jiu. Zhuang Yundai. She turned back to her excited younger siblings and pointed at the big bird. So, Jiu refers to that bird? Zhuang Yuntong blinked her big eyes and answered eagerly. Yes. Jiu. Zhuang Yundai thought it was nice. She had a moment of kindness and saved a cute little bird. Who knew that saving the little one would bring in the big one, and now it wouldn't leave. It even had a name. Zhuang Yunqi added. The big bird is called Jiu, and the injured little bird is called Xiao Xiao. Well, that was quite vivid. Zhuang Yundai sighed and asked, "How did it peck the chubby kid?" The chubby kid was a mischievous boy from the village who had bullied her and her siblings before. As soon as Zhuang Yundai asked, Zhuang Yuntong became excited again, gesturing and chattering for a long time. The little girl was clearly too excited, and her words were a bit jumbled, making her description confusing. Zhuang Yundai nodded repeatedly. Then, when Zhuang Yuntong seemed tired of talking, Zhuang Yundai quickly asked Zhuang Yunqi, "Aki, you tell me what happened." Through the gestures and sound effects from the two little ones, Zhuang Yundai finally understood. It turned out that the two kids had gone out to play with Wang Cui Cui and brought her home to see the injured beautiful little bird. The little bird was already very pretty, and the big bird's feathers were even more vibrant, winning the affection of all three children, who even discussed names for the big and little birds. After that, the three kids diligently went outside to dig for bugs for the birds. As a result, when the chubby boy heard them chattering about the pretty little birds, he insisted on them taking him to see them. The three little ones knew that the chubby boy had harmed many small animals before, so they were afraid to take him home to see the birds and naturally refused. Then the chubby boy started to push them. Zhuang Yunqi protected Tong Tong and took several hits. When Zhuang Yuntong saw her brother being bullied, she bravely rushed in to help. However, the chubby boy was nearly 10 years old, much bigger than the three little ones, and as strong as a little bear. Even with Wang Cui joining, they were no match for him. Just when Zhuang Yunqi was pinned to the ground, suddenly, the big bird flew over and pecked at the chubby boy's head repeatedly, causing him to scream and run away in a panic. The big bird chased after him for a long time and scared the chubby boy so much that he fell several times while escaping, eventually running far away while crying for help. The big bird became a hero in the hearts of Zhuang Yunqi, Zhuang Yuntong, and Wang Cui. When Zhuang Yundai returned, Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong were still excited, eager to tell her all about the big bird's brave deeds. After understanding, Zhuang Yundai wondered if the bird had really become special. When she left, she had asked it to help take care of Aki and Tong Tong, and it actually did. Amazing bird! Because of its protection of Aki and Tong Tong, Zhuang Yundai happily announced to the beautiful bird, who was hopping on the wood pile, "Jiu, you and your little one can stay at my house for food and drinks for life." Jiu raised its little head, as if saying, "That's what you should do." Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh. She took out the candied hawthorns and sugar she had carried with her and handed them to Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong. Since they had been in her arms for a while, the outer layer of syrup on the candied hawthorns had slightly melted, but it didn't affect their taste much. Zhuang Yuntong's eyes lit up when she saw the candied hawthorn. "Wow, it's candied hawthorn." Zhuang Yuntong held up a candied hawthorn. "Give it to the big sister." Zhuang Yundai laughed. "Big sister has had some already. This is for you and Aki." Big sister earned a lot this time, so next time we go to the county, I'll buy each of you a string. Zhuang Yuntong blinked her eyes, her little mouth puffed up as she chewed. One moment she was smiling from the sweetness, and the next she was grimacing from the sourness, making Zhuang Yundai laugh so hard. Zhuang Yunqi quietly finished a piece and suddenly said, "Jiu, do you want to eat too?" Jiu. The big bird flew over and confidently landed on Zhuang Yundai's shoulder. It flapped its wings, called out a few times, and hopped around on her shoulder. Zhuang Yundai thought that, well, I guess I'm just a simple resting place for birds. Zhuang Yunqi tried to feed the leftover candied fruit to Jiu, who was perched on Zhuang Yundai's shoulder. Jiu's sharp beak accurately picked up the piece of candied fruit. It spread its wings and flew skillfully toward the basket. It fed the piece of candied fruit to the injured little bird, which now had a new name, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's call was different from Jiu's bright and clear sound. It was softer and matched its name well. Zhuang Yundai leaned over to look into the basket and saw that the two birds had eaten most of the candied fruit, leaving only a few seeds. She initially thought this was unscientific, but then realized that her presence in this time was already quite unscientific, so who was she to say that the birds eating candied fruit was unreasonable? All right then. Zhuang Yundai perfectly convinced herself to accept this. She opened her bag and called for Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, who were diligently weeding in the yard with candy in their mouths. Look at what big sister bought for you. Zhuang Yundai added sound effects. Ding 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 ding. She showcased the light green fabric to Zhuang Yuntong, saying, "Isn't it pretty? Big sister is making you a new outfit." Zhuang Yuntong's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she swallowed the piece of candy, her small voice breaking. "Ah, so pretty," she exclaimed happily. "Is Tong Tong getting a new outfit?" Having grown up, she had never worn a brand new outfit before. Little Yuntong even hesitated to touch it. She hid her small hands behind her back, saying, "Tong Tong just pulled weeds. My hands are dirty. I won't touch it." Zhuang Yundai affectionately patted Zhuang Yuntong's little head and showed the bamboo green fabric to Zhuang Yunqi, saying, "Big sister got some fabric for Aki too. I'll measure you both later, and we'll make these new outfits today." Zhuang Yunqi was surprised to find he had won too, stammering, "Big sister, I'm a boy. It's okay if I don't have new clothes." "What are you saying?" Zhuang Yundai pretended to be angry. "Our Aki is so handsome. How can he not have new clothes?" Zhuang Yunqi seemed both happy and a bit hesitant. He hesitated for a long time before quietly asking Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, with all the things you bought, do we have enough money at home?" Zhuang Yundai chuckled and patted her chest. "Don't worry, Aki. I will earn a lot of money in the future. I will send you and Tong Tong to school and build a big house for our family so that you and Tong Tong can enjoy delicious food every day." Although Zhuang Yuntong didn't fully understand what enjoying delicious food meant, she nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. Tong Tong believes in you, sister." "I believe in you too," Zhuang Yiqi said seriously. Zhuang Yundai was filled with ambition and energy. Zhuang Yundai worked quickly on the clothes. After one afternoon and one evening, the new outfits for the three of them were ready. Zhuang Yuntong wore a light green dress, standing next to Zhuang Yundai, and the sisters looked like two delicate flowers. Zhuang Yuntong giggled happily, looking at her sister and then at herself. They wore matching floral dresses, and she was overjoyed. When Zhuang Yiqi put on his bamboo green long shirt, it fit him so well that he felt a bit awkward moving his arms and stretching his legs. Zhuang Yuntong praised him generously. "Brother, you look great. So handsome." Zhuang Yiqi blushed, unsure where to put his hands and feet. Zhuang Yuntong seriously corrected him. "Brother, you should say," imitating Zhuang Yiqi's serious tone, "Sister, you and big sister look great too. Do you understand?" Zhuang Yiqi nodded earnestly and repeated Zhuang Yuntong's words, "Sister, you and big sister look great too." "Really?" Zhuang Yuntong was satisfied. Zhuang Yundai was almost in stitches. Wearing their new clothes, Zhuang Yuntong couldn't contain her excitement. She grabbed the small bag Zhuang Yundai had sewn from leftover fabric and dashed outside, shouting, "I'm going to show it to Sister Tsue Tsue." Zhuang Yundai quickly called her back, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds she had fried, and put them in the small bag, saying, "Go play." Zhuang Yuntong patted her small bag and happily shouted, "Thank you, big sister," before running outside with her short legs. Zhuang Yiqi followed. "Sister, I'm going too." This pair of twins always loved to play together. "Go ahead," Zhuang Yundai said with a smile. "Have fun." But soon after, the little girl came back crying, covered in mud. Earlier, when they went out, they were dressed in brand new clothes. Now that they are back, not only are their clothes covered in mud, but their faces and hair are too. Zhuang Yunqi followed behind, looking just as bad as Zhuang Yuntong, with a small face that seemed on the verge of tears, feeling very wronged. Zhuang Yundai felt heartbroken. She tried to hug Zhuang Yuntong, but Zhuang Yuntong dodged her, crying and gasping for breath, saying, "I'm dirty. No, I can't." The more she spoke, the more upset she became, crying so hard she could hardly breathe. Zhuang Yuntong felt like her heart was being cut like a knife. She quickly comforted her. "Okay, Okay, don't cry, my dear. It breaks big sister's heart to see you cry. What happened? Zhuang Yuntong was too upset to speak. Zhuang Yunqi was a bit better, her muddy face full of anger, with red eyes, clearly holding back tears. It was Brother Wenyu. He saw us in our new clothes and said we didn't deserve to wear them, then pushed us into the mud. They also took away Yuntong's little bag. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but grind her teeth. It was Zhuang Wenyu again. It seemed he had been getting worse and was ready to bully others again. She took a deep breath and held Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi's hands. Come on, big sister will take you to wash up first. After cleaning the two little ones and tucking them into bed, Zhuang Yundai went to hang their dirty clothes out to dry. After finishing everything, Zhuang Yundai turned to the window. On the windowsill, there was a large pile of pebbles she had collected from the river earlier. Zhuang Yundai had also sewn a small bag for herself from leftover fabric. She grabbed a handful of pebbles, put them in the small bag, and told Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, "Big sister is going out for a bit, but I'll be back soon." Zhuang Yuntong had stopped crying by now, though her little voice was a bit hoarse. "Big sister. My bag." Zhuang Yundai reassured her, "Don't worry. Big sister will definitely bring it back for you." Zhuang Yuntong looked at Zhuang Yundai with complete trust and nodded heavily. Zhuang Yundai slung the bag full of pebbles over her shoulder and left, heading straight to the Zhuang family. Coincidentally, today was the day when a small sedan chair came to pick up Zhuang Wenxiang from the Zhu family. The Zhuang family was in high spirits and had even hung 2 red lanterns at the entrance. Although it was for taking a concubine, the Zhu family was very respectful to the Zhuang family and had sent many gifts, making the Zhuang family very happy. When Zhuang Yundai went to find Zhuang Wenyu, the small sedan chair had just left not long ago. Fu Shi showed no sadness about marrying off her daughter. She was happily holding the betrothal gifts and laughing. Upon seeing Zhuang Yundai, she became very alert. "What are you here for?" "I must tell you, our families have separated. With Xiang Jie getting married, don't think you can benefit in any way." Zhuang Yundai ignored Fu Shi and scanned the yard. Not seeing Zhuang Wenyu, she turned and left without saying a word. Fu Shi yelled at Zhuang Yundai's back, "You bad luck charm. I think she came here just to annoy us." Zhuang Lixi advised, "Let it go. After all, it's a happy day for Xiang Jie." She hesitated. "Even though we've separated, we are still family. How about I invite the 3 siblings over for a meal?" They had originally planned to host a banquet today, but Zhu Fuxin said that since it wasn't a formal wedding, hosting a banquet for a man taking a concubine seemed disrespectful to Madame Zhu. He was willing to give more betrothal gifts if they postponed the banquet by a day. So, the Zhuang family decided to have a simple meal at home today and hold a proper banquet tomorrow. Not to mention, it was time to collect the gifts they had given over the years. When Fu Shi heard that Zhuang Lixi wanted to invite those 3, her expression changed slightly, and she quickly said, "Mother, forget it. Did you see how Zhuang Yundai acted? She ignored me completely. Inviting them would just be pointless. Anyway, tomorrow is the real banquet day. If they care, they will bring their gifts. If not, then so be it." Zhuang Lixi felt something was off but thought Fu Shi had a point. She nodded, "All right, as you say."
Fu Shi secretly smirked.
Tomorrow, there would be a good show to watch. After leaving the Zhuang family, Zhuang Yundai continued searching the village for Zhuang Wenyu. She knew his usual haunts well and quickly found him. Zhuang Wenyu was swinging Zhuang Yuntong's small bag while chatting with his group of friends. "Ha, my sister's big day. They wear new clothes, but don't think I don't know what they're up to." Zhuang Wenyu's face had become rounder from resting at home, and as he spoke, the flesh on his face shook, giving him a somewhat fierce look. "They just want to ride on my sister's coattails.
Dream on."
They should take a good look in the mirror. The 3 siblings are bad luck and ungrateful. They think they can benefit from my sister? Zhuang Wenyu scoffed. His little follower laughed. "Wenyu is right. When Xiang has done well for herself, marrying into the county, from now on, she'll have a good life. Do those 3 troublemakers deserve to enjoy such good fortune?" "Exactly. Wenyu did the right thing. Let's push them into the mud." Let's see if they still have the face to ride on Wen Xiang's coattails. Zhuang Wenyu smiled proudly and waved his small bag, saying, I won't spoil them. Someone else said, don't say that, Wenyu. The sunflower seeds in that bag are really tasty. Should we go find them and ask for more? Zhuang Wenyu decisively replied, they've eaten my family's food for so many years. They can spare a handful of sunflower seeds. Let's go find them. This suggestion was met with agreement from the other kids. Zhuang Yundai, listening from the shadows, grew angrier. She took a smooth stone from her bag and clenched it in her hand. Narrowing her eyes, she stepped out and called, Zhuang Wenyu, stop. Zhuang Wenyu turned around and saw Zhuang Yundai, dressed in new clothes, and immediately felt displeased. He sneered, you siblings used my family's money to buy new clothes and still have the nerve to show up? He remembered how, during the division of the family, Zhuang Yundai and her siblings had taken 4 taels of silver from his mother. But he completely forgot that over the years, his mother had received not just 4, but 40 taels from the second branch. Zhuang Wenyu signaled to the other boys, and they quickly surrounded Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai seemed unfazed by being surrounded and asked Zhuang Wenyu, you pushed my younger siblings into the mud, didn't you? Zhuang Wenyu grinned maliciously and threw his small bag into the nearby muddy creek, saying, yeah, that was me.
What are you going to do about it?
His attitude was very arrogant. Zhuang Yundai coldly replied, what kind of talk is that? If a dog bites me, do I need to bite it back? Zhuang Wenyu, enraged, waved his hand and shouted, let's throw her into the mud too. The group of kids charged at Zhuang Yundai on command. At that moment, Zhuang Yundai hurled the stone she had been holding like a shower of petals towards Zhuang Wenyu and the others. Her aim was precise, and the stone hit the kids, including Zhuang Wenyu, causing them to scream in pain. She laughed coldly and said, while people can't bite dogs, they can throw stones at them. The few boys who had been so arrogant just moments ago were now running away, holding their heads. Zhuang Wenyu had taken several hits. He was the one Zhuang Yundai focused on, so he got hit more and was crying out like a donkey. You silly fool. Are you crazy? I'm going to tell my mom. I'm going to tell my grandma. Zhuang Yundai sneered. I'm scared of you. You were the ones who wanted to hit me first, and you bullied my younger siblings first. Go ahead and complain. I have the right on my side, so I'm not afraid. Zhuang Wenyu and the others ran away crying for their parents after being hit by Zhuang Yundai. Finally feeling relieved, Zhuang Yundai went to the creek. Earlier, Zhuang Wenyu had thrown Zhuang Yuntong's small bag, but luckily it got caught on some branches. Zhuang Yundai picked up the bag. She checked the time and walked slowly from the creek back to the village. Zhuang Wenyu rushed into the Zhuang house, heading straight for his parents' room. His mother, Mrs. Fu, was happily counting the gifts from the Zhu family when suddenly the door was kicked open with a loud, accompanied by Zhuang Wenyu's shout, Mom, open the door. Mrs. Fu hurriedly got off the bed and put on her shoes to open the door for him. What happened, my son? Zhuang Wenyu jumped up and down, Mom. That crazy Zhuang Yundai has gone mad. She threw stones at me. He rolled up his sleeves, saying, Look, Mom, look. However, when Mrs. Fu looked closely, she was stunned and unsure. Son, are you sure you're showing me the right place? Zhuang Wenyu's arms had no marks at all, just a few spots that were slightly red, but it was hard to tell if that was from rolling up his sleeves too roughly. Zhuang Wenyu looked down at his arm in disbelief. He became even angrier. Why is there nothing? This isn't right. That crazy woman threw a lot of stones at us. He then pulled down his pants, but after checking, his legs were only slightly red and definitely not the bruises he expected. The village kids were tough. Catching birds and fishing, a little redness on their bodies was nothing serious. Zhuang Wenyu was about to lose it, Mom. I'm not lying. It really was that crazy Zhuang Yundai. She called us dogs and threw a bunch of stones at us. Mrs. Fu quickly comforted Zhuang Wenyu. Yu, I believe you. Zhuang Wenyu then pulled Mrs. Fu's hand, urging her to go outside. Mom, let's go find Zhuang Yundai and settle the score. That little brat has gone too far. Hey, wait. Mrs. Fu held on to Zhuang Wenyu's hand. She felt a bit of a headache and didn't know how to explain things to her son. She couldn't move Zhuang Yundai just yet. If Zhuang Yundai didn't come to the feast tomorrow, how would her plan work out? But it was hard to tell Yu about this. After all, Mrs. Fu thought Yu was still young. If she told him, he might blurt it out, and that would be a problem. In the end, Mrs. Fu could only think hard to comfort Zhuang Wenyu, promising to buy him some delicious marinated chicken next time they went to the market in town. Only then did Zhuang Wenyu reluctantly agree. Zhuang Wenyu couldn't convince Mrs. Fu to confront Zhuang Yundai. The other boys who were hit cried to their parents, and their mothers were a bit angry. Usually, kids play around, but throwing stones could really hurt someone. What if it hit someone on the head? These boys dragged their mothers to confront Zhuang Yundai. She was walking slowly home when she ran into the boys who were going back to get their parents. This scene caught the attention of some villagers chatting nearby, who were curious about the commotion. One of the victim's mothers, with sharp features, looked quite fierce. She put her hands on her hips and spoke first. "Arya, I heard my son say you threw a stone at him." Zhuang Yundai confidently replied, "That's right." The boys shouted, "Did you hear that?"
She admitted it.
The fierce mother raised her eyebrows in surprise. "All right. Since you admit it, I won't say much more. Apologize to my son. You can't just throw stones at people." Another parent chimed in, "Exactly. That boy from the Wang family got blinded by a stone thrown at him. This girl, with no proper upbringing, has been foolish for so many years. No wonder." The parents took turns scolding Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai remained silent and let them speak. However, some villagers couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for her. "Hey, let her say something too."
Yeah.
Even in court, the accused gets to speak. "What are you all doing?" "I'm not saying this, but I think this situation is quite strange. Why would the girl throw stones at them for no reason?" "Exactly. She's just a skinny little girl, not even half the size of the other boy." The parents of the rowdy kids looked a bit uncomfortable. "Are you saying we are wrong about her? Didn't you hear her? She admitted to throwing stones at our child." A villager watching the scene replied, "Yes, but you didn't let the girl explain why she threw stones at your child." The villagers encouraged Zhuang Yundai, "Don't be afraid, sister." Zhuang Yundai then showed a slightly wronged expression. "Uncle, aunt." Seeing her expression, the rowdy kids panicked and shouted, "Don't believe her. She was fierce when she threw stones at us." But the villagers no longer believed them. They encouraged Zhuang Yundai, "Don't be afraid. We're all here, just tell us." Zhuang Yundai, feeling wronged, said, "I did throw stones at them, but they started it. They pushed my friends into the mud, and when I asked them to stop, they tried to hit me. There were so many of them, and I was alone, so I just threw a few stones in panic." The villagers exclaimed, "I knew it. She's not the kind of child who causes trouble." Exactly. If those boys weren't bullying her, would she have come to confront all of them? "Anton, I'm not saying this, but your child bullies smaller kids in the village all the time. Maybe you should do something about it." Anton, the woman who first confronted Zhuang Yundai, felt embarrassed as everyone pointed at her. Her face turned sour. "It was just kids playing around, that's normal." Zhuang Yundai immediately responded, "But this is also kids playing around. Am I not a child? Why do you look like you want to punish me?" The villagers commented sarcastically, "Good child, you might not know this, but when her son bullies others, it's just kids playing around. But when it happens to her son, it's a different story. She demands justice for her own child." "Huh, my son is precious." Laughter erupted. The woman with the raised eyebrows could barely stand amidst the mocking. She was filled with anger towards the villagers causing trouble and the clever-talking Zhuang Yundai. She shouted, "Kids playing around are not the same as throwing stones." She emphasized loudly, "What if something happens again, like when that child from the Wang family got his eye hurt?" Zhuang Yundai innocently tilted her head and replied, "Auntie, you keep holding on to the stone issue. It's like saying if your son wants to hit me with his fists, he wouldn't hurt me at all, right?" The raised eyebrow woman was left speechless by Zhuang Yundai's response. Some villagers noticed this contradiction and mocked. "Exactly. Besides, you keep saying that Arya threw stones at you. Do you think we're fools? It's clear that a group of naughty kids tried to bully a little girl, and when she got scared, she threw a few stones. Now, they have something to complain about. They're just picking on her because she lives alone without any elders to support her. An angry child retorted, "She didn't just throw a few stones. It really hurt." The villager scoffed, "Oh really? I can't see any evidence of that." To prove himself, the child rolled up his sleeves, trying to show the villagers, "Look, I got hit here."
And here too.
The villagers craned their necks to look, and the laughter grew louder. "Is that all? It's not even as deep as the mark I got from running into a tree. Good thing you showed us now. Otherwise, I bet that mark would disappear soon." The children were stunned, looking down to see that the red marks on their arms were faint and barely noticeable. They didn't realize that Zhuang Yundai had chosen smooth pebbles, and she knew how to control her strength and technique, meaning she could make it hurt without leaving any lasting marks.
See,
Someone declared, "These naughty kids are just picking on Arya because her father is gone and her mother has left. Her uncle's family treats her poorly. I say, we people of Xiangyang village are usually kind-hearted. Doing such things is not right." The onlooking villagers grew more indignant as they spoke. Others chimed in, "Exactly. This happens every day, bullying the weak. It's making the kids in our Xiangyang village not want to play outside anymore." Now, it became a one-sided accusation. The few mischievous kids were stunned and never expected things to turn out this way. Their mother was extremely embarrassed and angrily gave them a few light taps on the back, saying, "You all are always causing trouble." The kids, feeling wronged, cried out and ran away. The adults who were called for support felt a bit awkward and mumbled an apology to Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai pressed her lips together and softly said, "Aunties, please talk to your children. It's one thing to bully me, but I am older. My younger siblings are still small and weak. Please don't bully them, okay? If you really want to pick on someone, just pick on me." Her words of vulnerability were very touching. The villagers watching were not pleased and said, "Look, what have they done to the children? From now on, if these troublemakers bully other kids again, don't blame us adults for stepping in." The mothers of the mischievous kids felt embarrassed and quickly took their children away. What a shame! Zhuang Yundai seriously thanked the villagers who stood up for her, saying, "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for speaking up for me. You are all so kind. If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied badly." The villagers felt proud and liked Zhuang Yundai even more, cheerfully advising her, "If those troublemakers dare to bully you again, just throw stones at them. Don't hold back." Zhuang Yundai smiled and nodded. Later that night, Mrs. Fu came over quietly and knocked on Zhuang Yundai's door. The sound of her hand hitting the solid wooden door echoed. She thought about how she paid to fix that door and felt frustrated. With the situation being tense and others watching, she couldn't easily brush it off. Now, reflecting on it made her even more determined to make Zhuang Yundai pay for it. While she was thinking, Zhuang Yundai's voice came from inside, asking, "Who is it?" Mrs. Fu quickly adjusted her mood, forced a smile, and tried to sound natural. "It's me, your aunt." Zhuang Yundai didn't open the door and, from behind it, seemed to chuckle lightly. "Oh, aunt? It's so late. What's going on?" Fu Shi was a bit unhappy and secretly thought that this person must have been raised without proper guidance. Look at how they are speaking to her through the door, showing no manners at all. But when she remembered her plans for tomorrow, she held back her frustration. Fu Shi forced a smile and said, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to tell you that today is your sister Wenxiang's wedding, right? Tomorrow, we will have a meal at home, so remember to bring your younger siblings to eat." Zhuang Yundai hesitated and didn't reply right away. Fu Shi, worried that Zhuang Yundai might hesitate, gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Dai, you've been away for several days. Your grandparents miss you a bit, and many people from the clan will be there. If you don't go, who knows what others might say about you." Fu Shi thought she heard a light laugh. When she listened closely again, she heard Zhuang Yundai's serious voice. "Okay, aunt, I understand. I will definitely bring my younger siblings over tomorrow." Fu Shi finally felt a bit relieved. Still worried that Zhuang Yundai might change her mind, she emphasized, "All right, Just don't forget, okay? Don't worry, I won't forget, Zhuang Yundai replied with a hint of a smile. Satisfied, Fu Shi left. Behind the wooden door, Zhuang Yundai listened to Fu Shi's footsteps fading away and let out a cold laugh. Fu Shi must think she's a fool. Earlier, when Zhuang Wenyu returned, he surely told her about the situation, but Fu Shi, who always doted on him, not only didn't come to confront her but even came to invite her to tomorrow's banquet. If there's nothing suspicious about this, Zhuang Yundai would take off Fu Shi's head. Under the cold moonlight, Zhuang Yundai's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Elder sister. Zhuang Yuntong rubbed her eyes, standing at the courtyard door, sleepily asking, "Who is it?" Zhuang Yundai turned around, and the cold light in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a warm smile. "It's nothing, just the Zhuang family asking us to come for a meal tomorrow." Zhuang Yuntong paused, her hand still rubbing her eyes, seeming a bit scared. Zhuang Yundai walked confidently across the moonlit courtyard and stood in front of Zhuang Yuntong. She gently ruffled the little girl's hair. "Don't worry, little one. With your elder sister here, the Zhuang family won't bully you." Zhuang Yuntong thought for a moment, gently tugged at Zhuang Yundai's sleeve, and nodded. Okay. The next morning, Zhuang Yundai got up early. She rolled up her sleeves and began to knead the dough in the kitchen. The flour was bought earlier at the market, and it was as white as fresh winter snow. She cooked a pot of sour noodle soup and added a handful of freshly picked green vegetables just before serving. The thin noodles, combined with the vibrant greens, made the whole bowl look mouth-watering. Zhuang Yuntong was so into it that her little head almost buried in the bowl. While eating, she mumbled, "Sister makes everything so delicious." Zhuang Yundai chuckled, noticing that Zhuang Yunqi had finished the soup completely, feeling a great sense of accomplishment from cooking. "Are you still hungry?" Zhuang Yundai asked Zhuang Yunqi, who didn't seem very full. She asked with concern, "If you want more, I can cook you some more noodles." Zhuang Yunqi felt a bit shy and quietly touched his little belly. Sister's cooking was too good, and he really thought he could eat another bowl. But Zhuang Yunqi worried that if he ate too much, there wouldn't be enough food for the family. "I'm full," Zhuang Yunqi said, still not used to lying, stumbling over the words. Seeing Zhuang Yunqi's hesitant look, Zhuang Yundai understood right away. She couldn't help but smile, and stood up. Noticing Zhuang Yuntong's bowl was almost empty, she asked, "Do you want some more, Tong Tong?" Zhuang Yuntong answered loudly, "Yes." Zhuang Yundai smiled at Zhuang Yunqi, saying, "Look at your sister. If she wants to eat, she should just say so. Does eating one more noodle mean we can't get by?" Zhuang Yunqi still felt a bit shy, saying, "If I eat less, then you and Tong Tong can have more." He said, "Seriously, you both are too thin. You need to gain some weight." Zhuang Yuntong protested. "Brother is thin too. So thin that a gust of wind could him away. And he says I'm thin." Zhuang Yundai tried to hold back her laughter. "Exactly. Aki, if you don't eat more and grow stronger, how will you protect me and Tong Tong in the future?" Zhuang Yunqi's face turned red as he quietly squeezed his little arm. It was true, his arms were too thin. If someone bullied his sister and Tong Tong, he wasn't sure if he could even hurt them with his punches. Finally, Zhuang Yunqi made up his mind and said to Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, I want to eat a little more." "That's the spirit," Zhuang Yundai replied, and went back to the kitchen to cook more. Zhuang Yunqi followed her in to help add firewood to the stove. Zhuang Yuntong wanted to help too, but the kitchen wasn't very big, and adding her might make it a bit cramped. Zhuang Yundai found a task for Zhuang Yuntong as well. Jiu and Xiao Xiao should be awake now. "Tong Tong, go check on them, give them some water, and feed them some insects." "Okay." Zhuang Yuntong replied eagerly, excitedly taking a bamboo cup filled with insects to feed the birds. Zhuang Yundai quickly prepared 3 bowls of sour noodle soup and was scooping it into bowls when a beautiful, colorful bird flew in through the open window of the kitchen. It landed on Zhuang Yundai's shoulder, chirping happily. Zhuang Yunqi exclaimed in surprise, unsure of what Jiu wanted. Zhuang Yundai didn't know why, but she sensed that Jiu wanted something. It wanted to eat the sour noodle soup. This thought surprised Zhuang Yundai. She tried to pick up a noodle with her bamboo chopsticks and asked, "Do you want to eat this?" Jujio flapped its wings, flew up, and took the noodle. Zhuang Yunqi was stunned, starting to question whether it was right to feed Jujio insects these past few days. Do birds eat noodles? Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment. Jujio looked different from ordinary birds, and she still couldn't identify what kind of bird it was. Plus, it had eaten candied hawthorn before. So, it asking her for noodles didn't seem too strange. Zhuang Yundai accepted this idea with a good attitude and smiled. Maybe Jujio just likes to eat. It's fine. Zhuang Yunqi considered this seriously and said, "It could also be that the noodles my sister made are too delicious for Jujio to resist." Zhuang Yundai was delighted by this comment and hugged Zhuang Yunqi, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. Our Aki knows how to talk. Zhuang Yunqi felt a bit shy from the kiss, but still emphasized seriously, "Sister, I mean it." Zhuang Yundai laughed heartily, feeling even happier. The three siblings finished their breakfast, and Zhuang Yundai tidied up herself and her younger siblings before getting ready to go to the Zhuang family. The Zhuang family, wanting to celebrate Zhuang Wenxiang's marriage into a wealthy family in Pingling County, spent a bit more on the banquet despite some reluctance. They happily scattered candies and sunflower seeds, attracting many village children outside the Zhuang house, all waiting to grab some sweets. Wang Tsuetsue came to the banquet with her mother. She didn't have a good impression of the Zhuang family because of her relationship with Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. However, her mother said that since they were from the same village, there was no need to create conflict during a happy occasion. After thinking it over, Wang Tsuetsue decided to go with her mother. Once they arrived, she looked around, searching for the figures of Zhuang Yundai and her siblings. When Zhuang Yundai and her siblings appeared at the entrance, Wang Tsuetsue felt a rush of joy. She noticed that they were all wearing brand new clothes, making them look completely different from before. Wang Tsuetsue was amazed and hurried over, exclaiming, "Sister Dai Dai, Aki, Tong Tong, your new clothes look great." When Wang Tsuetsue called out, many people instinctively turned to look at the entrance. They saw that the Zhuang family's second branch siblings, who had previously looked ragged and unkempt, now had fuller faces and were dressed in new clothes, looking entirely transformed. It was at this moment that they realized the Zhuang family's second branch siblings were truly remarkable. The eldest, Zhuang Yundai, who had been unwell for over 10 years, now looked vibrant and healthy. Her eyes sparkled, and the sickly pallor had vanished, revealing a pair of bright, clear eyes that made people naturally fond of her. The younger siblings, who had once been thin and frail, now had fuller cheeks and smiles that showed their features off beautifully. Clearly, they would grow up to be quite attractive. The little girl wore a soft green outfit that made her look adorable, while the little boy in a bamboo green outfit resembled a young gentleman. Their lively and charming energy was truly endearing. Wang Tsuetsue didn't care about the gazes of others and rushed over, filled with admiration, saying, "Your clothes look amazing." Zhuang Yuntong couldn't help but puff out her little chest and said, "I made them." She looked at Wang Tsuetsue with anticipation, asking, "Sister Tsuetsue, do they look good?" Wang Tsuetsue nodded firmly. "They look great. Really great." Zhuang Yuntong couldn't help but smile widely. Yesterday, she excitedly went out with her brother to show Sister Cui Cui their new clothes, but on the way, they ran into Zhuang Wenyu and his friends, who pushed them into the mud. Thinking of this, Zhuang Yuntong instinctively shrank back and looked around. She spotted Zhuang Wenyu standing at one side of the yard, staring at them. Zhuang Yuntong had been bullied by Zhuang Wenyu for many years, and her fear of him was almost ingrained in her. She shivered and instinctively hid behind Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai paused for a moment, looked in the direction where Zhuang Yuntong had moved, and also saw Zhuang Wenyu. She squinted her eyes and made a gesture, as if to throw a stone at him. Zhuang Wenyu's expression changed, and he quickly turned and went into the house. Once Zhuang Wenyu was scared away, Zhuang Yundai gently patted Zhuang Yuntong's head and said, "Don't be afraid, Tong Tong." Wang Cui Cui was also a bit curious. "Yeah, Tong Tong, what's wrong?" Her gaze fell on the little bells in Zhuang Yuntong's hair, filled with envy. Wow, Tong Tong, your little bells are so pretty. Talking about this distracted Zhuang Yuntong, and she happily shook her little head. The tiny bells tied in her hair jingled cheerfully. They were bought for me by my big sister. Zhuang Yuntong beamed with joy. Children's emotions are so easily satisfied. Wang Cui pulled Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi aside to play, and the three little ones chatted nonstop, as if Zhuang Yuntong was telling Wang Cui about her family's pet eating noodles. Zhuang Yundai glanced over and then smiled as she walked toward Wang Cui's mother, greeting her. Auntie. Wang Cui's mother smiled and took Zhuang Yundai's hand, carefully examining her, and then said to the woman beside her, Look, isn't Daijia's features getting more delicate? The woman beside her also looked closely and exclaimed, You're right. She then muttered, It makes sense. Daijia's father was a well-known, handsome man, and her mother is quite beautiful too. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, the woman quickly covered her mouth. Zhuang Yundai smiled and took the conversation further. I understand. Aunt Qiu is actually trying to compliment herself. Sister Qiuyue from Aunt Qiu's family is a well-known beauty in our area, so Aunt Qiu is saying it's all because she looks good herself. Zhuang Yundai easily diffused an awkward moment and even complimented Aunt Qiu, which made Wang Cui's mother like this child even more for her clarity. Aunt Qiu couldn't hide her smile. Oh, you are such a clever child. Everyone at the table was chatting and laughing, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Mrs. Fu came out of the kitchen with a drink made from orange peels and hawthorn to serve the guests. When she saw Zhuang Yundai happily talking with others, it made her feel uneasy. Especially when she noticed Zhuang Yundai's brand new outfit, it made Mrs. Fu's heart ache. That outfit was bought with her money. However, Mrs. Fu thought to herself that this was the only time Zhuang Yundai could smile like that. Once the truth came out, she would see if Zhuang Yundai still had the face to act so charming in front of the villagers. With a cold smile, Mrs. Fu approached the table and placed the drink down, calling out to everyone, Since you're all having such a good time, why not have some water? As she poured water for everyone at the table, she pretended to just notice Zhuang Yundai and exclaimed, Sister Dai, you have a new outfit. Zhuang Yundai casually replied, Yes, I had no choice. The old clothes were tight and small after so many years. I thought about altering them, but they were too worn out to fix. I truly feel sorry for Auntie. The dress from when Wenxiang was little, you said it would be a blessing for me to wear, but after 5 years, I really can't wear it anymore. With so many people watching, she wouldn't actively confront Mrs. Fu, using her reputation as a stepping stone for Mrs. Fu. But if Mrs. Fu dared to provoke her, she wouldn't hold back. She bluntly pointed out that Mrs. Fu, as an aunt, had made the second family's child wear her own child's old clothes for 5 years. Clearly, there was only one outfit. Mrs. Fu's expression stiffened. She forced a laugh. What are you talking about, child? But she couldn't continue her argument. Everyone had seen what Zhuang Yundai wore before. That outfit was indeed worn out and showed a large part of her wrist. If she claimed to have given Zhuang Yundai more than one outfit, no one would believe her. Mrs. Fu could already sense the mocking glances from others. She bit her lip and quickly changed the subject. Well, let's not talk about clothes for now. Sister Dai, I want to ask you, those chickens and ducks you got when we divided the family property were meant for you to keep and live well. Why did I hear you slaughtered them? How will you manage from now on? Just then, Mrs. Zhuangli arrived and overheard this. She looked worried and scolded Zhuang Yundai. Exactly. How could you kill all the chickens and ducks at home? They were supposed to lay eggs for you. Sigh. How will you live from now on? Zhuang Yundai thought to herself that it sounded like she couldn't survive without the chickens and ducks. However, she couldn't say that in front of everyone. She maintained a serious attitude and replied, What Grandma said is right. I'll get a batch of chicks tomorrow. Seeing this, Mrs. Fu sneered inwardly and started gossiping with others. Oh, my niece really doesn't understand. She has never lived on her own and doesn't realize that keeping chickens and ducks is for long-term planning. She only thinks about immediate pleasure. It was my nephew from my family who saw the yard full of bloody feathers and told me. I only found out then. Since we've divided the family, it's not good to say too much. Today is just the wedding banquet for her sister, so I mentioned it lightly. We don't want to be disliked, do we? Mrs. Fu glanced at Wang Tsuetsue's mother meaningfully and said, I wonder how those kids can eat so many chickens. I don't know who encouraged them to do this just for a little food. Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt her face flush with anger. What did Mrs. Fu mean by that? Zhuang Yundai pressed down on Wang Tsuetsue's mother's hand under the table. At this moment, Wang Tsuetsue's mother couldn't speak up. Otherwise, it would be like taking the blame for Mrs. Fu. She firmly stated, Aunt, that's not true. The main reason is that my siblings and I just moved out and have almost nothing. We have many expenses at home. We had no choice but to sell the chickens and ducks in the county. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Nearby, Aunt Chiu exclaimed, Oh, did you really sell them all at the market? Zhuang Yundai was quite grateful for the topic brought up by Aunt Chiu and quickly responded, Yes, everything sold out. With the money, I hurried to buy some fabric. My siblings and I have been wearing old clothes we've picked up for many years, and they are really worn out. We can't go out without clothes, can we? Upon hearing this, others nodded in understanding. Indeed, whenever the villagers saw Zhuang Yundai and her siblings, they were always in ill-fitting, worn-out clothes. It wasn't the children's fault. If anyone was to blame, it was the Zhuang family for only dividing a small amount of silver during the split. People looked at Mrs. Fu and Mrs. Zhuang with some dissatisfaction. Mrs. Fu was taken aback, not expecting this to be brought back to her. She immediately said, That's not right, is it? I heard you even sent chicken to others back then? Mrs. Fu chuckled. Your aunt and uncle are one thing since they are separated by a layer, but why didn't you bring a bowl to your grandparents? Zhuang Yundai sighed. And on the day of the split, my siblings and I didn't get much, but we did receive some small things, including a large jar. We are just kids. How could we carry it back? You were probably too busy to notice, and others came to help us move. I made some food and sent a bowl to them. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, others nodded in agreement, thinking Zhuang Yundai was a thoughtful and grateful child. They felt that Mrs. Fu was being unreasonable, saying we're separated, yet now she was quibbling over a bowl of chicken with a child. Aunt Chiu, being straightforward, said, Oh, I see. Sister Fu, we know you mean well, but since the families are separated, let's not fuss over it too much, okay? Mrs. Fu pinched her palm but, in front of so many people, couldn't say much more. She forced a smile and said, It's not that I'm fussing. However, even Aunt Chiu was impatient to hear any more excuses from Mrs. Fu. She smiled and changed the subject, saying to Mrs. Fu, By the way, I heard you didn't come to see your daughter Xiang leave yesterday because something was happening at home. I heard that the Zhu family sent you quite a few things. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Fu perked up but tried to act nonchalant. Oh, I told Zhu Fushan that from now on, our families are in-laws, so there's no need to be so polite. But Zhu Fushan, being a wealthy man in the county, knows how to be polite and insists on giving a proper betrothal gift. I really couldn't refuse it. Mrs. Fu excitedly talked about yesterday's event, while others nearby couldn't help but chuckle. Some people privately scoffed at it. Does she really think her daughter is marrying into another family as the main wife? Look at her arrogance. Exactly. Isn't she just becoming a concubine? How can she even claim to be related? It's laughable. Which family would say they are related to a concubine's family? Then why give a proper betrothal gift? Do they really think we don't know? It's because Zhu Fushan's main wife didn't want a concubine, and the bride's family had to host a banquet, which is against etiquette. Otherwise, why would the banquet be postponed until today? Stop talking, the Zhang family is coming. Those gossiping immediately fell silent, pretending not to see Zhang Wenyu passing by with a stern face. Mrs. Fu had shown off outside and gathered the envy of others before she happily returned inside. Inside the house was her nephew, Fu Zhifei. He was leaning on the windowsill, peering through the gap to watch the people in the yard. He noticed Zhang Yundai in a fresh green outfit and instinctively licked his lips. He had already realized that the Zhang girl, with a little grooming, looked quite good. Today, she looked even better than the so-called beauty from their village. Thinking about how he would get to be close to this beautiful girl today made Fu Zhifei feel excited, lost in his thoughts, not even noticing when Mrs. Fu returned. It wasn't until she nudged his shoulder that he snapped back to reality, seeing his aunt and awkwardly smiling. Aunt. Mrs. Fu was a bit displeased. What were you thinking so deeply about? I've called you several times. Fu Zhifei was always sweet-tongued in front of her. He chuckled and flattered. I was just thinking about why my dear aunt hasn't returned yet. You are the best to me and our family. In the future, if I can achieve anything, I will definitely support Cousin Wenyu and take good care of you. Mrs. Fu loved to hear this. She squinted her eyes in a smile and pulled out a triangular paper package from her pocket, waving it in front of Fu Zhifei. Do you know what this is? Fu Zhifei's eyes lit up. Is this what you mentioned before? Fu sure smiled proudly. That's right. When she saw Fu Zhifei reaching for it, she quickly moved it aside and said, Be careful. This little thing cost me a lot from the fortune teller. Fu Zhifei smiled awkwardly, looking at the small triangular paper package with eager eyes and instinctively licking his lips. Does it really work that well? Fu Shi gave him a sideways glance and chuckled. Listen, my silly nephew, when she enters that room, just pour the tea into her mouth. Once she gets weak, you, a big man, can't handle a little girl? Fu Zhifei thought about it and felt excited, repeatedly saying, Auntie, you are so good to me. Fu Shi chuckled and pulled the triangular package back into her arms, saying to Fu Zhifei, Stop with the sweet talk. Just remember my kindness. Do you understand? When I call the villagers, make sure to say that girl seduced you, and you couldn't resist. Let them see the clothes on the ground. She reminded him several times. Make sure the clothes are not torn. They need to be intact. Don't worry. Fu Zhifei patted his chest. You don't trust me to handle this, Auntie? Fu Shi rolled her eyes at him. Who am I doing this for? It's for your reputation. If you say that girl seduced you and you couldn't hold back, then it's fine. Fu Zhifei nodded repeatedly, flattering her until she was all smiles. Once she was ready, Fu Shi secretly called for Zhuang Wenyu and whispered, Think of a way to distract either Zhuang Yuntang or Zhuang Yunqi, whichever works. Zhuang Wenyu frowned, Mom. What are you planning? He had seen his mother whispering with his cousin for a long time, but didn't get any answers when he asked. This made him feel jealous, thinking his mother favored his cousin more. Now, with his mother keeping secrets from him and asking him to help, he felt quite unhappy. Fu Shi scolded, You go, don't ask. I'll explain later. Just remember to hurry. Zhuang Wenyu felt even more dissatisfied, but seeing his mother urging him, he reluctantly went to find Zhuang Yuntang or Zhuang Yunqi. In the village, there was a feast and most tables had some hearty dishes. Today, the host made sure to impress, serving a roast chicken, a fish, and various stir-fried dishes and snacks. The meal was quite well prepared. When the food was served, the children playing nearby returned. However, Wang Tsuetsue came over looking a bit anxious. Mom, Dai Aki is missing. Zhuang Yuntang also looked worried, her face turning red. She grabbed Zhuang Yundai's sleeve. Elder sister, brother said he was going to the restroom, and Tong Tong and Tsuetsue waited for him for a long time, but he never came back. Zhuang Yundai felt a chill. Aunt Xiao quickly advised, Don't worry, dear. Maybe Aki went off to play somewhere? Zhuang Yundai shook her head. Although Zhuang Ichi was not yet 6 years old, he was usually calm and would never run off to play without telling anyone. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and entrusted Zhuang Yuntang to Wang Tsuetsue's mother. Aunt, could you please take care of Tong Tong for a bit? I'm going to look for Aki. Wang Tsuetsue's mother nodded. Tong Tong is with me, so don't worry. Zhuang Yundai left the courtyard of the Zhuang family. At that moment, the feast was at its liveliest, and no one noticed her leaving. Zhuang Yundai searched around the Zhuang family, but did not see Zhuang Ichi. Her heart sank as she recalled the child who had been abducted in the village a few days ago. She couldn't help but think, could it be that the kidnapper she saw when she arrived took Aki away? Just as her anxiety grew, Fu appeared out of nowhere and asked, Dai, are you looking for Aki? Hearing this, Zhuang Yundai felt a bit calmer. Fu's presence suggested one thing. Aki's disappearance was somehow connected to her. Zhuang Yundai's heavy heart felt a little lighter. She looked at Fu with a half-smile, her eyes filled with a hint of anger. "Aunt, do you know where Aki is?" Fu, focused on her own plans, didn't notice the fleeting intensity in Zhuang Yundai's gaze. "I saw him. He went that way." She pointed in a direction. "It seems like he went over there. Shall I go with you to check?" Zhuang Yundai followed Fu's finger and narrowed her eyes. "That place is rarely visited, but there is an abandoned woodshed." Zhuang Yundai suddenly broke into a gentle and sweet smile. Thank you, Auntie. I will go take a look now." Fu Shi returned to the Zhuang family courtyard, where the villagers filled 7 or 8 tables, crowding the entire yard. She was so excited that her whole body trembled. Although she needed to hurry back to create an unrelated atmosphere and hadn't seen Zhuang Yundai enter the long-abandoned woodshed, Zhuang Yundai was already heading in that direction. Wouldn't she take a look inside? Thinking about how soon Zhuang Yundai's reputation would be ruined, leaving her unable to hold her head high in the village and treated like a mouse, Fu Shi trembled with excitement. Her heart raced wildly. She steadied herself, pretending to be unaware, sat down, and began to entertain the guests with a cheerful demeanor, just like any happy mother would when her daughter marries well. She chatted with the guests about her daughter's childhood stories while occasionally expressing concern about whether married life would be joyful. There was no sign of anything unusual until Wang Tsuetsue's mother, unable to sit still, stood up. She looked outside and asked, "Why hasn't Sister Dai returned yet?" Zhuang Yitong, a little girl who loved to eat, sat in front of a table full of delicious dishes but couldn't eat, her eyes red as she tried hard not to cry. "Elder sister and brother haven't come back." Fu Shi exclaimed loudly, "What? Sister Dai hasn't returned yet?" The villagers attending the banquet instinctively looked over. Fu Shi wore a worried expression as she approached Wang Tsuetsue's mother and asked anxiously, "How long has Sister Dai been gone?" Wang Tsuetsue's mother was reluctant to discuss Zhuang Yundai, but felt she had to respond in front of so many people, so she vaguely replied, "Not long." However, she was determined to take Wang Tsuetsue and Zhuang Yitong to search for her. Fu Shi wouldn't let Wang Tsuetsue's mother brush it off so easily. With a worried look, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, Wang family's eldest daughter, Sister Dai and Chigo are my niece and nephew. I haven't seen them and now they're still missing. What if something happened?" Fu Shi's words made Wang Tsuetsue's mother's heart skip a beat. Although the Fu family is not very capable, this statement is true. It's been so long, and Sister Dai and Brother Chi haven't returned. What if something really happened? Seeing that Wang Tsuetsue's mother was also anxious, Fu felt pleased and worked hard to keep a smile from appearing on her face. She deliberately asked the tearful Zhuang Yuntong, "Sister Tong, where do you think your sister and brother are?" Zhuang Yuntong was already a bit scared of Fu, and being young and worried about her siblings, she couldn't hold back and burst into tears. But she knew that crying at someone else's celebration was bad luck, so she quickly wiped her tears, lowered her head, and stayed silent. Fu, feeling triumphant, turned to the crowd and said, "Oh, my little niece is so worried she's crying. This won't do. Everyone should eat and drink. Those who have eaten enough, why not join me in looking for my niece and nephew?" Wang Tsuetsue's mother looked at Fu with some suspicion, feeling something was off. Why was Fu so concerned about Sister Dai? There are many kind-hearted people in the village, and as soon as Fu said this, several stood up, saying they had eaten enough and could help look for the children. Fu smiled slightly. "Great, then let's all go look for the kids." Wang Tsuetsue's mother, though feeling uneasy, thought for a moment and decided to take Wang Tsuetsue in one hand and Zhuang Yuntong in the other, following along. "Sister Dai, Brother Chi." The villagers called out in all directions. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, trailing behind, noticed something. Fu seemed to be guiding everyone toward the woods. Frowning, she held on to the 2 children and continued to follow. When they reached the abandoned woodshed, Fu suddenly raised her hand for silence. "I think I heard something." Everyone quieted down and looked at Fu. She pointed toward the woodshed. "Listen, Is there some noise coming from inside? As they listened closely, it did seem like there was. The noise sounded like heavy breathing, which was a bit. The crowd exchanged glances. Could it be? But then they remembered, it's not common for such things to happen anymore. Sometimes, when young people in the village liked each other too much, they might find a place to. Just like before, when a couple was caught hiding in a haystack in their village. Later, the girl's parents had no choice but to reluctantly let their daughter marry into the boy's family. Now, the villagers began to hesitate. Surely, that little girl, Zhuang Yundai, wouldn't be involved in anything inappropriate. However, Fu Shi seemed unaware of this concern and smiled brightly. Maybe Dai Jia is inside. She quickly walked toward the woodshed. Seeing Fu Shi so eager, the villagers followed her. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, who was with her child, couldn't move closer, but when she saw how determined Fu Shi was, she felt a sudden unease and began to understand something. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was trembling with anger. At that moment, someone gently tapped her shoulder from behind. When she turned around, she saw Zhuang Yundai standing there with a bright smile, holding Zhuang Yunqi's hand. Zhuang Yuntong was so happy, she almost jumped up. Zhuang Yundai quickly covered Zhuang Yuntong's mouth to keep her from shouting. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was so relieved she could hardly speak. Dai Jia. Chigo, you both are okay. Zhuang Yundai smiled at Wang Tsuetsue's mother and said, Annie, I worried you. Wang Tsuetsue's mother patted her chest. You scared me. I thought when I saw your aunt something had happened. She suddenly stopped talking. Zhuang Yundai, however, didn't mind and smiled slightly. My aunt was just thinking that. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was both surprised and angry, feeling a wave of relief. Good child, are you really okay? Zhuang Yundai shook her head, her expression eager. Come on, auntie. Let's go watch the fun. Fu Shi, anxious and worried, rushed to the woodshed door with the crowd. At this point, even the slowest person could hear the strange noises coming from inside. Fu Shi pretended to be shocked. What is that noise? Could it be? The villagers dared not say much about it. Fu Shi gritted her teeth and put on a serious expression. No, our Zhuang family cannot tolerate such disgrace. She reached out and suddenly flung open the door. The woodshed was a bit dark, but the light coming in allowed them to see a man eagerly leaning over someone, kissing them hurriedly, while tearing at his own clothes. Some shy young women screamed and covered their eyes. Fu Shi looked furious. Dai Jia, what are you doing? According to their previous plan, Fu Zhifei should have stopped and explained that it was all Zhuang Yundai's doing. However, at this moment, the man not only did not stop, but also became more aggressive. Fu felt something was off. Just then, Zhuang Yundai's voice came from behind them. Aunt, what are you doing? Fu turned around in disbelief to see Zhuang Yundai standing there with a gentle smile. Fu's head felt like it was spinning. What went wrong? At that moment, someone exclaimed, The one lying on the ground seems to be a man too? Fu, not believing it, stepped forward to take a look and realized that the man under Fu Zhifei was none other than her son, Zhuang Wenyu. Fu's head immediately felt like it was exploding. She screamed and rushed to hit Fu Zhifei. Are you crazy? That's her cousin. But Fu Zhifei seemed unaware and forcefully pushed Fu aside, continuing to tear at Zhuang Wenyu's clothes. No one expected the situation to escalate like this. The villagers quickly regained their senses and rushed to pull Fu Zhifei away. However, he was like a wild animal, too aggressive for two villagers to hold him down. With no other choice, one villager struck the back of Fu Zhifei's neck, causing him to collapse to the side. Fu fell to the ground beside the unconscious Zhuang Wenyu, crying out, Yuer, what happened to you, Yuer? The villagers exchanged glances, feeling like they had witnessed a dramatic scene, yet sensing something deeper hidden behind it, unclear and shadowy. At this point, the Zhuang family's feast had been cleared away. Zhuang Wenyu was carried back to the Zhuang house and finally began to regain consciousness, though he still looked dazed. Meanwhile, Fu Zhifei was thrown into the yard. Filled with anger, Fu didn't care about her beloved nephew anymore. She personally took a bucket of cold well water and splashed it on Fu Zhifei. He jolted awake, slowly coming to his senses. Fu Zhifei had just experienced a vivid dream where he was close with Zhuang Yundai, sharing intimate moments. Now, awakened by the cold water, he looked around and saw many people in the yard, their expressions difficult to read, as if they were watching some kind of spectacle. Only his aunt, Miss Fu, seemed very angry, trembling all over as she pointed at Fu Zhifei's nose, saying, "What have you done?" Fu Zhifei had just woken up and was still a bit confused. Seeing his aunt like this made him chuckle inwardly, thinking her acting was quite good. It was realistic and natural. Even though he knew it was an act, he couldn't find any flaws. So, Fu Zhifei followed the script he had discussed with Miss Fu earlier and said, "Aunt, you have to listen to me. She seduced me."
Slap.
Fu Zhifei's face was struck to the side by Miss Fu's hand. The slap made him angry. He thought if they wanted it to be realistic, did they really have to go this far? Tying him up, splashing water, and slapping him.
But
Fu Zhifei thought he wasn't at a loss. He had kissed for a long time, and maybe he could win back Zhuang Yundai as a little wife later on. After all, Zhuang Yundai was looking more beautiful by the day. If he married her as a little wife, he wouldn't be losing out, right? So, Fu Zhifei held back and continued with his lines, "Aunt, she really seduced me." Ms. Fu suddenly lunged at Fu Zhifei, hitting and kicking him. "You heartless one. He is your cousin." Fu Zhifei didn't expect Ms. Fu to react so strongly and was momentarily stunned. Then he heard her mention cousin and frowned. "What cousin? Isn't it cousin-sister?"
Slap.
Fu Zhifei received another hard slap from Ms. Fu. Ms. Fu shouted angrily, "When we arrived, you were on top of your cousin." Fu Zhifei was completely confused and instinctively looked around. Besides the villagers watching, he spotted Zhuang Yundai on the side. She was neatly dressed, showing no signs of anything amiss, and stood there coldly smiling at him. Fu Zhifei's mind went blank. No, how could this be?
Fu Zhifei stammered.
After venting her frustration on Fu Zhifei, Ms. Fu's rationality slowly returned. The person who had been involved with Fu Zhifei should clearly be Zhuang Yundai. But now it had turned into her cousin, which meant that little troublemaker must have done something. She suddenly turned to Zhuang Yundai. But she couldn't finish her sentence. She couldn't ask why the one in the woodshed wasn't her. Zhuang Yundai smirked at Ms. Fu. She was sweet and smiled gently, a scene that could please anyone. But to Fu, that smile looked like a terrifying ghost. Fu screamed and fainted from shock. The scandal of the Zhuang family spread quickly throughout Xiangyang village. The Zhuang family completely shut themselves in, and the proud Zhuang Laotong scolded Fu harshly, ordering her to cut ties with her family. After suffering humiliation and scolding, the Zhuang family visibly aged. Zhuang Wenyu, however, grew angrier the more he thought about it. Without his mother stopping him, he rushed to Zhuang Yundai's old house. "You filthy traitor, it was you. You did this." Zhuang Yundai was outside, asking Chunlu about flower needle techniques. Zhuang Wenyu rushed in, shouting. To Zhuang Yundai, it felt like a foolish move. Zhuang Yundai pretended to be clueless. "Zhuang Wenyu, what are you talking about? Is this how your mother raised you? Stop pretending." Zhuang Wenyu was furious and tried to hit Zhuang Yundai. Lu Daniu, holding a fork, stepped in to stop him. "You brat, behave yourself." Seeing the shiny fork, Zhuang Wenyu calmed down a bit, but was still on edge, his eyes red. "You think I don't know? It was you. You were behind the incident with Fu Zhifei." Although he was dazed at the time, the marks on his body were undeniable. The thought of the bite marks and the awful smell made him feel sick. He was violated by a man? He wanted to kill Zhuang Yundai on the spot. Zhuang Yundai refused to back down, saying to Chunlu and Lu Daniu, "Sister-in-law, Daniu, you saw it. I did nothing wrong. Zhuang Wenyu came at me, yelling and wanting to hit me, and now he blames me for his own actions? Is he just going to push all the blame onto others?" Chunlu replied coldly. His mother spoiled him. So how good can he be? Zhuang Wenyu pointed at Zhuang Yundai, shouting, "Stop pretending. You filthy traitor, if I catch you, I'll make sure you end up in a brothel, where you'll be used by everyone." At this, both Chunlu and Lu Danyu were furious. This is not family. This is an enemy with deep grudges. Zhuang Wenyu made quite a scene, and in just half a day, he became the center of attention in Xiangyang village, attracting many onlookers. People were pointing and talking about him. This kid did something wrong and is blaming his cousin. Exactly. How could such a frail girl like Dai Jia force him to do those things? At this, the villagers couldn't help but laugh. Zhuang Wenyu was so angry, he seemed almost out of control. In front of everyone, he tried to rush at Zhuang Yundai to hit her. Lu Danyu suddenly pushed him, making Zhuang Wenyu stumble several steps back. Zhuang Yundai quietly put away the stone she was holding and took the opportunity to say, "I'm not trying to cause trouble. Everyone saw how Zhuang Wenyu treated me. I am an innocent girl. How can I accept such humiliation?" The villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dai Jia has been wronged. And Wenyu should know better. Dai Jia is his own cousin. How can he treat her like this? You don't know, do you? Wenyu has always enjoyed bullying Dai Jia since they were kids. Back then, she was naive and could only endure it. Now that she's not naive anymore, he can't bully her like before. Over time, it's turned into resentment. The speaker was serious, and those around nodded in agreement, saying it made sense. Zhuang Wenyu, with red eyes, shouted, "Nonsense. You don't understand anything. This girl eats and drinks for my family and still does such disgraceful things." He clenched his fists and waved them around. Zhuang Yundai ignored him and looked at the crowd. "I asked the respected elders to help me. Zhuang Wenyu has insulted me and even tried to hit me. I am truly frustrated. Today, I want to invite the village head to clarify this matter in front of everyone. If anyone claims I am causing trouble, I hope the elders will testify that it was Zhuang Wenyu who attacked me." The villagers felt it was reasonable and nodded. "Dai Jia, you can rest assured. We will all testify for you." Some people were genuinely interested in the drama and stirred the pot, saying, "It seems that reckless person is still at the Zhuang family and hasn't left the village today." The crowd couldn't help but exchange glances and say, "That's perfect. Let's quickly call that reckless one over too." Zhuang Wenyu didn't mind Zhuang Yundai calling the village chief, as he felt that he was being set up by her. However, when he heard that they wanted to call Fu Zhifei over as well, he couldn't help but remember the unpleasant smell of drool when he woke up. Zhuang Wenyu bent over and started to feel nauseous. Chunlu looked at Zhuang Yundai with concern, and Zhuang Yundai gave her a reassuring smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, it's fine. The village chief is on our side. Even if we have to argue with him, I'm not afraid." Chunlu calmed down, exchanged a glance with Lu Danyu, nodded, and said to Zhuang Yundai, "I'll go with your brother Danyu to take a look. With him around, that troublesome Zhuang Wenyu won't be able to cause any more trouble." After deciding, someone quickly ran off to fetch the village chief. At the Zhuang family, Fu Zhifei was shirtless, cursing while trying to dry his clothes by the fire. Seeing this, Fu Shi entered with a stern expression and shut the kitchen door. Fu Zhifei felt uneasy when he saw Fu Shi. "Aunt, how many times do I have to tell you? I really didn't know that was you Ge." Just hearing her son's name from Fu Zhifei's mouth made Fu Shi feel nauseous. She interrupted him, saying, "You are not allowed to mention Yu Ge." Her tone suggested that he was some kind of monster. Fu Zhifei couldn't help but throw down his clothes, shouting, "Aunt, can you blame me for this? I only remember that Zhuang Yundai smiled and waved at me from the door of the woodshed. I hadn't even done anything to her, and it felt like I was knocked out. Can you really blame me for what happened next?" Fu Shi looked at him as if he were joking. "You say Zhuang Yundai knocked you out? Ha! With her tiny arms and legs, she would probably hurt herself trying to hit you, let alone knock you out?" Fu Zhifei was frustrated and shouted, "Aunt, the facts are clear. Don't deny it. If it weren't for that girl causing trouble, would I have lost my senses and ended up in that situation with you Ge?" Fu Shi couldn't help but slap him on the back. "I've told you, Don't mention my Yuga. Fu Zhifei was ready to explode. Seeing Fu Zhifei looking furious, Fu Shi gritted her teeth and said, "Keep your voice down." At this moment, Zhuang Laotong looked at Fu Zhifei as if he were a disgrace. Not kicking him out right away and letting him warm his clothes first was already a small mercy. Although it wasn't very cold outside, Fu Zhifei had already been doused with a bucket of icy well water by the Fu family earlier. During the argument, Zhuang Lishir couldn't hold back and splashed another bucket of cold water on him. After being drenched twice, even someone with a strong constitution like Fu Zhifei was struggling. Hiding in the kitchen to warm up was better than walking around in wet clothes, which would be too embarrassing. Plus, he was genuinely cold, shivering without the fire. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but kick a pile of firewood nearby. Fu Shi looked at him with disapproval and coldly said, "Don't come around for a while." Fu Zhifei was not willing to accept that. After this incident, he felt like he was being toyed with by Zhuang Yundai. Something he considered a mere plaything had turned the tables on him, and he couldn't accept it. With a dark expression, he looked up and softly said to Fu Shi, "Aunt, please don't be angry. You know deep down that both my cousin and I were harmed by that little troublemaker, Zhuang Yundai. My cousin is pitiful. Am I not pitiful too? The one who started all this is still fine. She must know something and deliberately push things along to harm my cousin. If it weren't for her tricks, it should be her who is in disgrace today." Seeing Fu Zhifei speak so humbly, Fu Shi thought about how he had been respectful to her in the past, which eased her anger a bit. But as she considered his words, her anger grew even more.